The legendary Empress Nangong has always kept her distance from men, but on her joyous day, you showed up at her door with 2 little ones, claiming she was a heartless woman. This scene dumbfounded the heavenly soldiers, and what was even more unexpected was that the war god temple, usually indifferent to worldly matters, had its high-ranking members present. Whether it was the awe-inspiring Archangel or the world-conquering Sulai, they all knelt before you. It was because you were once the strongest war god in the heavens, but during a calamity, you were besieged by the 5 great heavenly emperors. Although you managed to kill 4 of them, you lost your memories and powers. It wasn't until a dream 3 years ago that your memories slowly returned, and even your shattered primordial spirit inexplicably healed. A terrifying battle intent surged within you. Heaven, I have returned. In the next moment, your divine sense released outward, and your pupils contracted at the sight of 3 figures approaching you, 2 of whom bore a striking resemblance to you. The girl couldn't contain her joy when she first saw you. These words melted your heart, and your blood boiled within you. However, the elderly woman accompanying them was stunned. Didn't the master say Yun Tianyin was an ordinary man who knew nothing of martial arts? Miss, young master, wait here for a moment. I have something to discuss with your father. After a conversation, you were shocked to learn that the night in question was not a dream and that the woman was indeed the empress of the Nangong clan in the celestial realm. When you asked why she only brought the children now, the old woman avoided your gaze. Just then, Hanin called out to you. Daddy, Mommy sent us to find you. She said you would protect us. Fugue also spoke up. Is Mommy abandoning us? Your heart ached at these words. No, your mother loves you very much. She just has important matters to attend to, but Daddy will always protect you. That woman from the past held great significance for you. Without her, you wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Turning to the woman beside you, you said, Hanin, Fugue, my children, I will protect them. As you spoke, an aura of authority emanated from you. Embracing the 2 children, you smiled. Hanin, Fugue, shall we go find Mommy? The children immediately perked up. Yes, we live in the Luoxia Immortal Palace, but Mommy only lets us stay in the courtyard and forbids us from going outside. On the other side, the falling sunset fairy palace appeared lifeless at the moment, all because today was the day when the Golden Punishment sect came to propose marriage to Nangong Tianyin. Even the palace lord Mu Hongxia was suppressed. At this critical moment, Nangong Tianyin emerged from seclusion, and the pressure of the 3-star martial emperor instantly swept the entire scene. Who hurt my master? It was me, Zhao Feiyu, the young master of the Golden Punishment sect. What? That person took a liking to you. It's your good fortune. Mu Hongxia brought this upon herself by seeking death. Hurt my master. Seeking death. Nangong drew her sword. Despite her cultivation being 1 star lower than Zhao Feiyu, her momentum was no weaker. After a fierce battle, Zhao Feiyu fell heavily to the ground, covered in wounds. Truly worthy of the legendary innate holy embryo, indeed living up to its reputation. Several elders in the flying boat of the Golden Punishment sect above couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Quanlong, standing at the forefront, saw Zhao Feiyu heavily injured, his veins bulging instantly. You have great courage, injuring our young master of the Golden Punishment sect. Are you trying to annihilate the falling sunset fairy palace? In the next moment, the pressure of the titled martial emperor instantly suppressed downwards, making Nangong Tianyin feel difficulty in breathing. He injured my master first. I showed mercy by not killing him. At this moment, a mocking voice came from afar. Truly worthy of the Empress Tianyin, I bet the esteemed members of the Golden Punishment sect are unaware of your pregnancy before marriage. You are quite cunning, making the entire falling sunset fairy palace keep silent for you. Dozens of figures appeared the next moment. They were from the extreme heaven sect. Surprisingly, 2 out of the 5 sects had arrived at this place, astonishing the disciples below. Zhuo Wei, what nonsense are you spouting? Nangong Tianyin felt an unprecedented murderous intent surging within her upon seeing the newcomer. She had long suspected that Zhuo Wei was the young master of the extreme heaven sect, but lacked evidence. However, a faint smile appeared on Zhuo Wei's lips. This young master knows more than you can imagine. Hearing this, Zhao Quanlong's face darkened instantly, and the pressure of the titled martial emperor locked onto Zhuo Wei firmly. Kid, explain everything clearly, or even your father won't be able to save you. Under Zhao Quanlong's pressure, Zhuo Wei was pressed to the ground in fear, and finally revealed all the details of how he drugged Nangong Tianyin 3 years ago. Shameless scum, it was really you. Nangong Tianyin's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins upon hearing this. Her aura began to surge frantically, showing signs of falling into madness. A terrifying power close to that of a 7-star martial emperor surged out of her body. Zhuo Wei, you will die today. she flashed into a streak of light, her speed so fast that even Zhao Quanglong, the titled martial emperor, couldn't help but be moved. In almost an instant, Zhuo Wei, a 2-star martial emperor, was cut in half at the waist. Seeing this scene, the sect master of the Extreme Heaven sect, Zhuo Hongyuan, couldn't contain his anger. Forming seals with both hands, a huge energy beam blasted out from his palm. However, the next moment, Nangong Tianyin had already appeared by his side, and with a backhand stroke, she pierced through Zhuo Hongyuan's side abdomen. Even the crowd of powerful men from the Golden Penalty sect couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They had never seen such a crazy way of fighting before, much less a 3-star martial emperor who was able to erupt with such terrifying power. However, just as Nangong Tianyin was about to continue her pursuit to completely remove the hidden danger, an even stronger force slapped her back violently, and it was none other than Zhao Maniacal Dragon who struck. Zhao Maniacal's face was gloomy. Thick anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that a junior in the district would be able to continuously injure someone under his eyes. This was not only a provocation to His Majesty as a sealed martial emperor, but also a disgrace. Humph, a mere 3-star martial emperor. How dare you act recklessly in front of this seat? Zhao Maniacal Dragon snorted coldly, and the might of a sealed martial emperor came overwhelmingly, firmly confining Nangong Tianyin in place. Zhao Maniacal knew very well that this Zhuo Wei couldn't die yet. He had to ask about the whereabouts of Nangong Tianyin's children. Nangong Tianyin's heir most likely inherited her innate saintly child, and if he brought it back to that lord, their Golden Penalty sect might be spared. But Nangong Tianyin was already possessed at this moment. Her reasoning was consumed by anger and hatred. Where else could she listen to Zhao Maniacal Dragon's threats? She tried with all her might to break free from Zhao Maniacal's bonds, and the red light around her body became more and more dazzling, as if it was going to burn everything. With a mournful hiss, Nangong Tianyin actually did forcefully break free from Zhao Maniacal Dragon's bonds. Her figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Zhuo Wei. Zhuo Wei, who only had the upper half of his body left, had not yet regained his senses from the extreme pain before he was struck by Nangong Tianyin with a palm strike, and was directly turned into flying ash, without even a single chance to struggle. Immediately after, Nangong Tianyin turned to Zhuo Hongyuan, who was seriously injured on the ground, and without the slightest hesitation, her long sword swiftly swung out, and the sword light was like a pike, directly chopping away. Zhuo Hongyuan, a 6-star martial emperor, seemed to have been stunned silly and did not have the slightest intention to dodge. Seeing that Zhuo Hongyuan was about to be beheaded on the spot, Zhao Maniacal Dragon dashed and appeared, shattering all of Nangong Tianyin's attacks with a single strike while also sending Nangong Tianyin flying out, seriously injured. The appearance of this scene caused the scene to fall into dead silence once again. Everyone was shocked by Nangong Tianyin's madness and power. Even Zhao Feiyu, the young master of the Golden Penalty sect, couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, and in his heart, he was secretly glad that he hadn't completely enraged Nangong Tianyin earlier. Zhao Maniacal Dragon once again firmly imprisoned Nangong Tianyin. His face was horribly gloomy. He never expected that a mere 3-star martial emperor would be able to forcibly break free of his confinement and once again kill someone in front of his eyes. Junior, you've managed to enrage this emperor, then I'll repay you for your series of actions with the destruction of the fallen Cloud Immortal Palace. Zhao Maniacal's stern gaze swept over Mu Hongxia and the other people of the Lock High Immortal Palace. His tone was as cold as cultivator. His substantial killing intent locking down the entire Lock High Immortal Palace, ready to go on a killing spree. The entire falling Cloud Immortal Palace was shrouded in a layer of death. However, right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge flying boat that was gorgeous to the extreme appeared out of nowhere, hovering thousands of meters in the air. Its magnificence exceeded the knowledge of everyone present. Compared to it, the Golden Penalty sect's flying boat was like a child's toy, completely incomparable. At the front end of the flying boat, there stood a man, dressed in silver-white robes, with a wind and godlike jade, and a dusty temperament, as if he was an exiled immortal coming out of a painting. The man's left hand was holding a boy, and his right hand was pulling a girl. Both children were 2 or 3 years old, Powder and Jade. Very cute. The person who came was no other than Yun Tian Duan, who had brought a pair of children to look for Nangong Tianyin. As early as 100 million miles away, Yun Tian Dust used his spacetime divine eyes to pierce through endless space and clearly saw everything that was happening outside the mountain gate of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, and he maneuvered his shuttle with all his might to arrive at the fastest speed possible. Yun Tian Dust saw Nangong Tianyin up close, and her appearance completely overlapped with the woman in his dream. Her hideous and desperate face revealed determination. Her eyes contained fury without losing their beauty. She was moved by the fact that she had no sense but still clung to a certain conviction. A chill surged out from Yun Tian Dust. His deep eyes were soul-stirring, cold with the majesty of a supreme god of war, and the power that consciously emanated from his body seemed as if it could freeze everything in the world. Even Zhao Maniacal, who was a sealed martial emperor, trembled under this invisible pressure, and his bones made unbearable crunching sounds. Chapter 6, A Sealed Martial Emperor is like a griffin. Yun Tian Dust's oath. Zhao Berserk Long did his best to calm himself down, arching his hand and asking, "Who is your excellency?" "I'm the supreme leader of the Golden Penalty sect." Noisy. Zhao Maniac Long was halfway through his sentence when he was interrupted by Yun Tian Dust's chiding voice. Yun Tian Dust didn't even look at Zhao Maniacal Dragon as majestic and endless pressure erupted from him, locking everyone present. The flying boat of the Golden Criminal sect slid down like a meteor under this pressure, falling into pieces on the spot, and the people of the Golden Criminal sect who stood on it were all dying from serious injuries. Zhao Feiyu, who had already been seriously injured by Nangong Tianyin, fell into a fainting spell on the spot. Adding to his injuries, if he hadn't been a martial emperor powerhouse, he was afraid that he would have already died. Even Zhao Maniac Long, who was a sealed martial emperor, was completely unable to withstand Yun Tianduan's pressure, and in an instant, he was crushed to the ground in a dog-eat-dog manner, completely unable to move. Onlookers could clearly hear the friction between the joints on Zhao Maniac Long's body. As for the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, they were not much affected, and when they saw the shocking scene with their own eyes, they all looked at Yun Tian Dust with respect. What kind of existence is he? How could there be such a terrifying sense of oppression? The crowd was full of questions, not knowing why the person in front of them wanted to help them, and there were also people with burning eyes that seemed to have guessed something. Yun Tian Dust did not pay attention to anyone. His eyes as vast as stars landed on Nangong Tianyin, although his face was expressionless. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign of anger to the extreme. At this moment, Nangong Tianyin, with blood red in her eyes that had not faded, her clothes in disarray, and a berserk aura around her that she could not control, had obviously fallen into a deep demonic barrier. Even the appearance of a pair of children, whom she missed the most, did not see a ripple on her face, enough to prove the depth of her demonization. Little Shir and little Wuhan had never seen their mother look like this before, and endless fear and sadness surged in their hearts. The tears of the two little ones rolled and slid down like broken pearls, and their mouths kept calling out, "Mother, mother, wake up, what's wrong with you?" Oh, that childish, helpless cry moved everyone in the room. Yun Tian Dust's gaze tenderly skimmed over the two children. An indescribable pain surged in his heart. He gently waved his hand, a soft force wrapping the two children, soothing their frightened hearts. "Hey, little Trace, don't worry, with father here, your mother will be fine." Yun Tian Dust softly soothed his voice, only to see his figure flicker and had already reached Nangong Tianyin's side. Die. Nangong Tianyin had already completely lost her mind. Seeing someone appear in front of her, she barely hesitated. The long sword in her hand emitted a harsh and cold light as she wiped towards Yun Tianduan's neck. In the face of Nangong Tianyin's forceful strike, Yun Tiandan did not make any movement to resist, and the long sword was less than half an inch from his neck before it could no longer advance the slightest bit. With such a shocking scene, it was a sight to see the jaws of the people in the arena staring at each other, their eyes almost glaring out of their mouths. That was the demonic heavenly voice Empress, an existence comparable to a 7-star martial emperor. How could she be as weak as a baby in front of that mysterious man? Yun Tian Dust ignored the shock of the crowd. He slowly stretched out a finger and gently touched Nangong Tianyin's forehead. A warm and pure power from his fingertip did not enter Nangong Tianyin's body. This power transcended everything and wandered through Nangong Tianyin's limbs and bones, stabilizing her burgeoning spiritual energy and soothing her disturbed mind. As Yun Tian Dust's power was injected, Nangong Tianyin's uncontrollable body gradually returned to calmness. Her tightly locked brows gradually unfurled, and her blood-red eyes slowly regained their clarity. When Nangong Tianyin opened her eyes again, what met her eyes was an unfamiliar yet familiar, stunningly beautiful face that was looking at her with a soft gaze. A trace of confusion flashed in Nangong Tianyin's eyes. The person in front of her inexplicably made her feel familiar, but she couldn't recall it for a moment, and almost subconsciously, the long sword in Nangong Tianyin's hand unconsciously tightened its grip as she looked towards Zhuo Hongyuan, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground and shivering, and there were blood filaments emerging from her beautiful eyes, and her monstrous killing intent surged like a tidal wave, and she was about to directly kill. In Nangong Tianyin's subconscious, Zhuo Hongyuan must die, but just as Nangong Tianyin was about to make a move, a soft and incomparably reassuring word exploded in her mind. Tianyin, it's all right. A few simple words, but as if it contains infinite magic.
Nangong Tianyin really calmed down. After a moment of stabilization, the moment she raised her eyes to meet Yun Tianxin's gaze, Nangong Tianyin's delicate body shook, somewhat unable to believe her eyes. You are? Nangong Tianyin subconsciously inquired out loud, her thoughts once again cluttered. Mother. Before Yun Tian Dust could reply, little Sheer and little Wu Tian, who were lying on the flying shuttle, were the first to cry out, tear stains still hanging on their little faces. Mother, it's father, we found father. The two little ones jumped with excitement, both showing only half their heads. Hearing that tugging voice, Nangong Tianyin then noticed the magnificent flying shuttle suspended in the 9 heavens, and after seeing those two bulging little heads, she completely couldn't hold it together, and tears unconsciously slid down her cheeks. Hey Trace dash. Nangong Tianyin's voice trembled, and she couldn't wait to fly in the direction of her children. In this moment she seemed to forget everything and just wanted to take her child into her arms. Just as Nangong Tianyin was approaching the shuttle, a golden light curtain lit up on the shuttle, and as Nangong Tianyin froze, the light curtain automatically dissipated, and she managed to arrive on top of the shuttle. Mother! The two little ones jumped right into their mother's arms and burst into tears. Hey Trace dash. Nangong Tianyin's voice was hoarse, just 2 days apart, but it was as if many years had passed. She thought that in her life, it was impossible to see her child again. Only after a long time did the mother and son gradually separate, and Yun Tian Dust came behind them silently. Looking at the two small and one large in front of him, a strong sense of responsibility surged within Yun Tian Duan's heart, and the moment he saw Nangong Tianyin, he already knew what was going on. It turned out that the reason why he was able to recover from his injuries so quickly and recast his supreme foundation was all because of the innate sacred tire of the woman in front of him. Nangong Tianyin was not only his benefactor, but she had also given birth to such a lovely pair of children for him. Yun Tiandan secretly vowed in his heart that he would spend his entire life guarding their mother and son, and everything that happened to Nangong Tianyin today had to be repaid with the blood of the person who started it. As Yun Tian thus thought this, a majestic and endless killing intent faintly emanated from him. In an instant, the entire sky of the Xiantian continent seemed to darken as if it had sensed Yun Tian Dust's emotions, accompanied by the sound of rolling thunderous explosions, with the air of the sky about to tumble. When the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, including Mu Hongxia, saw this scene, they were all silenced and their bodies could not stop trembling. Nangong Tianyin was violently startled, and when she got up to look behind her at the magnificent figure that was like a god approaching the world, her entire person stood frozen on the spot. Yun Tian Dust's facial contours overlapped with the vague and ordinary face he remembered at this moment. Despite looking the same, Nangong Tianyin still couldn't believe that the exiled and magnificent man in front of her would be that soft villager from Qingfeng Valley. You really are. Nangong Tianyin brooded for a long time before she inquired. It's me. Yun Tian Dust smiled faintly, his eyes filled with softness. Don't be afraid, I'm here. A few simple words, heard in Nangong Tianyin's ears, but caused her delicate body to tremble violently. For some reason, she suddenly had a kind of peace of mind that she had never had before. Chapter 7, Casually Giving Pills. Female Emperor breaks the boundary. Nangong Tianyin's gaze darted back and forth between Yun Tianwan and the two children, her inner shock and disbelief intertwining into a complex web that bound her tightly. With a trembling voice, she reconfirmed, Are you really the one from Qingfeng Valley, Yun Tian Dust? Yun Tian Dust revealed a warm smile. Those deep eyes seemed to harbor the secrets and gentleness of the entire universe as he nodded heavily. It was me, but at that time, my situation was a bit special, so I'll explain it to you later. Although Nangong Tianyin had heavy doubts, she was no longer skeptical because she detected a subtle trace of sensation in Yun Tianwan that seemed to be related to her own innate saintly fetus. And what made Nangong Tianyin most unbelievable was that Yun Tian Dust was clearly an ordinary person with no power in his hands 3 years ago. How could he suddenly become so powerful? In particular, the transcendent aura emanating from Yun Tian Dust was by no means something that could be formed overnight. But now was clearly not the time to discuss this issue. It was important to solve the immediate crisis first. Seeing the worry in Nangong Tianyin's eyes, Yun Tianduan softly comforted. I'll call you Tianyin from now on. You can rest assured. With me here, no one can hurt you or the child. After saying that, Yun Tian Dust flipped his hand, and in his hand there was an extra greenish-colored Dan pill. The luster of the elixir was warm and moist like jade, with a clear fragrance, containing a strong natural vitality power. Inhaling a mouthful of the elixir fragrance, one's mind and soul would be tranquil, and injuries and pains would seem to dissipate with it. Nangong Tianyin's pretty face changed slightly, with just a single elixir being able to emit such a rich life chi. This elixir definitely surpassed the 9th rank. Tianyin, you still have injuries on your body. Take this pill first. I will protect you. Nangong Tianyin was still in shock when Yun Tianqian's gentle voice rang out. No, it's too expensive for me. Nangong Tianyin, who was honored by the world as the heavenly voice Empress, actually acted a bit at a loss for words at the moment. Although she had a skinship with Yun Tianyin, the two sides were strangers. Back then, after she noticed something wrong with her body, she escaped to Qingfeng Valley by her tenacious will and met Yun Tianzuan. Unable to control herself, she made a move to seal Yun Tianzuan's consciousness before it completely dissipated. Logically, Yun Tian Dust shouldn't know of her existence. And now, Yun Tian Dust could come to her rescue even if it was merciful. How could she accept such a valuable elixir? Seeing this, Yun Tian Dust laughed frankly. Don't be so polite with me. Not only are you my benefactor, but you are also the mother of Sheer and Shaoshang. So what's the harm in having 1,000,000 of them? Not to mention a single ordinary elixir? Also, you can't let Sheer and Little Trace worry about you, right? Yun Tian Dust said, reaching out to touch the two little ones' little heads with a loving expression. Yun Tian Dust had spoken to this point. Nangong Tianyin could not afford to be excusing herself, and immediately took the pill and swallowed it. As the elixir entered her body, Nangong Tianyin only felt that her whole body was warm, and a surging life force quickly penetrated into her limbs and bones. Not only did her injuries heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, but even her originally depleted true essence began to gradually fill up. Nangong Tianyin closed her eyes and concentrated, feeling the changes within her body. However, what shocked her even more was that the power seemed endless, not only healing her injuries, but also surging and pushing her cultivation toward a higher realm. Without any hindrance, Nangong Tianyin's bottleneck of that 4-star martial emperor's realm instantly shattered, followed by the 5-star martial emperor. In just a dozen breaths of effort, Nangong Tianyin had not only recovered from her injuries, her cultivation had also broken through from a 3-star martial emperor to an 8-star martial emperor in one fell swoop before stopping, and all of them were very solid. This scene really stood out to everyone. Such a miraculous elixir was unheard of and unseen by them. On the contrary, the golden penalty sect's crowd's fear of Yun Tianduan became even stronger in their hearts. When Nangong Tianyin opened her eyes again, it was as if the entire world was different. Everything in heaven and earth became clear, and she was able to invoke the great power of heaven and earth when she raised her hands and threw her feet. How is this possible? Nangong Tianyin's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. Even though she was very confident in her talent, if she wanted to break through from a 3-star to an 8-star martial emperor, it was simply impossible to do so without 5 years of hard training. However, an elixir that Yun Tian Dust had casually taken out would have such a heaven-defying efficacy, which had simply overturned her knowledge of elixirs. What kind of elixir is this? Getting up to look at the smiling Yun Tian Dust, Nangong Tianyin couldn't help but ask out in curiosity. It's just an ordinary elixir. You take care of Sheer and Little Trace first, and watch me seek justice for you mother and son. As Yun Tian Dust said that, he stepped out in the air and walked towards Zhao Maniacal Dragon, who was crushed to the ground. Every step he took triggered the resonance of the heavens and earth, and the space shook, accompanied by rolling thunderous sounds, frightening the crowd of the Golden Penalty sect, including Zhao Maniacal Dragon. Into silence. Daddy, go for it. The bad guys bully mommy. Daddy, beat the bad guys. Little Sheer cheered from the sidelines. She only felt that her daddy was so handsome at this moment. Little Wuhan secretly clenched his small fleshy fists, his eyes unblinking as he looked at Yun Tianduan. Nangong Tianyin subconsciously protected the two little ones by her side, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Yun Tianqian's back with a complex expression. The Yun Tianduan in front of her was too mysterious, giving her an unreal feeling. Is this the real father of the two little ones? In the crowd below, Mu Hongxia's gaze was dumbfounded as she murmured in a low voice. How could such a terrifyingly strong person appear in the Xiantian continent? In front of the mountain gate of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, the elders and disciples of the Golden Penalty sect, who were originally high above the ground, were all prostrate on the ground at this moment, their faces pale, and their bodies unable to stop trembling. Speak, confess all the people related to this matter, and I might give you all a hard time. Yun Tian Dust ignored the panic of the crowd of the Golden Penalty sect as he stood proudly in the void. His tone could not be heard as joyful or angry, but it revealed that it was not to be questioned. In the crowd of the Golden Penalty sect, an elder of a 2-star martial emperor plucked up his courage and said, Your Excellency, we are the people of the Golden Penalty sect. Be a man and leave a thread, and we'll meet again in the future. However, the man's voice ended abruptly before he finished speaking, accompanied by a cold snort from Yun Tian Dust. The hallowed 2-star martial emperor died so silently. This When the rest of the Golden Penalty sect people saw this, all of them were chilled to the bone. Yun Tian Dust's power and determination was completely out of their expectations. Nangong Tianyin was also startled by Yun Tianwan's actions. Even though she was already an 8-star martial emperor, she still could not see through Yun Tianwan's realm. Zhao Maniacal, who had previously been in control of other people's lives and deaths, towering over them, was also completely subdued by Yun Tian Dust's methods, and his fear of death continued to spread in his heart. Yun Tian Dust turned to look at Zhao Maniacal Dragon, immediately releasing his pressure on him and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to hear nonsense. It's better for you to speak." Even though he wasn't suppressed anymore, Zhao Maniacal didn't dare to give birth to any resistance. The person in front of him gave him the feeling that he wouldn't be weaker than that lord. Zhao Maniacal's brain was racing, and he quickly thought of a countermeasure. In the situation before him, he mustn't provoke the other party any further, or else he would be seeking his own death. For today's solution, the only way is to stall this person first, and then ask for help from the clan. If that lord knows about the situation of this place, he will definitely come in person. Immediately, Zhao Maniacal Dragon's attitude made a 180-degree turnaround, and he hurriedly arched his hand at Yun Tian Dust in a respectful tone. "My lord, please rest your anger. We did not know that the Heavenly Tone Empress was your woman, and that is why we have offended. As long as you make an offer, I, the Golden Penalty Sect, am willing to make compensation." Chapter 8 The Culprit, The Heavenly Forces. Yun Tian Dust's eyes were ice cold as he looked at Zhao Maniacal as if he were looking at a mole cricket. "Compensation? You think I would care?" Zhao Maniacal Dragon's heart flinched as fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he was still undaunted. "My lord, my Golden Penalty Sect is the head of the 5 great sacred sects, controlling the flying heavenly platform and having countless resources. So as long as you open your mouth, my lord, we in the Golden Penalty Sect will definitely do our utmost to satisfy your lord's request." "Humph." Yun Tian Dust snorted coldly. "Just a bunch of jumping clowns. How dare you call yourself a holy sect? Name everyone related to this matter, or die." "You." Zhao Maniacal's face was ugly, knowing that today's matter could not be settled, but he was not willing to be taken advantage of like this. But when he thought of that lord behind their Golden Penalty Sect, Zhao Maniacal's bottom spirit came back up. "My lord, I advise you not to go too far. The backer behind my Golden Penalty Sect is not someone you can mess with." Zhao Maniacal Dragon said stiffly. "Oh, then why don't you tell us?" Yun Tian Dust's eyes narrowed slightly, signaling Zhao Maniacal Dragon to continue, but he would not spare anyone who had anything to do with this matter. Seeing that Yun Tianwan appeared to be scornful, Zhao Maniacal Dragon's heart grew even stronger and he deliberately raised his voice and said, "Behind my Golden Penalty Sect stands a powerful dynasty in the heavenly realm." Zhao Maniacal Dragon observed carefully, and when he saw that Yun Tian Dust never spoke, he thought that Yun Tian Dust was afraid, and immediately became bolder as well. "With all due respect, Your Excellency is indeed very strong, but it is only in the Xian continent, in front of the heavenly realm powerhouses. Your Excellency is nothing more than a slightly larger mole cricket. I hope you can see the situation clearly. Offending the dead heavenly realm lord will only bring about your doom and that of those around you." Towards the end, the threat in Zhao Maniacal's words became very obvious. Yun Tian Dust, who had been expressionless all this time, had his face completely sunk the moment he heard Zhao Maniacal Dragon threaten the person beside him. On the contrary, Nangong Tianyin and the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were all shocked after hearing what Zhao Maniacal had said. They didn't expect that the already incredibly powerful Golden Penalty Sect would have the forces of the heavenly realm behind it as a backer. They knew what the heavenly realm meant, and it was no exaggeration to say that the heavenly realm sending a random person down to the realm was a descending blow to the Xian continent. At this moment, endless despair enveloped the hearts of Nangong Tianyin and the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, the might of the heavenly realm's martial artists. That was an existence they could not imagine. Only Yun Tian Dust always disdained it. Seeing that Zhao Maniacal was so unmemorable and even dared to make a threatening remark, Yun Tian Dust immediately glared at him. An invisible chi energy burst out from him. Zhao Maniacal's cultivation of a peak 9-star martial emperor fell to a 1-star martial emperor in an instant. Such a frightening scene shook everyone's heart and soul. "Ah, my cultivation!" Zhao Maniacal Dragon roared out in anger, his expression terrified as he couldn't accept such an outcome. He finally realized how foolish he had been to dare threaten such a terrifying existence. However, it was also because of this that made Zhao Maniacal decide that Yun Tian Dust didn't dare to kill himself because he was relying on the heavenly realm forces behind him. Today's Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace could be described as a great ups and downs. Seeing hope from despair, and after hearing the background of the Golden Penalty Sect,
this hope turned into deeper despair. When the Golden Penalty Sect's Supreme Elder was deprived of his cultivation, the matter had been completely blown out of proportion, and there would no longer be a possibility of reconciliation. In front of the invincible Heavenly Realm powerhouses, the fate of their fallen Cloud Immortal Palace was already doomed. Seeing what Yun Tianyuan had done, Nangong Tianyin completely froze. She did not expect that Yun Tianyuan would actually dare to waste Zhao Maniacal Dragon's cultivation after knowing that there was a Heavenly Realm powerhouse behind the Golden Penalty Sect. If the Heavenly Realm's retaliation was drawn, the entire Xiantian continent would suffer an undeserved disaster. Nangong Tianyin had completely panicked. Even if she had already broken through to the 8-star Martial Emperor, she wouldn't be able to put up half a fight in front of a Heavenly Realm powerhouse. And the only thing she could think of right now was to let Yun Tiandust take Sheer and Shaotrace to run for their lives, and as long as her children could grow up safely, it wouldn't be wrong to let them be ordinary people. However, at that moment, Zhao Feiyu, who had briefly fallen into a coma, woke up. After hearing the voice transmission from the elder beside him, Zhao Feiyu instantly grimaced and looked towards Yun Tiandust, who was standing in the void, and sternly rebuked, "Kid, you're dead. Bearing some strength you dare to be so bold. The energy behind my Golden Penalty Sect. Exterminating you is like stepping on a noisy." Halfway through his sentence, Zhao Feiyu was grabbed by Yun Tianyuan through the air and ruthlessly smashed onto the lapis lazuli floor, setting off a sky of smoke and dust. After the smoke and dust cleared, one could only see Zhao Feiyu lying on his back covered in bloodstains in the huge pit that had been smashed out by him. His entire body was like mud, dying and directly fainting. The hallowed emperor body was broken into pieces by the hard fall. Yun Tianyuan's ruthlessness had completely shocked Zhao Maniacal and the crowd of the Golden Penalty Sect, and Nangong Tianyin and the crowd of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were completely stunned. Seeing Yun Tiandust's icy cold eyes looking over, Zhao Maniacal Dragon was completely scared and instantly gave his entire account. It turned out that the dynasty standing behind the Golden Penalty Sect was the Heavenly Sea Dynasty, and Yun Tianyuan still had some impression of this dynasty. This Heavenly Sea Dynasty was only a medium dynasty in the Jade Sky Heavenly Domain, and in Yun Tiandust's eyes, it was completely unseemly, and the War God Palace could easily wipe it out by casually sending out one of its War God guards. According to Zhao Maniacal Dragon's narration, the reason why they had set their sights on Nangong Tianyin was also because of that Heavenly Sea Prince. The flying heavenly platform controlled by their Golden Criminal Sect was precisely what the Heavenly Sea Dynasty was protecting. So the Golden Criminal Sect had to pay tribute to the Heavenly Sea Dynasty year after year, which included all sorts of scarce resources and special physique women. Especially in the last few years, Prince Tianhai was desperate to raise his cultivation level, and ordered the Golden Penalty Sect to use the entire sect's strength to search for various women with special physique for him in the Xiantian continent. Forced to do so, their Golden Penalty Sect had to comply, and their first target was the 8 top-tier forces, including the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. After an in-depth investigation of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, they discovered that Nangong Tianyin's physique was that of an innate sacred fetus. After deliberation, they still truthfully reported it to the Heavenly Sea Dynasty. After learning of the existence of the innate sacred fetus, the Prince of the Heavenly Sea was said to have directly given up the great opportunity that was within his grasp and rushed back to the Heavenly Sea Dynasty before personally coming down to the realm. And now, the Heavenly Sea Prince was within the Golden Penalty Sect. The 15-day appointment previously set with the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was waiting for the arrival of the Heavenly Sea Prince. Nangong Tianyin's pretty face was instantly covered in frost after hearing Zhao Maniacal's explanation. She didn't expect that the Golden Penalty Sect, which was the head of the 5 great sacred sects, would do such shameless deeds that were infuriating to the gods and people behind their backs. And those women who fell into the clutches of the Heavenly Sea Dynasty had a predictable fate. Mu Hongxia seemed to think of something, her eyes instantly red, her body trembling violently, pointing at Zhao Maniacal, hissing and questioning. 25 years ago, my sister inexplicably disappeared. Isn't it you? Zhao Maniacal Dragon did not reply, but under the shock of Yun Tiandust's pressure, he admitted to the matter. You guys. When Mu Hongxia received Zhao Maniacal's affirmation, she felt a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Her body staggered for a while, and she couldn't stop the tears from sliding downwards. Her face was filled with endless sadness and hatred. The Golden Punishment Sect is calling itself a holy sect in vain. You are a bunch of animals that aid and abet the enemy. You deserve to die. Mu Hongxia hissed with hatred. If she wasn't the palace master of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, even if she were to die together, she would have damaged the bodies of this group of shameless livestock. Palace master. Seeing Mu Hongxia's state, the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were worried, and extreme anger surged to their hearts, itching to fight to the death with the Golden Penalty Sect.
Master. Nangong Tiannin's beautiful eyes were red. Since she was 5 years old when she worshipped the master had always treated her as if she were his own. Not only did he take good care of her, but he also passed on his life's learning to her. She hadn't seen her own mother since she was a child. So in Nangong Tiannin's mind, she had long taken Mu Hongxia as her mother. She empathized with the master's pain. Chapter 9 Heavenly Realm Powerhouse. One finger crushes. Zhao Maniac long ignored Mu Hongxia's angry scolding. He looked at Yun Tian Dust with a serious face, his tone pleading, "My lord, I've said everything I need to say. Can." Before Zhao Maniacal Dragon finished speaking, Yun Tian Dust directly agreed. However, just as the moment when his face had just shown joy, Yun Tian Dust waved his sleeve, and Zhao Maniacal Dragon was lifted out of the air. As it flew backwards, it crashed and blew up several mountains. Just as Zhao Maniacal Dragon was about to hit the ground, he was again taken over by Yun Tian Dust through the air and casually thrown onto the ground. The crowd looked at them in unison. All of them were silenced. At this moment, Zhao Maniac Long, which still has a little bit of human appearance. What shocked them even more was that there was no trace of cultivation aura on Zhao Maniac Long's body. There was only one possibility that Zhao Maniac Long's cultivation had been completely nullified. "Ah, little beast, you're asking for death." Zhao Maniac Long, who only had one breath left, had a tidal wave of hatred in his heart and roared hysterically, "His Highness the Crown Prince will definitely avenge me, and you and everyone related to you will die without a burial place." Nangong Tianyin came back to her senses from her panic, and after busily explaining a sentence to the two little ones, she flew to Yun Tianduan's side and said in a trembling voice, "Yun Tianduan, if you still recognize Sierra and Little Trace, can you grant me a request? Hurry up and take them away and never come back." Nangong Tianyin's eyes were pleading. Her tone was tinged with a sobbing tone. She was not afraid to die, but she could never let her child suffer along with her. "Tianyin, you believe me." With a calm face, Yun Tian Dust smiled and comforted. "With me here, everyone will be fine." "You." Nangong Tianyin's pretty face sank. She didn't expect that. Even at such a time, Yun Tianshan was still saying such irresponsible words, and her heart became more anxious. A flash of tears rolled out uncontrollably from Nangong Tianyin's eyes, and with red eyes, her tone pleaded, "Even if I beg you, you hurry up and take Shir and Xiao Trace away. Don't ever let them fall into the clutches of the Heavenly Sea Dynasty, if there is an afterlife. I, Nangong Tianyin, would be willing to be an ox and a horse for you." Mu Hongxia also stood out, urging Yun Tianduan to leave with a serious face, while announcing that the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was disbanded, allowing everyone to flee for their own lives. However, although the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was weak, it was exceptionally united, and aside from a very few disciples who had wavered, almost no one was willing to leave. Looking at Nangong Tianyin, who was filled with despair, Yun Tianduan inwardly shook, indicating his identity she would inevitably not believe. Since that was the case, then he would prove it with practical actions. Yun Tian Dust handed Nangong Tianyin a reassuring look, and immediately raised his hand and made a stroke. And under the gaze of countless gazes from across the room, space was forcefully sliced through an opening by him. "Wait for me to come back." After leaving a few words behind, Yun Tian Dust took a step inside. "Is this opening a spatial passageway with your bare hands?" Mu Hongxia had been completely dumbfounded, and the people of the Golden Penalty sect, including Zhao Maniacal Dragon, were appalled to the extreme. Nangong Tianyin, shocked, dashed and flew back to the side of her pair of children, her entire body restless. "Mother, where did father go?" Little Shir watched with her own eyes as Yun Tian Dust walked into that black hole and then disappeared, worry written all over her little face. "Hey, be good, your father, he'll be back soon." Nangong Tianyin squatted down and gathered a pair of children into her arms to comfort them. "Really?" Little Shir's eyes lit up and she smiled childishly. Little Trace didn't say anything, but he always stared at the gaping hole, his fleshy little fists clenched tightly. "Of course it's true. When has mother ever lied to you?" Nangong Tianyin replied under her breath, but inside, she was frantically thinking of countermeasures. However, once she thought of the might of the heavenly realm, she suffocated for a moment, despair and helplessness spreading in her heart. She didn't think that Yun Tianduan could fight a heavenly realm powerhouse. "Mother, it's father dash. Daddy's back." Nangong Tianyin was still thinking like this when Little Shir's surprised voice entered her ears, interrupting her thoughts. Nangong Tianyin also noticed it at the first moment and hurriedly turned to look, just in time to see Yun Tiandan walk out of the spatial crack. For some reason, when Nangong Tianyin once again met Yun Tianshan's soft eyes, her originally desperate heart gradually returned to peace, only to see Yun Tian Dust carrying one person in one hand and throwing him down like garbage.
Zhao Maniacal only felt that these two people were very familiar. But right after he got a good look at the face of the gold-robed figure among them, his eyes glazed over as if he had seen something frightening. Patriarch! Patriarch! Zhao Maniacal's voice trembled and his face was full of disbelief. When the rest of the golden penalty sect's crowd heard Zhao Maniacal Dragon's shout, their faces changed drastically and were filled with horror. Before they could slow down from their fear, another person stood up with difficulty, and Zhao Maniacal suddenly had a bad feeling, because the figure, it seems to be, the man staggered and turned around under Zhao Maniacal's horrified gaze. What unfolded in front of everyone's eyes was a young face covered in blood. He was slightly hunched over, and his tattered purple robes were already soaked with blood. His seemingly upright body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes, showing unspeakable fear, as if he had witnessed the most horrifying sight in the world. In the moment this person turned around, Zhao Maniacal's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his entire body was incoherent. Duh! Lord! How is this possible? No, that's not possible. The rest of the golden penalty sex crowd was even worse. Some people were scared to the point of incontinence, hissing and screaming out. This person was no one else but the heavenly realm lord Prince Tianyin that Zhao Maniacal had spoken of. What the hell are you? The heavenly sea crown prince looked up at cloud heavenly dust in mid-air. The fear in his eyes could not be suppressed as he trembled and inquired out. You are not qualified to know. You only need to know that the heavenly sea dynasty will cease to exist. Yun Tian Dust stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes indifferent as he looked at the heavenly sea crown prince, his tone calm but containing infinite majesty. The heavenly sea crown prince was just about to speak when he was crushed by Yun Tianwan's finger, dissipating into nothingness on the spot. Seeing with his own eyes that the so-called heavenly sea prince had been casually obliterated by Yun Tian Dust, the entire arena was plunged into a deathly silence. The crowd of the Golden Punishment sect instantly collapsed to the ground, trembling. They didn't realize until this moment what a terrifying existence the Golden Penalty sect had messed with. Nangong Tianyin stared blankly at Yun Tianwan, her heart filled with unprecedented shock. The heavenly realm powerhouse was so easily obliterated by Yun Tian Dust that he couldn't even give birth to the thought of resistance. Yun Tianwan's power made Nangong Tianyin feel too illusory and unreal. Little Shir and Little Wuhan stared at Yun Tian Dust with big, dark eyes, both excitement and admiration in their eyes. The two little ones were both less than 2.5 years old and didn't know much, but they were happy to see their daddy beating up bad guys to take the heat off of their mother. After a short period of silence, the Golden Penalty Sect Patriarch gradually came to his senses as well. He looked up with his cloak of hair and saw Zhao Feiyu, who was alive or dead, and Zhao Wildlong, whose cultivation had been wasted, and was obviously not too surprised by either of them. This lord, we already know our mistakes, but my Golden Penalty Sect has also paid the price it deserves. I implore you to leave the Golden Penalty Sect a way out. Don't drive them to extinction again. The Golden Penalty Sect's Patriarch had a sad face as he finished and directly knelt down. The scene that happened today was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. They had been shocked to the point of numbness, and they didn't even know what to say. Yun Tianchen ignored the Golden Penalty Sect Patriarch as he slowly turned around to look at Nangong Tianyin and the two children with a smile on his face and a gentle tone. Tianyin, you decide. What should be done with this Golden Penalty Sect? Nangong Tianyin opened her mouth, but she did not know what to say. She had mixed feelings in her heart, both gratitude towards Yun Tianwan and worries about the future. After all, Yun Tianwan had killed the crown prince of the Heavenly Sea Dynasty. Daddy is awesome. Little Shir jumped for joy, her little face filled with excitement. Yun Tian Dust flashed to the top of the flying shuttle and held his daughter in his arms with a loving face. When Nangong Tianyin saw the scene in front of her, her heart was full of thoughts. She didn't know how to face Yun Tiandan. She had also thought that she would never have any interactions with Yun Tiandan in her life. What Nangong Tianyin never dared to dream of was that at her most desperate moment, a Yun Tianduan who was contrary to her memories appeared. And everything that had happened today had truly frightened Nangong Tianyin. The Empress, she didn't even dare to imagine what the final outcome would have been if not for Yun Tianduan's strong appearance. But when she thought of all the things that Yun Tian Dust had done after he showed up, she couldn't help but be mesmerized for a while, and her heartbeat quietly accelerated, sending up layers of ripples. Chapter 10 Overthrow of the Golden Penalty Sect. Confession. Above the shuttle, a cozy picture of a family of 4 is presented. Yun Tian Dust wrapped one arm around his daughter, locked eyes with Nangong Tianyin, and slowly said, "The Golden Torture Sect has been evil, and the strongest martial emperors above the martial emperor level in its sect have already been killed by me. I've sealed their entire clan with a formation. The Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace can send strong men to take over, and you can decide for yourselves what to do." Although Yun Tian Dust's words were light, They were clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone at the scene, and the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were all stupefied when they heard such amazing news. The Golden Penalty sect had hundreds of martial emperors, as well as great powers that surpassed martial emperors, but all of them were killed in such a short time? Nangong Tianyin was similarly stunned beyond words. Yun Tianduan had left in less than 50 breaths of time, right? The distance between the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace and the ancient road to heaven. Even if a martial emperor powerhouse was rushing at full speed, it would take at least a few hours. And yet Yun Tiandust had done so much in just a few dozen breaths of time? The more Nangong Tianyin thought about it, the more meticulous she became. Yun Tianzuan's power had refreshed her perception time and time again. Zhao Maniacal Dragon and the others felt a thunderbolt after hearing Yun Tiandust's watery words, and they all looked at the Golden Penalty sect patriarch, wanting to hear different news from him. However, when the crowd saw their patriarch's sad and disoriented appearance, they had already guessed the answer. Endless despair spread in their hearts. After seeing all of Yun Tiandust's tactics, Mu Hongxia was convinced of Yun Tiandust's words, and complex emotions flashed in her eyes, both gratitude and determination. Mu Hongxia deeply knew that today's matter, if not for the mysterious strong man in front of her, the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace would be plunged into a place of no return. Immediately, Mu Hongxia took a deep breath, stepped forward a few steps, and made a deep bow to Yun Tianduan, her voice firm and strong. I, Mu Hongxia, on behalf of the entirety of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, thank your excellency for saving my life. Yun Tiandust waved his hand with a bashful expression. There is no need to be polite, Palace Master Mu. In the face of such a crisis, all of you from the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace are still willing to stand by Tianyin's side. This is all what I, Yun Tiandust, should do. The people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace similarly bowed to Yun Tiandust, and after a moment of contemplation, Mu Hongxia once again bowed and said, My lord, this Golden Penalty sect is full of evil. I implore your lordship to give me a chance to avenge my sister's death. There is no need to be formal, Palace Master Mu. You are Tianyin's master. Just call me by my name directly. Yun Tiandust acted easygoing, in contrast to his previous killing and decisive appearance, and turned to glance at the crowd of the Golden Penalty sect, indifferently saying, As for these people, Palace Master Mu can dispose of them as he pleases. Yun Tiandust stood on top of the flying shuttle and quietly watched, not intending to intervene. He believed that this Mu Hongxia was a person with courage and would handle the matter of the Golden Penalty sect well. If Mu Hongxia couldn't handle it well, he wouldn't mind striking out once more, wiping out this unrelenting puppet clan, completely, daring to harm the mother of his child, and even hitting on Xier and Xiao Trace. It would be a great mercy for Yun Tiandust not to slaughter them all. With permission, Mu Hongxia's figure unfolded and rushed towards the Golden Penalty sect's crowd like a blistering wind, her face full of rage. Golden Penalty sect, pay for the lives of my sister and the women persecuted by you. Mu Hongxia's movements were swift and vicious. Every move and every style contained endless anger and determination. The Golden Penalty sect crowd had already been cracked, and at this moment was even more powerless to resist, and could only watch death approach step by step. With a scream of despair, all the dozens of people from the Golden Penalty sect were killed except for the Golden Penalty sect's patriarch and Zhao Maniacal Dragon. Zhao Feiyu, who had already fainted, was also affected by Mu Hongxia's sword chi and died on the spot. As if he was also relieved, tears of remorse flowed from the eyes of the Golden Penalty sect patriarch, and after a final look at Yun Tiandust, the hallowed half-step celestial realm powerhouse committed suicide. In his despair, Zhao Maniacal was killed with a sword by a Zunshi realm disciple of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. As for the seriously injured and dying Extreme Sky sect patriarch Shuo Hongyuan, he was temporarily taken into custody to settle the score with the Extreme Sky sect after settling the matter of the Golden Penalty sect. Killing these people, Mu Hongxia felt no guilt. If it wasn't for Yun Tiandust's appearance, the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was afraid that it would have already been destroyed. She wouldn't have been able to know the truth about her sister's disappearance, and avenging her sister's death would be even more unthinkable. At this point, all the dust had settled, and Mu Hongxia once again bowed to Yun Tianduan. Many thanks, Lord Yun. I, the entirety of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, cannot thank you enough. Yun Tiandust nodded his head gently and said sincerely, There are no longer any martial emperors sitting within the Golden Penalty sect. With this item, it can help you break the formations that I have laid down, and the territory and resources of the Golden Penalty sect are enough to bring the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace to the next level. As Yun Tiandust spoke, a jade slip slowly flew towards Mu Hongxia. Mu Hongxia received the jade slip, her heart complex. She should have been happy with such a heaven-defying chance, but when she thought of her sister's tragic fate,
she couldn't help but feel sad. Nangong Tianyin stared at Yun Tian Dust in a daze. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Yun Tian Dust had not only saved her, but also saved the Laka Immortal Palace and the Nangong family. Without Yun Tian Dust, she was afraid that she would not even be able to keep her 2 children. Mu Hongxia was also a decisive person. After explaining that Nangong Tianyin had taken good care of Yun Tianwan, she directly led a dozen elders and thousands of disciples, riding a flying boat, and vastly heading towards the ancient road to heaven. Looking at the departing crowd of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, Nangong Tianyin wanted to speak, her face showing concern. Seeing Nangong Tianyin's concern, Yun Tianduan smiled and explained, "Don't worry." That Golden Torture Patriarch had explained that because of that Heavenly Sea Prince, the martial emperors of the Golden Torture sect who were walking around outside were all recalled, and they also happened to be taken by me in one fell swoop. What's more, I've left some means in that jade slip. No one can threaten them. Upon hearing Yun Tian Dust's explanation, Nangong Tianyin's face showed gratitude and a trace of unnameable emotions flooded her heart. Amidst the cheers of her 2 little ones, she summoned up the courage to invite Yun Tian Dust to her zither hall to catch up. As night fell, the candlelight inside the Tianyin residence swayed, and the atmosphere was cozy with a slight hint of tension. In the courtyard, little Xier and little Wuhan were happily playing. The hall was simply decorated, with 2 sandalwood chairs placed on the left and right sides of the main seat. Yun Tian Dust was seated at the first position on the right side, while Nangong Tianyin was making tea on the side. However, her gaze fell on Yun Tian Dust from time to time, with both curiosity and trepidation in her heart. Carefully putting down the teacup, Nangong Tianyin wanted to speak. Seeing Nangong Tianyin walk across the room and sit down, Yun Tiandan symbolically sipped his tea, his voice steady and gentle. "Tianyin, thank you." "Ha, thanks. For what?" Nangong Tianyin was slightly stunned and blurted out, "Thank you. If it wasn't for your rescue, I might have kept sinking." Yun Tian Dust had a sincere face and a calm tone. I save you?" Nangong Tianyin was at a loss. When had she saved Yun Tianduan? Suddenly, Nangong Tianyin seemed to have thought of something and instantly blushed. Not knowing how to answer, she had already guessed that perhaps it was related to her innate sacred fetus. The atmosphere became awkward for a while, and Yun Tian Dust hurriedly steered the topic to the 2 children. Finally, after brewing for a long time, Nangong Tianyin still asked, "Can you tell me about you?" When Yun Tian Dust heard this, he immediately straightened his color and slowly opened his mouth. "Truth be told, I was originally a person from the heavenly realm, but due to a change of events I was displaced to the Xintian continent, and before you went to the Qingfeng Valley, I had no memory or cultivation at all. It's also because of your innate Saint Tyre that allowed me to reshape my roots, and I was able to recover so quickly." Hearing about the innate sacred fetus from Yun Tian Dust's mouth, Nangong Tianyin's face flushed red. Yun Tian Dust pretended not to see it and continued, "As for my identity in the heavenly realm, I will tell you later." When Nangong Tianyin heard this, her heart was disappointed, but she also understood Yun Tianduan's bitterness. Chapter 11, A strange change occurs. Yun Tian Dust saves people by making pills. Nangong Tianyin lightly bit her lower lip, complex emotions flickering in her gaze, and finally summoned up the courage to ask with a slightly trembling voice, Then what are your next plans?" Her words were filled with apprehension of the unknown, as well as a hint of imperceptible dependence on Yun Tianduan. Yun Tian Dust tenderly looked towards the 2 children frolicking outside the hall, a hint of softness flashing in his eyes as he slowly said, "I intend to accompany Xier and little Trace for some time, and when they grow up a little, I will return to the heavenly realm to take care of some matters. After all, I have been away from the heavenly realm for a long time, and a lot of things must have happened during that time." When Nangong Tianyin heard this, she had already expected it in her heart. She didn't know what to say and could only smile awkwardly, trying to alleviate the sudden silence. Just then, little Xier and little Wuhan ran into the hall one after the other, innocent smiles on their little faces, clamoring for dinner. "Father, Mother, we're hungry. Can we eat now?" Little Xier blinked her big eyes and pulled on Nangong Tianyin's coat corner to pout. "Mother, I'm hungry too." Little Wushu also spoke at the side, anticipation written all over his little face. Seeing the 2 adorable children, Yun Tian Dust and Nangong Tianyin looked at each other and smiled, all the embarrassment and heaviness dissipating at this moment. Yun Tian Dust stood up and said with a smile, "Why don't I do it? Let the children taste my handiwork as well." Yes, Xier also wants to eat Daddy's cooking. Between Nangong Tianyin's slight daze, little Xier instantly became excited with an expectant expression. A flash of astonishment flashed through Nangong Tianyin's eyes. She had never thought that a powerful person of the heavenly realm would also cook.
but she quickly came back to her senses. Yun Tian Dust was living as a mortal in Qingfeng Valley until he regained his memories, so naturally he would need to cook for himself.
Nangong Tianyin was still thinking like this when Yun Tianwan had already walked out. Inside the kitchen,
the lights were dim and cozy.
Yun Tian Dust was wearing an apron and skillfully handling the ingredients, while Nangong Tianyin was playing a role on the side, occasionally handing over the needed seasonings or tools. The two little ones hid outside the kitchen door,
poking their little heads out from time to time, curiously looking at their parents' busy figures, and occasionally giggling at some of the little gestures.
Not long after,
a table of colorful and fragrant dishes was presented in front of the crowd. Yun Tian Dust personally served the two children with rice and vegetables, and little Sheer and little Wuhan ate with gusto,
letting out sighs of contentment from time to time. Yummy, Daddy's cooking is so delicious,
little Sheer praised as she ate, her little face filled with happiness. It's tastier than mother's cooking, little Wushu added with a serious face.
Nangong Tianyin was a little embarrassed,
but her heart was filled with unprecedented peace and fulfillment. Everything in front of her made her feel like she was dreaming.
So unreal.
But right in the middle of this cozy atmosphere, a sudden change occurred. Little Wuchen suddenly turned white, and her petite body trembled violently before she fell softly unconscious on the chair.
Nangong Tianyin and Yun Tianwan were startled at the same time and rushed forward to check.
Trace,
Nangong Tianyin anxiously called out,
only to find that little Wuhan had lost consciousness and passed out. Yun Tian Dust quickly probed little Wuchen's physical condition,
and a moment later, his gaze condensed as he said in a deep voice,
all of little Wuchen's meridians have burst into pieces.
Bursting into pieces? Nangong Tianyin was instantly struck by lightning,
and her entire body completely panicked. She couldn't believe her ears and couldn't accept such a fact. However, before she could come back to her senses, little Sheer also suddenly cried out,
and then similarly went limp,
with the same symptoms as little Wushu.
Hey-chan!
Nangong Tianyin exclaimed in shock and hurriedly held both children in her arms. Looking at the pair of children who were in a coma but still showed pain, her tears came out of her eyes, and her heart was filled with helplessness and fear, as if the whole world had collapsed.
Yun Tian Dust quickly stabilized his mind and carefully probed the two children's bodies.
He finally realized that aside from the bursting of his meridians, there was a hidden sealing power hidden within both children. This seal was extremely deeply hidden,
and previously, Yun Tian Dust hadn't purposely probed it,
which was why he hadn't noticed it. But it was also the seal that caused the two children's meridians to suddenly collapse.
Tianyin, what's going on? How could there be seals inside Sheer and Xiao Trace? Yun Tian Dust's face did not look too good,
and there was an involuntary chill radiating from his body.
It's me.
Nangong Tianyin trembled as she explained. Sheer and Xiao Trace were just born at the Zunshe realm.
This is too shocking.
I'm worried that they won't know any better and strike out to injure others, and I'm even more afraid that they'll be targeted and be in danger. So, together with my master, I secretly sealed their meridians. This seal will gradually be lifted after they are 10 years old.
How could this happen? Speaking here, Nangong Tianyin was already sobbing uncontrollably.
She knew that she had made an unforgivable mistake, and when she saw the pair of children who had fallen into a coma,
Nangong Tianyin felt unprecedented self-blame and despair. Nangong Tianyin knew that the broken tendons and veins could still be renewed.
However, Sheer and Xiao Trace's meridians were completely shattered, and it was simply impossible to cure them.
In other words, even if the lives of the two children could be saved,
it would be impossible for them to get back on their feet.
Thinking of this, Nangong Tianyin felt a sudden rush of anger and a mouthful of blood sprayed out,
her body staggering with a shock. Yun Tian Dust reached out to support her and softly comforted her.
Tianyin,
this is not your fault. It's also my fault that I didn't notice it before and added some physique-enhancing herbs to the meal, and the medicinal power collided with the seals in their bodies, which led to this result. The most important thing now is to save the children, Yun Tian Dust said and was also chagrined. Nangong Tianyin tearfully raised her head to look at Yun Tianwan, her eyes filled with helplessness and expectation.
Can you save them?
Yun Tian Dust nodded and said in a firm tone,
don't worry, with me here, the children will be fine. Seeing Yun Tianzuan's confident face,
Nangong Tianyin gradually became calm and unconsciously felt at ease.
After Yun Tian Dust threw Nangong Tianyin another reassuring look,
he was seen casually tossing out hundreds of precious medicinal herbs, each of which exuded a strong medicinal fragrance.
Nangong Tianyin watched from the side, somewhat unsure, but in the very next moment, her entire body froze on the spot, her jaw dropping. Hundreds of rare medicinal herbs were suspended in mid-air, and Yun Tian Dust made a seal with both hands, directly offering a cluster of light blue flames. This flame was extremely hot yet not too soft,
Yun Tian dust shielded the high temperature within a certain range.
Otherwise, with Nangong Tiannin's cultivation, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand even a wisp of flame breath. Under Yun Tian dust's control, the flame wrapped hundreds of medicinal herbs in it and rapidly melted, in just a dozen breaths of effort. Those medicinal herbs all turned into liquid essence and condensed in an orderly manner in midair. As the fragrance of the pills came out, 2 pills were formed. The whole process was smooth and seamless, without the slightest hint of procrastination. Nangong Tianyin watched in awe. Her mouth opened wide and her eyes almost glazed over. As a martial emperor powerhouse, she had never even seen such a miraculous alchemy technique. Compared to Yun Tian dust's alchemy art, those so-called Dan emperors of the Xintian continent were no different from laymen. Nangong Tianyin was still in shock when Yun Tianchen had already completed his alchemy. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, 2 crystal clear, fragrant pills appeared in his hands. Without half a moment's hesitation, he directly stuffed the pills into the mouths of each of the 2 little ones, while probing out his power to roam around their bodies, reshaping new meridians for them. Nangong Tianyin nervously watched this scene, her hands clenched into fists, her nails deeply embedded in her palms for fear of the slightest slip-up. However, as time passed, Nangong Tianyin noticed that the look of pain on the 2 children's faces gradually faded, replaced by a faint blush and a peaceful smile. It worked! Yun Tian dust finally breathed a sigh of relief as he carefully withdrew his power, turning to look at Nangong Tianyin, who was filled with anxiety, smiling and comforting. "Don't worry, the children are already fine, let them have a good sleep and they will be fine when they wake up." "Really? Really? Great!" Nangong Tianyin cried out in joy, hurriedly picking up little Sheer and walking towards the next bedroom. Yun Tian dust followed with little Wushu in his arms. Chapter 12, Waking Up. Sons and daughters become emperors. The Tianyin residence was not big. The ancient palace and the emerald green courtyard contrasted with a sense of tranquility and peace. Although Nangong Tianyin was honored as the goddess of the sunset cloud immortal palace, she did everything herself, so much so that there wasn't a single servant in the entire manor. Yun Tianwan could think that she was protecting Sheer and Xiao Trace. Yun Tian dust followed behind Nangong Tianyin and crossed the courtyard to the door of her bedroom, pushing open the flower-carved wooden door. What met his eyes was an antique and elegant rosewood bed, which was covered with light silk bedding, and the white transparent veil swung with the wind. At the head of the bed stood a lamp made of pearls that gave off a soft glow. Beside the bed was a small dresser neatly lined with cosmetics and accessories. The window was decorated with exotic flowers and plants, emitting a faint fragrance, and the moonlight spilled through the window pane, making it a quiet place. Yun Tian dust and Nangong Tianyin, one after the other, placed the 2 little ones on the bed and couch, covering the bedding all with seemingly careful care. Nangong Tianyin looked at her rosy-cheeked pair of children, and she breathed a sigh of relief as if she were relieved. Turning her head to look at Yun Tianchen, Nangong Tianyin's tears once again came out of her eyes. Thank you for saving the children. But don't say that, they are also my children. Whatever I do is proper." Yun Tian dust looked at the 2 children favorably, a faint smile hanging on his face. Seeing Nangong Tianyin's tired face, Yun Tianchen said softly, "Tianyin, you go rest first. I am here. The children will be fine." Nangong Tianyin shook her head, a determined light flickering in her eyes, her face full of heartache. "I want to see them wake up with my own eyes. It's my incompetence as a mother. Not only am I incapable of protecting them, but I also let them suffer the pain of their meridians bursting into pieces at such a young age." At this moment, the Nangong Tianyin, where was half the appearance of an empress? She was just an ordinary mother. Looking at the strong yet fragile Nangong Tianyin, Yun Tianduan sighed longingly in his heart. Over the years, she had endured the pressure of having an unmarried child, endured the pain of having her flesh and bones separated, and experienced the despair of being forced into marriage, going to the devil to protect her child, and so on. With the series of changes that happened to Nangong Tianyin, an ordinary person would have collapsed long ago. Looking at Nangong Tianyin, who was sitting on the edge of the bed pretending to be strong, a touch of heartache flashed in Yun Tian dust's eyes. He knew very well that the pressure and suffering that Nangong Tianyin had endured was far beyond what anyone could imagine. Yun Tian dust did not persuade. He walked out of the bedroom with light steps, and sat down in front of the stone table in the courtyard pavilion. His heart was full of thoughts. Without realizing it, Yun Tian dust took out a dark-colored ancient zither and gently placed it on the table. As he plucked his fingertips, the melodious sound of the zither instantly filled the air, just like gurgling water and a fresh breeze from the mountains, allowing one's mind to be cleansed and tranquilized like never before. Nangong Tianyin gradually felt an unprecedented comfort and relaxation in the sound of this zither, as if all the fatigue and worries drifted away with this note. Unconsciously, she closed her eyes and fell asleep on the edge of the bed. her breathing gradually becoming even and long. Soon after, Yun Tian Dust walked in.
He carefully picked up Nangong Tianyin and placed her on the bed and couch, then carefully covered the quilt for the three of them. He acted cautiously for fear of waking them up. His eyes once again fell on the two little ones on the bed, and Yun Tian Dust's eyes were filled with softness. If he wasn't concerned about the safety of his brothers in the War God Temple, he would have really wanted to stay in this Xiantian continent forever and accompany them. No more thinking, Yun Tian Dust walked to the door and sat down on the spot with his knees crossed, slowly closing his eyes. Early the next morning, warm sunlight pierced through the clouds and poured into the room. When Nangong Tianyin opened her eyes and realized that she was the only one lying on the bed, her heart suddenly tightened. She sat up violently and ran out of the bedroom without being able to clean up. She was anxious and wanted to be the first to know how Sheer and Trace were doing. The moment she stepped out of her room, Nangong Tianyin detected a movement in the kitchen. With trepidation, Nangong Tianyin walked over, but when she saw the scene taking place in the kitchen from afar, her entire being completely froze. Inside the clean and tidy kitchen, Yun Tian Dust was very skillfully busy with breakfast. The two little ones were not idle either, seemingly giving Yun Tian Dust a hand. Nangong Tianyin didn't rush in and stood in place looking mesmerized. Within a few moments, little Wuchen walked out from the inner room with his short little legs, and in his little fleshy hands, he was carrying a plate of steaming hot dishes. At less than 2.5 years old, he was only as tall as the dining room table. Just as Nangong Tianyin was still worried that little Wushu wouldn't be able to bring the dishes to the table, a scene that shocked her played out. The little guy stopped 2 meters away from the dining table, only to see his hands unclench and the dish hovered in midair like this, without falling straight down. Under Nangong Tianyin's dumbfounded gaze, little Wuhan unexpectedly used his spiritual power to manipulate the dish and steadily flew onto the dining table without any half-hearted procrastination. Nangong Tianyin unconsciously probed her baby son's physical condition and was frozen in place. 9-star peak martial emperor? How is this possible? Nangong Tianyin was dumbfounded, and an unspeakable shock surged through her heart. A sealed martial emperor who was less than 3 years old was simply heavenly. In the history of the Xiantian continent, those who were able to break through to martial emperor before the age of 20 were all exceptional demons that would not be encountered for 10,000 years. Rumor has it that the Xiantian continent was not originally called by this name. The reason why it was renamed Xiantian was because of an extraordinary person from 1,000,000 years ago. Millions of years ago, the Xiantian continent was known as the Demon Continent. It was a dark era where the demon race and the devil race dominated the world, and the human race could only be reduced to slaves. It wasn't until the birth of a supreme demon that this darkness was ended. That person was only 16 years old when he broke through the sealed martial emperor. He also transcended the sealed martial emperor at the age of 20 and fought all over the world, fundamentally ending the scourge of the demon and devil races, truly achieving a world of horizontal suppression. That person's name was Di Xiantian, and it was in order to glorify his accomplishments that the people officially renamed the Demon Continent to the Xiantian Continent. Di Xiantian was also known as the #1 wizard of the ages, and it was such a stunningly brilliant person who was not even comparable to her son, right? A 2.5-year-old seal martial emperor would scare people to death if they said it. Nangong Tianyin was still in deep shock, and little Wuhan seemed to have sensed something. He had just turned his head when he saw his mother frozen in place. "Mother, you're awake? Come and eat. Daddy personally cooked for you." The little one's voice was crisp and pleasant, full of childishness and joy. Nangong Tianyin came back to her senses. Looking at her son's innocent smile, the shock in her heart was gradually replaced by warmth. "Mother," accompanied by a clear and pleasant voice. Little Sheer similarly walked out with a plate of dishes. After she similarly used her spiritual power to manipulate the dish to fly steadily onto the dining table, she trotted over and pulled Nangong Tianyin towards the dining table with an excited look on her face. Entering the house, Nangong Tianyin slowly squatted down and gathered the two little ones into her arms, tears welling up in her eyes. "Sheer, little Trace, how did you guys do it?" Little Sheer blinked her big eyes and said in a milky voice, "Mother, we don't know yet. Last night I suddenly felt so much power in my body, and I woke up like this. Mother, it was Father who taught us to use spiritual energy so that I could protect Mother." Little Wuhan added from the side, her pink fists clenched tightly, her little face filled with determination. After spending time with Yun Tian Dust, the little guy had also become more cheerful. When Nangong Tianyin heard this, she immediately knew what was going on. The scenes of Yun Tian Dust's alchemy and rescue yesterday were all fresh in her mind now. The Nangong Tianyin at this moment felt both relieved at the amazing growth of the children and frightened by last night's events. Without Yun Tianduan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 13, A Family. For great sacred sect's doorsteps, At that exact moment, Yun Tian Dust walked out from the kitchen with the last 2 dishes. His eyes were firm and warm as he said softly, "Tianyin, don't worry, with me here, no one will be able to harm you, mother and son. You also don't need to worry about anything anymore. You can tell me at any time if you need anything. We are a family." The 3 words family were simple but as heavy as 1,000 pounds, hitting Nangong Tianyin's heart. Her eyes instantly reddened, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily raised a happy smile. Although no words were spoken, the recognition and dependence that welled up from the bottom of the heart was already worth 1,000 words. With Nangong Tianyin's gentle nod of her head, all the constraints and defenses dissipated at this moment, leaving only a heart full of warmth and happiness. Just as the atmosphere was becoming more subtle, an untimely grunt sounded. Little Wuchen hurriedly covered her stomach with both hands, her little face flushed and cute. "Little Trace, this stomach of yours is too uncontrollable, isn't it? It's actually screaming at this time." Little Sheer looked at her brother with some hatred, seemingly blaming him for disturbing her father and mother. "I didn't mean it," the little guy said, his face reddening even more. In the face of such a cute pair of living treasures, both Yun Tian Dust and Nangong Tianyin involuntarily laughed. At the table, there was a lot of fun and laughter. The 2 little ones competed to give their father and mother dishes, showing Nangong Tianyin their newly learned tricks every now and then. In the world of martial arts, martial artists can maintain their bodily functions by absorbing various forms of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The more powerful a martial artist was, the less they would resort to eating to replenish their energy. It was inefficient and costly. A martial artist of Nangong Tianyin's level wouldn't feel hungry without eating or drinking for a year. It was also to accompany Sheer and Trace that she gradually learned to cook. Glancing at Yun Tianyuan and seeing the happy appearance of a pair of children, Nangong Tianyin's heart felt unprecedentedly satisfied. "So, this is what home feels like," Nangong Tianyin murmured in her heart. If she could, how she wished that time could stop at this moment forever. Yun Tian Dust, on the other hand, smiled gently from the side and also added food for the children from time to time. The picture was warm and beautiful, as if all the troubles of the world had been isolated, while the Tianyin residence was cozy and peaceful. The Xiantian continent was in turmoil. The news of the destruction of the Golden Torture sect shook the entire Xiantian continent like a thunderbolt, setting off an uproar. All forces were on edge and were secretly investigating the truth behind this. As the news of the falling cloud immortal palace occupying the entire Golden Torture sect spread, this very low-profile sect became the center of attention overnight. The destruction of the Golden Torture sect caused the remaining 4 great sacred sects to sit up and take notice. Faced with an unknown threat, the Greenwood sect, Water Moon sect, Fire Cloud sect, and Thick Earth sect, the 4 holy sects, could not hold back their uneasiness in their hearts after all, and decided to pay a joint visit to the fallen cloud immortal palace to find out what was going on. They were ostensibly visiting, but they were secretly hiding. If the destruction of the Golden Penalty sect was truly related to the fallen cloud immortal palace, they would then discuss it in the long run. If it had nothing to do with the Sunset Cloud immortal palace, they would take this opportunity to overthrow it, and then divide up the huge resources left behind by the Golden Penalty sect. How deep was the Golden Penalty sect, the head of the 5 great sacred sects? The district's falling cloud immortal palace was not yet qualified to get its hands on it. Early this morning, the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace had received an invitation to pay homage from the 4 great sacred sect. How could the top echelons of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace not know about the intentions of the 4 great sacred sect? In the face of this crisis, Mu Hongxia knew that the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace simply did not have the ability to face it on its own, and she had no choice but to personally travel to the Tianyin residence to seek the help of Yun Tianyuan. Only Yun Tianyuan could help the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace resolve this crisis. With trepidation, Mu Hongxia arrived at the Tianyin residence and directly explained her intentions. Nangong Tianyin hadn't wanted to trouble Yun Tianyuan again, but before she could speak, Yun Tianyuan was the first to speak. There's no need for Palace Master Mu to worry. Nothing will happen to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. Nangong Tianyin looked at Yun Tianyuan, and was again moved inwardly. Many thanks to Mr. Yun. Mu Hongxia respectfully thanked him and acted restrained. Nangong Tianyin could not help but feel a pang of emotion when she saw how nervous her master was when facing Yun Tianyuan. She wanted to say something, but did not say anything. When the 2 little ones heard that there were bad guys, they both yelled that they would go together to fight the bad guys and protect their mother. Yun Tian Dust's eyes doted on them. He didn't want to reject them. What's more, the 2 little guys were already sealed martial emperors, so it wasn't a bad idea to grow up. Nangong Tianyin didn't stop it either. She unconsciously felt at ease with Yun Tianyuan around. Without much delay, The group of people easily and happily walked towards the meeting room of the falling cloud immortal palace. Inside the gorgeously decorated parlor, the Supreme Elder Ancestor Mu Yuanshan was seated on top of his throne. On the lower left position, sat a group of executives from the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. On the right side sat a dozen or so powerhouses from the 4 great sacred sects, all led by the Supreme Elders of the Sealed Martial Emperors. Mu Yuanshan, who was only a 6-star Martial Emperor, faced the pressure of the 4 Sealed Martial Emperors, and although he tried his best to remain calm, he still acted a bit vain, and the atmosphere was oppressive and dull. An old man in a fiery red robe with white hair was the first to break the silence. This person was none other than the Firecloud sect's Supreme Elder, Di Qingyun. His voice was loud and direct as he questioned, Mu Yuanshan, is the destruction of the Golden Torture sect related to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace? Mu Yuanshan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, nodding his head to acknowledge the matter. Ridiculous. Seeing Mu Yuanshan nodding his head, a 7-star Martial Emperor from the Thick Earth sect immediately shot up, his eyes widening in anger, his face full of disdain. How can a mere fallen cloud immortal palace have the strength to overthrow the Golden Penalty sect? Tell me about it. For a moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Mu Yuanshan's body, and the pressure came in like a tidal wave, making the crowd of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace almost unable to withstand it. Under the burning gazes and heavy pressure of the 4 great sacred sect powerhouses, fine beads of sweat seeped out from Mu Yuanshan's forehead, but he had a firm gaze and did not shy away from the stage. Just as Mu Yuanshan was about to open his mouth to explain, a clear and pleasant child's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the suffocating silence. Father, mother, there are so many people here. As the words fell, the family of 4, hand in hand, walked into the parlor filled with people. Mu Hongxia followed behind without any semblance of being the head of a palace. Upon seeing Yun Tianduan's arrival, Mu Yanshan and the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace hurriedly rose to their feet and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Mr. Yun. Greetings, goddess. Aside from Mu Yuanshan, the rest of the elders saluted Nangong Tianyin in a respectful manner. Yun Tiandu slowly nodded his head as he swept his gaze over the people of the 4 great sacred sect and did not speak. Mr. Yun, please take a seat. Mu Yuanshan wanted to give Yun Tianduan a seat, but he waved his hand to stop him. All of the top executives of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace had moved their positions, allowing Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianyin to sit in the prime position with their pair of children, coincidentally opposite the sealed martial emperors of the 4 great sacred sect. Chapter 14, Nangong Wuwen's power. Shocking the whole scene. Inside the parlor, the atmosphere became subtle due to the sudden intrusion of Yun Tiandust's family of 4. The 4 great sacred sect powerhouses had cast scrutinizing gazes at Yun Tianduan and Nangong Tianyin, only to find that they could not see through them at all. As for the 2 little ones and Mu Hongxia, they were automatically ignored. After a short period of silence, the 4 sealed martial emperors glanced at each other, their faces unconsciously becoming grave and filled with doubt. In their eyes, this Mr. Yun, who had made Mu Yuanshan and all the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace salute and respect him, did not have any semblance of cultivation at all, and although he had a dusty aura, he was no different from an ordinary person who did not know martial arts. But this was also the strangest thing. Even an ordinary martial emperor could not possibly be bland in front of them, let alone a mortal. Nangong Tianyin and Yun Tianduan were separated by 2 children. Her gaze was clear and cold, occasionally sweeping over these towering 4 great sacred sect martial practitioners, and a feeling of loathing arose in her heart. Little Wuhan and little Sheer snuggled up next to their parents with an innocent look, curiously surveying the crowd across the street. At that moment, little Wutsun became angry when he noticed that there was a red-haired monster across the street that had been staring at his mother. Mother, that red-haired monster is looking at you. Little Wuhan's little face instantly wrinkled into a bun shape, reaching out and pointing at a red-haired youth across the street, puffing and puffing. Yes, mother, he's so rude. Didn't his daddy teach him that he can't keep staring at others? Little Sheer stood up and crossed her arms. Her words were ignorant but infuriating. Nangong Tianyin glanced at the red-haired youth. Her face showed displeasure, but she didn't take offense, and she whispered to pacify the 2 little ones. On the contrary, the red-haired youth, after hearing the words of the 2 little ones, his face suddenly turned ironic, and there was a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yun Tiandust sensed the killing intent and his face instantly turned gloomy. He had thought of giving this group of people a chance, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. If you dared to show your killing intent towards Sheer and Trace, there was only one word for what would happen: death. However, just as Yun Tiandust was about to directly obliterate that person, the Fire Cloud sect's Supreme Elder Di Qingyun also reacted. He glared fiercely at the red-haired youth and hurriedly stood up. arched his hand at Yun Tian Dust and made amends.
Mr. Yun, the old man Di Chongyun, on behalf of my clan's young master, apologizes to you and the divine maiden.
The young master is young and doesn't know how to be courteous, so please bear with the two of you.
Is he 3 years old?
And he wants others to apologize for him.
Before Yun Tian Dust could speak, Little Sheer was the first to speak, her tone indignant.
Little Wuhan stood up and raised his hand to point at the red-haired youth, his little face written with childish innocence and anger. You hurry up and close your eyes and apologize to my mother in person,
or else I'm really going to beat you up. Being threatened by 2 milquetoast hairy children, the red-haired youth's face was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water, and if he wasn't concerned about the occasion, he would have wanted to do it himself. Di Qingyun's face was equally unsightly.
As the supreme elder of the Fire Cloud sect, when had he ever been subjected to such disregard and provocation? But before knowing the depths of Mr.
Yun, he didn't dare to snap out of it.
If this so-called Mr. Yun was truly related to the destruction of the Golden Torture sect, then perhaps the sealed martial emperor of his might not be quite enough.
Mr. Yun, I know that you have a noble status, but the child is ultimately young and needs more discipline. Di Qingyun's words carried a few imperceptible threats, attempting to remind Yun Tianzuan with the posture of an elder.
The corner of Yun Tian Dust's mouth hooked up a faint smile, but there was not the slightest bit of temperature in that smile, and he indifferently said, Your Excellency's words are not good enough. To personally apologize for doing something wrong is something that a child would know. The young sect master of the holy sect of the church,
doesn't he still have the consciousness of a 3-year-old child? Di Qingyun was dumbfounded, not knowing how to retort. Noticing the 2 little ones who wouldn't relent again,
he turned his head to the red-haired youth and said in a deep voice,
Mingxian, apologize. When Di Mingxian heard this, the anger in his eyes intensified.
He thought highly of himself, and as the young master of the Fire Cloud sect, when had he ever suffered such humiliation, let alone being forced to apologize by 2 milquetoast children? If this matter were to be rumored, then he was afraid that he would lose all the face in his life.
Di Qingyun also knew this.
The reason why he told Di Mingxian to apologize was just a superficial act. The Fire Cloud sect couldn't afford to lose this face yet.
For such an episode,
the other 3 great sacred sect powerhouses were happy to see it. It would be better if there was a little more conflict, so they could also examine the situation.
Sister, these bad guys are so rude.
Especially that red-haired monster.
I'm going to beat him up.
Seeing that the other party refused to apologize,
Little Wutong once again reiterated his determination.
His fleshy fists clenched as if they would explode with astonishing strength at any moment. Little Sheer nodded her head like garlic and said with a serious face,
Aha! Daddy has said that we can be powerful now, but we can't just bully people.
But if others dare to bully Mother and us,
then we have to let them know how powerful they are.
Getting his sister's support, Little Wutong immediately followed his father's teachings and slowly channeled the power in his body to the tip of his fist while imagining that he was very powerful.
Just as the crowd was unimpressed, a miracle happened. Spiritual energy burst out around Little Wutong. As if a bright star suddenly bloomed, the dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire parlor, and even the air was filled with a palpitating fluctuation. Immediately afterward, the little guy's figure actually disappeared abruptly in the crowd's stunned gaze, leaving only a faint residual shadow behind. Before anyone could regain their senses, with a deafening roar, a thick pillar inside the hall collapsed, driving the entire hall to shake violently. Everyone's faces were shocked, and they hurriedly looked over, their eyes glaring out, only to see the smoke and dust dispersed. Di Mingxian was lying on the ground in a sorry state. His mouth full of teeth were all knocked out, and his face was still imprinted with bloody small palm prints. He looked horrified, and his eyes were full of unbelief. On its back were pressed half of the pillar he had broken and the sandalwood chair that had been shattered into splinters. The 2 youths sitting beside Di Mingxian looked at the young figure standing in front of them in a daze. Their bodies could not stop trembling, and chills unconsciously arose within them. And the scene, which had fallen into dead silence. That's Di Mingxian,
the young master of the Fire Cloud sect, a supreme genius who had broken through to the 3-star martial emperor at less than 40 years of age,
would actually be seriously injured by a milquetoast brat. Who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes?
But it is this kind of shocking scene,
actually really happened, no matter what they do not believe. Little Wuhan seemed to have not noticed the shock of the crowd.
His tender face hung with a few moments of childishness and incredulity. He examined his fist very carefully, as if the collapsing pillar and the chaotic scene had nothing to do with him.
Sister, look, father didn't lie to us. We seem to be really powerful.
Little Wuhan turned his head to look at Little Sheer, pointing at the red-haired monster that was still lying on the ground, with an excited gleam in his eyes, as if he was waiting for an approving hug.
Little Sheer was astonished and also looked eager to try, running over and pulling up her brother's hand. Little Trace is really powerful. In the future you have to protect your sister too. Little Trace will definitely become as powerful as daddy and protect sister and mother. Little Trace clenched his fists with a serious face. Nangong Tianyin looked at the pair of children in front of her in a daze, an unspeakable feeling of happiness surging through her heart, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. The two little ones smiled at each other and walked back to their seats, hand in hand, with a tacit understanding and innocence that moved everyone present. How is this possible? They are actually all sealed martial emperors? Just moments after the two little ones had just sat in their chairs, the green-clothed old man sitting in the first position stood up abruptly, his entire body incoherent. This person was none other than the Greenwood sect's supreme elder, Yang Pengyi, whose pupils were wide with disbelief as he stared at Little Sheer and Little Wu Shang, as if he had seen the most unbelievable sight in the world. Chapter 15, Unsubmissive. For Sex Unite. As Yang Pengyi's words landed on the ground, the entire parlor seemed to be frozen by an invisible force, and everyone's breathing was stagnant. All eyes, as they surveyed the past again, found that they could not see through it again. But for the eyesight of the Greenwood sect's Taishang elder, they had no doubt that just the fact that the other party was able to seriously injure Demonization without him even reacting was enough to prove that what Taishang Yang Pengyi said was not false. A sealed martial emperor who was less than 3 years old? This was not only absurd, it was a complete reversal of common sense in martial arts. For a while, everyone's faces were written with complex expressions of shock, doubt and fear. They looked at each other, but saw the same answer in each other's eyes. This world may really be crazy. The powerhouses of the four great sacred sect looked at each other, their faces frozen to the extreme. Among them, they were basically all strong people who had cultivated for hundreds of years before barely stepping into the realm of the martial emperor, and as far as talent was concerned, they were still far inferior to Demonization. And now, two children who were still less than 3 years old had already reached heights that countless people who had been cultivating hard for their entire lives might not even be able to reach. They couldn't help but wonder if they were wrong to begin with. The martial way, too, could be achieved overnight? In the parlor, the top brass of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were similarly dumbfounded, their eyes glazed over. Mu Hongxia, on the other hand, was even more shocked. She was aware of the talent of the two little ones. Being at the Zunshe realm at birth was unprecedented. Unable to resist glancing at Yun Tenjuan, the shock in Mu Hongxia's heart was completely concealed. She had already guessed that it must be Yun Tenjuan who had lifted the seals for the two little ones, but for Yun Tian to be able to raise the cultivation of the two little ones from Zunshe to sealed martial emperor in one night was somewhat appalling. Seeing Demonization standing up with a pale face, his heart was humiliated to the extreme. Being injured by a milquetoast child would be a lifelong disgrace. Di Qingyun forced down the shock in his heart and bowed deeply to Yun Tianwan as he spoke with difficulty. Mr. Yun, my Firecloud sect is willing to apologize to your party for today's actions and promise that we will no longer be enemies with the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace in the future. As for the resources and industries left behind by the Golden Torture sect, my Firecloud sect will not interfere, and only seeks. Is it as simple as that? Yun Tian interrupted Di Qingyun's words, an undeniable majesty in his tone. We all know the intentions of your people. Do you think that you can solve the problem by giving in and apologizing? I wonder what Mr. Yun wants? Please also make it clear. The Water Moon sect's supreme elder slightly arched his hand and spoke bluntly. You guys listen up, I won't beat around the bush. If you four clans don't want to follow in the footsteps of the Golden Torture clan, there's only one way to submit. Yun Tian's tone was flat but unquestionable. The moment these words came out, the faces of the powerhouses of the four great sacred sects became even more unsightly. Although they knew that Yun Tian's strength was unfathomable, but they had been accustomed to being on high, so how could they be willing to submit to the feet of others? This was undoubtedly a great trampling on their dignity. For a while, the air was filled with a thick smell of gunpowder, as if a shocking battle would break out at any moment. Mr. Yun, so what if it was you who exterminated the Golden Penalty sect? Our four great sacred sect united together will still be able to easily destroy the Golden Penalty sect. The sealed martial emperor in earth-colored robes coldly spoke out. This person was none other than the thick earth sect's supreme elder, Heavy Jiuzhan. He wanted to use the deterrent power of the four great sacred sects union to suppress Yun Tianzuan's temper, but one could only say that he had underestimated Yun Tianzuan and overestimated himself. So, you have already made your choice? Yun Tian remained indifferent. If it wasn't for the consideration of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, he wouldn't bother bothering with such a group of mole crickets. Your Excellency, do you really want to make things worse? The Water Moon Sect's Supreme Elder rose up with a sudden, gloomy expression. When Yun Tian Dust heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a contemptuous smile, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as if he could penetrate the deepest fears of the human heart. Doing away with it? You guys are wrong. I am merely giving you guys a chance to choose. Since you guys don't cherish it, then you can't blame me for being ruthless. Before the words fell, Yun Tian Dust didn't even move a bit. Only a low cold snort, like thunder, exploded in the parlor, shocking the people of the four great sacred sect with painful eardrums and a trance. The four sealed martial emperors were the first to bear the brunt, only to feel an unspeakable force surging from all directions, like 10,000 pounds of gigantic stones pressing down on them, instantly crushing them to their knees, spitting out blood from their mouths, their faces as white as paper. Di Mingxian was even more miserable. He was already seriously injured. At this moment, he was even more directly shocked by this force. His meridians were broken. His cultivation was destroyed. His eyes were wide open, full of anger and despair. Aside from the four sealed martial emperors being there, the rest of them were all seriously injured and dying, lying on the ground, unable to move, their hearts horrified. Where exactly are you? You? Heavy Nine Rivers opened his mouth with difficulty, his voice carrying a tremor that was hard to hide. Yun Tian Dust smiled indifferently, as if he had done something trivial and insignificant. It doesn't matter what I am. What matters is that you guys made the wrong choice. Mr. Yun. Yun rests his anger. The matter of subjugation is a big matter. We alone cannot be the master. Please allow us to report. Yang Pengyi similarly opened his mouth to beg for forgiveness. His voice trembled and the fear on his face could not be concealed. Very well. I'll give you time to send a message. Inform your higher-ups that my conditions remain unchanged. Submit or perish. Your choice. Yun Tian Dust said, instantly releasing the pressure on the four sealed martial emperors. The four of them looked at each other, and in the end, they could only unwillingly take out their summoning jade slips and truthfully inform their respective clans of everything that had happened today, as well as the conditions that Yun Tianduan had proposed. Tong Tian Ancient Road. The four great holy sects received the transmission at the same time, and immediately raised their sects in anger. Although their five-element sacred sect is known as the Sacred Sect, it is essentially an ancient race with the longest inheritance, overriding the Xiantian continent for hundreds of thousands of years. It has never been so provoked. After sending a message for Di Qingyun and the others to stall the other party first, the four holy clans conversed across the air. After a short period of communication, the four great sacred sect executives unanimously decided to show the world the true depths of their sacred sect. So what if the other party could destroy a golden penalty sect? They didn't think that someone from the Xiantian continent could threaten their four great sacred sect joining forces. As for that Mr. Yin being able to crush the four sealed martial emperors with his breath, how could they believe that? In the Xiantian continent, a half-step celestial was the limit. They took it for granted that the other party was just a half-step celestial who had mastered a special magic treasure, and that he could still turn over the sky under the joint efforts of their four great sacred sects. Thus, the four holy sects quickly gathered their armies, vowing to level the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace in one fell swoop, and completely wipe out that Mr. Cloud. The four great sacred sects moved quickly, and the four armies quickly merged together, exceeding 100,000 people. Dozens of warships swept in and set off towards the fallen Cloud Immortal Palace. Wherever they passed, they covered the sky and were as powerful as rainbows. Among them, there were thousands of Zun-Shur powerhouses, more than 300 martial emperor experts, and even dozens of sealed martial emperors pressed into action. And the 9 half-step celestials were the absolute core of this team, whose might was enough to shake the entire Xiantian continent. As the news of the four great sacred sect joining forces to kill the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace spread, the entire Xiantian continent was shaken. Various forces had sent out powerful people, choosing to wait and see what would happen in the shadows, while some were secretly calculating, attempting to make a profit from this storm. Chapter 16. The Four Great Sacred Sects Descend. In the falling Cloud Immortal Palace, the sky was dark and heavy, with dark clouds rolling in at the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as if the end was coming. For different styles of magnificent warships shuttled out from the thick clouds, stretching across heaven and earth, surrounding the mountain gate of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. Above the battleship, flags were hunting, war drums were thundering, and an army of nearly 100,000 martial artists were standing by, with a magnificent momentum that shook the entire Xiantian continent. The 9 great half-step celestials were suspended in the air, their faces majestic, their breaths were like 9 lofty mountains, suppressing the space around them, causing heaven and earth to change color. More than 50 sealed martial emperors stood apart, each with a torch-like gaze, cold and sharp, as if they could pierce through all the illusions in the world. In the distance, when the martial practitioners of the various forces on the Xiantian continent saw the four holy sects in such a formation from afar, all of them were trembling in their hearts and minds. They knew that the falling cloud immortal palace, which had stood for 10,000 years, was going to fall today. Some lamented, others gloated. In the crowd of spectators, a black-robed old man stared at the direction of the sunset cloud immortal palace, and a thick killing intent flashed in his eyes. This person is precisely the old ancestor of the extreme sky sect. He learned from the mouth of the elders in the sect that the death of his great-grandson Zhuowei must have nothing to do with this falling cloud immortal palace. His grandson, Zhua Hongyuan, should also still be in the hands of the sunset cloud immortal palace. If he hadn't heard that the destruction of the golden penalty sect might be related to the fallen cloud immortal palace, he would have killed the fallen cloud immortal palace a long time ago. Now that the four great holy sects were pressing in, it was his chance. He didn't believe that the fallen cloud immortal palace could make any waves in front of the four great sacred sects. For those martial artists from all sides who were watching from afar and hiding in the shadows, the four holy sects paid no attention to them. Today's move also has the intention of shocking the world. The more people who came, the better the deterrent effect would be, so that the world would know the true depth of their sacred sect. Outside the mountain gate of the sunset cloud immortal palace, the atmosphere was oppressive and dull. Falling cloud immortal palace, quickly hand over the people of my fire cloud sect before you obediently come out to claim your death. A torrential voice emanated from the mouth of the fire cloud sect's old ancestor, Di Luofeng, like rolling thunder, shaking everyone present to the point where their eardrums filled with blood and their hearts trembled. That voice contained endless majesty and unquestionability, as if a heavenly god had descended to the world, proclaiming judgment. Humph! A mere fallen cloud immortal palace dares to provoke the majesty of my four great sacred sect. Today I will definitely let you know what despair is. The water moon sect's old ancestor was named Shin Songzhou, and his stern voice followed closely behind, like cold ice piercing the bones, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Those who offend my sacred sect will be executed. The old ancestors of the Greenwood sect and the Thick Earth sect also shouted angrily in unison, their voices like rolling torrents, reverberating in the air and stirring everyone's hearts. But the most surprising thing was that although there was shock in the eyes of the several mountain guard disciples, they were not alarmed. At this moment of extreme tension, within the main hall of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, a dozen figures were suddenly thrown out by an invisible force, tumbling through the air like kites with broken strings, and smashing towards each of the four main battleships. It's the Supreme Elder, and the young lord and them, someone exclaimed out in shock, and when the crowd fixed their eyes on it, they were instantly enraged, because those who were thrown out were clearly Di Qingyun, Yang Pengyi, and the others, blood hanging from the corners of their mouths, all of them in a sorry state, their eyes filled with panic and despair. After picking the people up, the crowd realized that not only were their bodies severely traumatized, what was even more frightening was that their mental states were all extremely low. Everyone was stagnant, their gazes were lax and lifeless, and their breaths were atrophied as if their souls had been drained out of them. Even Di Qingyun and the other four sealed martial emperors were no exception. Their eyes had lost their former sharpness and confidence, leaving only deep fear and helplessness. What is going on here? When the top echelons of the four great sacred sects saw this, they were all horrified, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts. Qingyun, what exactly happened? The old ancestor of the Fire Cloud sect, Di Luofeng, looked at Di Qingyun with an iron face and asked in a deep voice, a stern killing chant slowly releasing from his body as the temperature around him plummeted. Upon hearing his grandfather's voice, there was a hint of color in Di Qingyun's lax and lifeless gaze. Zhou. Di Qingyun's lips trembled and he was just about to open his mouth to speak when 24 figures stepped into the air from the depths of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. The man at the head had a fluttering robe, just like an immortal god descending, and it was Yun Tian Dust. His face was cold and his eyes were deep, as if he could see into everything in the world. Behind him, followed Mu Yuanshan and the other top echelons of the Laka Immortal Palace. As for Nangong Tianyin, she was holding the two little ones and watching the scene from afar, without a trace of worry on her face. She believed that Yun Tianduan could solve everything. Gazing at Yun Tian Dust's side face from afar, a shallow smile hung at the corner of Nangong Tianyin's mouth. Perhaps she herself hadn't realized that this man who was perfect in every aspect had caused her to develop a sense of dependence. After seeing the terrifying lineup of the four great sacred sect, the top brass of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were unconsciously terrified in their hearts. If he had seen this lineup a day ago, he was afraid that everyone in the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace would have been scared out of their wits. But it was different now. With Mr. Yun the big brother backing him up, the four holy sects were not worth mentioning at all.
They had witnessed the scene where Yun Tian dust had obliterated a Heaven Realm powerhouse.
Just like killing a small chicken.
As strong as the Heavenly Realm powerhouses did not have the slightest resistance, the so-called four great sacred sects were even more worthless in front of Mr. Yun. The moment they saw Yun Tianyin, the eyes of those dozen or so people who had been thrown out became even more fearful, and they were all silenced. Even Di Qingyun and the other four sealed martial emperors had the sign of being scared out of their wits, their lips trembling to the point of being unable to speak. When the four great sacred sects' old ancestors saw this, their faces were so gloomy that they could almost squeeze out water. Their gazes were like sharp swords shooting towards Yun Tian Dust and Mu Yuan Shan and the others as they spoke out coldly. Good fallen cloud immortal palace, how dare you treat my sacred sex people in such a manner? You are simply looking for death. Today, I will make the falling cloud immortal palace get rid of its name in the Xintian continent. Not an inch of grass will grow. It seems, you high and mighty ones seem to have already made your choice. Yun Tian Dust's profound gaze swept over the crowd of the four great sacred sect, his tone filled with disdain and indifference. Although his voice was soft, it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in everyone's heart, causing everyone to involuntarily tremble. The Greenwood sect's elder ancestor, Yang Taixien, had white hair and a cloudy gaze as he coldly sank his face. Your Excellency, who exactly are you? Why did you injure my sacred sect elder? With a slight understanding of the art of deduction, he was extremely keen to unknown dangers. The instant Yun Tian Dust arrived, Yang Taixien detected an intense crisis. Cautious, this inquired out loud. As soon as Yang Taishuan's words fell, the cold voice of the thick earth sect's old ancestor rang out. What's the point of wasting words with him? In the Xiantian continent, no one has dared to defy my five elements sacred sect so much. Take him down first. I agree with old man Chang's proposal. If you dare to mistreat my four sacred sect's elders like this, why do you need to talk to them? The Water Moon sect's elder ancestor's tone was stern and his eyes were sharp. The Fire Cloud sect's old ancestors similarly spoke out in agreement, and at their signal, 8 sealed martial emperors instantly stepped forward, their gazes like electricity as they aggressively approached Yun Tian Dust. Ignorant junior, roll over and suffer death. A sealed martial emperor shouted angrily, his body's spiritual energy surging, transforming into a razor-sharp sword blade that slashed towards Yun Tian Dust. The rest of the 7 people also struck out, and their mighty pressure came from all over the sky, compressing and distorting the entire space. Chapter 17, Half-Step Celestial? They're just ants. The people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace had retreated violently. They had the self-awareness to stay and would only get in the way. Instantly, all eyes were focused on Yun Tianzuan, wanting to see how he would respond to the attacks of the 8 sealed martial emperors. The 4 great sacred sects had sent out 8 sealed martial emperors, also wanting to test the depths of Yun Tian Dust. Ugh, why bother? Facing the 8 sealed martial emperors who were killing from different directions, Yun Tianjuan let out a long sigh, not even having the desire to make a move. The next instant, only to see Yun Tian Dust flick his sleeve, an invisible chi force surged out from his sleeve, sweeping away like a raging wind and rain, instantly dissolving the 8 sealed martial emperors' powerful attacks into nothing. The remnants of that chi energy continued to sweep towards the 8 sealed martial emperors. No good. The 8 of them changed color at the same time and offered up their defensive means. However, all of their defenses were fragile in front of that chi, and they couldn't even block it for a moment. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the 8 sealed martial emperors spat out blood and flew backwards, their faces as pale as paper, their eyes full of unbelief. How is this possible? The crowd of the 4 great sacred sect were all horrified when they saw this. They had never seen such a bizarre power that could so easily defeat the 8 sealed martial emperors. For a moment, the crowd looked at Yun Tian Dust with completely different gazes. Even the 4 great sacred sect ancestors couldn't help but look heavy. They had always watched carefully but had not seen the other party's cultivation at all. But just based on the hand that this person had just displayed, it was not something that a half-step celestial could do. Yang Taishuan's inner uneasiness grew stronger as he clasped his fists in the air at Yun Tianwan and once again inquired out, Your Excellency is able to have such strength. You must not be from the Xintian continent. Who exactly are you? Why are you targeting my 5 elements sacred sect? You're not qualified to know who I am. All you need to know is that the fallen cloud immortal palace, it's not something you can move yet. Yun Tian Dust smiled faintly, but his tone was filled with unquestionable majesty. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Submit to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, or die. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The 4 great sacred sect ancestors' faces were grim, and the entire space was shrouded in an aura of solemnity. Even all the elders and disciples of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were shocked by Yun Tian Dust's overbearing words. To have the four great sacred clans submit to their sunset cloud immortal palace's feet was something they would never dare to dream of, especially those major power martial artists who were hiding in the shadows and observing from afar. The shock within their hearts was incomparable. Although this person was able to easily defeat the 8 sealed martial emperors, the total number of sealed martial emperors of the 4 great sacred sects added up to more than 50.
What's more, the 9 half-step celestials hadn't even made a move yet.
Facing the 4 great holy sects with all of their underpinnings, that young man actually dared to speak out in such a manner. It was simply an act of looking for death. They didn't think that someone could fight against the 4 great sacred sect with their own strength, because it was simply impossible. And just as the atmosphere was most oppressive, a roar resounded through the heavens and earth. "Little brute, you dare to waste my son. This seed is going to mutilate you and skin you to the bone." The crowd followed the sound and realized that the person speaking was none other than the Firecloud sect's patriarch, Dihon Lai. Beside Dihon Lai, a young man lay on the ground with a bloodless face. His eyes were lifeless, and his breath was weak to the extreme, as if he could die at any time. After seeing that it was none other than the young master of the Firecloud sect, Di Mingxian, the crowd was stunned. "Die!" Dihon Lai roared, and the aura of a half-step celestial was violently released, and the entire space trembled. Only a flash of his figure transformed into a fiery red light, heading straight for Yun Tianduan. "Brother D, we've come to help you." The remaining 3 great patriarchs glanced at each other and responded. The 4 great patriarchs joining forces to strike, determined to suppress this damned fanatic on the spot. Still wanting their 4 great sacred sect to submit to a trash force like the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was simply delusional. "Little beast, give this seed death." Firecloud sect patriarch Dihonlia's rage was monstrous, his entire body soaring like a fiery phoenix, the flames around his body churning and turning into a sea of fire in the sky. Each flame contained the might to burn mountains and boil the sea, and it came straight towards Yun Tianduan. The Greenwood sect patriarch waved his hands lightly. Countless vines grew wildly out of thin air, interweaving into a net, wanting to bind Yun Tianjin in it, which contained vitality and poison, interweaving into a trap of death. The Water Moon sect patriarch was a young woman's appearance. Her figure was as agile as water, and an icy blue light surrounded her body. She lightly opened her vermilion lips, and a cold ice tornado was born out of thin air, carrying a bone-piercing coldness and a sharpness that cut through everything, pointing directly at Yun Tian Dust's heart vein. The thick earth sect patriarch was stout. His feet stepped on the sky, and with a deep voice, he shouted, and immediately, space trembled, and the mountains and rocks flew, transforming into a 1,000-foot-high earth giant, which raised its enormous palm and pressed down on Yun Tian Dust with a roar. "Is this the strength of a half-step celestial realm?" Voices sucking in cool air resounded from the crowd of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. Such a terrifying attack was enough to raise the entire Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace to the ground. The martial artists from all sides who were watching the battle from afar were equally horrified. However, in the face of this heaven-destroying attack, Yun Tian Dust remained calm and self-contained, his eyes flashing with a disdainful and uninterested light. "Half-step celestial? It's just an ant." Yun Tian Dust didn't even bother to move a bit as he directly ignored the attacks of the 4. The 4 people's attack directly dissipated when they were less than 3 meters away from him, not even making the slightest ripple. How is this possible? The 4 great patriarchs were confused, and the crowd was dumbfounded. Everyone didn't know what had happened. How did that powerful attack that was enough to destroy the entire Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace disappear out of thin air? Before they could regain their senses from the shock, Yun Tian Dust struck out, only to see him gently raise his hand. A terrifying force surged out from his palm, transforming into a golden hand that covered the sky and suppressed towards the 4 great patriarchs. One could only see that wherever that large hand passed, space seemed to be torn apart, emitting a burst of ear-piercing air-breaking sounds. When the 4 great patriarchs saw this, all of them changed color. They tried their best to resist, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they were unable to shake that big hand in the slightest. "No, D. Lai, the Firecloud sect leader, bore the brunt of the attack and let out a desperate roar. "Humph, it's you, the Firecloud sect, who screams the loudest. Die!" As Yun Tian Dust's cold words came out, D. Lai's figure instantly burst apart under the crushing of the large hand, turning into a roiling mist of blood and bones. This scene shook the entire audience, and everyone was scared out of their wits, their eyes almost glaring out. The big hand went on unabated, and the remaining 3 great patriarchs realized with horror that their bodies were unable to move. "No, don't! Old ancestor, save me!" As they watched the large hand approach, the 3 great patriarchs were completely emboldened and begged for help in terror. Chapter 18, Still Too Weak. Not good. Quickly save them. Yang Taishan was the first to come back to his senses from the shock of Di Honglia's death,
and while shouting out harshly, he had already dashed out. His hands quickly formed a seal, only to see a distortion in the void above his head, and an ancient and vicissitudes of the greenwood scepter slowly emerged. It was entwined with wisps of life force, obviously an extremely extraordinary ancestral weapon. Xianbing, the water moon sex old ancestor, Shen Tsongzhou, and the thick earth sex old ancestor were also instantly awakened and simultaneously offered up their respective ancestral weapons. As for Di Luofeng, he completely froze on the spot, completely unable to believe his eyes. The water moon sex ancestral artifact, an ice moon sword that emitted an ethereal blue cold light all over its body, and the thick earth sex old ancestor offered a yellow earth shield that was as thick as a mountain. The three ancestral artifacts Xianbing intertwined into a brilliant curtain of light in the air, attempting to resist the golden hand that covered the sky. A Xian weapon was an existence that transcended above a spiritual weapon. The Shen Tian continent's very best imperial weapons also belonged to the category of spiritual weapons, and their power was also far inferior to that of Xian weapons. With the three great ancestral weapons, Celestials could also fight. However, what made everyone's jaws drop in shock was that the curtain of light transformed by the three ancestral weapons Xianbing instantly collapsed and disintegrated as if it was made of papier-mâché the moment it met the large golden hand. What was even more frightening was that the three great ancestral weapons at the Xian weapon level were not even spared, and were annihilated into flying dust and dissipated into nothingness before they even touched the golden hand. How is this possible? The three great sacred sect ancestors simultaneously suffered a backlash and spat out blood as they retreated backwards. Their hearts were even more horrified and filled with disbelief. That was their five great holy sects' town heritage. How could it be so fragile? Until this moment, they finally realized what a terrifying opponent they and the others were facing. Seeing the golden hand continue to crush away, just when everyone thought that the three great patriarchs were about to follow in Di Honglia's footsteps, the golden hand that suppressed everything suddenly dissipated. It was Yun Tian Dust who deliberately withdrew his hand. He did not intend to create more killings. He also just wanted to take this opportunity to support the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace and prepare for his departure in the future. The three of them noticed that the pressure on their bodies disappeared, and their figures violently retreated violently away. If that huge palm had not been followed by a lack of strength, they were convinced that they would not have survived. They would never have dreamed that it was Yun Tian Dust who had deliberately left his hand behind. Feeling the crisis of death from a close distance had left an indelible psychological shadow on the three of them. When they looked at Yun Tianwan again, an unprecedented fear surged within them, the hallowed lords of the sacred sect. And at that moment, Di Luofeng, who had witnessed the tragic death of his first grandson, came back to his senses from his extreme anger. He stared angrily at Yun Tianwan, his eyes crimson and maddened as if they were about to drip blood. Little beast, how dare you kill my grandson? Today, I will break you into pieces to sacrifice my grandson's spirit in heaven. Di Luofeng roared, directly burning most of his essence blood, transforming into a blazing flame that shot up into the clouds. Three of you quickly summoned the clan's dragon veins and set up the four-elephant immense formation in order to behead this thief. Di Luofeng hissed, his tone filled with determination and madness. Yang Taixian and the other three great sacred sect ancestors nodded heavily as they heard this. Things had developed to such an extent that it was already a matter of life and death for the four great sacred sect. The four of them moved extremely fast, standing in four polar positions, surrounding Yun Tian Dust in the center, each biting the tip of their tongues and spraying out a mouthful of blood, their hands quickly forming seals, invoking the aura of heaven and earth and summoning the dragon vein spirit of their respective clans. One could only see four giant pillars of dragon-like aura breaking through the air from the ancient road to the sky, encircling the sky above the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, intertwining with the dark clouds in the sky to form a shocking picture. Those four dragon vein spirits were exactly where the roots of the 10,000-year-old inheritance of the four great holy sects were located, containing incomparably large amounts of power. The four elephants returned to their positions. Limitless birth and death. Give me the town. As the four of them chanted in unison, the four dragon vein spirits tumbled and danced in the air as if they had been given life. It eventually transformed into four huge formation bases, enveloping the entire Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace with Yun Tian Dust and the others. The moment the formation began to form, the four great sacred sect martial artists present all stepped in and injected all of their spiritual energy into the formation, and the power of the four-elephant infinite formation once again skyrocketed by more than a few times. A stream of terrifying power burst out from the formation base, interweaving into a complex and incomparable network of runes, locking the entire space shut. This was the four-elephant immense formation, a peerless formation that had been laid down by combining the strength of the four great sacred sect dragon veins and 8 half-step celestials, dozens of sealed martial emperors, and nearly 100,000 martial artists. A wisp of breath spread out at random could easily obliterate a sealed martial emperor. The martial artists from all sides looked at it in their eyes, and all of them were chilled to the bone. The 5 elements sacred sect's depth had once again refreshed their cognition. Little brute, this seed will set your bones to ashes, and everyone related to you will be buried with my grandson. As the fire cloud sect's old ancestor hissed, the might of the 4-elephant infinite formation was pushed to the extreme. The sky for thousands of miles around became dark, accompanied by rolling thunder, as if the entire world was trembling. Seeing such a powerful extermination formation, many of the disciples of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace also panicked a bit. If Mr. Yun couldn't block it, their entire Sunset Immortal Palace would be wiped out. Nangong Tianyin looked up at the terrifying killing formation that covered the sky. Her face didn't show half a bit of panic. She was unconsciously reassured by the presence of that man. Yun Tian dust did not let her down. Facing the killing formation laid down by the 4 great sacred sect based on the dragon vein, his figure did not move a single bit. He just gently spat out a word, break. As soon as the word break was uttered, the entire space trembled. As if the word followed the law, the ferocious 4-elephant immense formation began to tremble violently. Ka-ching! A crisp cracking sound rang out, only to see the runic veins on the 4-elephant immeasurable formation begin to crumble inch by inch, as if they were being torn apart by an invisible force. Seeing this, the 4 great sacred sect martial artists all showed shocked expressions. They couldn't believe that the formation that they and the others had put all their efforts into would be so unbeatable. No, this is impossible. The 4 great old ancestors cried out in shock as they tried their best to stabilize the formation, only to find that all the effort they and the others had put in was in vain. That terrifying power seemed to possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and it was simply impossible to resist it. Finally, with the collapse of the last rune network, the 4-elephant infinite formation completely disintegrated. All of the 4 Saint sect martial practitioners were affected by the backlash, spitting blood from their mouths and falling with serious injuries, and very few of them were still able to take to the air, especially Di Luofeng and the other 4 great old ancestors. They had suffered the most severe backlash and had even injured their fundamentals, their cultivation showing signs of regression. At this moment, the entire space was dead silent. Everyone was so shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Yun Tian Dust that they couldn't take care of themselves in their own lives. The ones who were most alarmed were none other than the crowd of the 4 great sacred sect. It was then that they realized what kind of existence they were facing. It was truly invincible and powerful to the point of despair. It was no wonder that Di Qingyun and the others, who were sealed martial emperors, were frightened to the point of losing their minds. It turned out that their 4 great sacred sects' underpinnings were nothing in the eyes of the other party. Any other means, use them all. Yun Tian Dust's gaze was like electricity as he swept over the 4 great sacred sect martial practitioners, his tone filled with unquestionable majesty. Yang Taishuan's few people glanced at each other, all of their faces bloodless. Chapter 19 3 Sect Submission. Fire Cloud Sect extinguished. Under Yun Tian Dust's unquestionably majestic gaze, the 3 great old ancestors of the Greenwood Sect, Water Moon Sect and Thick Earth Sect were trembling inwardly, their faces as pale as paper, and their foreheads were beaded with cold sweat. It was only at this moment that they completely came to their senses. In the face of the mysterious powerhouse in front of them, any resistance on their part would be futile, and in the end, what would be ushered in would only be the destruction of the clan. My lord, I, the Greenwood Sect, would like to submit to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace for all eternity, and only look to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace as my head. Yang Taishian was the first to speak, his voice trembling slightly. Seeing this, the Water Moon Sect and the Thick Earth Sect's old ancestors also took a stand and swore their allegiance to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Although there was resentment in their hearts, more than anything else, it was a deep fear of Yun Tianduan's strength. Very well, you will not regret your choices today. Yun Tian Dust nodded slowly. This was the result he wanted. In the face of this kind of high and mighty power, it is necessary to deter with absolutely powerful strength, and then slowly subdue. The effect will be better. His gaze was like an ice-cold sharp blade, shooting straight towards the already dead silent crowd of the Fire Cloud Sect. As for your Fire Cloud Sect, since you have already made a deadly enemy, then I will not be able to keep you. Yun Tian Dust's voice was cold and determined as he waved his large hand, only to see an invisible force instantly envelop the entire Fire Cloud Sect's team. In a blink of an eye, all the strongest people above Martial Emperor, regardless of their cultivation level, were controlled by this force and lifted to the midair like puppets on strings. The disciples of the Fire Cloud Sect were horrified and watched as their elders, who were incredibly powerful in their eyes, were so easily manipulated without the slightest ability to fight back. Die! Don't be so self-righteous in your next life. Yun Tian Dust coldly spat out a few words as his large hand fiercely clenched, and more than 90 martial emperor powerhouses instantly turned into flying dust and dissipated into nothingness. Di Luofeng and the other half-step celestial realm old man didn't escape either, and were no better than ants in front of Yun Tian Dust. Ever since the moment that Di Mingxian had developed a strange mind towards Nangong Tianyin and moved to kill Sheer and Xiao Trace, Yun Tianwan had no intention of letting the Fire Cloud sect off the hook so easily. Originally, after scrapping Di Mingxian, if the Fire Cloud sect was sensible, he wouldn't have killed all of them. It's just a pity that this Fire Cloud sect is all a bunch of people looking for death. This scene caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble violently in horror. Many people in the Fire Cloud sect's team chose to run for their lives. Yun Tian Dust did not stop there, raising his hand and erasing the cultivation of the more than 20,000 people present in the Fire Cloud sect. After losing their cultivation, the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect either sat paralyzed on the ground or fainted on the spot, their eyes filled with endless panic and despair. The most miserable ones were those who chose to escape, and after having their cultivation wiped out by Yun Tian Dust, they all fell from mid-air. Some people were killed on the spot, others were crippled, and even being an ordinary person became a luxury. The Five Elements Sacred Sect was originally a family-style sect, and for these people to be able to come here today on high, they had no innocence in Yun Tian Dust's eyes. If he wasn't here, the Lokhai Immortal Palace would have been littered with corpses, whether it was the Celestial Realm or a small world like the Xin Tian continent. Both adhered to the cruel rule of the weak and the strong. Yun Tian Dust was able to establish a behemoth like the War God Temple in the even more brutal Heavenly Realm. So how could his methods be ordinary? Fire Cloud Sect, removed from the name today. Yun Tian Dust's voice was cold and merciless. His words were like a judgment, causing the Fire Cloud Sect to completely fall into the dust of history. What happened today shocked everyone present. Whether it was the disciples of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace or the martial practitioners from various forces watching the battle from afar, they were all deeply shocked by Yun Tian Dust's thunderous means. They had never seen such an overbearing and powerful existence before. The crowd of the three great sacred clans that were forced to submit were even more shocked by Yun Tian Dust's overpowering tactics that sent chills down their backs. In their hearts, they were secretly glad that they and the others had made the right choice, otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up much better than the Fire Cloud sect. My lord, we will definitely follow your will and guard the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, and we will never dare to slack off in the slightest. Yang Taixian and the other three great sacred sect ancestors stated their positions, their tones filled with awe and submission. Yun Tian Dust nodded his head indifferently, satisfied with their attitude. Although the three great sacred clans have submitted, you can still operate independently. Yun Tianwan's voice echoed in the air. You and the others will each send 2 sealed martial emperors to reside in the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace as a guardian force. If the Immortal Palace is in trouble, you 3 sects must support it with all your might without fail. Upon hearing Yun Tianwan's request, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the 3 great sacred sect ancestors. This request was already considered extremely generous to them. In their hearts, they were secretly glad that they and the others had not completely lost their freedom and dignity. As you command, we will definitely do our best to guard the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. The 3 great sacred sect ancestors answered in unison, their tones filled with determination and loyalty. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly, his eyes sharp. For the aftermath of the Fire Cloud sect, you 3 clans helped to deal with it. You shouldn't need me to teach you what to do, right? Please don't worry, my lord. We will definitely take care of it and never let the Fire Cloud sect have any chance to turn around. The 3 great old ancestors solemnly guaranteed, acting in a very formal manner. Subsequently, Yun Tian Dust had the strongest martial emperors and above from the 3 great sacred clans leave behind their soul blood as a guarantee. Although the 3 great sacred sect martial emperors were unwilling, they didn't dare to put up the slightest resistance in front of Yun Tian Dust's strength that was so powerful that it caused despair. After doing so, Yun Tianwan directly turned around and left. As for the rest of the mess, it would be handed over to the 3 great sacred clans in the Fallen Cloud Immortal Palace, and I believe that they would quickly take care of it. When he was in the Heavenly Realm, he basically wouldn't personally manage the affairs of the War God Temple. All the small and large affairs within the temple were generally handled by Mo Feng, one of the 12 blazing angels. Mo Feng couldn't handle it. There were the 4 great war kings, the 2 great protectors, and then on top of that, there was the Vice Hall Master. He, the Hall Master, was a complete throwaway. Yun Tian Dust had gone to accompany the child, and Mu Yuan Shan, as the old ancestor of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, he approached young Tai Xian and the others with trepidation, and all of them treated him with courtesy and respect. Mu Yuan Shan was overwhelmed with emotion. Their sunset cloud immortal palace had become the most powerful plan in Xiantian continent overnight. After a brief deliberation, Mu Yuanshan and Yang Taixian and the others reached a consensus that the three great sacred patriarchs would personally accompany Mu Yuanshan and the others to eliminate the Firecloud sect from its roots. As Yin Tian dust and the crowd of the three great sacred sect left one after another, the atmosphere of the scene gradually eased, but the shock and awe was as deep as a brand in everyone's heart. The martial artists from all sides who were watching the battle from afar looked at the backs of Mu Yuanshan and the three great sacred sect ancestors walking side by side, and all of them felt an indescribably complex emotion in their hearts. They knew deep down that the pattern of the Xiantian continent would be completely rewritten due to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. Truly, things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace would be backed up by such a powerful person, becoming the peak existence of the Xiantian continent in one fell swoop? An old man was overwhelmed with emotion, both envy and awe in his eyes. Yeah, with the resources of the two great sacred clans, the Golden Penalty sect and the Firecloud sect, coupled with the great assistance of the three great sacred clans, the rise of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace has become unstoppable. Another martial artist chimed in, his tone filled with sighs. Go up and say hello. With mixed feelings, the crowd went up to greet Mu Hongxia, who was making good. Mu Hongxia felt the various gazes cast around her, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. She had never imagined that the Sunset Immortal Palace would have such a glorious day. Those forces that had once disdained the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were now coming forward, switching up their efforts to curry favor and try to ease relations. Palace Master Mu, congratulations. We'll have to rely on the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace to take care of us more in the future. A sect elder stepped forward and expressed his goodwill with a big smile. Mu Hongxia smiled bashfully and was not surprised by this. She knew well that in this world where the strongest were honored, there were no eternal friends, only eternal interests. She still responded politely, trying not to make either party feel left out. Chapter 20, Nangong. Just as Mu Hongxia was dealing with the endless stream of martial artists from all sides, she inadvertently caught a familiar figure. Nangong, the head of the Nangong family, who was also the father of Nangong Tianyin. Nangong was of medium stature, with a beard on his slightly thin face, dressed in purple robes, and walked towards Mu Hongxia with a nervous expression. Mu Hongxia's heart stirred and she immediately stepped forward and took the initiative to greet him in a warm and unobtrusive manner. Nangong family master, what brings you here? Mu Hongxia's voice was gentle and kind, trying to ease Nangong's tension. Palace Master Mu. Nangong arched his hand at Mu Hongxia and saluted, saying, Mu Palace Master, is Tianyin she okay? I've been here for a while, but I haven't seen Tianyin. Is she alright? Nangong said, his eyes flashing with thick worry. After hearing the news that the four great sacred sect had besieged the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, Nangong felt like the sky had collapsed. It was only then that he rushed to the falling Cloud Immortal Palace in a hurry. Originally, he thought that what he saw would be a ruin, but he just happened to see a scene of a mysterious powerhouse suppressing the four great sacred clans. However, what made Nangong feel flustered was that all the top management of the Laka Immortal Palace had appeared, except for his daughter, Nangong Tianyin, who was nowhere to be seen. Seeing Nangong's worried look, Mu Hongxia smiled and comforted. There is no need for Nangong family master to be worried. Tianyin she is fine. I will take you to see her. Many thanks to Palace Master Mu. Hearing Mu Hongxia's words, Nangong instantly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him respectfully. After Mu Hongxia led Nangong into the parlor, she didn't forget to urge Nangong to remain calm no matter what he saw later. After saying that, Mu Hongxia walked out. When Nangong heard this, he became even more nervous inside. The first thing that came to his mind was that the reason why Tianyin hadn't come home for 4 years, couldn't it be that something had really happened? Thinking of this, Nangong's heart was gradually taken over by nervousness. Inside the parlor of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, Nangong waited anxiously alone, fidgeting, but just as he wanted to walk out, two little heads poked out from outside the main door. Little Xier and little Wuwen stared with big, dark eyes, curiously sizing up the grandfather that their mother had spoken of. The moment Nangong saw the two little ones, his entire body completely froze, especially that little girl, a complete replica of Nangong Tianyin's childhood. As for that little boy, a few moments of Nangong Tianyin's shadow could also be seen between his eyebrows. This is, Nangong's voice trembled slightly, completely unable to believe his eyes. Nangong seemed to have thought of something and was filled with consternation. However, it was also at this moment that Nangong Tianyin appeared in his line of sight, and she smoothly picked up the two children and slowly walked into the parlor. Father, long time no see.
Nangong Tianyin's voice was very soft, her eyes slightly reddened with guilt.
Tianyin, they are. Nangong Ding looked at his daughter and then back to the two little ones and couldn't help but inquire. Before Nangong Tianyin could speak,
little Sheer walked up to Nangong Ding with her short legs, pulling on his sleeves, her eyes wide.
Grandpa, my name is Nangong Sheer. He's my younger brother Nangong Wuhan.
We're both your closest grandchildren.
When Nangong Ding heard this,
his body trembled violently, and his shock surged like a tidal wave,
drowning his entire being.
He stared blankly at the two powdered little people in front of him, looking at their innocent smiles. A flash of love involuntarily flashed across his face. The tender voice of the child, the sentence "Grandpa," as if the spring breeze melts the rain, will be a little bit of his apprehensive heart melted. Nangong Ding slowly squatted down,
his gaze tenderly brushing over little Sheer's tender face.
His large, slightly trembling hand gently fell between little Wuchen's eyebrows that were similar to his daughter's, as if he was confirming whether this sudden surprise was real.
Your name is Heyer, right?
It's exactly the same as when your mother was a child.
Nangong Ding's tone was gentle and loving.
Really? Little Sheer sniffed and looked up at her mother, her eyes curving into the shape of a crescent moon.
Very cute.
Nangong Ding looked at the little Sheer in front of him,
seemingly caught up in memories,
a smile always hanging on his face.
But soon,
the smile faded from his face. His daughter's child was so old and he actually had no knowledge of it,
which made Nangong Ding's mood extremely complicated. Tianyin, how did you get married without saying anything to your family? Nangong Ding's voice carried a few points of reproach,
but more than that,
it was a loss.
Nangong Tianyin lightly bit her red lips and stammered.
Father, I am not married, Nangong Tianyin said,
a hint of gloom flashing in her eyes.
What's going on?
Nangong Ding inquired with a sullen face,
glancing at the two little ones again,
his eyes unconsciously turning scarlet.
Father, the thing is like this, I was backstabbed by a villain back then, and then,
What? Halfway through Nangong Tianyin's words,
Nangong Ding was instantly struck by lightning,
and the entire person staggered backward, his face turning white, and there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes.
At this moment, Nangong Ding's gaze towards little Sheer and little Wuhan became unfriendly.
Father, calm down first, things aren't what you think, Nangong Tianyin hurriedly explained, but how could Nangong Ding still listen?
Nangong Ding's eyes were red with determination. Tianyin, tell me, who is that beast? Even if I have to spell out this old life, I will seek justice for you.
As Nangong Ding said that, his cultivation at the Zunshe realm exploded out with a roar, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Little Sheer and little Wushu stared blankly,
not daring to make a sound.
And right at this moment, Yun Tianduan slowly stepped into the parlor from outside the door,
as if there was an invisible force that instantly solidified the originally noisy atmosphere.
Daddy! The two little ones shouted as they ran over with their short legs when they saw Yun Tiandust come in. Yun Tiandust squatted down and unfolded his arms to gather the two little ones into his arms with a doting face.
Daddy, you quickly persuade Grandpa. Grandpa, he's angry.
Little Sheer tilted her head,
childlike innocence written all over her little face.
Nangong Ding looked at the scene in front of him, his entire body frozen on the spot, his eyes glaring round, especially after hearing the two little ones address Yun Tianduan.
Nangong Ding's brain resounded with a roar.
What he couldn't even dream of imagining was that this overwhelmingly fierce man who had overthrown two great sacred clans one after another was actually the same scum who had defiled his daughter. The person in front of him was powerful, an existence that made behemoths like the Five Elements sacred sect feel despair in their hearts. How could he, who was only at the Zunshe realm, seek justice for his daughter?
Yun Tiandust sensed Nangong Ding's dissimilarity and slowly got up,
signaling the two little ones to return to Nangong Tianyin's side first, and turned to look at Nangong Ding, his tone sincere and serious. Nangong family head, regarding this matter, I want to apologize to you and Tianyin.
Chapter 21 Misunderstanding, Traveling the Continent.
Yun Tiandust's words, like a fuse, instantly ignited Nangong Ding's long-suppressed anger, as if he had forgotten everything and only wanted to speak out for his daughter.
Apologize? Do you think a single apology can make up for what you did to my daughter? Nangong Ding's voice was low and hoarse. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Yun Tiandust took a deep breath, his gaze firm.
I understand that this matter has caused irreparable harm to Tianyin.
I, Yun Tiandust,
hereby promise you that I will guard their mother and son for eternity, not allowing them to suffer any harm.
Nangong Ding froze.
He did not expect Yun Tianduan to say something like this.
He looked at Nangong Tianyin,
wanting to find the answer in her eyes, but realized that his daughter was glistening with tears. Nangong Ding's heart was once again clenched. He thought that his daughter was under duress,
and once again his anger rose from his heart. You simply bully people too much, relying on cultivation to be unscrupulous. Are not afraid of the wrath of heaven? If you dare to harm my daughter in the slightest again, I, Nangong Ding, will make you pay for it even if I put my life on the line. Nangong Ding's face was blue with determination in his words, as if he was about to rush forward to fight Yun Tian Dust in the next second. Father Nangong Tianyin knew that her father's misunderstanding had gotten even deeper, and immediately aggravated her voice. After casting Yun Tian Dust an apologetic look, Nangong Tianyin looked at Nangong Ding with a serious face and said, Father, listen to me first. Things are not what you imagined. The one who drugged me was Zhao Wei. As for big brother Yun, he has never done anything to harm me. Hearing Nangong Tianyin address herself, the corner of Yun Tianduan's mouth lifted in a slightly imperceptible arc. With Nangong Tianyin's simple narration, Nangong Ding's expression was indescribably wonderful. He looked incredulously at Nangong Tianyin and then turned his head to look at Yun Tianduan, as if he was trying to digest this sudden information. In that case, he had misunderstood Yun Tian Dust from the start. Nangong Ding finally reacted. The person in front of him is a ruthless person who personally overthrew the two holy clans, and he actually rebuked such a strong person to his face, almost instantly kung fu. Nangong Ding forehead constantly of cold sweat oozing out, inwardly nervous to the extreme, hastily stepped forward a few steps, to Yun Tian Dust deeply bowed, voice with difficult to conceal the trembling and sincerity, Yun Gongzi, in my eyes have no eyes, wrongly blamed you, but also please Yun Gongzi. Before Nangong Ding finished speaking, Yun Tian Dust raised his hand to help him up and said in a warm voice, Nangong family master is overstating things. I can understand your feelings, because I also have a daughter. Yun Tian Dust looked favorably at his pair of children and solemnly assured, please also rest assured that as long as I, Yun Tian Dust, still have a breath in me, I will definitely protect their mother and son. Nangong Tianyin's eyes reddened slightly as she slowly stepped forward and gently held her father's hand, softly saying, Father, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hidden it from you, making you worry. Nangong Ding looked at his daughter. The waves in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. He sighed softly, his eyes full of pain. Child, these years have been difficult for you. Father, it's all in the past. Nangong Tianyin gently shook her head, her soft gaze sweeping over the two children and Yun Tianduan, a contented smile appearing on her face. Nangong Ding nodded, and his gaze fell on little Xier and little Wu Shang, once again becoming softer as he instructed. In some time, take Xier and little Shang home. Your grandmother she misses you from time to time. Father, I will. At this point, the atmosphere in the parlor gradually eased. Nangong Ding was very fond of both Xier and little Trace, and the two little ones were very understanding. After a cozy conversation, Nangong Ding decided to go back. Before the trip, Nangong Ding looked deeply at Yun Tian Dust and buried some words in his heart, because he understood that there were some things that could not be forced, and it was good to let nature take its course. Tianyin, remember to return home often. Nangong Ding's voice had a few chokes in it as he turned around and walked out of the parlor. Looking at her father's departing back, Nangong Tianyin's complicated heart was difficult to calm down. She lost her mother at a young age and it was her father who gave her all the love she needed. Yun Tian Dust looked in his eyes and felt some heartache in his heart. Daddy, Mother, shall we go out and play? Just as the atmosphere was slightly dull, little Xier's tender voice rang out, her little face filled with longing. Daddy, I also want to go out and play. Little Wuhan also chimed in, curious about the outside world. Seeing the expectant and curious gazes of the two little ones, Yun Tian Dust instantly had an idea and proposed, Tianyin, all the crises have been lifted. Since the children want to see the outside world, how about we take them on a tour of the Xiantian continent? Nangong Tianyin turned to look at Yun Tianduan, revealing a shallow smile that made heaven and earth lose color, gently nodded her head and uttered the word good. Her voice was as thin as a thread, and ordinary people really couldn't hear it. Great, we can go out and play. Seeing that their mother and father had agreed, the two little ones were so excited that they jumped up and down, bouncing and running out of the parlor. Inside the parlor, Yun Tianduan and Nangong Tianyin looked at each other. It was as if both of them were hiding 1,000 words in those soft eyes, but they didn't know how to say them. In the end, it was Nangong Tianyin who broke the silence. Yun, big brother Yun, thank you. When she shouted out the words big brother Yun, her face involuntarily blushed. Yun Tian Dust smiled faintly and said softly, Tianyin, the one who should say thank you should be me. Brother Yun. Nangong Tianyin was touched in her heart, and Yun Tianduan frankly said, I, Yun Tianduan, grew up without a father or a mother, and have never experienced what affection is. Until the moment when Xie and Xiao Sheng appeared, I gradually understood the meaning of the existence of affection. I was able to recover because of you too.
Nangong Tianyin listened in her ears and memorized the words fatherless and motherless in her mind, and a hint of tenderness flashed under her eyes. Looking at Nangong Tianyin's clear and soft eyes, Yun Tianduan felt his heartbeat speed up. He hastily looked out the door and changed the topic. That, Xie and Xiao Trace have already gone far away, so you should first let your master know, and the children and I will wait for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yun Tiandust turned around and walked out, rather like he was fleeing. Gazing at Yun Tiandust's tall and resolute back, Nangong Tianyin recalled every moment after Yun Tiandust had appeared and unconsciously smiled. Soon, after explaining the situation to Mu Hongxia, Nangong Tianyin also stepped onto Yun Tianduan's flying shuttle and silently left the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. And nowadays, the prestige of the Falling Cloud Immortal Palace had been thoroughly established. With the assistance of the three great sacred clans and the deterrence of Yun Tiandust, the future path of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was bound to be smooth. Those forces that had grudges against the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were all sitting on pins and needles, and this was the case with the Extreme Heaven sect, which was the first of the 8 major forces on the Xian-Tian continent.
The Extreme Heaven sect's old ancestor was even more frightened after seeing Yun Tiandust's terrifyingly monstrous strength. Not long afterward, the old ancestor of the Extreme Heaven sect personally carried a heavy gift and came to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace to apologize in person. And he promised to use half of the clan's reserves to try to ransom the captured Zhuo Hongyuan. What Zhuo Hongyuan's father and son had done to Nangong Tianyin. It would have been merciful for the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace not to launch extermination retaliation against the Extreme Sky sect. Still wanting to redeem Zhuo Hongyuan is really delusional. Mu Hongxia was a woman, but she also had thunderous means. How could the old ancestor of the Extreme Heaven sect dare to have half a word of complaint? And left the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace in ashes. Chapter 22, Farewell After 2 years. All the grudges in the Xian-Tian continent seemed to have nothing to do with Yun Tiandust, and he who traveled the continent with his pair of children and Nangong Tianyin was as leisurely and relaxed as he could be. During the tour, they intentionally went back to the Nangong family. Yun Tiandust did not deliberately conceal his identity, and his identity called out to him. For a time, the rumor that powerful and mysterious Mr. Yun and the Heavenly Tone Empress were Dao couples swept across the entire Xian Heaven continent like a wild wind sweeping away leaves. The reputation of the Nangong family was also pushed to the top in one fell swoop. The various forces that came to the door to flatter and curry favor with the Nangong family also became incessant. After leaving from the Nangong family, they once again embarked on a journey to see all the magnificent mountains and rivers of the Xian-Tian continent and experience the customs of different regions. During the journey, they left laughter in all parts of the Xian-Tian continent, and encountered all sorts of interesting things along the way, leaving too many warm memories for them. Under such a restful and beautiful time together, the hearts of both Yun Tianduan and Nangong Tianyin were inadvertently getting closer and closer together. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, the Xian-Tian continent had become a pattern of 2 dominant families. The Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace had already developed into the strongest hegemon of the Xian-Tian continent. The Nangong family had also completely risen to become the veritable number 1 family of the Xian-Tian continent. Both Mu Hongxia and Mu Yuanshan had relied on the huge resources of the 2 great sacred clans to break through to sealed martial emperor within these 2 years. A large portion of the underpinnings left behind by the Golden Penalty sect and the Firecloud sect had fallen into the hands of the Nangong family, causing the Nangong family to produce 3 more martial emperors in one fell swoop, with underpinnings comparable to the 8 major powers that had once existed. During these 2 years, Yun Tiandust, who had changed the pattern of the Xian-Tian continent with his own strength, gradually faded out of people's view. Just 2 months ago, Yun Tiandust returned to Qingfeng Valley with Nangong Tianyin and a pair of children. The Valley of the Clear Winds. This was the beginning of Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianyin's destiny, and it held an extremely special significance for both of them. Here, they completely forget the chaos and clamor of the outside world and enjoy the serenity and happiness of a family. 2 years was nothing more than a snap of the fingers for cultivators, but for the 2 little ones, it was 2 years of rapid growth. Even without deliberate cultivation, both little ones had naturally broken through the limit of the half-step celestial realm, and the same was true for Nangong Tianyin. In order to prevent them from continuing to break the boundary and attracting a heavenly tribulation, Yun Tiandust had to step in to help them temporarily suppress their cultivation. The situation in the Xian-Tian continent had stabilized, and no one could threaten the 2 children in Nangong Tianyin anymore. Yun Tiandust could also return to the heavenly realm with peace of mind. After 2 years of living comfortably,
Yun Tian Dust had never forgotten the burden he carried. There was no doubt about the power of the war god's palace, but those people were able to assassinate even him, let alone the others. Yun Tian Dust didn't even dare to imagine if the war god temple still really existed. Therefore, he had to settle Nangong Tianyin and the children down and be ready to throw his weight around. On this day, Yun Tian Dust stood in front of the bamboo hut that was once there, looking at the refreshed several bamboo houses in front of him, listening to the children's laughter, and feeling the tranquility and beauty of this place. Yun Tian Dust suddenly felt frustrated. It's also time to go back, Yun Tian Dust murmured in a low voice, and when he spoke of this decision to Nangong Tianyin and the children, the two little ones instantly became teary-eyed and hugged Yun Tian Dust tightly, unwilling to let go. Nangong Tianyin buried the worries in her heart deeply. She didn't want to sway Yun Tianxin's decision and chose to support it silently. Big brother Yun, you go without worry. I will take care of the children and wait for you to return. Nangong Tianyin's voice carried a bit of firmness and gentleness. Yun Tian Dust gently stroked the heads of the two little ones, his eyes flickering with reluctance and determination. Sheer, Wu Hun, you have to be good and listen to your mother and wait for daddy to come back. After speaking, he turned to look at Nangong Tianyin, his eyes filled with warmth and apologies. Tianyin, I'm sorry, Nangong Tianyin interrupted and smiled faintly. Big brother Yun, don't say sorry, I know your responsibility and mission. No matter how long it takes, the children and I will wait for your return. Yun Tian Dust looked deeply at Nangong Tianyin before nodding solemnly. I, Yun Tian Dust, hereby promise that I will definitely return within a year. No matter what happens, I will come back for you all. Nangong Tianyin gently nodded her head, trust and expectation flashing in her eyes. Yun Tian Dust's gaze pierced through the clouds of Qingfeng Valley, as if he could see into that distant and unfamiliar heavenly realm. Tianyin, take care of yourself. Yun Tian Dust's voice was low and gentle as he slowly walked forward, gathering the courage to embrace Nangong Tianyin into his bosom, as if he wanted to engrave the warmth of this moment in his heart forever. The moment she was hugged by Yun Tianjin, Nangong Tianyin suddenly felt her brain go blank, her heartbeat sped up violently, and her cheeks involuntarily reddened. Yun Tian Dust's warm and powerful embrace made her feel unprecedentedly at ease and happy, as if the entire world had stood still, leaving only each other's heartbeats and breathing. Sister, Daddy is hugging mother. Little Wuhan's voice broke the tranquility and coziness, and Yun Tian Dust gently let go of Nangong Tianyin, his face also slightly flushed. Nangong Tianyin's gaze was evasive and she was still somewhat at a loss for words. She had never imagined that Yun Tianchen would actually act in such a manner. Although they had lived together for 2 years, they had always respected each other and had never confided in each other. Yun Tian Dust's move had undoubtedly pierced the last layer of window paper between them. At this moment, the emotions within Nangong Tianyin could no longer be suppressed, and her gaze towards Yun Tianduan was filled with tenderness. Hey, take care of your brother. Yun Tian Dust turned his head to look at the child, leaving behind a gentle sentence before his figure flashed and shot straight up into the clouds. His back gradually blurred in the sight of Nangong Tianyin and the children until it disappeared. Inside the Qingfeng Valley, only Nangong Tianyin's gentle gaze and the two little ones' unwilling cries echoed for a long time. Yun Tian Dust was certainly unwilling to give up, but he did not turn back. Heavenly Realm, a world that was countless times more vast than the Xiantian continent, and for mortals, it was even more of an unattainable dream. The so-called sealed martial emperors of the Xiantian continent placed in the Heavenly Realm were only a little bit stronger than ordinary people. In the Heavenly Realm, there were 9 realms of martial arts. They were the 9 realms of Celestial, Earthly Xian, Heavenly King, Heavenly Monarch, Heavenly Lord, Heavenly Ultimate, Heavenly Father and Heavenly Emperor. Among them, the Celestial Realm was also known as the Entering Xian Realm. The Xian force cultivated by Heaven Realm martial artists was a more advanced force than spiritual force. Because of this, the Heavenly Realm martial artists were all godlike in the eyes of those in the lower realm. There are 2 ways for lower realm martial artists to ascend to the Heavenly Realm. One of them was that one's own cultivation broke through the limit of the half-step Celestial Realm, condensing Xianli to allow the rules of the Heavenly Realm to sense it, and only then would a heavenly tribulation be sent down to receive it. The second is to transmit through the flying platform. The first one required a heavenly tribulation, and the process was 9 deaths. However, if one succeeds in crossing the heavenly tribulation, there will also be great rewards. As for the flying platform, it was essentially a cross-border teleportation array. It requires the Heavenly Realm's array masters to step in to open the channel with the lower realm, and it also costs a huge amount of money to maintain it. Every time a person was teleported through the flying platform, a lot of source crystals were consumed.
Chapter 23, Breaking the Heavenly Realm Barrier, Destroying the Heavenly Sea Dynasty. However, apart from the two conventional ways of transmigration and teleportation, there was a third way to ascend to the heavenly realm from the lower realm. As long as one had enough strength, one could forcibly break the heavenly realm barrier. This way was the simplest and crudest, and it was impossible for an ordinary heavenly exalt to do so. To Yun Tian Dust, there was also only the third route to choose from. With his cultivation level, it was no longer possible for him to cross the tribulation and ascend. A normal flying platform wouldn't be able to carry his power. What's more, the flying platform controlled by the Five Elements Sacred Sect had been cut off by him as early as when he destroyed the Golden Penalty Sect. Now, Yun Tian Dust would have to forcefully break the heavenly realm barrier and return to his own world. After leaving from the Xian Tian continent, Yun Tian Dust crossed the endless void until a white borderless wall appeared in front of him and he stopped. Heavenly realm, I, Yun Tian Dust, have returned. Yun Tian Dust whispered to himself as his gaze fell on top of the transparent barrier in front of him, and a majestic power was slowly released from him as the entire space trembled. As if it had a consciousness, the boundless transparent barrier quickly solidified to ward off the threat, and the white mist became even more intense. Yun Tian Dust closed his eyes and concentrated. His power condensed into his fingertips, transforming into an invisible giant sword that pointed straight at the boundless barrier in front of him. Break! With a soft shout, Yun Tian Dust raised his hand and slashed violently, and a brilliant arc-shaped sword aura broke through the air, instantly dispersing the blankets of white mist and striking directly at the heavenly realm barrier, only to hear a giggle crunch. The seemingly solid and incomparable heavenly realm barrier was cut out by the sword chi with a dozens of meters long opening. Without any semblance of procrastination, Yun Tian Dust's figure abruptly exploded and flew in before the heavenly realm barrier completely healed. After passing through the barriers, what came into view was the vast and boundless chaotic void, with stars scattered like dust, and light and shadow intertwined into a magnificent and mysterious picture scroll. Yun Tian Dust's body was like a meteor as he traveled through the endless void at an astonishingly fast speed. Not long after, Yun Tianduan felt the familiar heaven and earth yuan qi. With a movement in his heart, Yun Tianduan steeply accelerated his speed. Finally, he crossed the boundless void and truly stepped into that long-lost world. Yun Tian Dust stood above the void, overlooking this strange yet familiar land, the bright sunlight reflecting on his face. His heart welled up with infinite emotions. As his massive divine thoughts were released, Yun Tian Dust quickly confirmed the suspicions in his heart. This was indeed the Jade Heavenly Sky and the 9 Heavenly Realms. Before Yun Tian Dust founded the War God Temple, the Heavenly Realm was divided into 9 heavenly domains, named after the 9 heavens. In addition, there was a chaotic starfield that was independent of the 9 heavens. It wasn't until the Battle God Temple took root in the chaotic starfield and completely integrated it that the chaotic starfield was officially renamed Battle God Field. This chaotic and unorganized vast starfield was well organized under the governance of the War God's Temple. In a short span of 10 years or so, the War God domain had developed into the strongest domain in the heavenly realm in one fell swoop, far surpassing the divine heaven at the head of the 9 heavens. The Jade Heavenly Sky ranked 7th among the 9 heavens, and was considered to be relatively backward. Yun Tianduan, who had wanted to leave directly, suddenly remembered that there was still a small matter that had not been completed. This Jade Heavenly Sky also had a death-seeking third-rate power, the Sky Sea Dynasty, and if this evil dynasty was not removed, it would always be a threat to the Xian Heavenly Continent. And when that Heavenly Sea Prince dared to hit Nangong Tianyin with his idea, the fate of this Heavenly Sea Dynasty was doomed. Without stopping too long, Yun Tian Dust's eyes flashed with a cold light as he broke through the air and left. At the same time, far away in a huge territory hundreds of millions of miles away, stood a slightly sized city in the sea, surrounded by the sea on all sides. The city covers an area of thousands of miles in circumference. The streets of the city are well connected, with stores and pedestrians in abundance, making it bustling with activity. The center of the city was the most prosperous, standing with hundreds of golden and majestic palaces with carved beams and paintings. This was precisely the imperial city of the Heavenly Sea Dynasty, and within a territory of tens of thousands of miles, the Heavenly Sea Dynasty had the absolute right to speak. At this moment, within the Dynasty Hall of Tian High Palace, a dozen people were sitting opposite each other. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. On the golden dragon chair, the majestic-looking emperor of the Heavenly Sea had a gloomy face, his gaze sharp as a knife, looking straight at the green-robed old man below. Master Ma, are you sure you can repair the flying platform that leads to the Xian Heaven continent? Emperor Tian Hai's voice was low and powerful, each word revealing an unquestionable majesty. Don't worry, your majesty, although the old immortal doesn't dare to say it's foolproof. he's at least 90% sure. The green-robed old man known as Master Ma bowed and saluted, his tone dripping with confidence. Very good. Emperor Tianyi's face was like frost, and he said in a deep voice, I'll give you 3 days to make sure that the flying heavenly platform is repaired and intact. I'm going to make the entire Xian heavenly continent accompany my son to his funeral. Please also ask your majesty. Just as Master Ma had just opened his mouth to speak, the entire hall suddenly trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any time. What's going on? Emperor Tianyi droned lowly in a deep voice, taking the lead and dodging out. The rest of the people's faces changed slightly, and they flew out of the great hall right after him, only to see the entire sky of the palace become dark. A giant hand that covered the sky descended from the heavens, shrouding the entire Heavenly Sea dynasty under its massive shadow. What's this? For a time, the Heavenly Sea Imperial Palace was in a state of panic, and the cries of panic were endless. Above that giant hand that descended from the sky, it contained a power that destroyed the sky and the earth, as if it could turn the entire Heavenly Sea dynasty into pieces with just a light grip. At the same time, at the deepest part of the Heavenly Sea Imperial Palace, 5 powerful figures rose up into the sky. It is the 5 old ancestors. Seeing those 5 pale figures, many people shouted out excitedly as if they had seen the backbone. Raise the formation. The 5 of them bellowed in unison. They were dressed in ancient robes. Their whiskers and hair were white, but their eyes were like torches, and there was a dense Xianli fluctuation surrounding their bodies. They were obviously experts who had reached the heavenly monarch realm. However, in the face of that giant hand dropping down from the sky, their faces were unprecedentedly grave. With the simultaneous sealing of the 5 great ancestors of the Heavenly Sea dynasty, surging Xianli surged out wildly, directly triggering the guardian array of the Heavenly Sea Imperial Palace, only to see the 4 poles and central location of the Heavenly Sea Imperial Palace. 5 colorful light pillars rushed up at the same time, array patterns intertwining to form a guardian barrier covering the entire palace, attempting to block the huge palm that was destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Seeing this, Emperor Tianyi immediately ordered all of them to join together and channel their power into the guardian formation, maximizing the power of the formation. Nonetheless, that crisis of death never dissipated. Which senior is it? What exactly has my Heavenly Sea dynasty offended? Please show yourself and we will definitely make amends. Emperor Tianyi's voice trembled as he attempted to resolve this crisis by begging for peace. As soon as the Heavenly Sea Emperor's words fell, an icy cold sentence that came from all directions resounded through the entire palace. Heavenly Sea dynasty, be executed. Along with the fall of those icy words was the huge palm that was like a titanic pressure, instantly destroying the guardian array that the Heavenly Sea dynasty regarded as its backbone. The palaces, pavilions, and palace walls of the Heavenly Sea dynasty, everything, including the Emperor of the Heavenly Sea and the 5 great old ancestors, all turned into nothingness under the crushing of that giant hand. The entire Heavenly Sea dynasty was thus overthrown by a mysterious powerhouse with a single palm in full view of everyone. This scene shocked the entire Heavenly Sea Imperial City. Chapter 24, Wild Sword Night Mad Cloud. The news that the Heavenly Sea dynasty had been destroyed by a mysterious powerhouse with a single slap swept across the entire Jade Sky like a raging wind and rain. For a while, all forces caught wind of the situation and dispatched scouts in an attempt to uncover that mysterious powerhouse. However, that mysterious strongman seemed to be like a ghost without a trace, and the only thing that remained was the Heavenly Sea Palace that had become ruins. Asking the martial artists of the Heavenly Sea Imperial City yielded different answers, and there was simply no way to find out. Yun Tian Dust was oblivious to the sensation in the Jade Heavenly Sky. Overthrowing the Heavenly Sea dynasty was a trivial matter of lifting a finger to him. After casually erasing the hidden danger that was the Heavenly Sea dynasty, Yun Tian Dust embarked on his journey to the War God domain. The truth of that year could be investigated slowly. What he desperately wanted to know now was the situation of the War God's palace. Yun Tian Dust quickly passed through the Jade Heavenly Sky, and just as he was passing through the Purple Heavenly Sky region, a familiar and long-lost aura entered his range of perception. Yun Tian Dust's heart stirred and he jerked to a halt. He couldn't be more familiar with this aura. It was none other than the Night Mad Cloud, one of the 12 blazing angels of the War God Temple. The Night Mad Cloud is known in the heavenly realm for its wild and unruly sword technique, called the Mad Blade, ranked 7th among the 12 blazing angels, and is a famous fighting maniac in the Battle God Temple. After 15 years, to be able to meet the brothers of the War God Temple here, Yun Tian Dust's heart involuntarily clenched. As one of the 12 incandescent angels of the War God Temple, Night Mad Cloud must know the true state of the War God Temple. I hope everything is fine. Yun Tian Dust endeavored to calm his heavy heart and mind, and then he changed his course and broke through the air in the direction where Night Madness Cloud was.
What made Yun Tian Dust feel surprised was that the direction that Night Frenzy Cloud went to seemed to be Divine Soldier Valley, and Yun Tian Dust also realized that there were a large number of martial artists in every direction,
all heading towards the Divine Soldier Valley. Can it be that the Divine Soldier Valley is organizing some kind of event?
Yun Tian Dust thought like this and immediately accelerated his speed. This Divine Soldier Valley was famous in the Heavenly Realm for its art of refining weapons, and that old Valley Master was one of the 3 veritable 9th grade refiners in the Heavenly Realm, so naturally he was sought after. A 9th grade refiner was in existence that could refine godless soldiers. There was no excuse for so many people to respond to the Divine Soldier Valley's event. 15 years ago in the Heavenly Realm, there were only 3 people: the president of the Refiners Guild, the old master of the Divine Soldier Valley, and Qing Xuanzi of the Battle God Palace, who were able to refine godless soldiers. But what everyone didn't know was that Qing Xuanzi's art of refining weapons was all taught by Yun Tian Dust. Before he was about to arrive at the Divine Soldier Valley, Yun Tian Dust changed his appearance and mingled amongst the crowd, inquiring from a cultivator who was also rushing on his way.
Dare I ask you, brother, what is the reason for so many people rushing to the Divine Soldier Valley?
The cultivator glanced at Yun Tian Dust,
his face showing suspicion. Brother, you really don't know?
Yun Tian Dust shook his head and politely arched his hand. Truth be told, I happened to pass by here by chance, seeing so many people heading towards the Divine Soldier Valley. I couldn't help but be curious. The cultivator once again took a glance at Yun Tian Dust. Seeing that he was dressed in an extraordinary manner, he said in a low voice, Brother, you should have just left the gate not long ago, right? It's normal that you haven't heard about it. The Divine Soldier Valley Master is recruiting for his daughter.
Recruitment? Yun Tianduan was surprised. This fellow Night Frenzy Cloud wouldn't be here to participate in the marriage recruitment as well, would he? Who doesn't know in the War God Palace, the most repulsive thing about the Mad Sword Knight Mad Cloud is women, often saying that women will only mess up the way of his sword. Seeing Yun Tian Dust's surprise, the cultivator explained, Brother, you don't know. It is said that the Divine Soldier Valley obtained a piece of obsidian immortal crystal and refined it into a peerless sword. Whoever can become the aunt of the Divine Soldier Valley, that sword will be the dowry. Upon hearing this, Yun Tian Dust suddenly realized that Guy Night Frenzy Cloud didn't come to participate in the marriage recruitment. He came for the sword. Thank you for informing me. Yun Tian Dust arched his hand at the cultivator and thanked him before mingling in the crowd and walking forward. Outside of the Divine Soldier Valley, there was a sea of people, bustling with activity. Under the leadership of the Divine Soldier Valley elders, the various celestial pride gathered at the Divine Soldier Valley Square. Yun Tian Dust was right in the middle of it. He was quietly observing everything, and he also saw that fellow Night Frenzy Cloud. At this moment, the Night Madness Cloud, a light gray robe is as plain as possible. His figure is not too tall. Hidden in the crowd is not eye-catching. However, underneath his deep gaze, it seemed as if he was hiding 1,000,000 pounds of power, giving people a sense of sharpness. Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. With the temperament of this fellow, Night Frenzy Cloud, he might make some kind of mess. He didn't quite believe that this battle maniac would honestly go and become the son-in-law of the Divine Soldier Valley. On the Divine Soldier Valley Square, tens of thousands of people gathered here, either confident or eager to try, all wanting to make a splash at this recruitment conference. Becoming the aunt of the Divine Soldier Valley, not only can you hold a beautiful woman, but you can also take that world-renowned sword for yourself, and you can also get a big backer like the Divine Soldier Valley, so it can be said to be a triple win. Because of this, many geniuses who were not good at using swords also came here. After all, the Divine Soldier Valley did not stipulate that only sword cultivators could participate. With the order of the Divine Soldier Valley's Grand Elder, the recruitment conference officially began. A simple, rough and tumble ring match was instantly staged. Above the ring, all the heavenly prides took turns to show their strengths. At first, it was only some Heavenly Lord Realm Heavenly Pride who went up to the stage to spar, but as time passed, the martial artists who went up to the stage became stronger and stronger, and the battles became more and more intense. 3 hours later, a young swordsman who called himself the Little Dagger Immortal stood out, and he was almost unrivaled with his powerful and overbearing blade technique and peak Heavenly Extreme Realm cultivation skill. The geniuses that went up to the stage to fight against him were all hard-pressed to carry the Little Dagger Immortal for 3 moves. The crowd also thought that he would most likely be the ultimate winner of this recruitment conference. However, at this time, a stern blade suddenly broke through the air from the sky and attacked, aiming at the Little Dagger Immortal in the center of the ring. The Little Blade Immortal reacted quickly, raising his long blade and chopping down, attempting to defeat the incoming powerful blade awnings. However, his resistance was ultimately futile. There was a hint of law power hidden in that blade and the attack of the little dagger immortal was instantly crushed, and he himself was heavily injured on the spot, no longer able to fight. This sudden turn of events drew an outcry from the entire audience. The crowd looked in unison, only to see a gorgeous flying shuttle break through the air and steadily stop in the sky above the Divine Soldier Valley Plaza. On top of the flying shuttle, a young man dressed in fancy clothes with an arrogant aura slowly stepped out, followed by an old man with white hair by his side. Both of them had an extraordinary aura. Divine Sword Sect Young Master Qiu Shaotang, someone exclaimed in shock, recognizing the identity of this youth. In this way, the identity of the old man beside him came to light, the Divine Blade Sect's Provision Elder, and also Qiu Shaotang's protector. The Divine Blade Sect, as the overlord of the Jingshao Heavenly Domain, with Qiu Shaotang's status, he was indeed qualified to drive the shuttle into the Divine Soldier Valley. The Divine Soldier Valley was certainly powerful as well, but in front of an overbearing force like the Divine Sword Sect, it was also a step weaker, and at this moment, Qiu Shaotang's arrival had undoubtedly added more variables to this marriage-inviting assembly. Qiu Shaotang's identity aside, the crowd's favored little dagger immortal had been killed in a single move, so who else would dare to compete with him? Chapter 25, Night Frenzy Cloud Strikes, strongly crushes, under the eyes of all. Qiu Shaotang paced in the air and landed proudly on top of the ring, his gaze sweeping the entire arena. The corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. Qiu Shaotang looked contemptuously at the little dagger immortal who was still lying on the ground, and then spoke. Anyone else, want to come up and try my sword? At these words, the room fell silent. Those Heaven's Pride who had originally wanted to go up to the stage to challenge them all caved in at the moment, and no one dared to respond. After all, Qiu Shaotang's strength was there, and it would be nothing more than self-defeating for them to go up. But in front of that triple temptation which is enough to change the destiny, there are still people who can't resist and want to go up to the stage to have a fight. However, in the end, it was not to be, and of the few people who came on stage afterward, no one was able to catch Qiu Shaotang's move, and they all ended up with serious injuries. Until this moment, no one had dared to go on stage anymore. Regarding Qiu Shaotang's appearance, the Divine Soldier Valley's senior management was also happy to see it. If they could form a marriage with the Divine Sword Sect, it would be considered an alliance in disguise, and it would do no harm to the Divine Soldier Valley. Just when the crowd thought Qiu Shaotang would successfully become the Divine Soldier Valley's aunt, another figure descended from the sky and landed on top of the ring. This person was dressed in a brown brocade robe, holding a long sword, the tip of the sword lightly tapping the ground, emitting a faint sword intent. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Shuai Yang, what are you doing here? Qiu Shaotang's tone was slightly low when he saw this person, his face not looking too good. It's really him, Sky Sword Villa Young Master Shui Yang, the crowd once again exclaimed. The Heavenly Sword Villa was the overlord of the Purple Sky Heavenly Domain, and its strength was not inferior to the Divine Sword Sect. But what surprised the crowd was that the Heavenly Sword Villa were all sword cultivators, so they shouldn't be interested in that precious sword, so they could only be running to the people. Shui Yang looked at the senior members of the Ice Soldier Valley, turned his head to look at Qiu Shaotang, and spoke in a calm tone. Battle! Let me see if your sword is as fast as the rumors. Qiu Shaotang's eyes flashed with a cold light when he heard this. He also knew that Shui Yang was not easy to deal with, but for that sword in the Divine Soldier Valley as a booster, Qiu Shaotang was determined to win, and anyone who stood in his way should be removed. Since Brother Shui is so eager to test my sword, then Mr. Qiu will do as you wish. Qiu Shaotang's voice carried an unquestionable confidence. A battle in the void. Qiu Shaotang droned lowly in a deep voice. His figure rushed up to the sky, and in his hand, a long black blade steeply appeared. The blade was about 3 feet long, and a cold aura surged out under the sunlight. Shui Yang flew high into the air with a catapult and confronted Qiu Shaotang in the air. War! With Shui Yang's bellowing cry, the silver longsword held in his hand resounded with a crisp sword sound, emitting a majestic sword intent. His eyes were firm and calm, with a vague hint of determination. The crowd below held their breath in anticipation of the start of this peak duel. Suddenly, Qiu Shaotang moved. His speed exceeded that of lightning, and the long knife in his hand cut through the air with an icy cracking sound, pointing straight at Shui Yang's vitals. Shui Yang was not panicked. His long sword lightly danced. The sword light surrounded his body like flowing water, easily defusing Qiu Shaotang's attack. The battle between the two was instantaneous, and the swords struck each other, emitting a continuous sound of gold and iron. Qiu Shaotang's sword technique was overwhelmingly powerful. Each blade carried the momentum of opening mountains and cracking rocks, while Shui Yang's sword technique was agile and ethereal. Each sword was like a gazelle hanging from the corner, without a trace. In the sky above the ring, the silhouettes of the two men were constantly interlacing with each other, and the light of swords and shadows dazzled the eyes. Although Qiu Shaotong's sword technique was overbearing, Shui Yang's sword technique was just as exquisite, and he was able to defuse crises at critical moments and even make strong counterattacks every time. As time passed, Qiu Shaotong and Shui Yang had both used their respective skills, but it was always difficult to distinguish between the winners and the losers, and it was obvious that they had reached a stalemate. If they continued to fight like this, they were afraid that they would fight for 3 days and 3 nights until they were both exhausted. Boring. However, just as both of them were in the middle of their battle, a contemptuous and disdainful word instantly broke the evenly matched battle. The night frenzy cloud in the crowd moved. Appearing in midair like a ghost, he only gently waved his hand, and an invisible force came out like a tidal wave, actually lifting Qiu Shaotong and Shui Yang off the ground at the same time. The two were in a sorry state, each flying backwards for thousands of meters before barely stabilizing. Who dares to interfere? Qiu Shaotong shouted angrily, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. Unbridled. When Qiu Shaotong's protector saw the scene, he thought that an older generation powerhouse had intervened, and immediately shouted out. His nine heavens aura was steeply released, and he slapped his palm at Night Frenzy Cloud. Humph, with you dare to clamor in front of me? The corner of Night Frenzied Cloud's mouth hooked into a cold smile, his eyes filled with disdain. Although his words were light, they were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the ears of the crowd. The Tao Protector's face became even more unsightly, and his palm force became harsh. Get lost. Night Frenzy Cloud didn't even look at the Taoist Protector. A wide broken blade instantly appeared in his hand, only to see him slash a wisp of blade chi downwards with his backhand. Not good. The Protector of the Tao sensed a strong crisis, but it was already too late. Accompanied by a crisp bone-cracking sound, before that Taoist Protector could react, his arm had already been chopped off by Night Frenzy Cloud's blade, and blood gushed out, staining the lapel of his coat red. The entire room was deathly silent, and everyone was deeply shocked by this scene. Who the hell are you? The Protector's face turned blue as unprecedented fear surged in his heart. He never thought that this mysterious person who suddenly appeared would be so terrifyingly strong that, from the power of that blade just now, it was simply not something that a heavenly father could send out. Qiu Shaotong forcefully suppressed his agitated chi and blood, his eyes staring deathly at Night Frenzy Cloud, his face equally unsightly. You're not qualified to know. Night Frenzy Cloud glanced at the wretched to the court protector of the Tao and faintly spat out a few words. He stood majestically in the void, his gaze deep as if he could see into the hearts of people. The whispers in the crowd were like a tidal wave as a single gaze focused on Night Fierce Cloud, trying to guess his identity. That's a ninth heavenly father, to have an arm chopped off so easily. The other party was definitely a heavenly emperor powerhouse without a doubt. Such a young heavenly emperor would never be unknown. For a while, many people were already making wild guesses. In the eyes of Yun Tianduan, who was hidden in the crowd, there was also a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This fellow, Night Mad Cloud, had actually broken through to the second heavenly emperor, which was a bit beyond his expectations. In 15 years' time, Night Frenzy Cloud had broken through from the 5th level of the heavenly sovereign realm to the second heavenly emperor, so he should have gotten some kind of chance. At this moment in the audience, Divine Soldier Valley's master Hua Tiandu's brows were locked, and after his gaze lingered for a moment on Night Frenzied Cloud's wide, broken blade, he seemed to have thought of something, and immediately inquired out, "Is your excellency the frenzied blade, Night Frenzied Cloud?" What? Hua Tiandu's words stirred up 1,000 waves, and the entire room erupted in an uproar as the chatter instantly reached a crescendo. Chapter 26, The Prestige of the War God's Palace. As the 5 words Mad Sword, Night Mad Cloud exploded like thunder in the sky above the Divine Warrior Valley, the entire square seemed to be shocked by an invisible force, and all was silent. A moment later, a deafening clamor erupted again. In today's heavenly realm, the mighty reputation of the War God Temple shook the 9 heavens in 10 regions. Although they didn't claim to be honorable, they definitely had that strength. Since the disappearance of that legendary Hall Master 15 years ago, the War God Hall had been silent for a few years, with the 2 great protectors, 3 great war kings, and a number of blazing angels leaving the hall. The War God Temple, which only had the War King Dongfang Yu and the 5 blazing angels in attendance, had immediately become the meat and potatoes in the eyes of many forces. However, the prestige of the War God's Palace was especially strong, and all parties did not dare to be a standout. It wasn't until 2 years later that the Bixiao Sky's overlord, the 10,000 Poison Sect, was the first to be unable to hold back and instructed a number of subordinate forces under their command to provoke the War God Palace, all of which came and went without a return, driven by desire. the patriarch of the 10,000 Poison sect and a group of elders secretly struck out, attempting to attack the Battle God Hall with the strongest poisonous techniques, seizing the resources of the Battle God Hall and the secrets of its soaring rise in the first place. But the 10,000 Poison sect never dreamed that the early return of the ghost Dr. Muli among the 12 blazing angels of the War God's palace would cause the 10,000 Poison sect, which was founded as a sect with poisonous techniques, to plant a huge heal. The antidote-less poison they used miraculously bounced back to them, and several elders were killed on the spot at that time. Several of the less poisoned elders and the 10,000 Poison sect leader, on the other hand, with their own powerful cultivation and understanding of the poison road, forcibly suppressed the toxins in their bodies and returned to the sect, but all of them also ended up with half of their bodies in a paralyzed state. After that, no one dared to think of the War God's palace. It was said that later, the 10,000 Poison sect mobilized the power of the entire sect and took 7 years to develop an antidote, which eradicated the toxin from the bodies of several people. Ghost Dr. Muli became famous from then on, causing countless cultivators to lose their nerve. After this battle, the departed executives of the War God Palace returned one after another in a dominating manner. Because of the need to stay at the root of the War God Temple and suffocated for a long time, the War King Dongfang Yu, but also single-handedly killed on the Wan Poison sect. Rumor had it that Dongfang Yu, with the cultivation of a second heavenly emperor, had strongly defeated the 3 great ancestors of the 10,000 Poison sect, who were 4 heavenly emperors. In front of everyone from the 10,000 Poison sect, after decapitating the 10,000 Poison sect master and those few elders from back then, they all left. This happened 3 years ago, and at that time, in the War God Temple, only the Dark King Balian of the 4 great war kings had returned, and 3 of the 12 blazing angels were still out there. The 2 strikes of War King Dongfang Yu and Ghost Dr. Muli had also allowed the major forces in the heavenly realm to truly realize that not only was there only one Cloud Tianyin in the War God's palace, but that every single one of them was a pervert. The reputation of the War God Temple had also reached its peak since then. It was only later that there were rumors that the 2 great protectors and the 3 great war kings and a number of blazing angels had left the temple one after another, all secretly searching for that missing Battle God Temple Master, Yun Tian Dust. In fact, not only was the Battle God Temple Master the only one who disappeared 15 years ago, but 5 other bigwigs in the heavenly realm had also disappeared inexplicably, because none of them left behind soul tags and other things that could prove life or death. Even the core executives of their respective clans didn't know if they were alive or dead. All the major forces also did not make a sound, but only sent people to secretly investigate, but they always had no clue. It wasn't until after Dongfang Yu killed the 10,000 Poison sect that the one from the 10,000 Poison sect didn't even show up. Only then did the parties realize that what had happened 15 years ago. I'm afraid it wasn't that simple. Although they were also secretly searching for the disappeared old ancestor, it was impossible for them to raise a large crowd like the Battle God Temple, and they even had to try their best to hide the truth of the old ancestor's disappearance. And because of that, until they found their top man, those few powers were keeping a rather low profile. The only exception to this was the Temple of War. Ever since the return of Dark King Balian, the War God Palace with 2 great war kings in attendance was like a powder keg under high temperatures that would explode at the slightest point of others. First, there was Dongfang Yu who killed the 10,000 Poison sect and forcibly beheaded its patriarch. Later, there was Balian who beheaded the Dao Heavenly Palace young lord in public. However, the Dao Heavenly Palace, which was the overlord of the divine heavens, unprecedentedly chose to hold back after its young lord was killed, causing countless people to drop their jaws in shock. But soon after, even more shocking news came out, and people realized why the Dao Heavenly Palace was holding back. It turned out that not too long ago, Lu Evil Yang, one of the Yin and Yang protectors of the War God Palace, had broken through to the 4th rank of Heavenly Emperor, and had forcefully beheaded one of the Dao Heavenly Palace's 5th happening Heavenly Emperors in a side of the ancient secret realm. When this news came out, it even shook the entire heavenly realm. While heavenly dignitaries had 9 realms, heavenly emperors only had 5 tribulations, and every breakthrough in the heavenly emperor realm need to experience the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. The process of 9 deaths, non-great perseverance, generally will not take the initiative to cross the tribulation. Especially those heavenly emperors whose lifespan was nearing its end would only make a break for it when their lifespan was about to expire. A first calamity heavenly emperor could enjoy a lifespan of 100,000 years, and as long as he could successfully pass through a calamity, he could increase his lifespan by another 10,000 years. The so-called 5 tribulation heavenly emperors would already be the strongest realm in the heavenly realm, and could enjoy a lifespan of 150,000 years. For tens of thousands of years, There hadn't been a precedent of a fifth tribulation heavenly emperor being killed by someone. It was precisely because of this that the shock brought to the world by the news of Lu Xiang's beheading of the five-hailed heavenly emperor was so strong. In the 2 years that followed, it was rumored that He Gemin Sikongxian had picked the Tantai family alone, an ancient family with a fourth heavenly emperor at its helm, once again proving to the world the terror of the war god's palace, as foreign protector and king of killers Dekuro sword. Although they hadn't rumored any earth-shattering events, no one dared to underestimate them. In particular, the king of killers, Dekuro sword, was even more talked about. Rumor had it that Dekuro sword was a complete madman. He might not be able to see anything in normal times, but once he got mad he even cut down his own people, and was the craziest person in the war god's palace. And now, it was said to be the most fully staffed time for the war god's palace. Although they didn't have a hall master sitting on their side, their prestige had far surpassed that of 15 years ago, and at this moment, when one of the 12 blazing angels of the war god temple, Night Mad Cloud, appeared in front of the crowd, who would dare to underestimate him? The name of the Mad Sword Night Mad Cloud was equally as loud as thunder. It was rumored that Night Frenzy Cloud made a crazy move 5 years ago. He actually wanted to challenge the Northern Heavenly Blade Emperor with his cultivation of a 9 heaven spear. Without any suspense, Night Frenzy Cloud was defeated by a random strand of the Northern Heavenly Saber Emperor's Saber Chi. However, his name as the first madman of the War God Temple was not for nothing, and Night Mad Cloud admitted his defeat. He was not discouraged by this. Instead he broke his own sword and left a bold statement. He would come back in 10 years to defeat the Sword Emperor with a broken sword. Otherwise he would never change his sword. Right now, with Night Frenzy Cloud appearing here, the crowd had guessed a possibility. He defeated the Northern Heavenly Blade Emperor. In the crowd, some people exclaimed with trembling voices, their eyes filled with unbelief. The Northern Heavenly Blade Emperor had been famous for more than 10,000 years, and was a renowned veteran powerhouse in the heavenly realm, with a cultivation level of at least a second heavenly emperor. Wouldn't that mean that Night Mad Cloud already had the strength of a third tribulation heavenly emperor? The shock brought to the crowd by the appearance of Night Frenzy Cloud was not an ordinary shock. Xiao Xiaotang looked at the protector of the Tao who had lost an arm, and his face grew more and more ferocious, but he didn't even dare to say a harsh word. This madman, Night Frenzy Cloud, wouldn't care about his identity as the young master of the Divine Blade sect. Xiao Xiaotang had no doubt that if he dared to force his way out, he was afraid that his blood would be splattered on the spot in the next second. Chapter 27, I'm here for the sword. My ass. After the protector took the bleeding stopping Dan, his left hand pressed against the edge of the wound on his right shoulder, his body slightly hunched over. He looked at Night Frenzied Cloud in horror, and tremblingly inquired out, "Are you really Night Frenzied Cloud?" "Humph." Night Frenzied Cloud snorted coldly, his afterglow glancing at the Taoist protector, his tone indifferent. "You should feel fortunate that our Hall Master's disappearance has little to do with the Divine Sword sect. Otherwise, the hand you broke wouldn't be a hand." As Night Frenzy Cloud's icy words echoed in the air, the atmosphere of the entire Divine Soldier Valley Square instantly dropped to freezing point. These words would be enough to indicate their identity. At this moment, the protector of the Tao was silent. There was no hatred in his eyes. There was only remorse. A broken arm could still be renewed, but if he dared to dwell on it, he would only leave his life here. After a moment of marveling, someone seemed to have thought of something, and their hearts couldn't help but rise in anticipation. With Night Frenzy Cloud's age, he really belonged to the younger generation, and was completely in line with the Divine Soldier Valley's recruitment conditions. But the rumors about Night Frenzy Cloud were that this guy was not close to women. If the rumors are true, it's going to be a good show. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but look at the Divine Soldier Valley's crowd of executives, wanting to see how they would handle it. However, before the Divine Soldier Valley's top brass could speak, that Shui Yang, who had been shaken away by Night Frenzy Cloud's wave of his hand, was the first to step forward. "I, Shui Yang, still have a battle to fight." He slowly stepped forward in the air. His voice was weak but carried an unquestionable determination, as if he was declaring war on fate. "What?" The crowd stared at each other in disbelief and clamor. Knowing that his opponent was the Mad Sword Knight Fierce Cloud, Shui Yang even dared to take the initiative to challenge him. What was he, who was only at the third level of heaven's respect, if not seeking his own death? Isn't that Xiao Xiaotang's protector a living example? "Shui Yang, are you looking for death?" Xiao Xiaotang uttered in shock. He didn't know what Shui Yang was smoking. Shui Yang did not pay any attention to Xiao Xiaotang. His gaze always fell on Night Frenzy Cloud, firm and persistent. "Shui Yang, right?" Night Frenzy Cloud's face was calm and said, "I've heard of you. Your father may be able to fight me, but you don't have that qualification."
Night Frenzy Cloud's words were wildly arrogant,
yet no one thought he was talking big.
If he had truly defeated the Northern Heavenly Saber Emperor, it would really be justified for him to say such words, but right at this moment, a silhouette swept by like a light swallow, flying out from the inner courtyard of the Divine Warrior Valley, and it was none other than the Divine Warrior Valley's third young lady, Huo Yushi. As soon as she appeared, she went straight to Shui Yang, with tears hidden in her eyes, urgently persuading Shui Yang, hurry up and back off, don't you want to lose your life? Shui Yang gently shook his head, his eyes flickering with an undeniable light. Fei Shi, my mind is made up. Today, I will never let anyone take you away from me. You. Huo Yushi wanted to speak but stopped, tears can no longer control. Rustling down, she knows Shui Yang's temperament. Once decided, 9 cows cannot pull back. Yun Tian Dust stood in the crowd, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile of interest. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that between this Shui Yang and Huo Yushi, he was afraid that they had already made a private arrangement. I just don't know how this Night Frenzy Cloud guy will handle it. The Divine Soldier Valley executives seated on the high platform were all completely unable to sit still when they saw this scene. Huo Tiandu, in particular, had a sigh of relief in his heart. The matter of recruiting a bride was a unanimous decision by all the higher-ups of the Divine Soldier Valley, and Huo Yushi, who was out, was simply unaware of it. As the news of the Divine Soldier Valley's recruitment spread, everything became final. Huo Yushi had also made his scene, but it was unlikely to change anything. To hastily revoke the recruitment would cause the Divine Soldier Valley to lose face while also severely damaging its credibility. If the executives had known that Huo Yushi and Shui Yang were in love, they would naturally have been happy to see it. After all, the strength of the Heavenly Sword Villa was there. After much placating by Huo Tiandu, he finally persuaded Huo Yushi to let her know that Shui Yang had come to the ring. With Shui Yang's talent and strength, he was also bound to be the ultimate winner, and he would be able to accomplish something great at that time. But who knows? It's just as well that Chiu Xiaotang was killed halfway. Even Night Frenzy Cloud from the War God Hall jumped out. This sudden turn of events caught Huo Tiandu and the Divine Soldier Valley's top brass off guard, but at the same time, their gazes flickered over Night Frenzy Cloud, and they instantly had an idea. As a War God Temple blazing angel, Night Mad Cloud's status and strength were far beyond Chiu Xiaotang and Shui Yang. If Night Frenzy Cloud was allowed to become the son-in-law of the Divine Warrior Valley, it would undoubtedly be a huge leap for the Divine Warrior Valley. After a few people nodded their heads in greeting, the Taishang elder at the head apologetically looked at Shui Yang, his tone calm. Little friend Shui, please also stop. The rules of my Divine Soldier Valley are unbreakable, and since little friend Knight has taken a liking to Yushi, he will look up my ass. I only came for the sword. Before the Supreme Elder could finish his words, Night Mad Cloud's domineering voice rang out. He only looked at Huo Yushi with a look of disgust. Night Frenzy Cloud's reaction was eye-opening. There were even countless Celestial Pride who were so exasperated that they pounded their chests and almost spewed out old blood. This Divine Soldier Valley recruiting. How many people dream want to become the Divine Soldier Valley ant? This Night Crazy Cloud is still a face of dislike. In the end there is no justice? A sentence that came only for the sword simply rubbed the dignity of the Divine Soldier Valley and Huo Yushi, a great beauty, on the ground without giving the slightest bit of face. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Divine Soldier Valley's top brass were instantly gloomy, their eyes glowing with a ghostly light. Huo Yushi's eyes were even more red, and an unprecedented sense of humiliation surged to her heart. Night Frenzy Cloud, you are far too arrogant. Huo Tiandu finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and snapped. Night Frenzied Cloud, however, only smiled faintly. The broken knife in his hand gently swung, and a stern knife aura instantly filled the air. Master Huo Valley, I, Night Frenzied Cloud, have always acted like this. That knife, I aspire to obtain. If you guys take the initiative to offer it up, then it will be counted as my Night Frenzied Cloud owing Divine Soldier Valley a favor. Although his tone was calm, the threatening intent was unmistakable. When the Divine Soldier Valley crowd heard this, they all looked at each other angrily, but they didn't dare to act rashly. And in today's heavenly realm, who would dare to touch the mold of this group of lunatics from the War God Temple? However, after Shui Yang saw the humiliating tears in Huo Yushi's eyes, he completely lost his mind and his gaze gradually turned scarlet. Night Frenzy Cloud, you have bullied people too much. Accompanied by a bellowing cry, Shui Yang swung the longsword in his hand and chopped out a fierce sword chi at Night Frenzy Cloud. The extreme fury contained in that sword chi caused countless people at the scene to be moved. Humph! Night Frenzied Cloud snorted out coldly, and immediately a strong aura swept out from him, directly crushing Shui Yang's attack. Shui Yang was shaken back a dozen steps before he managed to stabilize himself. Yoko! Huayushi cried out in shock and hurriedly flew over, asking him with an anxious face if he was injured.
Yu Shi, I am sorry to. You, Shuai-yang,
who had come to his senses, had an incomparably disheveled face, in contrast to his previous spirited appearance. When Night Frenzy Cloud saw Shuai-yang's appearance,
his inner thoughts became even more determined.
A woman messes with the way of the sword,
and is more capable of messing with people's hearts. He, Night Frenzy Cloud, must stay away from women in this life. Chapter 28 Old Valley Master's Choice. Night Mad Cloud's gaze flicked between Shuai-yang and Huayushi,
and the corner of his mouth curled up in a faint trace of contempt.
To even give up his life for the sake of a woman. He, Night Frenzy Cloud, couldn't see this kind of person the most.
But seeing as this Shuai-yang was also quite daring,
he didn't bother with it. He turned around,
gazing straight at the Divine Soldier Valley's crowd of executives as he casually tossed out a storage ring,
raising his voice. I, Night Frenzied Cloud,
have always disliked beating around the bush. This is 500 million extreme source crystals.
Consider it as a deposit for me to buy that sword. If it's not enough, you can send someone to the War God Hall at any time to retrieve it. Anyway, that knife, I'm aiming for it.
Night Frenzy Cloud's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears,
and that dominance and confidence made everyone present feel an invisible pressure. The top brass of Divine Soldier Valley looked at each other with gloomy faces,
but they were all forcing down their anger.
Yun Tian thus took it all in,
his tense mind gradually easing. The mention of the War God Temple made the crowd at the scene and the higher-ups of the Divine Soldier Valley scornful to this extent. This was undoubtedly good news for Yun Tian Dust, and a single Night Frenzy Cloud was able to deter the entire Divine Soldier Valley, Divine Blade Sect, and Heavenly Sword Villa, a tripartite force, and it seemed that the current Battle God Palace was even more prestigious than it was 15 years ago.
Thinking like this, Yun Tian Dust was a little impatient to grab Night Frenzy Cloud over and ask for a clear answer.
The senior members of the Divine Soldier Valley looked at the storage ring hovering in front of them and didn't reach out to pick it up.
In their minds, this was a humiliation for the Divine Warrior Valley and them.
500 million extreme source crystals was considered a huge amount of money for a power like the Divine Warrior Valley,
equivalent to the income of the Divine Warrior Valley for the majority of the year. However,
that blade was crafted from obsidian immortal crystal and was worth at least 1 billion extreme source crystals.
Most importantly,
that sword was a matter of the reputation of the Divine Soldier Valley.
Nowadays,
it was feared that the entire heavenly realm had already known about the Divine Soldier Valley's dowry of a supreme treasure sword. If they just let Night Frenzy Cloud take the sword away, it would be a huge blow to the Divine Warrior Valley's face and credibility.
Night Mad Cloud, you're a bit too overbearing. Is the dignity of my Divine Soldier Valley something you can trample on at will?
A white-haired Divine Soldier Valley Supreme Elder stood up abruptly and stared angrily at Night Frenzy Cloud, the aura of a first heavenly emperor on display.
Bullying? I think I've been very polite. Night Crazy Cloud was unimpressed and arrogantly said, today, I, Night Crazy Cloud, will put my words here. If someone from Divine Soldier Valley can win over me, I will turn around and leave,
and will never mention the matter of this sword again. If I can't, then I will give the sword with both hands.
How? Do you Divine Soldier Valley dare to take it? As Night Frenzy Cloud's words fell, the atmosphere of the entire Divine Soldier Valley square instantly tightened to the extreme. Huo Tiandu, who had an iron face,
instantly dashed out and confronted Night Frenzy Cloud across the air. As the Divine Soldier Valley Master, how could he let the Divine Soldier Valley lose face?
Night Mad Cloud,
you have underestimated my Divine Soldier Valley.
I, Huo Tiandu, would like to receive a high level of instruction.
Before the words fell, Huo Tiandu's right hand clenched in the air and a long spear appeared in his hand, the tip of the spear pointing directly at the Night Madness Cloud. The might of a first happening heavenly emperor was revealed to the fullest extent. Seeing this, Night Frenzy Cloud couldn't help but gently shake his head, a meaningful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth.
Huo Valley Master, with all due respect, you are not really my opponent. Let the stronger ones come. Arrogant. Huo Tiandu shouted out angrily and was about to snap, but he saw that one of the Taishan elders below had already moved his body,
transforming into a stream of light and coming straight at Night Frenzy Cloud. That Supreme Elder's cultivation of a second tribulation heavenly emperor was in full swing, and it was as if the entire heaven and earth had changed color at that moment.
Night Frenzy Cloud, let me meet you. That Supreme Elder shouted angrily.
His body shape abruptly stormed up, both palms slapping out at the same time, carrying the might of destroying the sky and destroying the earth as he blasted towards Night Frenzy Cloud. When Night Mad Cloud saw this, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes.
Without moving his body,
the broken blade in his hand gently swung,
and a powerful blade chi cut through the void, colliding head-on with the attack of that Supreme Elder. Boom! accompanied by deafening explosions. The two men's attacks collided together, and space was torn apart, forming a shocking crack. Shockingly, that supreme elder of the Divine Soldier Valley was shaken back hundreds of meters, while Night Fierce Cloud never moved at all. What? That supreme elder's face changed drastically. How could he have never imagined that his own second-jacked Heavenly Emperor's pouring strike would be so easily defeated by Night Fierce Cloud? You're not good either. Night Frenzy Cloud shook his head helplessly, and between the swings of the broken sword once again, the light of the sword was like a dragon, and a random strike contained enough power to tear apart the heavens and the earth. However, even though that Supreme Elder used all his strength to resist, he was still wrong in the end, and was sent flying by a strand of Night Fierce Cloud saber chi, falling heavily to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. How is this possible? The people of Divine Soldier Valley were all dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Huo Tiandu's pupils even shrunk, and an unprecedented shock surged in his heart. Only then did he realize that he had severely underestimated Night Frenzy Cloud. Only then did Night Frenzy Cloud look at Huo Tiandu and faintly inquired, "Huo Valley Master, do you still want to fight?" Huo Tiandu was in a dilemma as he wanted to speak, and right at this moment, an old and majestic voice rang out from the depths of the Divine Soldier Valley. "The War God Palace's honored guest has come to the door, so the old man has been remiss in welcoming him." The crowd followed the sound and saw an old man dressed in ancient robes stepping into the void, and with every step he took, he was able to roll up ripples of energy. The old man's face was wrinkled yet majestic, and under his slightly stooped body, it was as if there was 1,000,000 pounds of strength buried. "Greetings, old Master Vale, grandfather." Seeing the old man step into the void, the Divine Soldier Valley crowd and Huo Tian all saluted. The person who came was none other than the Divine Soldier Valley's old master Huo Shuren, who nodded gently at the crowd and turned to look at Night Frenzy Cloud, his deep eyes seeming to be able to see through everything. Frenzied Blade, Night Frenzied Cloud. It really is true to its name. Seeing this old master of the Divine Soldier Valley, Night Frenzy Cloud wasn't surprised as he slightly arched his hand. "Elder Hua, I, Night Frenzy Cloud, am not intentionally provoking. What is the value of that sword? Please also make it clear. I won't let Divine Soldier Valley suffer." Although Night Frenzied Cloud was polite, it was not hard to hear from his words that he already considered that blade as his own. Just when everyone thought that the old Valley Master would personally take action to preserve the dignity and honor of the Divine Soldier Valley, he made an unexpected move, only to see old Valley Master Huo Shuren slowly raise his hand and gently wave it. The precious sword made of obsidian immortal crystal emerged, as if pulled by an invisible force, slowly flying towards Night Frenzy Cloud. This scene caused the entire Divine Soldier Valley square to fall into dead silence. The old master of Divine Soldier Valley, one of the 3 ninth-grade alchemists, had just gone soft? For a moment, all eyes were focused on the slowly moving sword, their hearts filled with disbelief. "Little friend Knight, a precious sword matches a hero, so this sword will be gifted to you. Consider it making a friend." Huo Shuren's voice was calm and firm, without the slightest hesitation or reluctance. Huo Shuren's words were like a spring breeze, light enough to stir up layers of ripples. Chapter 29, The End. Going away with the sword. Night Frenzy Cloud reached out to hold the floating sword, feeling the lingering severity emanating faintly from the blade, a satisfied look on his face. But when he looked at Huo Shuren, he couldn't help but be a bit puzzled as well. He didn't believe that the other side would be so generous. But in the next moment, Night Frenzy Cloud seemed to have thought of something, and after turning his head to look at Huo Yushi, he emphasized again, "Master Huo Valley, I only came here for the sword. I have no intention of asking for anything else." This move by Night Frenzy Cloud caused the field to once again resound with clamor and murmurs. "This guy, he's really a straight man of steel. Don't people whose big beauty want to lose face?" The crowd whispered, not forgetting to look at Huo Yushi with sympathetic faces. Only Huo Yushi's petite body was trembling slightly, obviously suppressing her anger. This Huo Yushi is still considered good-tempered. In the case of ordinary women, I'm afraid that they would have rushed up to fight for their lives. There were also people who were curious if old Valley Master Huo would get angry. However, when Huo Shuren heard these words from Night Frenzy Cloud, his face was devoid of waves as he smiled and nodded his head, saying, "Don't worry, little friend Knight, she already has her heart in the right place. This marriage invitation shouldn't have been held in the first place, so just treat it as if you were organizing a heroes meeting." After a pause, Huo Shuren's gaze fell on top of the precious sword in Night Frenzy Cloud's hand, his tone solemn. "As for this sword, it also truly belongs to little friend Knight." Night Frenzy Cloud looked deeply at Huo Shuren and directly put the precious sword into his storage ring, a flash of complex emotions in his eyes. Night Crazy Cloud does not like to owe favors.
This old man if with him a painful fight, and regardless of the winners and losers, but also fell comfortable.
After a moment of silence,
Night Frenzy Cloud threw the 500 million extreme source crystals from earlier towards Huashuren. His voice firm and powerful. Elder Hua,
Night Frenzy Cloud, oh Divine Soldier Valley a favor. I'll see you later. After saying that,
Night Frenzy Cloud no longer stayed, and with a sway of his body, he turned into a stream of light and broke through the air, only leaving behind a faint blade intent that lingered in the air for a long time.
Seeing this, the corners of Yun Tian Dust's mouth hooked up into a smile that seemed to be there, and with it, his figure was hidden in the void, silently following him.
No one at the scene noticed Yun Tian Dust's departure. On the Divine Soldier Valley Square, the hearts of the celestial pride were mixed.
This big mountain of the War God's palace,
I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult to cross over. The Divine Soldier Valley disciples and the top brass looked in the direction that Night Frenzy Cloud had left,
unable to return to their senses for a long time,
and the stifling of their hearts was even more difficult to describe.
Today's matter,
I believe that it will soon spread, and Divine Soldier Valley will be reduced to a laughingstock in the world as a result.
At the same time,
their gazes towards Huashuren all carried disbelief.
If he, a third tribulation heavenly emperor, were to make a move, then Night Frenzy Cloud would definitely not be an opponent.
It wasn't until Night Frenzy Cloud's aura completely disappeared that Huashuren withdrew his gaze, his face devoid of joy or sadness. After his sight paused on Shuiyang for a moment, Huashan turned to look at the crowd of heavenly pride on the scene, his voice carrying a few moments of vicissitude and helplessness.
Gentlemen,
today's matter is the fault of my Divine Soldier Valley, and the old man hereby apologizes to all of you. Elder's words are too strong. We'll take our leave. The crowd arched their hands and excused themselves. They took it as a good show. Even without the appearance of Night Frenzy Cloud, the Divine Soldier Valley's end wouldn't have been their turn at all. If one wasn't blind, they wouldn't be able to see Shui Yang's relationship with Hua Yushi. Don't look at Shui Yang being so unbearable in front of Night Frenzy Cloud, but he was at least the young Villa Master of Heavenly Sword Villa. Other than the group of perverted lunatics from the War God Palace, how many people in the Heavenly Realm would dare to offend the Heavenly Sword Villa? Seeing the crowd leave one after another, Xiao Xiaotang also took his leave of the Divine Soldier Valley crowd with a heart full of resentment and indignation. The precious sword that he considered to be in his pocket had been taken by Night Frenzy Cloud, so he was guilty of fighting Shui Yang for his life. With the stance Shui Yang had shown previously, this guy would really put up a fight. Xiao Xiaotang left, but the three words Night Frenzy Cloud were dead in his mind. As the crowd dispersed, Shui Yang was the only outsider left, and the Divine Soldier Valley Square fell silent, the atmosphere becoming oppressive for a time. Especially those Divine Soldier Valley disciples, they were all too afraid to breathe. They are all afraid of getting in trouble and being used as a punching bag. Hua Tiandu was the first to break the silence and asked out loud, "Grandfather, why are you that night mad cloud? It's not as simple as you guys think." Huashuren directly interrupted Hua Tiandu and said in a grave tone, "If we really have to fight to the death, the one who dies in the end will definitely be me." What? Huashuren's words really shocked everyone at the scene, and the sound of sucking in cool air rose and fell. Everyone in the Divine Soldier Valley knew that the old Valley Master was in existence with one foot in the fourth Heavenly Emperor. Wouldn't that mean that Night Frenzy Cloud's strength was already comparable to that of a fourth Heavenly Emperor? After Huashuren let out a light sigh, he slowly looked at Shui Yang, his tone becoming much softer. "Little friend Shui, the matter between you and Yu Shi, the old man agrees. Today's matter is really unavoidable, but my Divine Soldier Valley will not treat you poorly. The old me will personally refine a sword for you as a dowry for you and Yu Shi. What do you think?" When Shui Yang heard this, a trace of excitement and gratitude flashed in his eyes as he bowed deeply to Huashuren and said, "Thank you senior for completing this. Shui Yang will live up to his expectations and take care of Yu Shi for the rest of his life." Huashuren gently nodded his head, revealing a pleased smile. With Shui Yang's talent and background, handing Yu Shi over to him was definitely the best choice, and they were still in love with each other, so it was a match made in heaven. Afterward, Huashuren turned around and commanded a few words to the Divine Soldier Valley's top brass before flashing away. The crowd looked at the old Valley Masters departing back. Their hearts were very complicated, and they once again had a new perception of the strength of the War God Temple. A single Night Frenzy Cloud was comparable to a four-jacked Heavenly Emperor, but the War God Palace had 12 blazing angels, as well as the even more powerful 4 great War Kings and 2 great protectors. War God Palace, not to be messed with. A Supreme Elder left words of amazement before flying away. All of them also returned to their own residences with heavy and complicated feelings. Only Hua Tiandu stayed behind to arrange his daughter's affairs and clean up the mess. As for Yun Tian Dust at this moment,
he followed the Night Frenzy Cloud and left the realm where the Divine Soldier Valley was located. Finally,
upon reaching the sky above a barren mountain range,
the extremely fast-flying Night Frenzy Cloud violently stopped in its tracks. He turned around expansively and coldly spat out a few words.
"Your Excellency has been following for so long, and you still don't intend to show yourself?"
Night Frenzy Cloud said.
His face was incredibly grave, and a killing chance flickered in his eyes. When he had just left the Divine Soldier Valley, he had sensed a hint of something wrong, always feeling that there were eyes behind him that had been staring at him,
and that feeling was extremely uncomfortable. He thought it was an illusion and instantly sped up. However,
the feeling of being watched was always still there,
and it was getting stronger. He,
on the other hand, had not been able to detect the other's presence.
But just now, he finally sensed a hint of an aura that seemed to have been deliberately emitted by the other party. For some reason, that aura gave him a familiar feeling, yet he couldn't recall who it was. The only thing that was certain was that the man was strong. Chapter 30, Meeting Outside. Everything's fine. Night Frenzy Cloud's words echoed in the empty sky, carrying a bit of gravity and anger.
His figure was solid, and his gaze was like a torch as he stared intently at the nothingness in front of him, as if he wanted to penetrate through all the fog and see the opponent that was hidden in the invisible. Seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings,
Night Frenzy Cloud was suddenly tense.
The thickness of that breath just now made him,
a blazing angel who was known for his arrogance in the battle god's temple, have to put away his contempt and go all out.
Humph, the generation that hides their heads and tails. Villainous behavior. Night Mad Cloud snorted coldly. Between the flip of his hand, the broken blade emerged. The aura of the second heavenly emperor spread out from him. Within a radius of tens of miles, wood and stone tumbled, and space trembled. "Get out!" Night Frenzy Cloud bellowed out, slashing a 10,000 feet long stern blade at the void in front of him, wrapped in a might that tore the heavens, and swept towards the direction in which he was perceived to be heading. However, right at this moment, a sigh came from the void, and Night Frenzy Cloud could only feel a vast and boundless power surging in from all directions,
wrapping his entire body in it.
The 10,000 feet of blade-ons that he chopped out also dissipated with that sigh,
not making the slightest ripple. Immediately afterward,
Night Frenzy Cloud only felt an irresistible force acting on his body,
and his entire body became unable to move.
With his eyes dead set on the void in front of him, Night Mad Cloud's eyes were filled with unbelief and horror.
Even a five-hailed heavenly emperor wouldn't be able to do this, right?
The opponent's power was completely beyond his knowledge.
Taking a deep breath, Night Mad Cloud forced down the inner vibration and said in a deep tone,
"Which high person is it?" "I, Night Mad Cloud." Halfway through Night Frenzied Cloud's words, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice slowly sounded in the void,
as deafening as a morning bell or a twilight drum.
"Mad Cloud, it's been 15 years, and you're still as quick-tempered as ever." That voice was gentle but magnetic,
and even more so,
it carried a few imperceptible tensions. When Night Frenzy Cloud heard this familiar voice and tone, his heart trembled violently and his pupils contracted violently, only to see a flash of light in the void. A white-clothed figure appeared out of thin air and landed on top of the opposite mountain peak. Night Frenzy Cloud felt his brain roar when he saw the familiar clothes and figure, but when he saw the person's face, he froze, because he had never seen this person at all, and the other party's voice, clothing, and figure were all so similar to the temple master. Dared to impersonate the hall master,
looking for death dash, without any warning.
Night Frenzy Cloud stormed out in anger, the killing opportunity in his eyes undisguised, only to see the broken knife in his hand come off, instantly replacing it with that rare and precious knife he had just obtained.
Without any delay, Night Frenzy Cloud directly utilized the strongest killing move,
and was determined to kill this person impersonating the hall master on the spot. The white-clothed figure was clearly Yun Tian Dust. Looking at the furious killing Night Frenzy Cloud, he couldn't help but shake his head with a helpless expression. Cultivation has grown quite a bit, but his brain hasn't grown much. As the words fell, Yun Tianduan slowly raised his arm. Under Night Frenzy Cloud's unbelieving gaze, the other party simply curled his finger and flicked it, destroying all of his attacks and shattering them.
How is it possible? Who the hell are you?
Sensing that familiar aura at close range,
Night Frenzy Cloud's eyes went wide, his entire body breathing heavily as he looked at Yun Tianduan in disbelief. Ugh! Yun Tian Dust sighed lightly and directly transformed his true appearance. Hall Master, is it really you?
Seeing Yun Tianduan who had restored his true appearance,
Night Mad Cloud's cerebellum instantly shriveled.
His voice trembled and the sword in his hand nearly fell.
Their War God Palace's missing palace master for 15 years had actually appeared just like that?
Night Mad Cloud couldn't believe his eyes, and his entire body stood in place for a long time, unable to return to his senses.
What? It's only been 15 years and you've disowned me as the Hall Master? Yun Tian-dust smiled and joked,
his tone carrying endless emotions.
Night Mad Cloud's body trembled as if it was shaken to the depths of its soul by an invisible force. In the next instant,
Night Crazy Cloud dashed and flew to the front of Yun Tian-dust,
fiercely kneeling on one knee.
The sword in his hand inserted into the ground with a resounding clang,
stirring up a circle of energy ripples. Hall Master,
my subordinate has eyes without a pearl and failed to recognize you at the first moment. Please punish Hall Master. There was a hint of choking in Night Mad Cloud's trembling voice, and he was even more excited inside. Yun Tian-dust took a few steps forward and gently helped up Night Frenzy Cloud with a smile on his face.
Frenzy Cloud, get up.
There's no need for all this red tape between you and me as brothers.
Night Mad Cloud stood up, his eyes slightly red, and couldn't help but inquire. Hall Master, where exactly have you been all these years? All of us thought. Night Mad Cloud's words carried worry and incomprehension.
With the strength of the Palace Master back then,
who could hurt him in the heavenly realm?
They were also all convinced that the Hall Master would never leave without saying goodbye unless something happened.
Yun Tian-dust gently patted Night Frenzy Cloud's shoulder.
A hint of complexity flashed in his eyes.
Frenzy Cloud, let's talk about the War God Palace first. Are all the brothers alright?
Yun Tian-dust was still nervous inside when he asked. He was worried about hearing bad news from Night Frenzy Cloud. Seeing the worry in Yun Tian-dust's eyes, Night Frenzy Cloud threw him a reassuring look and said with a smile,
"Don't worry, Your Highness, everything is fine with everyone.
It's just that they're all especially worried about you. In the 15 years since you lost track of us,
we've practically turned the entire heavenly realm upside down and never found any trace of you. Speaking of which,"
Night Mad Cloud's gaze toward Yun Tian-dust was filled with curiosity, and there was also a hidden hint of complaint.
"Worrying everyone."
Yun Tian-dust sighed lightly and said, "I was assassinated back then and caused my cultivation to be wasted. Even my memory was lost. And then I was stranded in the lower realm in a haze, and it was 15 years in a blink of an eye."
"What?"
Night Frenzied Cloud's face showed a fierce light, and a stern killing chance burst out from him as he angrily shouted out,
"Hall Master, tell me, which dog thief dares to backstab you?
I'll go exterminate his 10 clans." The anger in Night Mad Cloud's eyes seemed to burn like a flame, with an appearance of wanting to go on a killing spree. Yun Tian-dust waved his hand and smiled helplessly. "There is no hurry in this matter. There are still many doubts that need to be cleared up.
Hall Master, you don't need to be concerned about anything."
Night Frenzied Cloud thought that Yun Tianwan had scruples, so he immediately stated,
"With the current strength of our War God Palace, it is enough to defy everything."
"Oh," as if Yun Tian-dust came to be interested, he signaled him to speak on.
Mentioning the War God Temple,
Night Mad Cloud said with a haughty face, "Your Highness doesn't know that all the brothers have set foot on all the major monuments and Jedi in the heavenly realm in order to seek you out over the past 15 years.
Although they didn't find any traces of you, everyone has gained a lot of opportunities.
Protector Yang has long since broken through to the 5th Heavenly Emperor. Protector Ian and the 4 great battle kings have all broken through to the 4th. Pulling out just one person from among them would be able to sweep through the heavenly realm. Even among our 12 blazing angels, 5 of us have broken through to the 3rd Heavenly Emperor. And all of us have the absolute strength to cross over and defeat a 5th Heavenly Emperor. According to our War God Palace's current strength, any one of the 4 legions sent out would be enough to flatten the Daotian Palace." The head of the 9 hegemons. The more the Night Mad Cloud said, the more he felt his heart surging,
and in the end, he did not forget to persuade Yun Tianwan in a serious tone. "So Palace Master, you really do not need to have any more scruples. As long as you have a word, the entire heavenly realm will be subjugated at our feet." Chapter 31, Burning Sky Valley, Red Fire Ancestor.
When Yun Tian-dust heard Night Frenzy Cloud's resounding words,
emotions such as emotion,
relief and shock surged in his heart. But when he heard Night Frenzy Cloud's last sentence, he was speechless. Although the War God Palace was already powerful enough, he always felt that the major forces in the heavenly realm wouldn't be that simple either. No one knew that 15 years ago, he wasn't as simple as a 5-hailed heavenly emperor. It was said that a 5-jacked heavenly emperor was the strongest realm in the heavenly realm, but he managed to break the limit and break through to an 8-jacked heavenly emperor.
15 years ago, Yun Tian-dust stepped into the Death Canyon alone,
deciding to cross the 9th heavenly tribulation there in order to step into the ranks of the 9th heavenly emperor. It was all very smooth at first, but just at the moment when he had successfully crossed the heavenly tribulation and had let his guard down the most, the 5 heavenly emperors who had hidden around early joined hands to activate the absolute killing formation, catching him off guard. In reason, those people couldn't hide from his senses at all, but he didn't notice anything wrong from the beginning to the end. Not only that, the power of that overwhelming killing formation was such that even he, who had managed to break through to the 9th heavenly emperor, was nearly unable to resist it. Plus, the last weapon they had sacrificed had clearly surpassed the extreme Dao Imperial armament. No one in the heavenly realm should be able to refine it other than him. Therefore, Yun Tian Dust concluded that there were many unknown secrets ironically hidden behind this. Even though those 5 had used secret treasures to conceal their faces, when they died, the secret treasures would be useless. After spending a large price to counterkill the 4, Yun Tianduan also knew their identities. They were all a few old acquaintances from the heavenly realm. Yun Tian Dust concluded that the few people who had surrounded him were afraid that they were also just other people's pawns. Seeing Yun Tian Dust fall into deep thought, Night Frenzied Cloud was just about to open his mouth when Yun Tian Dust's gaze suddenly became deep, as if it had penetrated the barriers of space and time, as he slowly asked, "Frenzied Cloud, my elder brother Zhuge Tai, how is he now?" When Night Mad Cloud heard this, his expression changed slightly, but he still answered truthfully, "Palace Master." Vice Palace Master Zhuge also suddenly lost track of you shortly after you disappeared, and his whereabouts are still unknown. We had sent out multiple parties to search for him, but they all sank into the sea without the slightest clue. A complex emotion surged in Yun Tian Dust's heart as he heard this. Zhuge Tai, the one who was like a brother and father in his heart, was one of the people he trusted the most. Yun Tian Dust was unwilling to believe that Zhuge Tai, the one who had taken care of him in every way, would be the one to betray him. As early as when Yun Tian Dust had just spiritually penetrated the heavenly realm not long ago, he had gotten to know Zhuge Tai. At that time, he was less than 10 years old, even less able to do martial arts, and had no relatives, so it was impossible to survive in a cruel world like the heavenly realm. If it wasn't for Zhuge Tai's care and protection, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live until now, let alone create the War God Temple. Thinking like this, Yun Tian Dust again felt that Zhuge Tai had no reason to betray him, and immediately shook his head, trying to expel this distrust from his mind. Seeing Yun Tian Dust's color changing, Night Mad Cloud's heart was even more doubtful. As he was about to open his mouth to ask, Yun Tian Dust took the lead and spoke in a deep voice. "Mad Cloud, you should go back first, but don't divulge the news of my return for the time being. I have some things that I need to investigate in secret, and when everything is clear, I will show myself." Although Night Mad Cloud was filled with disbelief, the orders of the Palace Master could not be disobeyed. He forced down the curiosity and excitement in his heart and respectfully asked for orders. "Hall Master, let my subordinate follow you. At any time, I'll be waiting for your highness dispatch." "No need, it's convenient for me to act alone instead." Yun Tian Dust directly refused. "Then, Temple Master, take care, my subordinate will leave." After saying that, Night Frenzy Cloud's body flashed, transforming into a stream of light, and sped away in the direction of the War God Palace, but his heart was like a river turning over, difficult to calm down. Yun Tian Dust looked at Night Frenzy Cloud's departing back, a flash of determination in his eyes. He knew deep down that he had to find out the truth about that year as soon as possible, or else it would always be a threat to him and his brothers in the War God Temple. Yun Tian Dust's first target was then locked onto the Burning Sky Valley in the Fire Sky Heavenly Domain. Among the 5 people who surrounded him were the old ancestors of the 4 major forces, namely the Dao Heavenly Palace, the 10,000 Poison Sect, the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, and the Demon Emperor Palace. The one who had fled specialized in the laws of fire, and his identity was self-evident if he was able to harness the power of flames so skillfully. Yun Tian Dust's figure moved slightly, a faint cloud surrounded his body, and his entire body seemed to merge into the heavens and the earth as he noiselessly advanced towards the Fire Sky Heavenly Domain. His speed was extremely fast, yet he didn't have the slightest breath leakage, so that even a 5-hailed Heavenly Emperor couldn't possibly detect his whereabouts. The Heavenly Realm was still very large, and it took Yun Tian Dust 3 hours to come from the Purple Heavenly Realm to the Fire Heavenly Realm. He quietly descended in the sky above the Burning Sky Valley, overlooking the valley surrounded by blazing flames, an icy chill welling up in his heart. Burning Sky Valley, a force that had once not crossed paths with him, had dared to perform an assassination attempt on him, so don't blame him for being merciless. Just after arriving at this place, Yun Tianduan sensed a faint and familiar aura, transmitted from a secret room in the deepest part of the Burning Sky Valley. "Red Flame Old Ancestor, it's really you dash." Yun Tian Dust's eyes were icy cold, and between the flashes of his figure, he had already appeared in the clouds above the attic where that secret room was located. The entire pavilion was guarded by Emperor-level formations, but Yun Tian Dust was not the least bit concerned. The Emperor-level formation seemed as if it didn't exist in front of Yun Tian Dust as he directly dodged and stepped in without making a single ripple. When Yun Tianduan stepped into the secret room where the Red Flame Old Ancestor was located as if no one was there, the Red Flame Old Ancestor, who was resting with his eyes closed, woke up with a start, and a strong sense of crisis surged up from the bottom of his heart.
Who? The red flame old ancestor snapped, the aura of a sixth heavenly emperor bursting out from him, shaking the entire pavilion. The red flame old ancestor opened his eyes violently, only to see Yun Tian Dust, who was dressed in a white robe and had a face like an exiled immortal, floating in mid-air, and his eyes, which were as cold as sharp blades, were staring at him. How is it possible that you... The moment the red flame old ancestor saw Yun Tianduan, his eyes glazed over, his body involuntarily trembled, his body was like falling into an ice cave. Yun Tian Dust's face was indifferent, his deep abyss-like black eyes staring straight at the red flame old ancestor, his calm and indifferent tone not containing a trace of emotion. Red flame old ancestor, goodbye. Yun Tianduan, how is it possible? You actually didn't die? The red flame old ancestor's voice carried an undisguised shock and trembling, as if he had seen Ashura returning from hell. The red flame old ancestor couldn't believe it. He had seen with his own eyes back then that Yun Tian Dust had executed a forbidden art and died with those 4 people. And at this moment, Yun Tianduan unexpectedly appeared alive. The shock brought to the red flame ancestor could not be described as small. Humph, with your little tactics, you also want my Yun Tian Dust's life. You're not qualified yet. The corner of Yun Tian Dust's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. The coldness contained in that smile caused the temperature of the large chamber to plummet, and the red flame old ancestor felt a chill all over his body. Speak, who are the people behind you? Yun Tian Dust's cold gaze stared at the red flame old ancestor as a majestic and endless pressure erupted from within him, locking the red flame old ancestor firmly in place. This power seemed to come from the 9 heavens above, carrying an aura of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, instantly shrouding the entire secret room. Can. Chapter 32 Wuji Immortal Region. The truth of that year. The red fire old ancestor only felt his body sink, as if he was carrying the weight of 10,000 pounds. His knees bent involuntarily, and his entire body was actually hard pressed to the ground by this pressure, unable to move. How is this possible? The red flame old ancestor's heart was in a state of shock, and the clothing on his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The feeling Yun Tianduan gave him was even more terrifying than 15 years ago. The red flame old ancestor did not expect that he, a 6th tribulation heavenly emperor, would be so unbeatable in front of Yun Tianduan, without the slightest bit of resistance. A stern killing chance exploded out from Yun Tian Dust's eyes as he looked straight into the red flame old ancestor's eyes that were filled with fear. You'd better not be hiding anything, or else I don't mind extracting your soul and refining your spirit before making the entire burning sky valley bury you. Yun Tian Dust's voice was low and powerful. Each word was like a heavy hammer that struck the red flame old ancestor's heart. The red flame old ancestor's face was as pale as paper. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he had no doubt about Yun Tian Dust's determination. Who in the heavenly realm didn't know that the war god's palace was all a bunch of lunatics? And yet, Yun Tian Dust was able to make so many lunatics swear to follow him to the death. So his methods were not ordinary. Once again locking eyes with Yun Tian Dust's sinister eyes, old ancestor Red Flame's mental defenses completely collapsed, and he was more than capable of becoming the burning sky valley's eternal sinner. After a struggle, the red fire old ancestor's face was full of disheveledness, and his voice trembled. Yun Hall Master, back then, we were indeed instructed to assassinate you, but we were also forced to do so. Every word uttered by the red flame old ancestor seemed to drain him of all his strength, and the fear within him increased instead of decreasing. Who? Yun Tian Dust's eyes became even colder, as if he could penetrate the deepest secrets of the human heart. The red flame old ancestor took a deep breath. It is someone from the outside world, where it is called Wuji Immortal Domain. After revealing this secret, it was as if the red flame old ancestor had lifted 1,000 pounds of burden, but what followed was an even deeper despair. The infinite immortal region? Yun Tian Dust frowned slightly, signaling him to speak on. Old ancestor Redfire didn't dare to hide anything and truthfully said, that is a world that is even more vast and powerful than the heavenly realm, and they call themselves immortals. Seeing that Yun Tian Dust's face did not look too good, old ancestor Red Flame took a deep breath and continued. The realm division of the Wuji immortal realm is roughly the same as that of the heavenly realm, except that the word heaven has been replaced with the word immortal. The rules there are complete, but their immortal emperors have 9 realms and do not need to cross the tribulation every time they break through. In the peerless immortal realm, there are also stronger realms above immortal emperors. It's said that immortal emperors are not as good as our heavenly realm's heavily honored ones there. A flash of gravity flashed in Yun Tian Dust's eyes. He had expected this, so he wasn't too shocked. Turning to look at the red flame old ancestor, Yun Tianduan then withdrew his intimidating pressure, and his tone became even lower. You still haven't said who the people behind you are. The red flame old ancestor only felt that the mountain pressing down on him had disappeared, but he didn't dare to have the slightest thought of resisting, and immediately arched his hand at Yun Tian Dust. Back to Hall Master Yun. That person claimed to be from the Wuji immortal domain, the Wang family, and is the young master of the Wang family. Wang family? Very good. Yun Tianduan. Remember it. Yun Tian Dust coldly voiced out, his face grim. A stern killing chance flashed. How much do you know about this Wang family? 15 years ago, that young master of the Wang clan was also only a first immortal emperor, but he had a ninth immortal emperor protector by his side. We were also coerced and had no choice but to strike at you, the red flame old ancestor said, purposely putting on an appearance of being unable to do anything, in an attempt to exchange this for a ray of hope. Yun Tian Dust sneered in his heart. He wasn't a fool. This red flame old ancestor had been heavily injured by him back then, and it was unlikely that he would recover at all without hundreds of years, let alone breaking through to the sixth heavenly emperor. However, in order to stabilize this old thing, Yun Tianduan did not reveal it for the time being and gestured for him to continue. Seeing that Yun Tianduan was in deep thought, the red flame ancestor thought that there was something in store for him, so he simply said it all outright. Hall Master Yun, regarding everything that happened to you, the originator was your War God Hall's Vice Hall Master, Zhuge Tai. As soon as the words of the red flame old ancestor had just fallen, a powerful chi energy was violently emitted from Yun Tian Dust's body, which actually directly shocked the red flame old ancestor into spitting out blood. Ignoring the red flame old ancestor's shock, Yun Tianduan spoke out coldly, you better not have a single false word. Despite his inner fear, the red flame old ancestor still negotiated terms with Yun Tianduan. Yun Palace Master, if I tell you all of Zhuge Tai's secrets, can you leave Burning Sky Valley a way out? Yun Tian Dust's gaze was like a cold and sharp blade, shooting straight into the red flame old ancestor's eyes that were covered in fear. His voice low and powerful, you can choose not to say anything, and I will be able to know everything from you. Of course, you can also try to explode yourself and see if you have that chance. The red flame old ancestor trembled. He felt like he was facing a devil. If he could do it all over again, he would rather die than mess with Yun Tian Dust. Strongly suppressing the fear in his heart, old ancestor Red Flame carefully replied, Zhuge Tai is a man of unfathomable depths, as well as a madman. He masters the art of deduction that can peer into the heavens and predict a corner of the future. However, but he has fallen on his sword when it comes to you. What do you mean? Yun Tian Dust's tone was low and his face was puzzled. The Red Flame Elder Ancestor continued to explain. Back then, when Zhuge Tai first met you, you were still just a 10-year-old child with no hands. Yet, he sensed an unusual aura from you. Driven by curiosity, Zhuge Tai tried to explore your future with the art of deduction. However, instead of succeeding, he suffered a severe backlash and almost died. This caused him to take great interest in you, believing that there must be unknown secrets in you. The Red Flame Old Ancestor recounted in detail, and with every word, it was as if he was unveiling a layer of dusty secrets. Yun Tian Dust's eyes grew cold, signaling him to speak down. The Red Flame Old Ancestor nodded his head like garlic and continued. Indeed, the reason why you encountered evil people so often before you were 15 years old was all because Zhuge Tai was secretly looking for someone who wanted to push you to your limits so that he could explore the secrets in you. Only what he didn't realize was that you didn't explode with the power he wanted to see until you died. Ever since you were chased by the villains to the point of desperation and jumped off the cliff, Zhuge Tai thought that you wouldn't survive, and that's when he shifted his interest away from you. But who knew that you would find Zhuge Tai after more than a decade and even establish the greatly famous War God Temple and invite him to become the Vice Temple Master? When Yun Tian Dust heard this, he also couldn't help but fall into reminiscence. He would never have thought to death that the truth would be like this. Perhaps he, Yun Tian Dust, did not deserve his fate. After jumping off the cliff that time, he unexpectedly fell into a mysterious space, not only unharmed, but also gained an amazing chance. After Yun Tian Dust woke up in that space, there was a mysterious little tower by his side. It was also because of that small tower that he had awakened a very powerful martial Dao physique. Yun Tian Dust later realized that the physique he had awakened was clearly the legendary, chaotic body, because he couldn't find a way out. Yun Tian Dust cultivated in that mysterious space for 8 years, and even directly broke through from an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts to the realm of heavenly dignity in one fell swoop. Regarding that mysterious space, Yun Tian Dust always had a sense of awe. It was a vast and boundless starry sky, with a long celestial river stretching across the vastness. Boundless, there were spatial cracks and harsh winds everywhere. Chapter 33, Brutal Truth, Fury. The level of danger in that mysterious space was so great that Yun Tian Dust had a shuddering feeling even now when he thought about it. If it wasn't for the guardianship of the mysterious little tower, even a heavenly emperor powerhouse entering there would be churned to slag in an instant. Later, Yun Tiandust relied on the guardianship of the small tower and walked on top of the heavenly river looking for a way out to return to the heavenly realm. In the end the way out is not found, but he comes across a crystal coffin on the river of heaven in which two people are sealed. Before Yun Tiandust could react, the little tower swallowed the crystal coffin. What made Yun Tiandust even more shocked was that after the crystal coffin was devoured by the small tower, the two people in the coffin were spat out. While Yun Tiandust was still in a daze, the small tower instantly shone brightly and he gradually lost consciousness. Before closing his eyes completely, he saw the small tower cut a slit in that space, rolled up him and the two men in the coffin and flew in. Vaguely, Yun Tianduan also saw a black, puppy-like thing flying after him. It wasn't until Yun Tiandust woke up again that he had appeared in the territory of the heavenly realm, and beside him, he was sleeping two people. It was the two main protectors of the later Battle God Palace, the siblings Lu Shiyang and Lu Ningyue. Also, the little black dog was there. Later on, he also became the Little Nine, one of the 12 blazing angels of the Temple of War, with the title Fierce Star. Thinking of all this, Yun Tiandust could not help but let out a cold laugh as he once again looked at the red flame old ancestor. The red flame old ancestor gulped down his saliva and continued, "When Zhugetai saw you again, who had a powerful cultivation and was the lord of the Battle God Temple, the shock within his heart was incomparable. He naturally wouldn't refuse to become the deputy temple master of the War God Temple, which was undoubtedly a heaven-splitting affluence for Zhugetai at the time. Seeing your strong rise with your own eyes has made Zhugetai even more determined in his heart to guess that there must be a big secret in you. The Battle God Palace was only small in the beginning, but you developed it into the topmost power in the heavenly realm in just a few years, and Zhugetai has seen your energy with his own eyes. Zhugetai is cautious and careful. Although he had countless opportunities to sneak up on you, he gave them all up. He realized long ago that your cultivation level exceeded that of a 5 tribulation heavenly emperor, so he concluded that you would still be crossing the tribulation. So he started planning early. It wasn't until a chance encounter that Zhugetai was mistakenly caught in a spell formation in an ancient ruin, and by chance he was transported to the Wuji immortal region, and brought back the young master of the Wang family. After a pause, the Red Flame Elder Ancestor continued his narration. The plan to ambush you 15 years ago was orchestrated by Zhugetai and that Wang clan's young master. Their intention was to waste you so that they could find out the secret you were carrying. Zhugetai seems to be very jealous of your strength. He didn't dare to take the risk, nor did he dare to let the people of the Wang family get involved in danger. So he found us. That killing formation and weapon used to deal with you, as well as the secret treasure to conceal our breath, were all given to us by that Wang family's young master. That young master of the Wang clan has put out a threat to exterminate several of our great sects if we don't do what they tell us to do. Under the intimidation of that 9 immortal emperor, we dare not disobey." Upon hearing these words, the killing machine in Yun Tiandust's eyes almost condensed into substance as he asked in a cold voice, "Why didn't that 9 immortal emperor make a move when I was seriously injured?" Yun Tianduan had no doubt that if that 9th immortal emperor took advantage of the opportunity to make a sneak attack, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the chance to cast a forbidden art. The Red Flame Old Ancestor was silent for a moment and slowly said, "When you were casting the forbidden technique, I clearly saw that the young lord of the Wang clan suddenly changed his face drastically after taking out a token that was about to shatter, and then he left with his protector in Zhugetai. Later on, I purposely went to that relic that Zhugetai talked about and found that the teleportation spell formation had completely collapsed. That's why I guessed that they should have left in a hurry because they sensed that the spell formation was about to collapse and were afraid of being trapped in the heavenly realm forever." When the Red Flame Old Ancestor said this, he even directly knelt down to Yun Tiandust, his face full of pleading. "Hall Master Yun, this is all I know, and I definitely don't dare to hide anything. I am willing to pay for what I have done, and I only beg you to spare the other people of Burning Sky Valley." "Is the story finished?" Yun Tiandust stared coldly at the Red Flame Old Ancestor, his tone chilling. Story? The Red Flame Old Ancestor's voice trembled with uncertainty. Yun Tiandust's face was ancient, and he said sternly, "Then you might as well explain why you know everything Zhugetai has done, including his inner thoughts?" "Hardly, or did he tell you himself? Or maybe you can read minds?" Speaking here, Yun Tiandust stretched out his large hand and clutched the Red Flame Old Ancestor's neck through the air, lifting him up. Yun Hall Master, rest his anger. Please listen to my explanation." The Red Flame Old Ancestor's face instantly became paler than paper and did not have the intention to struggle. He knew deep down that once Yun Tiandust became angry, it would definitely be difficult for him to escape death, let alone preserve Burning Sky Valley. Yun Yun Hall Master, I am not the one who can see through people's hearts. A year before you crossed the tribulation, Zhuge Tai approached us individually, trying to convince us to deal with you together. Everyone knows about your relationship with Zhuge Tai, and we are all very curious about why Zhuge Tai wants to deal with you. So we secretly investigated you and Zhuge Tai. The Red Flame Old Ancestor's voice carried a few tremors. Ever since Zhuge Tai returned to the War God Palace with you, he feared that everything he had done to you would be revealed and secretly killed all those who knew about it. But what Zhuge Tai doesn't know is that one of them managed to survive and happened to be saved by my Burning Sky Valley scouts, and they're all still in my Burning Sky Valley now. If you don't believe me, I can call that person here. Seeing the Red Flame Old Ancestor's solemn look, Yun Tian Dust then put him down. What the Red Flame Old Ancestor said, Yun Tian Dust naturally would not believe all of it. He wasn't a fool. How could these so-called overlords of the Nine Heavens rest assured that the War God Palace would keep growing? However, regarding everything about Zhuge Tai, Yun Tian Dust believed that the Red Flame Old Ancestor had not lied, and that the only person who knew that he had transited the Death Canyon was Zhuge Tai. And Yun Tian Dust associated it with the various evil people he had encountered before the age of 15, which was indeed too suspicious. Those people could clearly wipe him out easily, yet they always left room for maneuver, which just happened to coincide with what the Red Flame Old Ancestor had said. Especially when one is asleep, one will always feel an irresistible force traveling through one's body. Wake up the next day with a sore back. The previous Yun Tian Dust did not think much, but now it seems that it must be that Zhuge Tai. Gu Tai. With one word, Yun Tian Dust had already sentenced Zhuge Tai to death in his heart. This was far more infuriating than pure betrayal, and Yun Tian Dust had never wanted to kill someone so badly. Chapter 34, Going Back in Time and Seeing It All. Yun Tian Dust slowly loosened his grip, and the Red Flame Ancestor landed heavily on the ground like a dehydrated fish. He gasped for breath. His eyes filled with a deep fear of Yun Tianduan's strength. Cloud Heavenly Dust's gaze was like a torch as he gazed at the Red Flame Old Ancestor. That coldness tinged with a bit of scrutiny and curiosity as he questioned, how did you break the cultivation bond of a sixth-order Heavenly Emperor? The Red Fire Old Ancestor sniffed, arched his hand and said with a straight face, the reason why I was able to break through the sixth happening Heavenly Emperor was an accident. After the end of that great battle back then, I folded back again. I found the magic weapon that young master of the Wang clan provided to several of us in that broken wall, and even though it was broken, I managed to put it all away. After returning to Burning Sky Valley, I utilized these broken magic artifacts to set up a spell formation. That spell formation was able to extract the residual immortal Dao power in the magic artifacts, and I was able to miraculously break through the realm by washing myself with immortal chi day and night. Not only that, I didn't attract a heavenly tribulation during my breakthrough. That's why I'm guessing that the fact that our Heaven Realm's martial artists have to cross the heavenly tribulation for every breakthrough is most likely related to the Xian force we cultivate. After listening to the Red Flame Old Ancestor's narration, Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but secretly slander that this old thing was rather ghostly. Seeing that this old guy was so uptight, Yun Tian Dust decided to keep him alive for the time being and wait until he found out everything. Glancing at the Red Flame Old Ancestor, Yun Tianduan spoke out indifferently, hand over the soul blood. If I detect half a word of falsehood from you, you know the consequences. The Red Flame Old Ancestor sniffed and cleanly squeezed out a drop of soul blood from his brow, respectfully presenting it in front of Yun Tian Dust. Yun Tian Dust did not see half a bit of struggle in the eyes of the Red Flame Old Ancestor. On the contrary, there was a kind of relaxation after the robbery. Seeing that the Red Flame Old Ancestor didn't even half hesitate to hand over such a big taboo as soul blood, Yun Tian Dust also froze for a moment, but he still lightly waved his sleeve and collected the soul blood. Soul blood is connected to their respective soul origins, and once the soul blood is controlled by someone, then the life of the body and family is at the other party's whim, completely disregarding the realm and distance. As long as Yun Tian Dust destroyed the soul blood on his hand, the Red Flame Ancestor would die with it. If he looked towards the Red Flame Old Ancestor with deep meaning, Yun Tian Dust faintly said, you should remember that if there is any leakage of today's matter, both you and Burning Sky Valley will be doomed. The Red Flame Old Ancestor was as if he had been pardoned, and said gratefully, thank you, Hall Master Yun, and please rest assured that there will never be a third person who knows about this. Seeing that Yun Tian Dust was about to leave, the Red Flame Old Ancestor wanted to speak. Yun Tian Dust's tone was low and unquestionable. Old Ancestor Redfire arched his hand and respectfully said, Hall Master Yun, the Dao Heavenly Palace is not simple. They seem to have a connection with a certain power in the peerless immortal region, and even the young lord of the Wang clan is wary of the power behind them.
Yun Tian Dust's eyes narrowed slightly and there was a flash of ghostly light, only to see him raise his hand and slice through space, stepping in under the shocked gaze of the Red Flame Old Ancestor. When the Red Flame Old Ancestor saw this scene, his eyes glazed over. The array formation he had set up was as if it didn't exist in front of Yun Tian Dust. None of it was even half-sensed. This caused Old Ancestor Red Flame's scorn for Yun Tianyuan to be pushed to the peak once again. He had a strong intuition that Yun Tianyuan might have surpassed the 9th Immortal Emperor and reached an unknown realm. Standing in a daze for a long time, the Red Flame Old Ancestor let out a long sigh. The heavenly realm. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. Until Yun Tian Dust laughed. The entire Burning Sky Valley was unaware that they had already walked through the gates of hell. If Old Man Redfire hadn't been wise enough, Burning Sky Valley would have become history. I'm afraid. After a period of rushing, Yun Tian Dust arrived at the town he lived in before he was 15 years old. However, the town where hundreds of families lived is now deserted. The smoke and laughter of the past have long since disappeared, leaving only broken walls that tell of the vicissitudes of the past. Yun Tian Dust stood on top of the ruins, his face as gloomy as water. Back in time, the scene reappears. As Yun Tian Dust let out a low cry, he closed his eyes and concentrated, his hands moving in unison as his martial power and spiritual power simultaneously burst out, performing the time retrogression technique. In a flash, the air around them seemed to freeze, and time became slow and heavy at this moment. A mysterious light enveloped the entire ruin, and gradually, it seemed as if time had begun to rewind. Those broken walls began to be put back together, collapsed houses slowly rose, and tender green grass grew back on the barren land. As time flew back, Yun Tian Dust saw the quiet night sky of the town. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the night sky. The man was in his mid-20s, of medium build, wearing an azure robe, and exuding a heroic aura between his eyebrows. He stood at a height of 1,000 meters and looked down at the town below, his eyes revealing ferocity and indifference. This was none other than the vice-lord of the war god temple Zhu Gatai, and the great benefactor of Yun Tian Dust's heart. Back then, Yun Tian Dust had no relatives, and in a cruel world like the heavenly realm, it was difficult to survive. Until Zhu Gatai appeared. Not only did he offer money to buy Yun Tian Dust the small courtyard he relied on, but he would also send people to send him money from time to time. When Yun Tian Dust was bullied, Zhu Gatai would also defend him. Because of these, despite Zhu Gatai's grievances in the war god temple, Yun Tian Dust still supported him as the deputy temple master. All kinds of cultivation resources are also at their disposal. Even if he was almost killed by the backstabbing, Yun Tian Dust did not want to point the finger of suspicion at Zhu Gatai. And at this moment, Yun Tianyuan's fists were clenched tightly as his gaze was fixed dead center on all of this. He had witnessed Zhu Gatai coldly and mercilessly slapping out 3 palms, directly obliterating the entire town. Those innocent civilians turned to dust in despair, and some didn't even know how they died. Yun Tian Dust forced himself to hold back his emotions and continued to retrace his steps. The scene shows the town once again coming back to life. Yun Tian Dust accelerated the process of backtracking and saw the scene of being chased and jumping off a cliff at the age of 15. When he jumped off the cliff, Zhu Gatai did appear. The few people who were chasing him were all wiped out again after being reprimanded by Zhu Gatai for a few moments. This scene of images was like a sharp blade, constantly cutting into Yun Tian Dust's heart. Wanting to know everything, Yun Tian Dust forced himself to endure the great exertion to continue backtracking, and he saw the scene of children laughing and playing in the streets of the town. See your hungry, cold, lonely self. The whole process of his meeting and getting along with Zhu Gatai. He had been chased by evil men countless times in scenes and the like, and while those evil men could easily take his life, they always managed to pull back at the critical moment and leave him alive. Behind all of this, there was indeed Zhu Gatai's shadow. What was most unbearable to Yun Tian Dust was that he actually saw Zhu Gatai appear beside his bed, probing his body site with some mysterious power. Phew! The retrospective was forcibly terminated, and Yun Tian Dust only felt that his entire body was drained, falling from midair due to the difficulty of navigating the air, and barely standing on his feet when he landed. Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart, Yun Tian Dust found a relatively flat boulder to sit on and began to regulate his breathing on the spot. It wasn't until a month later that Yun Tianyuan fully recovered. A small completion realm's laws of space and time. Retracing such a large area of time is still a bit of a stretch. Yun Tian Dust whispered in his heart as he slowly stood up, a flame seemingly burning in his eyes. Chapter 35, The Heavenly Bell Rings, The War God's Palace in Peril. Yun Tian Dust did not linger too long and spent half a day to arrive at the Death Canyon. The place where he had crossed the threshold 15 years ago was devastated within a radius of hundreds of miles, and there was barely a single intact mountain. Collecting his complicated mind,
Yun Tian Dust once again performed a time rewind and saw the day of his own tribulation. He catches little details in the battle footage. That is, those three old things from the Tao Heavenly Palace, the 10,000 Poison Sect, and the Celestial Dragon Dynasty did not look like they were forced into it. That kind of determination and ruthlessness, with no intention of leaving anyone alive. Yun Tian Dust could not help but think of the sentence that Old Man Red Flame had reminded him of, that the Daotian Palace's backstage was even harder than the Wang family. In the flashback image, both the Red Flame ancestor and that Demon Emperor Palace powerhouse seemed to have reservations. When the scene shifted to before Yun Tian Dust's tribulation, he saw that 9 immortal emperors setting up a killing formation. With Yun Tian Dust's current strength, casting time retrace could only make out the faces of those he recognized, while the rest of the people could only make out their clothes and body shapes. Even less sound can be heard, and the images are all shaky. Because of this, that 9 immortal emperor was just a vague form in the retrospective image. Yun Tian Dust could not see the person's face at all, but judging by his figure and attire, he should be a middle-aged man. As time continued to go back, Yun Tian Dust saw Zhu Getai once again. While that 9 immortal emperor was setting up the array, Zhu Getai and the Red Flame Old Ancestor, among 5 others, were talking with a blurry-faced young man in fancy dress. Although that youth's face was unclear, his hands and feet revealed nobility and majesty. Backtracking to this point, Yun Tian Dust felt like he was about to be drained. He had to stop going back in time and tune in on the spot. There was another drawback to time retracing: the stronger the person retracing it, the greater the drain on the caster. If one spied on certain forbidden powerhouses whose cultivation was far higher than his own, he would also suffer severe backlash, and death on the spot was possible. This time, Yun Tianduan had prepared in advance. It was voluntarily terminated before it was drained, so he was fully recovered after only 10 days of conditioning. After this exploration, it was enough to show that the Red Flame ancestor wasn't lying. As it turns out, that Zhu Getai is indeed a wolf. There was also that young master of the Wang family. He wouldn't let go, and if he wanted to go to the peerless immortal region, he was afraid that the only way was the Tao Heavenly Palace. And based on the Red Flame Old Ancestor's narration and his observation of the battle footage, this Tao Heavenly Palace was indeed hiding a great secret. Yun Tian Dust stood up, his gaze looking in the direction of the divine heavenly realm as an overpowering killing opportunity rose to the sky, shaking the heavens. Within a radius of thousands of miles, mountains collapsed, the earth was sunken, and rolling smoke slowly rose, causing a layer of haze to cover half of the Death Canyon. Just as Yun Tian Dust was about to go for a walk to the Tao Heavenly Palace, a thick bell ringing came from the distance. The sound of the bell seems to be able to penetrate the clouds and crack the rocks, penetrating into the sky, as if the heaviest sighs in heaven and earth. People unconsciously give birth to feelings of sadness. When Yun Tian Dust heard the sound of the bell, his face suddenly changed drastically, and an unprecedented sternness and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was familiar with the ringing of this bell. It was the shocking heavenly bell, the heaven-shaking bell, which he had acquired by chance in his early years, contained an ancient and mysterious power within it, and once it was rung, it could cross the boundaries of space, and the entire heavenly realm would be able to hear his roar. Yun Tian Dust placed it in the War God Temple, and the only time it could be sounded was when the War God Temple reached the point of life and death. At that time, any disciples or executives who were traveling outside were required to return unconditionally in order to deal with the extermination crisis. The ringing of the shocking bell at this moment indicated that the War God Palace had encountered a crisis of extermination. Who dares to violate my War God Temple? Looking for death dash. The killing machine on Yun Tian Dust's body almost condensed into substance as he lifted his hand and tore through space, flashing in. At the same time, the disciples of the Battle God Temple or the powerful people with whom they had friendships in various parts of the heavenly realm all changed their faces drastically the instant the heaven-shaking bell rang. They put down their hands and either flew with their swords or harnessed their shin beasts, converging on the War God Palace as fast as they could. For a while, the heavenly realm was in turmoil. All forces were surging in the dark, speculating on what secrets were hidden behind this sudden change. The War God Palace, a behemoth that had risen to prominence at breakneck speed, had rung the shocking bell 3 times, and in the end, it had crushed the incoming enemies. And now, with the War God Palace being completely invincible, which other power in the heavenly realm would dare to provoke the War God Palace? Everyone's faces were puzzled, and at the same time, they all had their own ideas. Especially in the past few years, the War God Palace could be said to be dominant, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was overpowering the heavenly realm. An opponent that could make the Battle God Palace ring the heaven-shaking bell was bound to be frighteningly strong.
Some people even speculated that it should be the war god temple that had attracted the siege of the 9 hegemonic forces. If it was one or two forces, the war god temple wouldn't have rung the shock bell. At this moment in the war god domain, the entire sky was covered in a layer of gloom, especially where the war god temple was located. It was covered with war clouds, with all kinds of intense battle fluctuations surging like a tidal wave, spreading to hundreds of thousands of miles of the sky. The sudden siege by the 5 hegemonic forces of the Tao Heavenly Palace, the 10,000 Poison Sect, the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, the Qiankuan Palace, and the Divine Sword Sect, and even more top-tier powerhouses from outside the realm, had caused the Battle God Palace to be in a precarious position. The 2 great protectors, the 2 great war kings and the 2 great blazing angels teamed up with a purple-clothed middle-aged man in the middle of a fierce battle, and every one of their exchanges was accompanied by a deafening roar. With space distorted and the stars dimmed, Yang Protector Lu Xiang was facing the enemy head-on. Behind him, there seemed to be a great sun rolling over, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, he was able to induce the power of the sun, shaking the heavens. Yang Protector Lu Ningyue held a silver longsword to match it, and any of her swords could cut out the moonlight light and tear the sky and the earth. War King Dongfang Yu held his halberd in his hand. His surging battle intent rushed straight into the sky, and each halberd had the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Dark King Bailey Yan's figure was ghostly. It was difficult to capture his figure, and from time to time, he gave that purple-clothed middle-aged man a fatal blow. There were also 2 major blazing angels such as Shadow Soul and Fierce Star assisting from the side, each displaying their own abilities as they fought with that purple-clothed middle-aged man. However, it was such a powerful formation, but it was never able to harm that purple-clothed middle-aged man in the slightest. Battles swept across the entire Battle God Temple, with the 4 blazing angels, including the Underworld, Battle Dragon, Black Tiger, and Blood Lin, leading the 4 legions of soldiers in a bloodbath that stained the heavens with blood. The remaining few great blazing angels such as Judgment, Watch, Ghost Doctor, and so on, similarly brought the many disciples of the War God Temple to participate in the great battle, and there was no doubt as to the degree of the gruesomeness. Yun Tiandust's personal guard on the spot, Shu Ting, also led the 800 War God guards to fight in the battlefield. They all faced enemies several times their size as well, and they did not flinch, fighting for their lives, vowing to defend the glory and dignity of the War God Temple. Overlord Si Kong Xian, dressed in light gray robes with long hair flying, he fought a young powerhouse in midair with his bare hands and empty fists. The 2 men's silhouettes intersected with such speed that it was dizzying. With each collision, it seemed as if it could tear apart the heavens and unleash a power that destroyed the heavens and the earth. Although Si Kong Xian suppressed his opponent, he was never able to truly harm him. The other side, the killing king Dugu Jian was dressed in a long flowing robe, black and red. He had sword brows and starry eyes, holding a blood-colored longsword, facing the siege of the 4 sixth heavenly emperors alone, yet he appeared to be at ease. The long sword in his hand seemed to have a spirit. Each swing was precise and accurate, aiming straight for the enemy's vitals. Under his sword, those 4 sixth heavenly emperors also felt an unprecedented pressure. Chapter 36, 5 Parties Besiege, Tragic Battle. With the Battle God Temple as the center, the entire Battle God domain seemed to be covered by a thick layer of blood and sadness, with blood staining the sky. On top of that, dozens of heavenly emperor powerhouses from the 5 hegemonic forces were still watching from the sidelines and could strike at any time. They stood in all directions, firmly sealing off the retreat of the Battle God Temple crowd. Fronting the strong attack were the Daotian Palace and Immortal Domain powerhouses. Seeing Lu Xiang looking over, a red-haired old man whose cold gaze swept across the field, admiring the killing, said in an ice-cold tone, "Lu Xiang, when you killed my 3rd brother, did you ever think that you would have this day? Humph, that old thing assassinated me and was killed in return, and you have the face to say such words?" Lu Xiang's stern gaze swept over the 4 major forces such as the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty and coldly spoke out, "And you guys, thinking that there are people from the infinite immortal domain who intervene, you dare to pop up and seek death, and you really think that my Battle God Palace is a soft persimmon?" The 4 hegemonic higher levels sneered in their hearts, as if they had seen the scene of the Battle God Palace's destruction. "Yes?" The red-haired old man's gaze was deep and full of disdain as he said, "Then this seat would like to see how you, the War God Palace, can still turn around in front of Lord Immortal Domain." The red-haired old man was none other than Dao Xian, the 2nd ancestor of the Tao Heavenly Palace, who was now a 6th Heavenly Emperor. Despite breaking through the 6th tribulation, Dao Xian was well aware of the terror of the War God Palace. If there were no Immortal Realm powerhouses to assist him, he wouldn't have dared to provoke the War God Palace in such a manner if given 100 guts. But this time, with the presence of a great figure from the flowing cloud Immortal Dynasty,
Even if the cloud heavenly dust from back then was present, he couldn't turn over a single wave. Humph. Dao Xian was still thinking like this when a cold snort sounded beside him. Why bother talking nonsense with it? Fight quickly. The speaker was an old man in a blue robe, the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, and the strongest person present. When Dao Xian heard this, he immediately shifted into a respectful attitude and swore, "Don't worry, my lord." With all the lords of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty holding back Lu Evil Yang and the others, the rest of the people are not enough to be feared. We will join the battle and clear the battlefield as soon as possible. As soon as the words fell, Dao Xian took a step forward and successively looked at the remaining 4 hegemonic higher-ups, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Gentlemen, today, let's let this battle god temple not grow an inch of grass. Kill." With Dao Xian's words, the 60 or so immortal emperors who were previously still watching from the sidelines all moved, and the 3 supreme ancestors of the 10,000 Poisons sect were the first to lock onto Dongfang Yu, who was still in the middle of the battle, and shouted out sternly, "Dongfang Yu, take your life." A few years ago, Dongfang Yu had single-handedly killed the Wan Poison sect, forcefully beheading their Wan Poison sect patriarch and several elders, and they had long hated Dongfang Yu to the bone. Dongfang Yu had just been slapped away by that purple-clothed middle-aged man, when the 3 great fourth circumstance heavenly emperors of the 10,000 Poisons sect had already killed. Dongfang Yu narrowly dodged the attacks of 2 of them, and just as the third person's poisonous palm was about to blast on his back, Bailey Yen appeared like a ghost. Only a bared sound was heard, and an arm flew out. "Seek death." Reacting, Dongfang Yu turned around and stabbed out a halberd, directly piercing through that person's chest. The destructive power of the laws ravaged in his body. The hull of a four-jacked heavenly emperor directly died horizontally on the spot. Old 5. The other 2 great elder ancestors of the 10,000 Poison sect were seething with anger, roaring with rage. Their poisonous skills were fully utilized, and the poisonous mist in the sky surged towards Dongfang Yu and Bailey Yan. Dongfang Yu and Bailey Yan's figures quickly retreated violently, but 3 more heavenly emperors killed over a few heavenly emperor ancestors from the Qinkuan palace. Almost at the same time, the 4 great battle kings of the battle god temple and the 12 blazing angels were all surrounded by multiple heavenly emperors. The Lu Xiang siblings were on fire and cooperated well, and even fought with the purple-clothed middle-aged man. The entire Battle God Domain's forces of all sizes had actually chosen to remain on the sidelines. The Battle God Palace was in charge of the Battle God Domain, with thousands of affiliated forces, large and small, and now there were less than 10 that chose to coexist with the Battle God Palace. How ironic was this? In a corner of the void battlefield, Night Frenzied Cloud was holding a blood-stained long sword, bathed in bloodlight as he fought the 9 heavenly emperors alone, his entire body covered in large and small wounds. Dead. With a long roar, Night Frenzy Cloud chopped out an absolute killing slash, and a second Tribulation Heavenly Emperor was cleanly split up on the spot by him. However, Night Frenzy Cloud was also unable to dodge in time and was chopped by a sword chi, flying tens of thousands of meters on the spot and leaving a shockingly huge sword mark on his back. The sword marks that were about half a meter long were deep enough to be seen in the bone, but Night Frenzy Cloud didn't let out half a muffled grunt, and his opponents couldn't help but respect him when they saw such a Night Frenzy Cloud. Lord Knight. Some of the Battle God Hall disciples were shocked and furious when they saw that Night Frenzy Cloud was seriously injured to this extent. Night Frenzy Cloud's gaze was like a torch as he scanned the entire battlefield. He had witnessed one of his brothers fall in battle, and his heart burned with rage, hating that he couldn't immediately break the enemy into pieces. He gripped his long sword tightly, and lightning flashed above the blood-stained blade, as if it would erupt at any moment with a power that would destroy the heavens and the earth. Good Dao Heavenly Palace, Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, 10,000 Poison Sect, Qiankuan Temple, Divine Blade Sect, you are seeking your own deaths. When our palace master comes back, he will make sure that no chickens or dogs will be left behind for you and the others. Night Mad Cloud's scarlet cold eyes stared at the entire field, his angry and infinite killing intent-filled voice resounding through the sky, causing the surrounding enemies to tremble. Moments later, all kinds of arrogant jeers followed. Ha 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 ha, fool, Yun Tian dust died long ago, in vain. You, Night Frenzy Cloud, are famous in the heavenly realm, but to expect a dead man to come to your rescue is still really stupid. Of the 9 people who surrounded Night Frenzy Cloud, 5 of them were from the Divine Blade Sect, and one of them, a third Tribulation Heavenly Emperor, sneered out, his face full of disdain. Night Frenzy Cloud ignored these people's mockery as he levitated in midair, his body slightly hunched over, the blood on his body flowing down his limbs. He paused for just a few breaths of effort before blood dripped down his arm past the tip of the blade in a heart-stopping manner. Brothers, please still hold on. The palace master has returned. The heaven-shaking bell has been rung, and I believe he will soon arrive to exterminate this group of mongrels. The night frenzy cloud almost hissed out, clearly reaching the ears of everyone on the scene, and when the people of the war god temple heard his words, they all didn't believe them at first either. As for the people of the 5 great overlords, they were even more disdainful. It was only taken as Night Frenzy Cloud's deliberate words to inspire people, and everyone was unimpressed. Lu Xiang and the others all thought the same, except for Xiao Jiao, whose heart involuntarily skipped a beat, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. Not far away in the side of the battlefield, the Divine Blade Sect's young master Qiu Xiaotang stared at Night Frenzy Cloud with a deadly gaze, his face full of resentment. Old ancestor, let's leave him alive for now. I'm going to personally mutilate him into a million pieces. After the Divine Blade Sect's old ancestor nodded at Qiu Xiaotang, he flashed out first. His cultivation of the 5th Tribulation Heavenly Emperor erupted to the extreme, and he chopped out a heaven-destroying blade at Night Frenzy Cloud, which the Night Frenzy Cloud in his heyday wouldn't be able to block, let alone right now. Bang! The blade chi that Night Frenzy Cloud had brought up his entire body to chop out was instantly crushed, and as he blocked his body with his long blade across his body, he was cleaved and flew hundreds of thousands of meters on the spot, crashing and blowing up several mountains before smashing into the ground again. Cough cough cough. Night Crazy Cloud with strong willpower to hold up the body, only to feel that the internal organs have been shattered like, on the spot vomited a few mouthfuls of thick black blood. Chapter 37 Igniting Anger. Frantic counterattack. Noticing his own condition, Night Frenzy Cloud let out a bitter smile, his blood-stained face flashing with resignation. Big brother, if you don't come again, you'll only be able to see my corpse. At this moment, Night Frenzy Cloud's breath was shriveled to the extreme, relying on the support of his precious sword to barely half kneel. Lord Knight. The scene resounded with the angry hissing of the Battle God Temple disciples. All of them were enraged with their eyes wide open. Noticing the situation of Night Frenzy Cloud, Lu Xian looked toward the black-robed youth not far away and shouted out sternly, Xiaojiao, quickly go and help old 7. Xiaojiao title Fierce Star. Hearing Lu Xian's words, he openly turned his head and captured the Night Frenzy Cloud. After seeing its miserable condition, Xiaojiao's eyes instantly became scarlet, and he said word by word, a group of mongrels. You guys, this is, looking for death. Xiaojiao's figure expanded dramatically in the crowd's shocked gazes. His originally slender body instantly transformed into a black shadow that covered the sky, and his 9 pairs of huge feathered wings slowly unfolded, each feather flickering with a profound light like the brightest stars in the night sky. This huge body, as high as 10,000 feet, seemed like an ancient great evil descending, causing all the living beings present to feel unprecedented shock and fear. Is this what Big Brother is talking about, the 9-winged harvest? Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Legend has it that the 9-winged harvest possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and is one of the overlord among the ancient divine beasts. The 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty's face was horrified. The moment he saw Xiaojiao's main body, he thought of a possibility, and his eyes glazed over. When the people of the War God Palace saw this scene, they were all stupefied. It wasn't until this moment that the crowd realized why he was called Fierce Star, Xiaojiao. Good job, Jiao. Not far away, Xikong Xian noticed Xiaojiao's change and immediately laughed out maniacally. Let this group of scumbags know that even if the palace master is not present, my War God Palace is never to be bullied. So what if it's the limitless immortal region? Anyone who dares to offend my War God Palace must die. Xikong Xian's dominating voice spread throughout the entire arena, and as if he had been stimulated by Xiaojiao, his aura steeply surged. A hegemonic aura that far surpassed the previous one swept out from Xikong Xian's body, shaking the 10,000 miles of the sky. The young man who was fighting against Xikong Xian's face changed drastically, and before he could say anything, he was punched out by the fiery Xikong Xian, and the rain drifted away. The crowd was dumbfounded. That was a 7th immortal emperor of the limitless immortal region, and he would be knocked out by a single punch? This son. When the 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with a thick color of shock. At this moment, he suddenly had an indescribable emotion of regret, as if he had invoked a terrifying existence, and suddenly felt his heart palpitate. The other side, Xiao Xiaotang saw the seriously injured and dying Night Crazy Cloud, and was instantly pleased. He walked towards Night Crazy Cloud in the air, with a victor's posture, and mocked out, Night Crazy Cloud, you also have this day. However, before Xiao Xiaotang finished saying the word heaven, Xiaojiao's huge body trembled violently, his 9 wings unfurled, and with the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, he slapped his claws over. Xiaotang, come back! The Divine Blade Sect's old ancestor bellowed out. instantly dodging out in an attempt to block the monster's enormous claws. However, a jaw-dropping scene emerged. Xiao Xiaotang, who had been arrogant and domineering in the previous second, along with the Divine Blade Sect's old ancestor, were all instantly reduced to pieces under Little Nine's giant claws, without even uttering a scream. Xiaotang, old ancestor. When the crowd of the Divine Blade sect saw this shocking scene, they were all dumbfounded, and there were even people who were so frightened that they lost their minds and peed on the spot. Under the gaze of the crowd's horrified gazes, Xiaozhou once again raised his claws and slapped them at the few people who had surrounded Night Frenzy Cloud. Just as Xiaozhou's giant claws that covered the sky were about to fall again, the destructive power made the air freeze, and the few people who surrounded the Night Madness Cloud couldn't even rise up to resist, and they fled in fear. Bunch of losers, accompanied by a cold shout. A cold and cold to the extreme sword chi cut through the sky from the heavens and came straight towards Xiaozhou. This sword chi contained the terrifying might of an eighth immortal emperor, and it was clearly the strongest member of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty who had plundered the battlefield from the sidelines who had struck. Humph, sinful animal, don't be reckless. That eighth immortal emperor's voice resounded once again, like cold ice cracking, resounding through the clouds. However, in the face of this strike that was enough to shake mountains and rivers, Xiaozhou did not have the slightest fear. It roared up to the sky, its 9 wings flapped violently, and it actually hardened that sword chi and fanned it into all directions, turning it into nothingness. And that mountain-sized claw continued to slap down at the group of heavenly emperors that had surrounded Night Frenzy Cloud. Apart from 1/4 tribulation heavenly emperor who managed to escape, the remaining 6 heavenly emperors were all blown up by Xiaozhou's claw, and the scene was so bloody that it was creepy. Sinful animal, go to hell, that Lu Yun immortal dynasty powerhouse uttered out in shock and anger. A powerful and unparalleled sword intent erupted from his body, instantly condensing a 10,000-foot sword aura and chopping down violently at Xiaozhou. However, only to see the 9 wings on Little Nine moving in unison. He hissed up to the sky and used his huge body to drive his front claws, slapping at that Lu Yun immortal dynasty's 8th immortal emperor. Bang! With a loud sound, the 10,000 feet of sword energy chopped out by that Lu Yun immortal dynasty powerhouse dissipated, and Little Nine's claws that were as big as mountains continued to slap down without decreasing its momentum. How will it be? That 8th immortal emperor's face suddenly changed, and his figure retreated violently, but it was already too late. Xiaozhou's huge claw followed him like a shadow, carrying the terrifying power of tearing through space, shattering the long sword he used to block before slapping him hard on top of his chest. Only heard a loud boom. That 8th immortal emperor like a broken kite flew out backwards, heavily smashed on the ground, spitting blood, breath withered, obviously has been seriously injured. This scene completely shook the entire arena. Even those powerhouses of the peerless immortal region who prided themselves on being above the rest couldn't help but display horrified expressions. Xiaozhou's toughness was far beyond their expectations. Inspired by Xiaozhou's encouragement, it was as if the people of the Battle God Temple were infused with infinite power. They were like chicken blood. Determination and madness flashed in their eyes. Lu Shiyang also no longer hesitated. The sun's sacred body in his body fully erupted. The golden light wrapped his entire body like a blazing sun in the sky. Great Sun Divine Fist. With a loud shout, Lu Shiyang's figure stormed up and blasted out with a fist. The golden fist aura cut through the sky, carrying the terrifying might of burning mountains and boiling the sea, directly smashing into the purple-clothed middle-aged man who was entangled with him. That purple-clothed middle-aged man was a genuine peak 8th immortal emperor with strong strength. Nonetheless, under Lu Xianyang's full-force outburst, the purple-clothed middle-aged man's attack was instantly crushed, and along with him, he himself was also smashed by a punch, spitting out blood from his mouth, his face pale. The great protector is mighty. When the people of the Battle God Palace saw this, they all cheered, and everyone's morale was greatly boosted. By this point in the battle, they had suffered over 40,000 casualties, and the number of enemies who died at their hands exceeded as many as 200,000. At this moment, the bloodlust of everyone in the Battle God Temple was ignited, and they frantically counterattacked in extreme rage. Even those female disciples sank into the killing with bravery. The disciples of the 5 powers were completely cowed and were beaten back. Chapter 38, War breaks out. Massacre begins. At the same time, Lu Ningyue was also not willing to show weakness. The power of her Tianyin sacred body erupted in full force, and a faint silvery light surrounded her body. Just like the moonflower condensation, she was holding a long sword with a flickering cold light. The tip of the sword flicked, and the sword was pointing directly at a 7th level immortal emperor. I don't like to kill, but you are being deceitful. Lu Ningyue lightly opened her vermilion lips and swung out her longsword. A silver-colored sword aura cut through the void with a speed as fast as lightning, directly taking the head of that 7th immortal emperor on the opposite side. So strong. The 7th immortal emperor, although shocked and unruffled, also condensed the strongest killing moves, trying to resist, but only heard a click sound. The long sword in his hand shattered. Lu Ningyue chopped out of the sword on unabated, directly penetrated his chest, will be killed on the spot. This strike by Lu Ningyue once again caused the entire audience to be in an uproar. The terror of the Tianyin saint body was evident. On the other hand, Dugu Jian was completely in a state of madness. He was holding a long sword, the tip of the sword dripping with blood, but with every sword strike, an enemy would fall. At this moment, Dugu Jian seemed to be transformed into the messenger of death, and his sword would see blood. Die! Dugu's sword let out a low cry. The long sword automatically flew back. The tip of the sword lightly tapped, and the sword light was like a weave, instantly enveloping the 3 major 6th immortal emperors. Only between the flashes of sword light, the 3 major 6th immortal emperors fell one after another, leaving only a terrified scream echoing in the air. When the remaining immortal emperor saw this, his entire body was stunned. Bai Yan, on the other hand, was transformed into a merciless reaper of darkness. His figure was ghostly, like a specter in the night, silently traveling between the battlefields. Whenever anyone sensed his presence, heads were often already on the ground and blood was spilled on the spot. The Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses of the 5 hegemons, as long as they were locked by Bai Yan, all became like lambs to the slaughter, not even having the chance to fight back. Every strike of Bai Yan was like the pronouncement of the god of death, chilling the hearts of people, and an unprecedented fear spread amongst the top 5 hegemonic lords. Dongfang Yu, on the other hand, was getting braver and braver as his battle intent was burning like a blazing fire, setting the air around him ablaze. He held the heavenly desolate war halberd. His body was like a dragon, and every swing of the halberd was accompanied by a deafening roar. The 2 10,000 poison sect ancestors and the 3 heavenly emperors of the Qiankuan temple who had surrounded Dongfang Yu. Under Dongfang Yu's full force outburst, 4 died and 1 was injured, with the remaining 1 still fleeing in fear. Anyone who offends my war god palace will be executed. Dongfang Yu's roar echoed over the battlefield, inspiring every disciple of the war god palace. In the battlefield in the other direction, the battle dragon envoy, Dragon Broken Sky, similarly displayed the power to crush the 8 directions, a majestic and endless bloodline force filling his entire body. Every punch that Long Body and smashed out was accompanied by the roar of the golden dragon's shadow, and the void in a radius of tens of thousands of miles was shaken by it. The golden dragon's silhouette was lifelike, as if it had actually come to life, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The heavenly dragon dynasty ancestor and the others who fought against him were not spared by Long Boshan's full force, and were smashed to pieces by the punch. This scene shocked everyone. Worthy of being the 4th ranked of the 12 incandescent angels, Long Boshan's strength was equally strong beyond the crowd's imagination. The Battle Dragon Legion led by Long Busted Sky had the same explosive combat power, killing the 5 power alliances to the point of retreat in fear. At this moment, not only was Long Bao Tian, but the rest of the major blazing angels were also on fire. Ruler Mo Feng, the first of the 12 blazing angels. All the things that the War God Palace normally did were dispatched by Mo Feng, and they all joined the battlefield as well. Holding the Sword of Judgment in his hand, he stood in a corner of the battlefield, surrounded by a faint blue light. It was the materialization of the power of judgment, each ray of light containing unquestionable justice and judgment. His eyes were like torches, scanning the chaotic battlefield, but his heart was clear, the light of judgment. Mo Feng's voice was like thunder, and the Sword of Judgment transformed into a brilliant blue light that cut through the sky, pointing directly at a 5th immortal emperor who wanted to flee. Giggle! Wherever the sword light passed, space seemed to be split in 2, and that 5th immortal emperor was horrified. But before even the thought of resisting rose, he was already split in half by the light of judgment, and his soul was annihilated in the blue light. The spectral envoy Long Wuxie, the 3rd in the ranking of the 12 blazing angels, he held the blade of the blood moon, like a god of death in the underworld, silently traveling through the battlefield, each appearance accompanied by the fall of an enemy. The underworld legion under the helm of Lang Wuxie were also all like the deepest nightmares in the night, weaving through the battlefield, making it impossible to defend against them. In front of Lang Wuxie, all 4 or 5 heavenly emperors could only tremble and wait for death. Blood Lin envoy Lin Tianqi, ranked 5th among the 12 blazing angels, is in charge of the Blood Lin Legion. He held a blood-colored lance, the tip of the lance dripping with blood, but there were already countless dead souls wailing. He was as athletic as a cheetah weaving through the forest, and every time he stabbed out with his spear, it carried the shadow of a qilin, and the enemy would surely fall under the spear.
even when faced with enemies whose cultivation was several steps higher than his own. Lin Tianqi took the initiative and killed each and every 4th or 5th level immortal emperor under his gun as easily as slaughtering a dog.
The Bloodliner Legion, led by Lin Tianqi, were all brazen and fought until the final chapter. The 6th ranked Vidra Black Tiger, ruling the Black Tiger Legion. At this time of life and death, the Black Tiger finally revealed its true form, the Ink Jade Black Tiger. The Black Tiger that appeared in his true form had gnarled muscles and emitted a metallic luster, and his 100-foot body was completely incomparable in front of Xiaozhou's true body. However, who dares to underestimate his energy? In a deafening roar up to the sky, a 5th immortal emperor was swallowed in one gulp by him. That immortal emperor didn't even have a chance to struggle in the huge mouth of the Black Tiger before he turned into nothingness. The Black Tiger Legion under Black Tiger was equally brave and invincible, undoubtedly adding a touch of indelible terror to the War God Temple and making the enemy fearful. The 8th ranked Shadow Soul Envoy, Soul Wu Yen, is even more daunting. He specializes in soul strangulation, often when the enemy is unaware of the time, has quietly taken the other party's life. A number of heavenly emperors didn't even have a chance to react before they died without a sound, their souls scattered. When the 5 hegemonic forces multitude of executives were in front of Soul Mayan, they would unconsciously give birth to the fear of being dominated by death. The 10th ranked Ghost Dr. Muli, a Dan doctor. The silver needles that she usually used to heal the sick and save people had now become the deadliest weapon on the battlefield. She stood at the edge of the battlefield, her eyes like a torch, watching every enemy that needed his hand. Just seeing her jade fingers flicking, a silver needle would be like a small snake with spirit, accurately shooting at the enemy's vitals. Those enemies who were struck by the silver needles would often lose their fighting ability in a short period of time, or even die outright. Ghost Dr. Muli had entered the path with medicine and became famous with Dan, yet no one dared to underestimate her combat power. Chapter 39, Solar Sacred Body, pouring out your power. Amidst the bloody scene that stretched for tens of thousands of miles around, the 11th ranked illusory dance of 1,000 moons was another bright sight on the battlefield. With her delicate posture and light dance steps, she seems to be able to tickle the heart with every spin and every jump. However, underneath this beautiful exterior lies a deadly killing machine. 1,000 Moons carried the body of 1,000 illusions and was good at utilizing illusions to kill people, and she could introduce her enemies into the dream world she wove with just a flick of her dance. There, the enemy will experience all sorts of horror and despair, and eventually have a mental breakdown and die in his own hallucinations, allowing the enemy to see another form of horror and beauty. Guardian Angel Tenshin ranked 2nd. As the wisdom of the War God Temple, her combat power is not as dazzling as the other blazing angels though. However, in battle, she can always accurately find the enemy's cracks and deliver a fatal blow. At the same time, she was also one of the most pivotal figures in the War God Temple, concurring with the ruling envoy, Mo Feng, to jointly manage the Great War God Temple. The reason why Yin Tian Dust was able to be a shirker was because of the presence of Mo Feng and Tian Xin, Celestial Master Qing Xuanzi. As the only old man in the Battle God's Palace, his combat prowess might not be outstanding. However, he was proficient in all kinds of formations and talismanic arts, and was often able to turn the tide of battle at critical moments. In this great battle, Qing Xuanzi had laid down several powerful formations, which not only provided a place of refuge for the disciples of the Battle God Hall, but also dealt heavy blows to the enemy on several occasions. Qing Xuanzi was even one of the 3 greatest 9th-grade refiners in the heavenly realm. His existence had greatly increased the overall strength of the War God Palace. In this way, the entirety of the Battle God's Palace was united in their determination to give up their lives. Up to this point in the battle, more than 20 immortal emperors of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty had already fallen on the spot, and more than half of the heavenly emperors of the 5 hegemonic forces had been killed or injured. This bloody and shocking scene chilled everyone to the bone. Those martial artists who were watching from afar were all shivering, while those affiliated with the War God Temple who chose to stand by and watch had even more mixed feelings. Although the War God Palace had temporarily turned the tide of battle, they were facing a powerful immortal domain force. In the eyes of martial artists from all sides, they still didn't think that the War God Palace would have the last laugh. On the contrary, the 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty, after seeing the energy of the War God Temple, he then realized that their Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty had truly kicked the bucket. This was not a newborn force. This was simply a nest of monsters gathering. Until this moment, the 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty finally stopped being calm. He knew deep down that since he had completely offended the War God Temple, he had to strangle it in the cradle. Otherwise, within a few years, this Battle God Palace will definitely become a great danger to the Lu Yun immortal dynasty.
The third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty no longer hesitated as he directly struck out to kill the strongest Lu Xiang, attempting to decapitate Lu Xiang in order to demoralize the battle god palace and break down its fighting spirit. Kid die. As the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty bellowed, the aura of a peak ninth immortal emperor swept across the entire field on his body, and he slapped his palm at Lu Xiang. Sensing an intense crisis, Lu Xiang turned around and blasted out a great sun divine fist, colliding with the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty's palm force. Bang! With a deafening explosion, Lu Xiang's fist momentum was destroyed as a powerful chi swept towards him. Lu Xiang could not dodge, was swept by the aftermath of the energy. The body uncontrollably flew out backwards, only to feel that the 5 viscera and 6 bowels are about to shift like, the pain is unbearable. A trace of bright red blood spilled out from the corner of Lu Xiang's mouth, and his gaze became grave as he looked at the third elder of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty. Lu Xiang's body stumbled, each step heavy, just based on a collision just now. Lu Xiang knew the terror of the person in front of him. The other party was by no means as simple as a normal peak ninth immortal emperor. With his own strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fight against it. Looking at the brothers who were still fighting in blood, the conviction in Lu Xiang's heart was like a blazing fire, not allowing him to retreat half a step. War! Lu Xiang gritted his teeth and shouted furiously. His eyes flashed with an unyielding light, and his whole body's power surged crazily, preparing to fight to the death. Humph, to have such strength at such an age. If I let you continue to grow, you might actually become a great danger to the heart of my Lu Yun immortal dynasty. Noticing the power that Lu Xiang had erupted, the third elder of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty couldn't help but marvel in admiration before coldly uttering, "It's just a pity that you won't have that chance." Lu Xiang suspended in midair, bathed in blazing golden light. Cold eyes looked straight at the 3 elders of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty. Icy cold and bone-chilling words stirred the sky. A good Lu Yun immortal dynasty. As long as I Lu Xiang not die, he will certainly want to be a red owl. Ashes and ashes in the next day. Big talk, looking for death. The great elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty laughed disdainfully and coldly, the moment he made a move. It was a killing move. This group of people from the battle god palace counterattacked too swiftly, killing everyone by surprise. They, the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, and the 5 parties allied army all suffered heavy losses. The only way he could turn the whole situation around was to obliterate Lu Xiang with absolute strength. The loss of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was already big enough, and if he couldn't obtain that so-called supreme treasure, he, as the person in charge, would definitely be unable to absolve himself of the blame. Facing the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty who was killing at breakneck speed, Lu Xiang showed determination on his face and directly erupted the sacred body divine ability blazing sun burning sky. In an instant, it was as if the heaven and earth were covered by a blazing sun, and endless fiery rays of light blossomed from Lu Xiang's body, and that light was like a sharp sword, stabbing into the surroundings. When the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty felt this powerful force, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes, but the killing moves in his hands did not stop. Instead, they attacked even more vigorously towards Lu Xiang. In the midst of this blazing light, Lu Xiang's figure appeared more and more magnificent, and the aura around him continued to climb, as if he wanted to become one with this heaven and earth. However, the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was, after all, a peak 9th level immortal emperor, and his attack was like a storm that hardened and broke through the light emanating from Lu Xiang's divine ability. Just at the moment when the 2 sides' powers were about to collide, Lu Xiang fiercely shouted and gathered all the power of his entire body into one point. Only a loud sound was heard, and the earth and sky trembled as the surrounding mountains instantly collapsed, boulders rolled down, and smoke filled the air. The third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty stood still while Lu Xiang was shaken out by this powerful force. A large mouthful of scarlet blood spewed out from Lu Xiang's mouth. His face turned pale. Only in those deep eyes was the unyielding flame still burning. The third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was also not as relaxed as he appeared to be, forcibly suppressing the agitated and disordered chi and blood in his body. He looked at Lu Xiang in a daze, the murderous intent in his eyes even more prevalent. He completely did not expect that a 5th immortal emperor was just a 5th immortal emperor, but his true battle power could be as strong as this. I never imagined that a character like you would appear in this forsaken land. All the more reason to keep you. Flowing cloud immortal snorted coldly towards the third elder. Humph. Lu Xiang snorted out coldly. Even if I die today, I'll drag you old dog along with me. A vision. The sun god glow. Only Lu Xiang's body glowed around him, and a golden and hot xianli surged out like a tidal wave. In an instant, Lu Xiang's body was as radiant as a small sun. Under the scorching sun divine radiance, The heavens and earth for hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius were colored.
Chapter 40 Yin and Yang Combined Attack, Pursued with Anger. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyang, as if he had really transformed into a round of terrified great sun. For a moment, the crowd in the field had a feeling that they were about to be melted. Can it be that it's the legendary Sun Saint body? When the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty saw this scene, his eyes went wide with horror. The Sun's sacred body was an absolute front-runner among all the thousands of special physiques, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was one in a billion. This kind of physique was also bound to be coaxed by all parties when it was placed in the infinite immortal domain, and was a truly exceptional physique. Kid, who exactly are you? Immortal Lu Yun questioned the third elder in a deep voice. He didn't believe that the abandoned land would give birth to such a genius. Lu Xiang bathed in the sun god's radiance. His battle power instantly soared several times, and his cold words swept across the sky. I'm your grandpa, die for me dash. 9 suns divine chain. As the violent shout fell, Lu Xiang had already struck out. Dozens of golden chains poked out from the void behind Lu Xiang and attacked towards the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. Don't know what to do, Lu Yunxian Chao's third elder uttered with a cold voice, his face so gloomy that it could almost drip water, and he instantly used his own famous stunt, the Great Sky Covering Hand. As the Great Sky Covering Hand of the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty blasted out, an astonishingly large hand crushed towards Lu Xiang, and wherever the palm wind passed through, space was distorted, as if even time was frozen by its powerful force. As their attacks collided together, deafening explosions erupted. Lu Xiang's law chains that contained the power of the sun god crumbled one by one under the great shadow of heaven of the third elder of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty. Break! Just as that sky-obscuring hand was about to blast Lu Xiang, he violently bellowed, and an even thicker golden chain violently probed out from the void, instantly piercing through the suppressive hand, and pushing straight towards the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. Nonetheless, Lu Xiang was still blown away by the remnants of the palm, spraying out several mouthfuls of blood one after another. His face pale and bloodless, the sun god radiance that enveloped Lu Xiang's body was also hardened and dispersed, and his aura gradually became shriveled. The other side, the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was similarly not doing well, and on his left shoulder, a burnt and bloody hole could be clearly seen. When the crowd in the arena saw this scene, their eyes were almost glazed over, especially the crowd of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, who were filled with disbelief. The third elder was an absolute powerhouse amongst all the 9 immortal emperors. He once had the proud record of killing 2 major 9th immortal emperors in a strong battle with 1 against 2. Now, the third elder was injured by a 5th immortal emperor, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. When the people of the Battle God Palace saw the severely injured Lu Xiaoyang, a heart instantly rose to their throats, and the battle became more and more frantic. Brother, Lu Ningyue's clear, cold and determined voice cut through the air, and after she forced back her opponent with her sword, her body transformed into a silver lightning bolt, instantly appearing beside Lu Evil Young. Brother, how are you? Lu Ningyue's face showed worry as she anxiously inquired. Little sister, I'm fine. Lu Xiang shook his head and reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, turning to look at the opposite side of the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, his face somber. A flash of determination flashed in Lu Xiang's eyes, and he turned to look at Lu Ningyue, saying softly, Little sister, it's time to use that move. Brother, can you still hold out? Lu Ningyue inquired in a condensed voice, her eyes flashing with intense worry. Lu Xiang nodded slightly, his eyes full of unquestioning. Lu Ningyue knew that there was no other choice. She gave up the long sword in her hand, and the power of the Tianyin saint body in her body erupted to the extreme, perfectly fusing with Lu Evil Yang's Sun Saint body to form an unprecedentedly powerful might. Under the combined attack of the Sun Saint body and the Tianyin saint body, it was as if the heavens and earth were enveloped in an ancient and mysterious power. Yin and Yang are intertwined, and the cycle of life and death, a powerful force erupted from them, forming a radiant aura that firmly trapped the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. Tianyin sacred body, how is this possible? The third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty's face changed drastically. He never expected that the woman in front of him would be a Tianyin saint body, and this fusion of one yin and one yang attack was able to erupt with such a terrifying power. The third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty felt the crisis of death from that halo. He struggled and tried to break free of that terrifying aura, but every effort was like a clay ox going into the sea, to no avail. Yin and yang wheel of life and death. Kill. With Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue's unanimous low voice, that power finally reached its peak, only to see the aura contract violently. like a huge net, wrapping the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty tightly within. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the halo violently exploded, and a powerful energy shockwave instantly swept across the entire battlefield. All the attacks of the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty were destroyed by the Yin Yang life and death wheel, and they couldn't even slow down the speed of the Yin Yang life and death wheel. He looked incredulously at Lu Xieyang and Lu Ningyue, his eyes filled with unbelief and fear. At the critical moment, the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty offered an ancient shield to block the frontal attack of the Yin Yang life and death wheel, but he, himself, was still shaken out by the irresistible energy. After his body crashed and blew up a dozen or so mountains, the entire body of the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was embedded into the stone wall, and his breath completely withered. This scene completely shocked everyone present, whether it was the disciples of the battle god palace or the martial artists of the five hegemonic forces. They all stopped their movements and looked at this scene in shock. When the martial artists of the five hegemonic forces saw this, they were all horrified and lost their will to fight. The only remaining 10 or so strong members of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts as well, as they began to realize that they might have really kicked the bucket. The defeat of the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was like a fuse that instantly ignited the fear and despair in everyone's hearts. The remaining 400,000 or so allied forces of the five major powers fell apart at this moment, and all of them fled in fear, fearing that their parents hadn't given them 2 more legs. A seventh immortal emperor from the flowing cloud immortal dynasty executed his strongest strike, forcibly shaking Dongfang Yu back, and then dodged and flew towards the dying third elder, taking him with him as he fled from the battlefield. They had originally thought that with the powerful strength of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, it would be enough to easily crush the newborn force that was the battle god palace. However, reality has given them a resounding slap in the face. They began to regretting that they had gullibly believed the demonic words of the Tao Heavenly Palace and coveted the so-called supreme treasure of the Battle God Palace, and even more regretting that they had been involved in this unwarranted disaster. When the disciples of the War God Temple saw this, they erupted into earth-shattering cheers. They knew that they had finally defended their homes and the beliefs in their hearts. Those who violate my War God Temple will be killed without pardon. With Sikong Xians shouting up to the sky, the remaining 60,000 or so people of the War God Palace didn't care, as they were like tigers descending from the mountain, frantically chasing after the enemies that had fled and scattered. Blazing angels such as Long Busted Sky, Mo Feng, and Lang Wuxie were even the first to lead their respective legions, and like sharp blades, they madly slaughtered those who escaped. They didn't stop until they had chased and killed hundreds of thousands of miles, and the allied forces of the five hegemony lords, who had no desire to fight, were slaughtered by as many as 100,000 in their escape. Chapter 41, After the Battle. Yun Tian dust returns, not to mention the people of the five major forces. Even the crowd watching the battle from afar had chills in their hearts. At this moment, the allied forces of the five hegemonic powers were truly defeated under the onslaught of the War God Palace, with countless deaths and injuries. In the end, this unprecedented battle ended with the complete victory of the War God Temple. The allied forces of the five hegemonic powers had more than 800,000 people, and only 300,000 or so managed to escape. Although the War God's Palace had won, it had done so at an unbearable and tragic cost. Of the 130,000 people of the War God Temple, more than 60,000 died in this battle, and those who were still alive at this moment were all injured to different degrees. Lu Xiyang and Night Frenzy Cloud had the most serious injuries. Lu Xiyang, who had forcibly executed the combined attack forbidden technique under the condition of serious injury. Although he had completely dealt a heavy blow to his opponent, he himself had suffered an extremely serious backlash and was injured on top of his injuries. As for Night Frenzy Cloud, he had already fallen into a coma. This was the heaviest loss since the establishment of the War God Temple. With a heavy heart, under the orderly arrangement of ruling envoy Mo Feng, those with lesser injuries began to clean up the battlefield, while the rest returned to the hall to heal their wounds. It was a good thing that there were guardian spell formations to protect them, or else in such a battle for the ages, it was feared that the entire Battle God's Palace would go up in smoke. Inside the God of War Hall, various buildings towered majestically. The golden dome reflected the sun, and the majestic giant pillars surrounded the surroundings, supporting a sacred space. However, at this moment, everything in the entire Battle God Temple seemed to be tainted with grief, and a layer of gloom hung over the Battle God Temple, lingering. Despite the fact that the War God Palace had achieved absolutely brilliant results in this battle, killing to the point where the entire heavenly realm and even the strongest members of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty were chilled by it. This time, The flowing cloud immortal dynasty had suffered heavy losses, and it would definitely not stop. For the heavenly realm forces, they could care less. However, the power of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty pressed down on the crowd, which caused the mood of all the people in the battle god palace to be heavier than ever before. Inside an elegant pavilion, Lu Xiang and Night Frenzy Cloud were sitting side by side with their naked bodies, and Muli was treating both of them at the same time. Outside the door, excluding Dongfang Yu, the 3 great war kings and the 7 great blazing angels were waiting anxiously, each with a saddened look on their faces. The silver needles in Muli's hands were like dancers traveling between life and death, deftly and precisely jumping on the backs of Lu Xiang and Night Frenzy Cloud. Each needle and each thread contained her deep understanding and reverence for life. The silver needles flickered with an eerie glow in the candlelight, as if they could channel the arcane power of heaven and earth. Under the dual effects of the elixir and the silver needle, the damaged meridians and bones in Lu Xiang and Night Frenzy Cloud's bodies were slowly being repaired. Lu Xiang, who carried the sun's sacred body, had a strong self-repairing ability in itself. Under Muli's treatment, he had recovered most of it in just 3 hours. Muli, on the other hand, was still wholeheartedly applying needles to Night Frenzy Cloud. At this moment, Night Frenzy Cloud's back and head were densely packed with silver needles, no different from a hedgehog. The Night Frenzy Cloud, who had fallen into a coma, relied on Muli to help him maintain his sitting position with his Xian power. Muli, how is old 7 his injury? Lu Xiang noticed that all the silver needles on his body had been pulled out, and hurriedly put his clothes on. His eyes looked towards the Night Mad Cloud who was covered in wounds and unconscious, and immediately asked out loud, 7th brother's injury this time. It's too serious. Muli's eyes were slightly red as he pulled out the needles and returned. I can only heal his physical injuries, but his Yuan Shin is severely damaged. Before finding the 9-turn soul-restoring grass, it's not possible to exercise strenuously. Lu Xiang was relieved when he heard this. As long as he could save his life, he could think of another way for everything else. And the next moment, Lu Xiang was silent, his face full of sorrow. He didn't know how to lead the War God Palace through this crisis. It wasn't until half an hour later that Muli was able to remove all the silver needles from Night Frenzy Cloud's body. As the last silver needle was pulled out, a golden aura began to emanate from Night Frenzy Cloud's body. When the light dissipated, the various injuries on Night Mad Cloud's body miraculously healed, not even leaving half a scar. Lu Xiang was not surprised by this. Ghost Dr. Muli's methods were well known to everyone in the War God Palace. After simply adjusting her breathing, Lu Xiang signaled Muli to go rest first. The exertion of applying needles at such a high intensity was not small for her. Muli nodded slightly and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead as he walked to the door and pulled it open. Muli, how are they? Seeing the door being opened, the crowd eagerly inquired. Muli briefly described the situation of Lu Xiang and Night Frenzy Cloud, and while the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, they directly swarmed in. However, at this time, Night Madness Cloud slowly opened his eyes, and although there were still a few moments of fatigue in those deep eyes, they had already regained their old fortitude. Old 7, you're awake, how do you feel? The crowd inquired out loud, their eyes flashing with intense worry. Night Mad Cloud nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth barely squeezing out a smile, but he couldn't hide the pallor on his face. He turned his head to look at Muli and said gratefully, thanks to Sister Muli, I've gotten my life back. Muli gently shook his head with a grave expression. 7th brother, although your injuries have been stabilized, the damage to your Yuanshin is not trivial. Before finding the 9-turn soul restoration grass, remember not to move your Xianli, or else. She hadn't finished her sentence, but the warning was unmistakable. Night Frenzy Cloud nodded heavily, somewhat unimpressed. I understand, I'll be careful. Noticing that he was naked and surrounded by people, Night Frenzy Cloud hurriedly put on his clothes. As Night Frenzy Cloud tried to stand up, intense pain violently spread throughout his body's limbs and bones, causing him to grimace. Your meridians have just been renewed. You need to recuperate. Seeing this, Muli reminded with a serious face. Night Mad Cloud heard, immediately straightened his waist, looking at the worries and sorrows under everyone's eyes. He smiled and comforted. To tell you all good news, the Hall Master he really has returned. I personally saw him more than a month ago. Night Frenzy Cloud's words exploded like thunder. Everyone stared at Night Frenzy Cloud with serious gazes, and Lu Xiang said in a deep voice, Old 7, you really aren't joking? Night Frenzy Cloud smiled helplessly and immediately recounted the scene of his meeting with Yun Tian Dust, as well as why Yun Tian Dust had suddenly disappeared and so on. After hearing this, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but they were still somewhat half-hearted. If what Night Frenzy Cloud had said was true, then the heaven-shaking bell had already rung. And why had the Hall Master not returned yet? Just as everyone was immersed in complex emotions,
a killing intent so powerful that it was suffocating suddenly swept in,
as if even the air was frozen for it.
The faces of the people suddenly changed, and they dodged out.
However, when they looked up into the sky, each of their eyes were glazed over with disbelief. Hall Master, Big Brother, the crowd shouted out in excitement, still unable to believe that this was true.
Their temple master who had disappeared for 15 years had returned.
Chapter 42, Whoever violates the War God Palace will be executed. The sky was already dark, and a figure stepped on the clouds, clad in a silver-white robe,
surrounded by a fierce to the extreme fury. It was that missing 15 years, causing the entire Battle God Palace to search diligently for the palace master, Yun Tianduan. His eyes were as crimson as the abyss, as if he could see into the essence of everything in the world, and that aura of a returning king caused everyone present to feel an unprecedented peace of mind and shock.
It really is the Hall Master. Si Kongxian's lips trembled and he was incoherent.
Humph! A cold snort came from Night Frenzy Cloud from inside the house, and he walked out with a slightly stiff stride,
saying indignantly,
I said long ago that Temple Master he's back, but you guys just don't believe me. Only then did the crowd come back to their senses.
Lu Xiyang, Lu Ningyue, Si Kongxian, Bai Liyan, Dugu Jian, Long Zhantian,
and a dozen others half-kneeled on the ground at the same time, and shouted in unison,
Greetings to your Highness return. Welcome back your Highness. Welcome back your Highness. 3 sentences in a row, loud and clear. At the same time, including Mo Feng, Dongfang Yu and Tianyin, who were dealing with the aftermath of the battle, as well as all the ministries of the War God Palace, all saw the suspended in mid-air Yun Tianduan. They were even more excited than they could hold themselves, and they all fell to their knees, shouting the name of the Hall Master, and their cries resounded through the clouds. At this moment,
the gloom that had shrouded the sky over the Battle God Temple vanished with the appearance of Yun Tian Dust.
Not only was Temple Master Yun Tian Dust the founder of the War God Temple, he was also their faith, and an invincible existence in everyone's hearts.
And now that the Palace Master has returned,
he will be able to solve all incoming enemies.
Yun Tian Dust's sharp gaze swept across the entire field, his huge divine thoughts encompassing tens of millions of miles in a radius,
his face terribly gloomy,
only to see him gently raise his hand. A soft force lifted everyone up at the same time, and his tone was filled with self-blaming.
All brothers, I, Yun Tian Dust, came too late. When the crowd heard this,
their words were impassioned. With the return of the Hall Master, the God of War will surely prosper, the war soul will not be extinguished,
and the will live on forever. Divine thoughts swept through the densely packed spirit tags in the battle soul hall.
Yun Tian Dust's mood was heavy and his tone austere.
Everyone rest and recuperate at ease.
The blood debt of the Battle God Temple shall be paid in blood.
As Yun Tian Dust's icy cold words fell,
the sky seemed to change color. A killing machine that made space tremble spread out from his body,
causing everyone to stand in awe. A few moments later, within the council hall, the 2 major protectors of the War God Temple, the 4 great war kings and the 12 blazing angels were gathered. Shu Ting, as Yun Tianduan's personal guard commander,
was naturally present. The crowd looked at Yun Tian Dust with burning eyes as the atmosphere became oppressive and solemn.
Yun Tian Dust didn't say anything,
only to see a purple fruit containing the Soul Dao origin steeply emerge as he flipped his hand, delivering it to Night Frenzy Cloud with his Xian force.
Yun Tian Dust faintly explained, This is the heavenly origin sacred fruit,
and it has a miraculous effect on Yuanshan damage.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Night Frenzy Cloud excitedly received it with a face full of gratitude.
Si Kongxian was the first to speak out.
Big brother, I heard old Seven say that you were assassinated 15 years ago.
What happened? The rest of the crowd, including Lu Xiyang, also cast inquiring gazes. Yun Tian Dust's gaze slightly condensed as he took a deep breath and told the story of how he was backstabbed while crossing the Death Canyon, as well as the things he had found out about Zhuge Tai. When they heard what Zhuge Tai had done, all the people present turned pale. They didn't realize that a person could be humane to such an outrageous degree. Damn it all. This ill-bred, white-eyed wolf.
The hot-tempered Longbodian directly slapped the table and said in a murderous manner, I've long said that Zhuge Tai is not a thing. It's best not to let me meet him,
or else I will definitely pick his skin. I can't believe that's why. Lu Xiyan looked as if he had thought of something, his face showing curiosity.
Big brother, you were injured to that extent. How did you recover in a place like the lower realm?
The rest of the group also looked curious. Under the burning gaze of the crowd, Yun Tian Dust's face flushed slightly,
and a trace of embarrassment flashed under his eyes.
So he actually didn't know how to answer.
He couldn't tell everyone that his hallowed lord of the Battle God Temple had been forcibly pushed,
Could he?
The crowd froze when they saw Yun Tianwan in this state.
What did they see? That calm and majestic hall master was actually being shy? For a while, the crowd became even more curious. Seeing this, Black Tiger, who always had a big grin, couldn't help but flirt. Boss Yun, there's something not quite right about you. You wouldn't have secretly found us a sister-in-law, right? At these words, the atmosphere instantly froze. All sorts of scrutinizing gazes looked at Yun Tianwan in unison, and even the four women, Lu Ningyue, Tianxin, Muli and Qianyue, had their beautiful eyes staring at Yun Tianwan without blinking, their faces showing surprise. Cough cough. Yun Tiandust covered up his embarrassment with a cough. His eyes dodged, and he vaguely changed the topic. Since you have rung the heaven-shaking bell, the enemy should not be from the heavenly realm, right? When the crowd saw this, they all felt that there was something fishy going on. However, when Yun Tiandust mentioned the main event, the atmosphere of the scene instantly became heavy, and Lu Shiyang straightened his face, telling the truth about the fact that the allied forces of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty and the five great hegemons had laid siege to the War God Temple. Mo Feng coldly added, "It is said that this Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty is a hegemon in all of the peerless immortal realm, and is very powerful, because of the compulsion of the Tao Heavenly Palace. The Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty sent more than 40 immortal emperor powerhouses across the border, coveting the secrets of my Battle God Palace." Lu Xiang nodded his head and said grimly, "If they hadn't been too gullible, it would have only been us who would have lost in the end. This time, the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty and the five great overlords have been heavily defeated by us. They will not be willing to rest. If a powerhouse beyond the Emperor realm crosses the border, it will be truly troublesome." Speaking of this, the air in the entire council hall seemed to freeze, and a dull atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Lu Xiang stood up with a solemn face and said, "Big brother, you say it, we'll all listen to you. There isn't a single coward in the War God Temple." Yun Tiandust's gaze was like a torch as he scanned each and every one of his brothers within the council hall, his heart surging with unprecedented firmness and determination. Yun Tiandust's gaze was icy cold, his voice steady and powerful. "Our War God Palace has never been a generation that allows people to bully us, rather than sitting on the sidelines. It is better to take the initiative and stifle any potential crises in the cradle. How's that for proactive?" The faces of the people were firm and inquisitive. Yun Tiandust spoke in a low tone, "Those who commit crimes against my War God Palace will be executed. If those five great sects dare to commit extermination against my War God Palace, then there is no need for them to exist any longer." When the crowd saw that domineering Yun Tiandust, they all stood in awe, unconsciously generating trust and grandeur in their hearts. Yun Tiandust rose abruptly and shouted in a deep voice, "Pass on my orders. Underworld, Battle Dragon, Vajra, Blood Lin, my subordinates are here." With Yun Tiandust's order, the four of them, Long Wuxie, Long Xie Tian, He Hu, and Lin Tianqi, rose one after another and arched their hands solemnly. "The four of you will lead the legions under your respective command, and make sure to uproot the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, the Qiankuan Palace, and the other four clans, with the four great war kings accompanying you." As soon as Yun Tianwan's words fell, the four of them, Dong Fengyu, Xikong Xian, Bailey Yan, and Dugu Jian, rose at the same time and respectfully answered in the affirmative. Yun Tiandust swept his gaze across the crowd, his tone resounding, "My War God Palace has been silent for too long, and others still think that we can be deceived. Since this is the case, then let the world see the true means of my War God Palace. War! War! War!" The 8 men shouted in unison. "Hall Master, what about the Tao Heavenly Palace?" Mo Feng inquired out with a heavy face. "Humph." Yun Tiandust's face was frosty and calm. "Since this Tao Heavenly Palace is the originator, I will personally go there and put an end to the future troubles forever." Tianxin hurriedly opened his mouth, his tone grave. "Your Highness must not. That Tao Heavenly Palace is colluding with the immortal domain forces. This time, it has suffered a great defeat at our hands. I'm afraid that there will be even stronger people crossing the border to come, so once we meet them, we'll be in trouble." "Hall Master, what Tianxin said is very true." Mo Feng had a serious look on his face and a low tone. "If a powerhouse beyond the Emperor realm or above crosses the border, the consequences will be unimaginable. There's no harm in it. I've got it covered." Yun Tiandust gently waved his hand with an air of confidence. Chapter 43, Blood is repaid in blood. Soldiers divided into 5 groups. Seeing this appearance of Yun Tiandust, the crowd did not persuade. They unconditionally chose to believe. Lu Shiyang, Night Frenzy Cloud, Muli, and the few others who hadn't been placed there, all stood up with a determined light in their eyes. "We are willing to follow your Highness and swear to defend the War God Temple to the death." The crowd shouted in unison, their voices resonating through the sky, manifesting their fearless determination. Yun Tian Dust nodded heavily and ordered again. Muli accompanies the 10,000 poisons sect in case of emergency. Muli nodded slightly and did not say much, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. Yun Tian Dust's words were forceful and unquestionable. We will set out early tomorrow morning. Xiao Jiao will come with me. The rest of you will stay at the War God Temple. No mistakes. By the order of the Hall Master, the 2 great protectors, the 4 great war kings, and the 12 blazing angels arched their hands in unison. Yun Tian Dust sealed the deal, and the crowd obeyed unconditionally. Just as everyone was ready to leave, Sikong Xian's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but ask, Big brother, your cultivation level today is? Sikong Xian's words were filled with anticipation and curiosity. This was because he realized that the Yun Tian one in front of him was like a bottomless abyss, completely impenetrable. Upon hearing Sikong Xian's words, the crowd stopped in their tracks, their faces showing curiosity. Yun Tian Dust smiled faintly and said softly, even though I am a heavenly emperor, it seems that something is not quite the same, so let me figure it out before I talk to you all. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Yun Tian Dust didn't explain too much as he smiled blandly and instructed, for this operation, make sure to fight quickly and don't give the enemy any breathing room. After completing the mission, you can come to the Dao Heavenly Palace to meet up with Xiao Jiao and I. The people took orders and went off to prepare themselves. Yun Tian Dust looked at their departing backs as a stern and cold aura flashed in his eyes. It wasn't until the crowd had all left that Night Frenzy Cloud turned back, indicating that he wanted to go along. Yun Tian Dust glared at him and decisively refused. Night Frenzy Cloud was filled with depression and left with a gray head. After the crowd left, Yun Tian Dust came to the Battle Soul Hall alone and sat here for the night. Early the next morning, clouds and mist surrounded the sky above the War God's palace. War drums beat, and trumpets sounded. In the square, everyone was ready to go. Bailey Yin and Lang Wuxia led the underworld legion of about 3,000 people, targeting the Qian Koan Temple in the Luangshao Heavenly Domain. Dongfang Yuanhei who led the Black Tiger Legion, around 4,000 men, and their target was the 10,000 poisons sect in the Bishio Heavenly Domain, with Ghost Dr. Muli accompanying them. Sikong Xian and Longbodian led the War Dragon Legion, nearly 6,000 men, and their target was the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. Dawkin and Lin Tianqi led the Bloodlin Legion of more than 4,000 men and set out for the Divine Blade sect in the Jingshao Heavenly Domain. The original 4 legions combined totaled more than 40,000 men, and less than 20,000 were still alive today. After a day's conditioning, all of them were also refreshed, and all of them held a breath in their hearts that was the seed of hatred. Under the watchful eyes of Yun Tian Dust and the others, the 4 armies embarked on their journey in high-level warships. They all carry the conviction of vengeance and vow to remove those betrayers one by one. On the other hand, Yun Tian Dust brought Xiao Jiao and stepped onto the flying shuttle, turning into a stream of light and breaking through the air, heading straight for the Divine Heavenly Domain where the Dao Heavenly Palace was located. The Divine Heavenly Domain was located in the center of the Heavenly Realm, separated from the Battle God Domain by the Danshao Heaven. The overlord of this Danshao sky was the illusory Sound Pavilion, and even though it was neighboring the War God Temple, well water did not offend river water. Yun Tian Dust and Xiao Jiao rode the shuttle and arrived at the Divine Heavenly Sky half a day later, heading straight for the Dao Heavenly Palace. As Yun Tian Dust and Xiao Jiao approached, the sky of the Divine Heavenly Realm seemed to be shrouded by an invisible layer of dark clouds. The original tranquil and peaceful atmosphere was replaced by a sudden wave of depression. The flying shuttle that the two of them were traveling on cut through the sky, leaving behind a brilliant trail like the brightest star in the sky, heading straight for the lofty mountain range where the Dao Heavenly Palace was located. Dao Heavenly Palace is built on the mountain. Magnificent. Palace buildings and pavilions are staggered. Brilliant, like a miracle. However, at this moment, the Dao Heavenly Palace was sad. In order to attack the Battle God Palace, the Dao Heavenly Palace had almost poured out its troops, but in the end, it failed miserably, causing the entire Dao Heavenly Palace to cast a shadow over it, and several of the Mountain Guard disciples were also acting listless. But at that moment, their Mountain Guard disciples seemed to have sensed something. A small black dot kept enlarging in their eyes, and in the twinkling of an eye, it had appeared in front of their eyes. It was clearly a huge and magnificent flying shuttle, on which stood 2 people. It was the 2 of them, Yun Tian Dust and Xiao Jiao. One of the Mountain Guard disciples slowly took a few steps forward and lazily arched his hand. 2 people, the Dao Heavenly Palace has recently closed its doors to guests. Please. Before that Mountain Guarding disciple finished his words, Xiao Jiao's figure flashed and had already leaped out of the flying shuttle, surrounded by a faint golden aura. Every step he took was accompanied by a slight distortion of space, as if he wasn't walking on mortal dust, but rather traveling between nothingness. His clear eyes flickered with a killing opportunity that was intense to the extreme as he stared straight at the lofty mountain gate of the Dao Heavenly Palace. Dao Heavenly Palace. When destroyed, Xiaojiu's tone was icy cold, and under the terrified gazes of several mountain guard disciples, he raised his hand and slapped a palm at the domineering and incomparable mountain gate of the Dao Heavenly Palace. Only a majestic force erupted from his palm, transforming into a radiant golden giant claw that ruthlessly slammed into the mountain gate of the Dao Heavenly Palace. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone could clearly feel the terror and vastness of that power. This mountain gate of the Dao Heavenly Palace, which had endured countless storms and witnessed the rise and fall of the Dao Heavenly Palace and the turnover of the Dao Heavenly Palace, was as fragile as papier-mâché at this moment, instantly collapsing and disintegrating into a sky of debris and dust, scattering in all directions and splashing in the air. Several of the mountain guard disciples suffered an unmitigated disaster. One was shocked to death on the spot by the aftershocks, and the remaining 4 were seriously injured and dying. Horrified, Xiaojiu's overpowering killing chants spread out like substance, sweeping across the entire Dao Heavenly Palace, causing every corner of the palace to be shrouded in an atmosphere of unspeakable terror. Inside the Dao Heavenly Palace, there was a state of panic. After returning from the attack on the Battle God Palace, 60% of the Dao Heavenly Palace's top management had died in battle, and the rest had returned with injuries, and all of them were reacting in the first place at this moment. The second ancestor Dao Xian, who was in seclusion to heal his wounds, sensed the change in the mountain gate and violently opened his eyes, a flash of anger and killing intent flashing through his eyes. With a flash of his figure, he had appeared outside the mountain gate. At the same time, the 6 remaining heavenly emperors within the Dao Heavenly Palace and the dozen or so immortal emperors of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty also appeared, all of their gazes like torches, locked onto Xiaojiu. "It's you!" Dao Xian recognized Xiaojiu at first glance, and his face was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water. He never expected that this son would actually dare to come to his door at such a time, and immediately said in a cold voice, "Ninth incandescent angel of the War God Temple, how dare you send yourself to the door alone?" They all saw the flying shuttle suspended in mid-air, and after seeing that there was only one person on top of the shuttle, they all automatically ignored it. "Who said I came alone?" Xiaojiu shrugged his shoulders, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. "And how can you be sure that we are not here to send you and others to hell? Just you? Simply big talk." Dao Xian's face was full of disdain as he cut his teeth in anger. "Today, I will make sure you have no return." Chapter 44, Terrified Dao Xian. One finger crushes 8th immortal emperor. Right at this moment, a sharp-eyed Dao Heavenly Palace elder suddenly recognized Yun Tianduan, his face instantly turning as pale as paper, his eyes almost glaring out of their sockets as he cried out with a face full of horror. "You are Yun Tianduan?" The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Everyone's gazes fell on Yun Tiandust in unison, their eyes glazed over. That Battle God Palace master, who had once shaken the heavenly realm with his fame and terrorized countless powerhouses, had unexpectedly reappeared in their sights after being missing for 15 years. This shock and impact was almost too much for the people of the Dao Heavenly Palace to bear, their bodies trembling and their minds shaking. The reason why the War God Palace had become the #1 hegemon in the heavenly realm in just a few decades was all because of Yun Tiandust in front of him. Because of its divinely assisted rise, it caught everyone off guard. When the major hegemonic forces realized the threat, they had also all secretly joined forces a few times in an attempt to completely eradicate the threat of the War God Palace and Yun Tiandust, which all ended in failure. Especially Dao Xian. He was the only one in the entire Dao Heavenly Palace who knew exactly what happened back then. 15 years ago, Zhuge Tai and that what's-his-name young master of the Wine clan found them and discussed them working together to deal with Yun Tiandust. Their Dao Heavenly Palace was firmly seated as the strongest hegemon in the heavenly realm for hundreds of thousands of in, and would not be willing to be pressed over their heads by an emerging power, and had long wanted to get rid of the War God Palace. What Zhuge Tai offered them was nothing more than an opportunity. They also all firmly believed that as long as Yun Tiandust died, the War God Palace would fall apart. After learning from Zhuge Tai that Yun Tianduan had long since surpassed the 5th happening heavenly emperor, it strengthened their killing intent. Not only would he be able to eliminate a major problem at the same time, he would also be able to obtain the secrets on Yun Tiandust, a secret that allowed the Battle God Palace to rise up in flames and still continue to break the realm in defiance of the rules of the heavenly realm. Who would not be moved? Because of this, in order to exterminate Yun Tianduan, the 5 great ancestors, with the support of that Wang clan's young master, could be said to have made all the preparations. However, Yun Tianduan's toughness was truly beyond everyone's knowledge.
After Dao Xian had sensed that his elder brother was dead, he had even personally been to Death Canyon to check out the scene. He came to the conclusion that the 5 great ancestors had died with Yun Tian dust. However, he didn't dare to be certain, so he decided to observe for a period of time and not move the War God Temple for the time being. However, he didn't expect that the War God Temple without Yun Tian dust had risen at the same terrifying speed. The so-called 4 great war kings and the 12 blazing angels. None of them were good. Lu Xieyang was even more terrifying, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the second Yun Tian dust. After 15 years of patience, it was only after receiving the support of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty that they made up their mind to completely erase the Battle God Palace. He had wanted to unite the remaining 8 overlords of the Heavenly Realm, but the Illusory Sound Pavilion and the Heavenly Sword Villa had both decisively refused. What made Dao Xian even more surprised was that even Burning Sky Valley and Demon Emperor Palace, who had participated in that incident back then, had rejected themselves. However, once he thought that there was a 9 Immortal Emperor from the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty in attendance, Dao Xian didn't care much. In this battle, not only was he going to destroy the Battle God Palace, but he was also going to let the remaining 8 hegemons see the energy of his Dao Heavenly Palace and thus unify the Heavenly Realm. But yesterday's battle completely shattered Dao Xian's beautiful dream. An army of 800,000 that had united hundreds of Emperor Realm powerhouses would fail miserably to this extent. Even the peak 9th Immortal Emperor of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty had nearly fallen on the spot. The true depth of the War God Palace had overturned everyone's perception. In this battle, the strength displayed by the 2 major protectors of the War God Temple, the 4 War Kings, and the 12 blazing angels had caused the entire Heavenly Realm to tremble with fear. And at the moment, that Yun Tian dust, who had single-handedly created the War God Temple and was supposed to be dead, suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and the shock that he brought to Dao Xian could be imagined. His eyes fixed on Yun Tian dust, a flash of unprecedented fear flashed in Dao Xian's eyes as his body trembled violently, the chill of death rushing from the soles of his feet straight to the sky. Rubbish! A mere 2 people give you such a fright? In the crowd of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, an 8th-level Immortal Emperor glanced at Dao Xian's appearance and spoke out in contempt with a face full of disdain. Turning to survey Yun Tianwan, that 8th Immortal Emperor put on an air of superiority and spoke out coldly. Your Excellency is the War God Palace Lord Yun Tianwan? I am 13th Elder Lu Chang of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty of the Infinite Immortal Domain, and now the only way left for you to live in the Battle God Hall is to lead the Battle God Hall. Noisy! Before the man finished speaking, Yun Tian dust's clear, cold, frost-like voice rang out, only to see his fingertips lightly move, and an indescribable power surged out from within him. That force transformed into a thin, invisible stream of light that instantly crossed the boundaries of space and time, directly targeting that self-proclaimed 13th Elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, Lu Chang. His strength of 8 Immortal Emperors was as fragile as a mole cricket in front of Yun Tian dust, and before he could even utter a scream, he was easily crushed by that finger, turning into a sky of blood mist that dissipated between the heavens and the earth. Such a frightening scene shook the hearts and minds of everyone present. The entire Dao Heavenly Palace was dead silent up and down, and the only sound that could be heard was the whimpering sound made by the breeze brushing through the void, as well as the rapid breathing of the crowd due to their excessive shock intertwining together to form a bizarre picture. Xiaojiu also couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The corners of his mouth kept twitching as his heart turned over. He knew that the boss should be very strong, but he still felt incredulous after witnessing this scene with his own eyes. That was an 8th Immortal Emperor, to be crushed all the way through with such ease, to be extinguished at the drop of a hat. Such tactics were simply appalling. Dao Xian's face was even paler than paper, fear spreading throughout his body like cold ice. His voice trembled as he shouted urgently, "Quickly! Everyone retreat into the mountain gate and open the guarding spell formation." Between the words, Dao Xian had taken the lead and turned around, his body like electricity, retreating into the interior of the Dao Heavenly Palace, clearly wanting to use the clan's underpinnings to fend off Yun Tian dust, as long as they could hold out until the true greats of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty crossed the border and came. Even someone as strong as Yun Tianchen would surely die. The remaining dozen or so Immortal Emperors of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty were also shocked when they saw this. The 13th Elder was the strongest among them, but they were all so unbeatable. Yun Tianduan's power was truly beyond their imagination. Almost without any hesitation, all of them flashed and retreated to the Dao Heavenly Palace, sacrificing their magic treasures and exploding their entire body's cultivation, reinforcing the guarding spell formations together with the people of the Dao Heavenly Palace. For a time, the light over the entire Dao Heavenly Palace was so bright that the runes flowed as if even the heavens and the earth had changed color. Suffered. Xiao Jiao saw this.
immediately roared angrily.
His figure steeply soared 10,000 times, instantly transformed into a behemoth with 9 wings on its back, glittering with a ghostly cold luster. And that was precisely his body, 9-winged harvest. The lofty mountain range where the Tao Heavenly Palace was located also looked less majestic in front of Little Nine's main body. Xiaojiu walked with heavy steps towards the illuminated formation of the Tao Heavenly Palace, and with every step he took, the earth shook for tens of thousands of miles in a radius. Various sounds of landslides rose and fell, as if it could not bear its weight and was about to collapse completely. Only the mountain range where the Tao Heavenly Palace was located was not half affected.
Chapter 45, Soul Extraction.
Immortal Domain Patterns. Xiaojiu several big steps to the Tao Heavenly Palace mountain gate, raised his hand, that huge claw violently hammered down,
with the momentum of destroying the sky and earth,
ruthlessly slapped to that radiant light of the spell formation.
However,
what shocked him was that his claw, which was almost at full strength,
was like a clay ox entering the sea when it touched the spell formation,
and even a ripple failed to stir up.
Ow dash! Xiaojiu roared lowly in disbelief as he unbelievably launched another fierce attack,
pouring out his full strength with every attack. But it turned out to be futile.
Above the spell formation, the runes flowed even more rapidly,
as if mocking his incompetence, just as Xiaojiu was still bombarding him wildly regardless. Yun Tiandust smiled helplessly and signaled him to back off. Xiaojiu immediately regained his person and acted a bit furious, turning to look at Yun Tiandust, only to see him looking calm,
as if everything was under control.
Xiaojiu looked at the huge formation that lit up behind him again and said with a face full of indignation,
"Boss Yun, this turtle shell is not simple. I'm afraid it's not easy to break through." No harm done. Yun Tiandust had already made his move before his words fell,
only to see him gently raise his hand, and in the center of his palm, Xianli gathered into a brilliant river of stars. Under Xiaojiu's astonished gaze,
Yun Tiandust slowly launched a palm, that seemingly light palm,
but it seemed to contain the power of tearing the heavens apart.
The entire space trembled.
Break! As Yun Tiandust let out a soft shout, the impenetrable guardian spell formation even shattered under this palm,
with fragments splashing in all directions, as brilliant and short-lived as fireworks.
All of those who had stepped in to protect the spell formation,
including the immortal emperors of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty,
were all hit hard by this sudden force,
spitting blood from their mouths and flying backwards,
their faces filled with unbelief and despair.
Is this so strong? Xiaojiu was completely dumbfounded.
His eyes were wide open and his mouth was so open that he could stuff an egg. He had never seen such a terrifying power before, as if the boss Yun he had only met today was incredibly powerful.
At this moment, inside the Tao Heavenly Palace, everyone was horrified, already in chaos, each fleeing in fear.
Yun Tiandust ignored the shock and confusion of these people as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers.
In an instant, the entire space seemed to be distorted by an invisible force,
and everyone present was all confined by a mysterious force,
unable to move.
Everyone's eyes were filled with endless fear and despair,
but they were simply unable to break free,
and could only watch as their fate was dominated by others.
Die! Spatial strangulation. As Yun Tiandust's cold and determined voice rang out, the imprisoned space violently distorted, as if large invisible hands were kneading paper, constantly folding and squeezing it to the point of distortion. In just a few short breaths of effort,
other than Dao Xian and one of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty Immortal Emperors, the tens of thousands of people on the scene were all completely shredded into nothingness. Not even a trace of them remained. The only thing that proved that everything that had just happened was real was the heavy smell of blood in the air and the chilling scent of death.
Xiaojiu watched in disbelief from the sidelines. Yun Tiandust's tactics had really shaken him to the core.
Yun Tiandust lifted his spatial confinement and shot his gaze like a knife at Dao Xian and that sixth immortal emperor of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty as if he were looking at ants. Although the two men could not move, everything that had just happened was clearly collected in their eyes. Such a frightening sight had already scared Dao Xian and that immortal emperor of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty out of their wits.
At this moment, the two people, eyes filled with endless fear, eyes lax and godless,
which still have half a strong appearance,
looking at the two people in front of him,
Yun Tiandust unconsciously recalled the countless spirit cards enshrined in the battle soul hall, and a touch of fierceness and harshness flashed in his eyes.
My battle god palace doesn't easily cause trouble,
and has never thought of dominating the heavenly realm, but if you and the others must seek death, you'll have to endure my battle god palace's true methods. As soon as Yun Tiandust spoke, he raised his hand and ingested the Dao Xian duo like little chickens. In the center of his palm, Shen energy surged madly, instantly manifesting a large invisible hand that directly tore out the yuan shen of these two people. The miserable screams of the two men resounded for millions of miles around, causing countless people who heard the sound to feel their scalps numb and their hearts and minds go out of focus.
Golem. Grunt. Seeing this, Xiaojiu could not help but gulp down his saliva,
and in his gaze toward Yun Tian Dust, a fake awe flashed. I don't like to draw souls and refine souls of others, but if you dare to touch my bottom line, you should bear this.
Yun Tian Dust's voice was icy cold and bone-chilling.
Each word was like a heavy hammer that struck between heaven and earth. Amidst the pig-killing screams of the two Daoxian men, a scene about the memories of the two men all surfaced in Yun Tian Dust's mind.
Yun Tian Dust's face also grew more and more somber, but before he could read all of it, both of their yuanshan collapsed one after another because they couldn't withstand it, and their souls flew apart in the true sense of the word. Although he didn't read all of the memories of the two, Yun Tianduan knew quite a few things.
From Dao Xian's memories,
Yun Tian Dust knew many secrets. The 8 overlords in the heavenly realm, except for the illusory sound pavilion,
had all had blood debts against the war god temple.
At the same time, it also confirmed what the red flame old ancestor had said. But most importantly, Yun Tianduan also knew everything about the teleportation array from Dao Xian's memories.
From the memories of that Lu Yun immortal dynasty's immortal emperor, Yun Tianzuan also had a certain understanding of the general situation of the peerless immortal region. The infinite immortal realm was a world that was countless times larger than the heavenly realm, divided into 13 immortal realms. The eternal immortal domain was the strongest, and the remaining 12 immortal domains were subdivided into the upper 3 domains, the middle 4 domains, and the lower 5 domains according to their strength. The East Heavenly Immortal Domain was the weakest of the lower 5 domains, with a territory area that was comparable to 2 heavenly realms, and the martial artists were even too powerful in general. In the peerless immortal realm, the realm above Immortal Emperor was the Divine Palace. After a martial artist reached the limit of a 9 Immortal Emperor, it was impossible for their cultivation to progress the slightest bit further, yet they could continue to cultivate the power of laws. Once the power of the laws under one's control metamorphosed to the extreme, one would touch the power beyond immortality. That kind of power was called divine power, and since divine power was too powerful, the 9 immortal emperors Dantian couldn't even withstand it. Therefore, it is necessary to open up a carrier in one's own Dantian that can store divine power, and this carrier is the Divine Palace. The realm of Divine Palace was derived from this. According to how many divine palaces were opened, the Divine Palace realm was further divided into 1 to 9 steps. In the rumors, the immortal realm was someone who opened up the 10 paths. However, it was difficult to produce one of these wizards for tens of millions of years, so over time, the 9 steps of the Divine Palace was already the strongest realm in the immortal realm. Normally, hundreds of 9th immortal emperors joining forces wouldn't be a match for a Divine Palace realm powerhouse. Even if that person only opened up a Divine Palace, it would be enough to crush everything. The Lu Yun immortal dynasty, on the other hand, was the strongest hegemon of the middle heavenly immortal domain among the lower 5 domains, with a powerful person of the 4th step of the Divine Palace in attendance. From the memories of the two of them, the 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty was sent back to the immortal realm after he was heavily injured by the joint efforts of the Lu Sheyoung siblings. With the style of work of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty, after knowing about the situation of the War God Palace, they would definitely send God Palace realm powerhouses across the border. After knowing these things, Yun Tian Dust's eyes grew colder and colder, and his heart was filled with unprecedented anger and killing intent. Chapter 46, Killing the 3 Great 9th Immortal Emperors in Seconds. Without the slightest hesitation, Yun Tianwan's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's as he swept over the devastated Dao Heavenly Palace and said in a deep voice to Xiao Jiu, I'll leave this place to you. Make sure to clean it up. I'll go and settle the cross-border passageway matter first. Xiao Jiu snapped back from his shock, a flash of determination in his eyes as he nodded heavily. Don't worry, boss. I won't spare a single one of the Daotian Palace's scumbags. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Jiu's figure swayed and directly pounced on those surviving Dao Heavenly Palace disciples and elders, beginning a merciless and bloody massacre. With Xiao Jiu's cultivation level of a 3rd Tribulation Heavenly Emperor, it was enough to fight against 6th Tribulation Heavenly Emperors even without a transformation. Once he changed his true body, his attack power was comparable to that of an 8th Immortal Emperor. However, in his true body state, his speed was a shortcoming, and if the 8th Immortal Emperor didn't go hard with him, he wouldn't be able to do much against them, and would instead drag himself down. As for the Dao Heavenly Palace at this moment, all of the top echelons were dead or injured, and there were not even a few people to be found in the Heavenly Extreme Realm. Xiao Jiu rushed into the crowd, completely descending strikes. Everyone became lambs to the slaughter. Even escaping became a luxury. In the midst of endless despair and remorse, many chose to cut themselves off and still be left in one piece. If they had a chance to do it all over again, they would honor the battle temple. Yun Tian Dust took it in his eyes.
his face unperturbed. If the brothers of the War God Temple were not strong enough, the scene in the Dao Heavenly Palace today would be the War God Temple of yesterday. However, just as Yun Tian Dust was about to go forward and destroy that cross-border passage, several powerful to suffocating auras suddenly surged from the deepest part of the Dao Heavenly Palace, like an ancient beast awakening, carrying a terrifying might that swept the heavens and destroyed the earth. Xiaojiu's face suddenly changed, looking back towards the source of that breath, his eyes full of unbelief. What a strong aura! Beyond the Emperor realm, Xiaojiu exclaimed out in shock. No longer caring about the remaining thousands of minions, he dashed to Yun Tian Duan's side, an unprecedented sense of crisis surging in his heart. Yun Tian Dust frowned slightly, his gaze fixed dead center on the location where the scent was coming from, a trace of gravity flashing in the bottom of his eyes. In Yun Tian Dust and Xiaojiu's line of sight, they only saw four figures, like guests from the heavens, breaking through the air from the depths of the Dao Heavenly Palace. The old man at the head was dressed in flowing cloud robes, his beard and hair were white, but he was hale and hearty, and his eyes flashed with the wisdom of insight into world affairs and the arrogance of disdain. This person was none other than the Grand Elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, Shan Hongzhang, a genuine divine palace realm powerhouse. Behind them, there were 9 immortal emperors with thick breaths, each of which was enough to shake a side of heaven and earth. Between the flickering of their figures, the four of them stopped 200 meters across from Yun Tian Dust. Their cold and stern gazes swept over Yun Tian Dust and Xiaojiu, who thought that it was a representative of the Dao Heavenly Palace who was greeting them, and they ignored it. Noticing the strong smell of blood, the 9th immortal emperors released their divine thoughts at the same time, enveloping the entire Dao Heavenly Palace, and their faces instantly sank. Grand Elder, this Dao Heavenly Palace has been overthrown. Even the scent of Lu Chang and the others has disappeared. One of the 9th immortal emperors looked towards Shan Hongzhang, his face as gloomy as water. A stern killing chance was released from his body, completely locking onto Xiaojiu and Yun Tian Dust in front of him, his tone chilling. Speak, what happened in this place? He didn't think that all of this would be done by the two people in front of him. There's no need to ask? It must be the work of that so-called Battle God Palace, a mere ant from the Forsaken Land. How dare you provoke the authority of my Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty? You simply don't know how to die. Another 9th immortal emperor's voice was cold and majestic, as if it came from above the 9 heavens, causing everyone present to feel their souls tremble. At this time, among the surviving crowd of the Dao Heavenly Palace, a Heavenly Lord realm martial artist stood out tremblingly, pointing his trembling hand at Xiaojiu and Yun Tian Dust, and said in fear and trepidation, "Great Lord, it's them. They're the ones who killed everyone. They are the people from the War God Temple. He is." The man didn't finish his sentence, but fainted on the spot from too much fear. Almost at the same time, the gazes of Shan Hongzhang and the 3 great immortal emperors instantly locked onto Xiaojiu and Yun Tian Dust, and it was as if those eyes were able to penetrate through all the falsehoods and look straight into the deepest secrets of the human heart. Good boy, you are actually the people of that so-called War God Palace? Daring to kill the elders of my Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty. This emperor will first charge you 2 as interest before destroying the death-seeking War God Hall. One of the crane-haired immortal emperors was the first to be unable to hold back his anger, and his figure stormed up, transforming into a stream of light that went straight for Yun Tian Dust and Xiaojiu. The opponent was able to kill Lu Chang and the others, so he didn't dare to be careless, and used his weapon right from the start. It was an emperor's weapon with a dark body that emitted a cold and chilling aura, clearly wanting to kill with one blow. However, in the face of this unrivaled 9 immortal emperor, not only did Yun Tian Dust not dodge, a flash of disdain and coldness flashed across his eyes, just as that 9 immortal emperor was about to approach. He was no longer able to advance the slightest inch, and was instead shaken away by the invisible chi energy that erupted from Yun Tian Dust's body. Looking for death. Yun Tian Dust let out a cold snort, and without waiting for the other party to react, he slapped out a slap in the air. Bang! With a loud bang, that 9th immortal emperor's body was actually like paper mache, and was slapped into mush by Yun Tian Dust, blood splattering everywhere. The scene was shocking to the eyes. When the remaining Dao Heavenly Palace crowd saw this, they were even more scared out of their wits, and many of them were directly scared until they fainted. How is this possible? Shan Hongzhang uttered in shock, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes, but before he could speak, the 2 beside him had already moved. This sun is not simple. Strike together. With a loud shout, the 2 9th immortal emperors simultaneously sacrificed their respective accompanying imperial armaments, and under the shock of anger, the 2 of them directly utilized their strongest killing moves, joining forces to launch an attack on Yun Tian Dust. One could only see the sky shining brightly, with magic treasures interlacing, releasing heaven-destroying might. However,
Yun Tian Dust remained indifferent, and before the two ninth immortal emperors could kill him, his figure suddenly disappeared. At some point, he had already appeared behind those two great immortal emperors. Beware of, as Shan Hongjiang reminded in horror, he blasted a palm through the air at Yun Tianwan in an attempt to help the two of them out. But in the end, he was still half a step too late. Yun Tian Dust's hands had already imprinted on the backs of the two men at some point. Only hearing a bang sound, the bodies of the two nine immortal emperors completely shattered, turning into a sky full of blood mist, dissipating into the air. As for Yun Tian Dust's figure, he also dodged and retreated before Shan Hongjiang's attack descended. This scene caused even Shan Hongjiang to be shocked. He never expected that such a terrifying existence could be born in this abandoned heavenly realm. When he looked at Yun Tian Dust again, Shan Hongjiang tightly locked his brows as unprecedented gravity and uneasiness welled up in his heart. As for Xiao Jiao, who was on the side, he was completely dumbfounded, his lips involuntarily trembled, wanting to say something but not saying it. Chapter 47, Is the Divine Palace Realm so weak? Not detecting divine power fluctuations in Yun Tian Dust's body meant that this sun must not be a divine palace realm powerhouse. However, what puzzled Shan Hongjiang was that he detected a faint hint of crisis from the other party, which was really bizarre. Shan Hongjiang didn't act rashly until it was clear. Kid, who exactly are you? How could someone like you be born out of this abandoned land? Shan Hongjiang stared at Yun Tianwan dead on, his face so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water. A hint of disbelief in his icy cold and bone-chilling words. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. Yun Tian Dust spoke out coldly, gazing at the divine palace realm powerhouse in front of him, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes while he was still somewhat eager to try. Through reading the memories of that sixth immortal emperor, Yun Tian Dust only knew that divine palace realm martial artists were frighteningly strong, and had a slight yearning for that so-called god power. At this moment, Yun Tianduan, on the contrary, was somewhat looking forward to it, because he was in a very special realm. Yun Tian Dust wasn't particularly clear about his own strength until he had fought a truly strong person. That was why he was also eager to battle a divine palace realm powerhouse so that he could verify his own strength. When Shan Hongjiang heard Yun Tianwan's icy words and saw the battle intent in his eyes, he immediately showed disdain and snorted. I admit, you do have some tricks up your sleeve, but all ants under the divine palace are ants. Since you want to seek death so badly, this seat will fulfill you. With that, Shan Hongjiang's breath swept out from his body. Not good. Xiaojiao suddenly felt an irresistible force acting on his body, lifting his entire body out hundreds of thousands of meters, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Damn, how could it be so strong? After Xiaojiao dried the blood at the corner of his mouth, his gaze landed on Shan Hongjiang, a heart in his throat as he couldn't help but worry about Yun Tianwan. If Boss Yun couldn't block it, the War God Palace would really be finished. At this moment, Yun Tianduan stood still under the powerful pressure of Shan Hongjiang, and he watched as the people of the Dao Heavenly Palace turned into flying dust under this pressure, with no one being spared. In response, Yun Tianduan was unmoved. In his opinion, the Dao Heavenly Palace was to blame. The most puzzling thing that makes Yun Tian Dust feel puzzled is that the pressure of the strongest person in the Divine Palace realm seems to be really not very strong. War. As the word battle was spat out, Yun Tian Dust's figure transformed into a stream of light and took the initiative to attack Shan Hongjiang. However, just as the attacks of the two collided together, Yun Tian Dust completely froze. He had thought that it would be an evenly matched battle, but he did not expect his opponent's power to be so unbearable. Both sides of the tentative move, Shan Hongjiang was actually Yun Tian Dust easily shot flying out. The body bumped and blew up dozens of mountains, and then heavily smashed on the ground, after spraying out a few big mouths of old blood in succession. Has been seriously injured and dying. How? How is this possible? Shan Hongjiang's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. He wanted to brace himself to get up, but he was simply unable to do so. No, my dantian, is actually shattered? Only then did Shan Hongjiang notice that his own meridians and dantian were both shattered, with almost no possibility of recovery. Unable to accept this fact, he directly fainted after spewing out a large mouthful of blood once again. Xiao Jiao, who was still worried about Yun Tian Dust, was instantly confused on the spot, her expression not to mention how wonderful it was. Yun Tian Dust retracted his palm and looked at the fainted Shan Hongjiang with a surprised face, also a little confused. The Divine Palace realm is so weak? Yun Tian Dust muttered as he looked at his palm, his gaze filled with incomprehension and doubt. Just now it was just a tentative attack. He only used 70% of his strength.
but he had not expected that a hallowed divine palace realm powerhouse would not be able to carry it off. At this moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, and even time stopped at this moment. Xiaojio dashed forward and surrounded Yun Tian dust, his eyes wide open as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. Boss Yun, you are actually this strong? His voice trembled slightly from shock, his face full of disbelief. That was a supreme powerhouse that surpassed the Emperor realm. He couldn't even withstand the other party's pressure, but it was such a top-tier powerhouse that was actually disabled by Boss Yun's slap? Yun Tian dust just turned his head, only to hear snap crunch. Xiaojio, that guy, actually a slap greeted in his face. Instant pain to show teeth, but the bottom of the eyes of the shock is more intense. What are you doing? Yun Tian dust couldn't help but stare. In just a few breaths of time, the 5 fingerprints on Xiaojio's face were immediately visible, and even half of his face began to swell. Hearing Yun Tian dust's inquiry, he reached out and gently rubbed his face as he cried out, I thought I was hallucinating. Isn't this an attempt to wake myself up? You guys. Yun Tian dust was completely speechless, crying and laughing, but not to mention Xiaojio. Even he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Boss Yun, could it be that you have also surpassed the Emperor realm? Xiaojio covered his face with one hand and asked with a curious stare. Yun Tian dust gently shook his head, deep thoughts coalescing between his brows. Then what is your current cultivation level? Xiaojio once again pursued the question, with a look of vowing not to stop. Heavenly Emperor realm. Yun Tian dust replied without thinking, his face serious and not half joking. The 9 happening heavenly emperors? Xiaojio blurted out, and then looked skeptical. But the 9 tribulation heavenly emperor, it shouldn't be that outrageous, right? It's not the 9 tribulations. Yun Tian dust shook his head, a trace of depth flashed in his eyes. He was about to speak when he sensed what appeared to be a strange movement deep within the Dao Heavenly Palace, precisely the location of the cross-border teleportation array. You stay here first, I'll go seal the teleportation channel. After leaving a sentence behind, Yun Tian dust disappeared from Xiaojio's line of sight as his figure flickered. Xiaojio did not think much about it and began to clean up the battlefield. Dao Heavenly Palace had stood in the heavenly realm for countless years, and its heritage would not be simple. Just as both of them were busy, the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, which was far away in the middle heavenly immortal domain, was experiencing a sudden change in the wind and clouds. First, the soul lamps of Lu Chang and a dozen other immortal emperors were extinguished, and then the 3 great ninth immortal emperors, causing the entire flowing cloud immortal dynasty to be thrown into unprecedented panic and chaos. Even the soul lamp of the Divine Palace Realm Grand Elder Shan Hongjiang had become dim and shaky at this moment, signaling that the Grand Elder's life was already hanging in the balance. Inside the great hall of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, a majestic and inviolable middle-aged man looked down at the crowd below with an ironclad face. Furious, a district of abandoned lands, how dare you provoke the majesty of my flowing cloud immortal dynasty? Just what kind of person is it that is so capable of even heavily injuring a Grand Elder of the Divine Palace Realm? This person was none other than the immortal lord of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, and under his anger, he directly ordered the state master Yu Hangjin, who was at the 3rd step of the Divine Palace, and the great general Gu Xuanjin, who was at the 2nd step of the Divine Palace, to personally lead the 800 heavenly shadow guards, which consisted of immortal exalted realm powers, to head to that abandoned land, vowing to wipe out all of them. Even though teleporting so many powerful people at once would consume a large amount of immortal crystals, as long as that abandoned land was plundered clean, everything would come back. However, when the group of people headed to the cross-border transmission array in great numbers, they realized that the transmission array could not be activated. The other end of the teleportation array was actually completely sealed by a mysterious force, and even the 3-step jade balance realist of the Divine Palace personally attempted to break the invisible barrier. How is this possible? How could there be someone with such powerful sealing techniques in a district abandoned land? Realist Yu Heng's brows tightened as a flash of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Chapter 48, Unbreakable. Words of Hegemony. After many fruitless attempts, Yu Hangjin took out a transmission jade slip and reported the matter of the cross-border passage to Immortal Lord Lu Yun. ********. Great General Gu Xuanjin gritted his teeth, an icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. No matter who that person is, if he dares to provoke my Lu Yun immortal dynasty like this, when the seals are broken, this general will definitely thwart him. This seal is not simple. I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to break it. Realist Yu Heng's face was grave, and a strand of sharpness flashed in the depths of his eyes. How could such a character appear in a district abandoned land? Gu Xuanjin snorted coldly and said in a chilling voice, even the Grand Elder of the Divine Palace Realm is no match for him, and to be able to lay such a seal, it must be the work of someone from the immortal domain. But no matter who he is, if he dares to go against my Luyun immortal dynasty, he will have to die. Moments later, dozens of powerful figures broke through the air. At the head of the group was none other than immortal Lord Luyun, whose side was followed by a plain-robed old man with white hair, whose body emanated powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. Elder Mu, I'll leave that seal to you. The Luyun immortal lord looked at the plain-robed old man beside him, and with an ironclad face, he said in a chilling voice, "This time, my Luyun immortal dynasty has suffered heavy losses, and we will break it open at all costs. So I think it's time to clean up that abandoned land. Please don't worry, immortal lord, I will definitely do my best." Elder Mu replied calmly. As the only divine formation master in the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, he was confident in his formation Dao level. Under the gaze of the crowd's anticipation, Mu Lao walked towards the teleportation channel, only to see his hands gently lifting up, his fingertips condensing a complex and arcane rune, which seemed to contain the supreme principles of heaven and earth, slowly heading towards the seal. However, when these runes touched the invisible barrier, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, without the slightest reaction. This art of sealing is actually so profound. Mu Lao withdrew his hands, his face unable to hide his shock, strongly suppressing the astonishment in his heart. Elder Mu exerted his means to pull out the runes that pervaded the invisible barrier. The runes flowed non-stop, presenting an endless stream of life. The trend of each pattern contained a complexity and subtlety beyond imagination, as if it was the crystallization of the oldest wisdom between heaven and earth. Gazing at the profound patterns in front of him, Elder Mu frowned, unprecedented gravity and curiosity flashing in his eyes. Unconsciously, his whole body fell into it. Several hours passed and still no progress. The crowd also held their breath for fear of disturbing the broken formation. At this moment, immortal Lord Liuyun's face gradually became gloomy, and he said with some dissatisfaction, "Elder Mu, is there a solution? If it's really not possible, then we'll concentrate the strength of all the people and forcefully break it." Mu Lao slowly opened his eyes. There was both fatigue and the light of epiphany in his eyes. He sighed lightly and slowly said, "Immortal Lord, this seal is extraordinary. The Tao rhythms and laws contained within it are very advanced. If it is forced to be broken by brute force, it will destroy the entire passageway, and the gains will not outweigh the losses." Immortal Lord Liuyun's face became even more unsightly. A flash of sternness flashed from the bottom of his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Then what do you say? What should be done about this matter?" Elder Mu looked deeply at the complex patterns floating at the mouth of the passageway and arched his hand at immortal Lord Luyun, saying with a confident expression, "Please, immortal Lord, give me a year's time, and I'm sure that I'll be able to penetrate the mysteries of these runes and decipher them." Immortal Lord Luyun sniffed. His brows coalesced with unquenchable anger and unwillingness. A year's time placed in the cultivation world, passing in the blink of an eye. But if this matter were to spread out, their flowing cloud immortal dynasty would definitely have their reputation destroyed. Reporting to Immortal Lord, the situation of the Grand Elder is not optimistic. If we wait for a year, I'm afraid that something will go wrong. Someone arched his hand, a flash of worry flashing in the depths of his eyes. "Humph, what can you do then? Can't break it by brute force and reopen the passage?" Immortal Lord Luyun snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone cold and majestic. "What a bunch of losers, forced to this extent by the ants of the district's abandoned land." After a pause, Immortal Lord Luyun slowly looked at Mu Lao, his tone low and majestic. "Mu Lao, you are given 1 year's time. You must find the method of cracking it. After 1 year, this monarch will personally set foot on that abandoned land." After saying that, Immortal Lord Luyun whisked his sleeves away, looking at Immortal Lord Liuyun's indifferently departing figure. The people at the scene looked at each other in disbelief and all left with anger in their hearts. Elder Mu was the only one who remained here, his eyes blossoming with a refined aura. On the other side of the heavenly realm, the same winds rose. Shortly after the rumor had just spread that the overlord of the Bixiao domain, the 10,000 Poison sect, had been overthrown, the Qiankuan palace had also been tragically exterminated. However, before the crowd could regain their senses from their horror, the news that the Divine Blade sect and the Heavenly Dragon Imperial dynasty had been overthrown was spread again. It wasn't until the 4 legions of the War God Palace converged towards the Tao Heavenly Palace that the crowd realized that it was the War God Palace that had retaliated against the 5 great overlords. For a time, the entire heavenly realm was on edge. Especially those forces that had grudges against the War God Palace were on pins and needles, fear spreading in everyone's hearts. As the 4 legions of the War God Palace headed towards the Tao Heavenly Palace like a stream of iron, the sky seemed to be shrouded by a heavy battle intent.
with every strand of wind carrying indomitability and determination.
Many admiring martial artists watched from afar,
as well as scouts from various forces, who had gathered not far from the Dao Heavenly Palace to watch.
Just outside the mountain gate of the Dao Heavenly Palace, two youths stood in the air with extraordinary auras.
As for the Dao Heavenly Palace's mountain gate, it was already dead silent, with no half of the martial artist's breath coming out.
People coincidentally thought of a possibility, that the Dao Heavenly Palace with the longest inheritance had also been overthrown. Among them,
there were also people who vaguely felt that those two young men were familiar,
as if they had met them somewhere.
Before they could think much, the four magnificent warships of the War God Palace arrived at the Dao Heavenly Palace almost simultaneously, and the iron blood fury emanating from each of them was chilling. Many people also recognized that it was none other than the four battle kings and four legions of the Battle God Temple.
However, the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared.
Under the dumbfounded gaze of the entire audience, everyone on the four warships, including the four great war kings such as Dongfangyu, actually coincidentally half-kneeled at the two people outside the mountain gate of the Dao Heavenly Palace,
shouting in unison, "Greetings to your highness. We will not dishonor our mission."
This voice shook the sky and earth, like thunder breaking through the sky,
making everyone watching from afar feel an unprecedented shock, like being struck by lightning. Hall Master? Can't it be that person has returned?
Someone's voice trembled with a horrified expression, his eyes glaring out as his gaze fell on the two figures,
one black and one white.
That founder of the Battle God Temple had disappeared for 15 years, but his might had not diminished in the slightest. Under everyone's complicated and shocked gazes, Yun Tiandust slightly raised his hand. His tone was calm but not too dignified. "All brothers are exempt from salute.
Quickly clean up the battlefield," Yun Tiandust said, lightly waved his hand, slowly lifted up the crowd,
turned to look at those onlookers in the distance.
A hegemonic aura arose.
His voice shook the 9 heavens. "Since today, my War God Palace, when the King of the world, anyone who has had a blood debt with my War God Temple, limit you and so on for 3 days, do not take the initiative to come to the door to pay back the debt. My War God Temple will personally come to the door." Chapter 49. As Yun Tiandust's overbearing and absolute words fell, the entire heavenly realm changed color, and the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. With these words, Yun Tiandust's identity was revealed. For a moment, the world was quiet. Among those onlookers, there was both awe at the shock of the return of the former overlord of the Battle God Palace, as well as trepidation at the approaching storm. Those power martial artists who had made grudges with the War God Palace were even paler, and when they looked at each other, they all saw the despair and struggle in each other's eyes. After explaining to the crowd to clean up the battlefield, Yun Tiandust led the 4 major legions and left, leaving countless onlookers messed up in the wind, some of which were in a state of dead silence and shock. The 4 legions of the War God's Palace swept in like a black storm and retreated as silently as a ghost. And at this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was not even an inch of grass in the Dao Heavenly Palace. Within a day, the news of the return of the War God Palace Lord Yun Tiandust and the War God Palace's troops splitting into 5 to exterminate the 5 hegemonic lords spread throughout the entire heavenly realm like wildfire starting a prairie fire. The news of the great defeat of the 5 great hegemons besieging the Battle God Palace had just spread out for a day, and the Battle God Palace's feat once again refreshed everyone's knowledge and allowed the world to truly see their methods. Without exception, all the forces throughout the heavenly realm held an emergency meeting. The Burning Sky Valley. As the overlord of the Fire Sky Heavenly Domain, the atmosphere within the valley at this moment was also grave to the extreme. The Red Flame Old Ancestor, this once mighty and powerful top-level powerhouse, was currently sitting at the first place of the council hall, his face heavy and his gaze full of worries. The Valley Master and the other elders sat on both sides, all of them looking tense, and there was a lot of talk, but none of it was about how to deal with the Battle God Palace's thunderous wrath. This was because they already knew that the disappearance of the Battle God Palace Lord Yun Tiandust was directly related to their Burning Sky Valley old ancestor. "Gentlemen, back then, it was the old me who made an error in judgment and trapped my Burning Sky Valley in danger," the Red Flame Old Ancestor said, his eyes flashing with strong remorse and self-blame. "Old Ancestor, that Yun Tiandust and the War God Hall, are they really that unbeatable?" Someone inquired out loud, with suspicion in his tone. "Isn't it a bit exaggerated to destroy the 5 great hegemons in 5 different directions?" "Humph. Yun Tiandust was already a 9 tribulation heavenly emperor 15 years ago. How could it be something you can speculate on?" The Red Flame Old Ancestor's tone was deep and powerful, and the awe in his eyes was hard to hide. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. The 9 tribulation heavenly emperor was truly beyond their knowledge. Seeing the awe-inspiring look on their own ancestor's face,
No one dared to question it anymore, and the fear in their hearts became even stronger. With the ironic methods of the war god temple, do we still have a way to live? An old man said, his eyes flashing with intense worry. The red flame old ancestor shook his head, his tone revealing helplessness and determination. I will personally prepare a generous gift and head to the battle god palace to ask for forgiveness, and perhaps there will still be a slight chance of a turnaround. If not, I will die to thank for my sins and bear the karmic consequences of the past. Old ancestor. The crowd wanted to say something else, but they were stopped by the red flame ancestor waving his hand, his face full of unquestioning. At the same time, the purple sky overlord's heavenly sword villa was also shaking up and down. Inside the heavenly sword villa, Villa Master Xue Changming and the blood sword old ancestor stood on the top of the sword peak, and the blood sword old ancestor sighed longingly, his face showing sadness. I, the heavenly sword villa, established the world by the sword. The sword would rather bend than bend, but the situation at the moment. Speaking of this, the blood sword ancestor fell silent. Elder ancestor, Xue Changming respectfully arched his hand, a hint of incomprehension flashing in his eyes. Although my heavenly sword villa has had minor friction with the battle god palace, there is no major grudge. If we take the initiative to come to the door, isn't it a bit of a fuss? The bloodsword ancestor's eyes were deep as he murmured, prepare the gifts. This is the time to head to the war god temple. While both Burning Sky Valley and Heavenly Sword Villa were making moves, the atmosphere within the Demon Emperor Palace, which was the hegemon of the Green Sky, was equally oppressive. The entire Green Sky Heavenly Domain was the world of the demon race, as the Demon Emperor Palace, which is the core-respect of the demon race, and commands thousands of demon beast races. If we talk about the overall strength, it is not too far from even the Tao Heavenly Palace in its heyday. However, as strong as the Demon Emperor Palace was, it was still not even remotely comparable in front of the current War God Palace. The few people with the highest status in the Demon Emperor Palace knew what happened 15 years ago, and now that they were gathered together again, their moods were unprecedentedly heavy. The domineering words that Yun Tian Dust had uttered in the Tao Heavenly Palace had stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone. Whether it was the remote mountains and fields, or the prosperous cities and pools, or even those hidden sects or ancient clans, they all appeared to be in a state of fear and turmoil, and they were all discussing ways to deal with it. The entire heavenly realm was surging with dark currents, but Yun Tian Dust, the originator, was oblivious to it. He stood at the front end of the shuttle with his arms folded, looking at the scenery along the way, and thinking of yesterday's battle god's palace and today's 5 great overlords. His heart welled up with infinite emotions. In this weak and strong martial arts world, there was no eternal splendor, nor was there absolute invincibility. If you want to be immortal, you must not stop strengthening yourself. And he, Yun Tianduan, also had someone to guard. Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but think of the pair of children on the Xian Tian continent and Nangong Tianyin as a sense of urgency surged in his heart. This threat of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty had to be removed as soon as possible. He wanted the heavenly realm to be a clean slate when the 3 of them ascended, much less an external threat. When the crowd saw that Yun Tian Dust was in deep thought, they were also very sensible and did not come forward to disturb him. However, the 8 people, including Dongfang Yu, Xikong Xian, Dugu Jian, Bailey Yan, and Long Badian, were gathered together, listening to Xiaojiu recounting Yun Tianduan's feat in colorful detail. What a finger to crush the 8th immortal emperor, casually slapping the Tao Heavenly Palace Guardian formation, spatially strangling tens of thousands of people, ripping out the Yuanshan of 2 major powerhouses with his bare hands, etc. The more he said, the more excited he became, until the later instantaneous killings of the 3 great 9th immortal emperors, the scrapping of the Divine Palace realm powerhouses with a single palm strike, and so on. They were all vivid and evocative in Little Nine's mouth. When mentioning the Divine Palace realm powerhouse, Xiaojiu did not forget to glance at Shan Hongjiang, who was lying on the side like a dead dog. As the crowd listened in, they were all dumbfounded, as if they were in the middle of that thrilling battlefield, and their hearts were in awe of Yun Tian Dust. I really didn't expect that Big Brother's strength has been terrifying to this extent. Dongfang Yu couldn't help but sigh, an excited light flickering in his eyes. Yes, the War God Palace with Big Brother in it shall be invincible. Xikong Xian clenched his fists with great pride. By the way, Little Nine, are you sure? This person is the Divine Palace realm powerhouse you were talking about? Lin Tianqi turned his head to look at Shan Hongjiang with a skeptical expression. Xiaojiu nodded solemnly and said with a face full of indignation, "Don't you guys see that this old thing is now ruined? But I couldn't even carry a single wisp of his breath before. A powerhouse of the Divine Palace realm that transcends the Emperor realm is definitely not to be underestimated. This old thing, It seems that he's still the grand elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. It's a big fish. Hearing Xiaojiu's grave words, Black Tiger couldn't help but flirt. Say, Xiaojiu, you didn't even carry the breath of a fish. You're a bit weak. You good? Before Xiaojiu could say anything, Long Baotian, with a speechless face, added, if you're really capable, change your real body and touch Xiaojiu? Hearing this, the Black Tiger involuntarily recalled yesterday, the scene where that eighth immortal emperor was slapped into a dead dog by Xiaojiu's paw, and couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 50, Repentance of All Parties. Soul blood pays the blood debt. The roar of the four great legions' triumph gradually approached, and a spectacle was staged in front of the originally silent battle god temple's mountain gate. Thousands of patriarchs and elder ancestors from various forces in the heavenly realm had been waiting here for a long time, kneeling or standing. Their figures looked solemn in the evening haze, penitence and disquiet written on every face. These usually high and mighty people were as humble as frosted eggplants at this moment, hanging their heads low and waiting for the judgment of the War God Palace. The War God Palace, which was already powerful to the point of despair, ushered in the return of Yun Tian Dust. The overthrow of the five hegemons seemed to be announcing to the world that he, Yun Tian Dust, had returned, and Yun Tian Dust's next step was to settle old scores. This move had the intention of deterring the heavenly realm, but looking at the heavenly realm nowadays, which power would dare to disobey the War God Palace? Outside the mountain gate of the War God Temple, there was a silence, with only the occasional sound of the wind in the distance, which seemed to speak of the coming storm. For the humble gathering of forces from all sides, Lu Xiang and the other senior members of the Battle God Palace turned a blind eye. Finally, four magnificent battleships appeared in the distant sky. They were like four steel dragons, piercing through the clouds and fog, carrying an unrivaled might as they hovered before the mountain gate of the War God Temple. Above the battleship, the iron armor was thick, and the battle flag was hunting. The four great war kings and the four great blazing angels stood at the head of the four ships, and their eyes flickered with a stern killing gas, as if they could sink into the iron blood killing at any time. As the battleship came to a halt, inside the War God Palace, Lu Xiang, Mo Feng, Tian Xin, and a host of other executives broke through the air and solemnly greeted each other outside the mountain gate. Yun Tian Dust slowly stepped out of the battleship, each step seemingly stepping on the hearts of the crowd, the invisible pressure suffocating everyone present. His figure elongated under the afterglow of the setting sun, like a god of war that had come from the ancient times, unrivaled and looking out of the world. Greetings, Your Highness, the two major protectors of the War God Temple, the four war kings and the 12 blazing angels shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the clouds and shaking everyone's heart and soul, especially the crowd of generals from the four legions of the War God Temple. Their eyes were filled with adoration and fervor, as if Yun Tianduan was not only their leader, but also a deity in their hearts. And those old ancestors and patriarchs of the various forces that were present and waiting for a long time were even more shocked by the iron blood fury of the four legions. The four legions of the War God Palace had long been famous in the nine heavens. It wasn't until yesterday's battle of the Palace Protector that they completely showed their absolute sharpness. And once again, their retaliation shook the world. Among the crowd at the scene, the red flame old ancestor of Burning Sky Valley, the four great demon emperors of the Demon Emperor Palace, as well as the blood sword old ancestor and lord of the manor of Heavenly Sword Villa were among them. They were also all hegemons of the heavenly realm, but under the invisible shock of Yun Tianduan and the four great legions, they also all had a feeling of insignificance. Yun Tian Dust spread his hands to signal the crowd to be excused, and swept his gaze across the entire room, finally resting on Mo Feng as he said indifferently, Mo Feng, take them to the plaza first. After leaving behind an indifferent sentence, Yun Tian Dust's figure abruptly disappeared, and the four magnificent warships slowly swept past from above the heads of the crowd, all of them feeling unprecedentedly depressed. Mo Feng respectfully received the order and signaled for the crowd to follow. Under Mo Feng's leadership, thousands of sect patriarchs and ancestors from various sects walked towards the Battle God Palace Square with their heads bowed and their feet heavy. They had mixed feelings in their hearts, both the fear of the impending punishment and the shock of the powerful strength of the War God Temple. The square of the War God Temple was vast and sprawling, and ancient sculptures stood around it, each one seeming to contain endless power and stories. When thousands of patriarchs and old ancestors from all sides of the heavenly realm were led here, the air was filled with an indescribably oppressive and solemn feeling. The afterglow of the setting sun poured over the square, gilding everything with a golden glow, but it was hard to hide the aura of the coming judgment. Yun Tian Dust stood on top of the high platform in the square, a silver-white battle robe fluttering lightly in the wind, his silhouette appearing exceptionally lonely and powerful under the reflection of the setting sun. his gaze was deep, as if he could see into the deepest secrets and fears of the human heart. Below, to the left and right, the 2 great protectors, the 4 great war kings, and the 12 blazing angels were separated on both sides, their expressions indifferent. The tens of thousands of disciples of the war god palace were neatly arranged around the square, vaguely forming a closed circle. Those major power talkers who were usually high and mighty were all trembling under the divine might of the war god's palace at this moment. Yun Tian Dust and the rest of the battle god hall crowd took it in, their eyes flashing with thick disdain. Since you all have come to my war god palace, there is no need for me to say more about what to do, right? Yun Tian Dust's voice was not high, but it clearly penetrated into everyone's ears, as shocking as thunder. His words did not carry the slightest fluctuation of emotion, but had a supreme majesty that dominated the sinking and floating. The patriarchs and ancestors bowed their heads, unconsciously feeling a powerful to the extreme oppression. Almost no one dared to look directly into Yun Tian Dust's eyes. In the end, it was the Red Flame Elder Ancestor who was the first to step out of the queue, and with a shameful expression on his face, he bowed to Yun Tian Dust and all the higher-ups of the Battle God Hall in a pious manner. Burning Sky Valley Red Flame, who brought half of Burning Sky Valley's heritage with him, has come here to ask for forgiveness from the Battle God Hall. And then, the Red Flame Old Ancestor spoke of everything that Burning Sky Valley had committed against the War God Palace in front of everyone. As soon as the Red Flame Old Ancestor's words fell, he directly offered a dozen storage rings and waited for the judgment with a relieved face. Yun Tian Dust did not rush to deal with it, his cold gaze looking towards the others, signaling them to continue. With the successive statements of the Heavenly Sword Villa and the Demon Emperor Palace, the various other forces' old ancestors, seeing this, also stated everything they had done to the Battle God Palace one by one on the spot. Apart from Yun Tian Dust, all the people of the War God Palace heard it in their ears, and all of them turned blue in the face. It turned out that many of the forces with whom they were explicitly well motivated had also either explicitly or implicitly targeted the War God Temple. Until everyone had finished stating their case, Yun Tian Dust let out a cold snort, and that voice seemed to come from the 9 heavens above with endless majesty and anger, instantly reverberating over the entire Battle God Temple Square. Put. The sound of spitting blood rose and fell, regardless of cultivation level. Thousands of people all staggered and suffered serious injuries. No one was spared. This hand of Yun Tian Dust's really shook everyone, and they were so horrified that they didn't dare to take a breath of air. Even the people of the War God Temple were deeply shocked by this hand of Yun Tian Dust's. Among these thousands of people, the weakest cultivation was at the Heavenly Exaltation Realm. There were more than 1,000 people at the Heavenly Emperor Realm alone, including a 6th Tribulation Heavenly Emperor like the Red Flame Ancestor. All of them were actually seriously injured by a wisp of Yun Tianduan's breath. The Hall Master's power was beyond their knowledge. Ignoring the crowd's horror, Yun Tian Dust said in a cold voice, "The blood debt owed by you and others shall be repaid in blood." Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts and minds tightened, and a strong sense of fear arose. Sweeping his icy gaze across the crowd, Yun Tian Dust spoke in a chilling tone. "Any power that has ever laid a killer on a War God Temple disciple or secretly plotted to cause death, those who hand over their soul blood on the spot and swear to subjugate to the War God Temple for eternity can live." The square was dead silent, and everyone's faces were ashen. Once they surrendered their soul blood, then they really wouldn't have a single chance to turn around, and even their martial heart would be affected. After a short period of silence, the vast majority of the forces on the scene chose to give in and honestly handed over their soul blood. Chapter 51, Shock and Submission, Unification of the Heavenly Realm. However, there were also so many stubborn people who believed that the friction between juniors should not be borne by their entire clan and protested in public. "It seems that you have made your choice." Icy cold words without a trace of emotion rang out from Yun Tian Dust's mouth, only to see him sweep over with a single sharp glance, and those dozens of people burst apart on the spot, their bodies turning into nothingness. Only a mist of blood that was about to dissipate was left behind, proving that they had once existed. Hiss! Those talking heads from the various parties who had handed over their soul blood all sucked in cool air when they saw this frightening scene, and they all also felt as if they had been pardoned. If they hesitated for a moment longer, their fate could be imagined. However, that was not all. Only to see Yun Tian Dust slowly look towards Lang Wuxia and majestically edict, "Lang Wuxia, listen to the order. You are limited to 3 days. Be sure to clean it up." Lang Wuxia took a step forward and half-kneeled to receive his orders, and his stern killing machine swept across the entire field as his figure surged into the air and said in a loud voice, "Where is the Underworld Legion? Kill! Kill! Kill!" Just as Lang Wuxia's words fell, 3 loud shouts of murder rang out from the scene, shaking everyone's hearts and guts. "Depart! Lang Wuxia didn't have a word of nonsense. A huge warship was summoned out by him, and thousands of black-clothed figures flashed up. The fury emanating from each of them was chilling. Without any half-hearted procrastination,
the Underworld Legion broke through the air under the leadership of Lang Wuxia.
Yun Tianduan's iron-blooded methods caused the Blood Sword Ancestor and the 4 demon emperors of the Demon Emperor Palace to feel trembling in battle. After a brief internal struggle,
the Red Flame Elder Ancestor bowed deeply to Yun Tian Dust on the high platform.
His tone determined. Hall Master Yun, I, Burning Sky Valley, am willing to submit to the War God Hall. The crowd looked at the Red Flame Elder Ancestor with complex expressions. Not far away, the Blood Sword Old Ancestor let out a long sigh in his heart, and immediately expressed his submission as well. When Villa Master Xue Changming saw this, his face instantly turned pale. He had never imagined that their Heavenly Sword Villa inheritance of nearly 1,000,000 years would also have today. But in the situation at hand, they have no choice. The depth and means of the War God Palace was no longer something they could disobey. Until finally, all showed submission. Dead silence once again returned to the plaza of the War God's temple, leaving only the evening breeze gently brushing by, bringing up a burst of subtle rustling sounds. Yun Tian Dust's gaze skimmed over everyone's faces, eventually nodding his head gently as if everything was within his grasp. I hope that you will remember what you said today. The majesty of my Battle God Palace is inviolable, and anyone who tries to provoke it will face extinction. His voice was not high, but it was like ice piercing the bones, causing everyone present to feel a chilling chill. After saying that, Yun Tian Dust gently waved his sleeve and a soft force lifted the crowd up, signaling that they could leave. The major power sovereigns and ancestors looked at each other in dismay, but in the end, they lowered their heads and slowly exited the War God Hall. The expressions on everyone's faces were as heavy and complicated as they could be. From this day forward, the entire heavenly realm will be under the rule of the War God Temple. A strong sense of remorse hung over the crowd. They also all knew that the reason why the heavenly realm was in the situation it was in today was because the major powers had forced it. If they could coexist peacefully with the Battle God Temple, even if the Battle God Temple was stronger, they wouldn't have made such a crazy move. After the crowd left, the sky was already dark. Yun Tian Dust summoned all the senior members of the War God Palace to gather in the council hall to discuss important matters. Inside the council hall, the lights were brightly lit, and the atmosphere was agitated and tense. Everyone knew that the next council would determine the direction of the fate of the War God Temple and even the entire heavenly realm. Yun Tian Dust went straight into the topic and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, while the pattern of the world has changed drastically, since keeping a low profile won't work, then I, the War God Palace, will be at the top of the world. Please command the Palace Master. We vow to follow to our deaths and forge immortal splendor together." The crowd responded in unison, their tones respectful and resolute, each one boiling with fervor. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly, his gaze deep and majestic. "I have decided to create a brand new heavenly realm, one that belongs exclusively to the War God Temple." At these words, the hall was in an uproar. "Your Highness, go ahead." Dongfang Yu stood up and said excitedly, "The brothers have long wanted to do something big." Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly and said, "Firstly, the first step requires the selection of 36 outstanding disciples from within the temple to form the 36 war generals, who will be under the command of the dispatcher. Hall Master, leave this matter to me." Night Frenzy Cloud stood up and patted his chest to guarantee, "Give me half a year's time, and I'll definitely return you 36 gifted, loyal, and qualified war generals, who will become the backbone of the new generation of the Battle God Palace, and support us towards an even more glorious future." Yun Tian Dust nodded in satisfaction, his gaze flickering with approval. "Good, this matter will be handed over to Mad Cloud to take charge of. Learning from our mistakes, if our Battle God Palace's intelligence network was tight enough, yesterday's incident wouldn't have happened. Therefore, we need to start building up a tighter intelligence network throughout the entire heavenly realm to ensure that we are the first to know of any windy movements." As soon as Yun Tianduan's words fell, Bailey Yan stood up, his tone resolute, "Your Highness, the matter of forming an intelligence organization, leave it to me. Well, there's no one better than you." After nodding his head at Bailey Yan, Yun Tianduan spoke out and instructed, "But you have to remember that the establishment of the intelligence network is not just as simple as collecting information, it will be our eyes and ears, our early warning system, which must be precise, swift, and pervasive. Each member needs to be gifted and thoughtful, and more than that, they need to cultivate their loyalty and tacit understanding so that they can become the sharpest dark blades of the Warlord Temple." When Bailey Yan heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "My subordinate will live up to the high expectations of the Palace Master."
so that the intelligence network of the War God Palace will spread to every corner of the heavenly realm,
and any wind and grass movements will not escape our eyes. This matter is quite important, Yun Tian Dust reminded. When Innocent returns, you can seek his help.
There should be quite a few natural intelligence officers in his underworld army.
Thanks for the reminder, Hall Master. I guarantee to complete the task. Bai Liyan swore with an air of confidence.
Yun Tian Dust's gaze skimmed over the faces of all the people one by one,
finally settling on Lu Evil Yang and Mo Feng as he said in a deep voice. Evil Yang, Mo Feng, you two are responsible for rectifying the order in the hall,
optimizing the allocation of resources,
and ensuring that every disciple receives the best possible environment for cultivation. At the same time, launch a large-scale enrollment program, and open up the path of talent without any restrictions.
Whether it's a rookie with outstanding talent or a casual cultivator who has gone through many vicissitudes of life, as long as they have a heart of justice, are like-minded and are willing to serve the War God Temple, they can all be included in the door wall. Lu Xiang and Mo Feng looked aghast as they bowed and said, "Please rest assured, Palace Master, that we will ensure that we complete our mission."
Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly, his gaze turning to Tian Xin and Xian Yu as he continued to command. Tian Xin, Xian Yu, the two of you are responsible for integrating the resources within the temple,
while at the same time proceeding to set up a chamber of commerce in the 10 regions of the 9 heavens, to ensure that the Battle God Temple has a constant supply of resources to support it.
Tianxin and Xianyue glanced at each other and simultaneously rose to answer. Chapter 52 Strange Experiences. Shocking people. Yun Tianduan glanced at the cultivation levels of the crowd and said after a moment of silence,
"I'm sure everyone is interested in how to break through to the 5th Heavenly Emperor,
right?" When the crowd heard this, they all became interested, their eyes burning.
"Oh,
right, Temple Master. What is your current cultivation level?" Black Tiger inquired with wide eyes, curiosity in his eyes.
The Hall Master was able to disable even that whatever Divine Palace Realm powerhouse, so he must have exceeded the Emperor Realm as well.
The rest of them nodded heavily as well, the curiosity in their eyes unable to be concealed. Actually, I'm also in the Emperor Realm.
Yun Tianduan smiled mysteriously and said,
"It's just that, my current realm is somewhat special." "How special?" Si Kongxian blurted out.
Yun Tian Dust's eyes were deep as he slowly opened his mouth.
"Because my current realm is
a 12-jack Heavenly Emperor."
What? 10, 12 jinxes? The moment these words came out, the entire deliberative hall instantly fell into dead silence,
as if even the air had frozen.
"How is this possible?" the crowd exclaimed in unison,
their voices filled with disbelief,
and then they looked at each other, their hearts turned over, and it was difficult to quell the shock. 12 heavenly emperors of the 12 heavens, it was simply heavenly.
It was well known that 9 was the extreme number of the martial Tao. Just as cultivations below the Emperor realm were basically 1 to 9 realms, even the immortal Emperor realm of the immortal domain was clearly 1 to 9.
And what the hell was Yun Tian Dust's 12-jacked Heavenly Emperor? For a moment, the crowd all revealed a dumbfounded expression,
looking at Yun Tian Dust with a completely different gaze,
as if they were looking at a monster. "Hall Master, how exactly did you do that? Is it hard to believe that it is because of the special environment of the lower realm?" Long Boshan's expression was a bit dull, and he couldn't help but speak out to inquire.
"Well," a trace of embarrassment flashed through Yun Tian Dust's eyes,
"I'm not really sure. Somehow I made a breakthrough."
"Nope," Black Tiger observed carefully. He stood up violently and looked up and down at Yun Tianduan,
saying with some consternation,
"Why do I feel that as soon as we mention the lower realms,
Boss Yun is not quite right? Boss Yun, you won. Really give us a sister-in-law in the lower world, right?" Black Tiger's words had really reminded the crowd as well,
and they were all curious to know what Yun Tian Dust had experienced in the lower realm.
Cough cough cough.
Yun Tian Dust dryly coughed a few times as a way to hide the embarrassment in his heart,
and under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd,
he began to recount his experiences in the Xian Tian continent.
At first, the crowd also listened solemnly,
but just when Yun Tian Dust spoke of that spring dream he called,
the entire council hall had fallen into dead silence.
Everyone's eyes were wide with astonishment. A heavenly emperor powerhouse having a wet dream would be laughed out of the room if he said it.
"Your Highness, then what?" Si Kongxian's eyes burned,
but his heart was guessing wildly now.
"Ever since that spring dream,
my memories and cultivation have gradually recovered, and I've also recast my supreme foundation."
Hearing Yun Tian Dust's words, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. "TSK, tisk." Si Kongxian sked and couldn't help but flirt. "Boss Yun, look at you with a red face. It's not a dream come true, right?"
When Yun Tian Dust heard this, his cheeks instantly reddened.
his embarrassment overflowing, he coughed lightly and nodded slightly. Gentlemen, truthfully, that spring dream was not a falsehood. I only learned about it later, that the woman was carrying an innate Tao fetus. It's also because of her innate holy child that I was able to forge a supreme foundation, which is why I was able to break through my current realm. Yun Tian Dust's words carried a few unspeakable emotions, and at this moment, within the council hall, each and every one of their eyes were glaring out. Hall Master, you're not kidding, right? Dongfang Yu was also stunned out, his face full of incredulity, as if he had heard a strange story for the ages. When Yun Tian Dust thought of Sheer and Xiao Trace, a touch of tenderness and nostalgia flashed in his eyes, and immediately, without embarrassment, he smiled and said, that woman is called Nangong Tianyin, and she also gave birth to a pair of adorable dragon and phoenix babies for me. Speaking of this, Yun Tianwan's tone was filled with warmth, a far cry from his previous image of dominating the sinking and floating dragon. LW? This is okay? The entire council hall instantly exploded. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief as they looked at Yun Tianwan as if they were looking at a heavenly visitor. Even Lu Xieyang and Mo Feng, who were usually as calm as a mountain, couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths at this moment with a stunned expression. That, Hall Master, this experience, it's simply more bizarre than a storybook. Muli was the first to break the silence, her wide-eyed beauty, full of curiosity. That Nangong girl, she should be very pretty, right? Yun Tian Dust smiled awkwardly, for even he felt that there would not be a more bizarre situation than this in the world. Ha 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 ha, Hall Master, your trip to the lower realms was truly rewarding. Si Kongshan laughed out loud as he slapped the table as if applauding Yin Tianduan's strange encounter. Not only has your cultivation greatly improved, you have also embraced a beautiful woman and added a pair of adorable children. You are truly envious of others. Yun Tian Dust coughed lightly, bringing the topic back on track, his voice steady and powerful. Gentlemen, back to the topic, regarding breaking through the shackles of the sixth heavenly emperor. I do have some speculations to share with you all. The crowd, too, squared their shoulders and shuffled to listen. Yun Tian Dust didn't make any nonsense and said gruffly, the heavenly realm is said to be an abandoned land by the people of the immortal region. There must be some kind of secret hidden within it that is not known to the public. The reason why heaven realm martial artists can only break through 5 heavenly emperors and need to go through a heavenly tribulation for every breakthrough should be related to the rules of the heaven realm and the Xian power that everyone cultivates. And because of that, everyone might as well switch to practicing the power of the immortal Tao, or they might be able to reap unexpected rewards. Seeing that the crowd was eager to try, Yun Tian Dust continued to add, do you all remember the red flame old ancestor of Burning Sky Valley? That old fellow only refined some remnants of immortal chi and broke through the shackles. Hall Master, are you saying that we can break through our existing realms by refining any cultivation resources that contain the power of the immortal Tao? Night Mad Cloud was the first to speak, a hint of trembling in his voice, clearly shaken by this sudden news. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly, his tone affirmative. Not bad. It was also that Lu Yun immortal dynasty that made a fool of itself, giving us so much loot for nothing. The bodies of dozens of immortal emperor powerhouses and even the storage rings of divine palace realm powerhouses. You must utilize them well and raise your cultivation as soon as possible to have the qualifications to fight against the immortal domain powerhouses. The crowd was thrilled at the words, their eyes glittering with an unprecedented light, as if they had seen the well-trodden path to a higher realm. Great! Night Frenzy Cloud's fists clenched as his eyes flashed with a refined aura. I must break through the realm as soon as possible and not be left too far behind by the Hall Master. Only 1 day had passed since he refined the heavenly origin sacred fruit, and his Yuanshin had already recovered most of it, and he would be back as good as new in 10 days at most. The thought of being able to quickly break through the realm made it hard for Night Frenzy Cloud to hide his excitement. The rest of the crowd also showed looks of anticipation. Seeing this, Yun Tian Dust was also pleased in his heart, and spoke out to caution, gentlemen, this is an opportunity for the rise of my war god temple, but also keep in mind, the road of cultivation, not a day's work, need to be down to earth, can walk steadily and far, and now as the war god temple is a troubled autumn, you and others need to arrange the matters within the temple, before you can wholeheartedly close door cultivation, and strive for an early breakthrough in their own shackles. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes filled with longing and determination for the future. Chapter 53, Opening a Cross-Border Transmission Formation. After a few pleasantries, everyone dispersed and got involved in the intense preparations for the retreat. Yun Tian Dust left Qing Xianzi alone. Seeing this, although Qing Xuanzi had some doubts in his heart, he respectfully walked up to Yun Tianduan and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness, please do as you wish. Elder Chang, I have a matter that I need your help with. Yun Tian Dust's gaze burned, but it was hard to hide the determination in it. I want to open up a cross-border teleportation channel to the Xian Tian continent, to receive my pair of children in Nangong Tianyin to fly up to the heavenly realm. Yun Tian Dust's profound gaze looked out of the hall, as if it had penetrated the barriers of space and time, looking straight into that distant Xian Tian continent. With a light sigh, Yun Tian Dust slowly said, Elder Chang, this matter is not a small matter. The two little ones are both very young, yet they have long reached the conditions for transiting and ascending, and it was me who stepped in to help them temporarily suppress it. If I allow them to cross that tribulation on their own, my heart will not be at peace. The only way to ensure they are safe is to open up a safe path. A heaviness welled up in Qing Xuanzi's heart as he sniffed. He was well aware of the difficulty of opening a cross-border teleportation channel, which required not only profound attainments in formations, but also a unique understanding of the laws of space. After bowing to Yun Tian Dust, Qing Xuanzi's tone was resolute. Please command the palace master. My subordinates will certainly do their best to assist you in welcoming the master mother and the two young masters home. Yun Tian Dust smiled faintly, signaling that there was no need for Qing Xuanzi to be formal, only to see Yun Tian Dust lightly waving his sleeve. A simple and ancient jade simplification appeared in his palm, a faint light flowing from the jade simplification as if it contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. This is something I obtained by chance, and it contains the essence of a spatial teleportation array, which may be able to help us. Qing Xuanzi's eyes flashed with excitement as he heard this. Although he was a ninth-order array master, he had never actually opened a cross-border teleportation array. The general teleportation array was at his fingertips, but the difficulty of a cross-border teleportation array was undoubtedly countless times more difficult. To be able to set up a cross-border teleportation array with Yun Tian, he begged for it. Yun Tian Dust gently passed the ancient jade slip into Qing Xuanzi's hands, unquestionable firmness flickering in his eyes. Elder Chang, as soon as possible, you will learn the core mysteries of the teleportation formation. I need your assistance, and will never tolerate any half-hearted failures. Qing Xuanzi received the jade slip with both hands, feeling the warm spiritual energy flowing on it. His heart could not help but surge with an inexplicable excitement. He knew deep down that this was not just a mission, but also a trust and entrustment to Yun Tian Dust, the legendary Hall Master. Taking a deep breath, Qing Xuanzi closed his eyes and concentrated, sinking his mind into the jade slip, and began to carefully comprehend that ancient and complex spatial formation path. As Qing Xuanzi delved deeper into the contents of the jade slip, a mysterious aura gradually permeated the council hall. Within a moment, Qing Xuanzi opened his eyes. Elder Chang, are you ready? Yun Tian Dust raised his eyebrows and asked out loud. Hall Master, you may begin. Qing Xuanzi's eyes glittered with wisdom and his face showed anticipation. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly and turned towards the door. Qing Xuanzi followed closely behind, and the two of them stood side by side, coming straight to the center of the square. Yun Tian Dust's massive divine sense was released, guiding the fluctuations of Xian force between heaven and earth, preparing for the upcoming opening of the passageway, only to see his hands forming seals, his mouth softly chanting ancient incantations. Each word seemed to be able to shake the void, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Up! With a low shout, Yun Tian Dust's hands violently pushed into the void, and immediately, countless points of Xianli light erupted from his palms, transforming into a brilliant band of light that intertwined and entwined in the air, forming an extremely complex pattern. That pattern contained the mysteries of the laws of space, as if it was able to bridge the two worlds. Seeing this, Qing Xuanzi was not willing to lag behind, as he quickly pinched his hands together to incorporate the essence of the formation recorded in the jade slip into his own Xian energy. Then with a fierce wave, a dazzling light shot out from his fingertips and merged into the band of light constructed by Yun Tian Dust with unerring precision. When the two merged, an even more dazzling light erupted, illuminating the entire void as if it were day. Rumble! With a deafening roar, it was as if a hole was torn open in the void, and a powerful spatial storm swept out, enveloping everything around it. Many of the Battle God Palace disciples sensed the terrifying fluctuations and were attracted to the area, but everyone chose to watch from a distance and did not come forward to disturb them. Yun Tian Dust and Qing Xuanzi looked grave, as if they didn't hear, as they each pushed their entire body's Xian force to stabilize the cross-border teleportation channel that was about to take shape. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and every second was filled with tension and anticipation. Finally, under the unremitting efforts of the two of them, that void crack gradually stabilized, forming a huge passageway that was 5 feet long and wide and deep. Within the passageway, there was a stream of light, and the fluctuations of the spatial laws were clearly visible.
as if it was a rainbow bridge connecting the two worlds.
It's done! Yun Tiandust and Xing Xianzi exchanged glances, both revealing joy in their eyes that was hard to hide.
They knew that the successful opening of this cross-border teleportation channel not only meant that Yun Tiandust's pair of sons and daughters would be able to safely come to the heavenly realm for a reunion, but it also signaled that the Battle God Palace had more possibilities in its future confrontation with the immortal realm.
However, they did not let up.
Yun Tianduan knew that the stability and safety of the teleportation channel was of utmost importance,
and once there was even the slightest discrepancy, it could trigger an unpredictable disaster.
Thus, he once again mobilized the enormous spiritual energy within his body and began to reinforce and stabilize the passageway,
only to see his figure move, transforming into a stream of light, shuttling within the passageway, his hands continuously forming seals, each seal accompanied by a burst of spatial ripples spreading.
Xing Xuanzi wasn't willing to lag behind as he used his deep understanding of formations to lay down layers of defense and reinforcement to ensure that the passageway was foolproof.
This process lasted a full month.
During this month or so, Yun Tiandust and Xing Xianzi were busy almost without rest, their figures shuttling back and forth in and out of the passageway, as if they had become messengers connecting the two worlds.
And as time passed, the cross-border teleportation channel became more and more solid and secure. When the last reinforcement formation was completed,
both Yun Tiandust and Xing Xianzi felt a wave of exhaustion hit them, but their faces were beaming with satisfaction.
This was because they knew that the successful opening and reinforcement of this cross-border teleportation channel, in addition to being of great significance to Yun Tianduan,
would also be of great benefit to the Battle God Temple in the future.
After a few more days, when the last rays of sunlight spilled into the sky, Yun Tiandust and Xing Xianzi finally finished reinforcing the cross-border transmission channel. They stood at the entrance of the channel, looking at the flowing and stable interior of the channel, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment and anticipation.
Elder Chang,
hard work. Yun Tiandust turned around and said politely.
Xing Xuanzi smiled faintly and shook his head. Your Highness is overstating things.
It is my honor to personally participate in the opening of the cross-border transmission array. At the same time,
Xing Xuanzi admired Yun Tianzuan's attainments in formations and his proficiency in spatial laws. A cross-border passage of this size would take at least a year for anyone else, and it would not be as wide and solid as this.
Yun Tiandust couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, based on his feelings of personally laying the formation.
The cross-border passageway occupied by the Heavenly Sea dynasty at that time was feared to be a remnant of some ancient power.
Otherwise, with the depth of the Heavenly Sea dynasty, it would not be enough to set up a cross-border teleportation array.
Without thinking much about it,
Yun Tiandust's gaze passed through the teleportation channel, as if through endless space,
and saw that pair of children in Nangong Tianyin who were far away in Qingfeng Valley.
For a moment, a smile involuntarily spread across the corners of Yun Tiandust's mouth. Chapter 54, 1 billion source crystals, teleportation to the lower realm.
Yun Tiandust retrieved his thoughts, his gaze once again focusing on the cross-border teleportation channel in front of him, and an unspeakable excitement and anticipation surged in his heart.
Elder Chang, I'll leave the next matter to you. After I go down to the realm,
you will move the transmission altar opening to a relatively safe place and assign someone to guard it so that nothing goes wrong.
Yun Tiandust's tone was gentle, yet it was characterized by an unquestionable firmness.
Please rest assured,
Hall Master, my subordinates will make proper arrangements.
Xing Xuanzi respectfully arched his hand, respecting the palace master in front of him from the bottom of his heart.
Decades ago,
he was nothing more than an invalid who had been hunted down by his enemies to the point of desperation. If Yun Tiandust hadn't saved him and passed on his supreme art of refining and array formation texts,
how would he, Xing Xianzi,
have had the chance to take revenge in person?
Much less the supreme glory of today.
Although he has lived for more than 10,000 years, Yun Tiandust is as kind to him as he is to him.
And even more so,
he has taught him, and the atmosphere of the War God Palace made him feel at home again. So Xing Xuanzi had long ago sworn in his heart that his entire life would be lived for the War God Palace and he would have no regrets in death. Seeing Xing Xuanzi's slightly reddened eyes, Yun Tianduan smiled helplessly and slowly walked towards the center of the formation altar.
Each step as if he was stepping on a cloud, light and powerful.
Xing Xuanzi slowly retreated to the side, his gaze filled with respect and anticipation.
Yun Tiandust stepped onto the formation altar, took a deep breath,
and then threw out hundreds of millions of crystal-clear extreme source crystals from his storage ring in a brain. These were all extremely high-grade source crystals,
each one containing a huge amount of Xian power,
enough to make an ordinary cultivator go crazy.
300 million extreme source crystals should be enough to start this cross-border passage. Yun Tiandust thought in his heart as he waved his hands once again, and another 200 million extreme source crystals poured out like a meteor shower, transforming into a brilliant light that surged into the passageway. However, a scene that left Yun Tian dust and Qing Xianzi stunned appeared. With the investment of 300 million extreme source crystals, the passageway was unresponsive and didn't even show the slightest sign of starting up. Hall Master, your cultivation is too strong. The energy of 300 million extreme source crystals is not enough to support your power. Qing Xuanzi laughed out, his face showing admiration. The 12 heavenly emperors of the 12 calamities could be called the only ones in the ages. With Yun Tian Dust's strength, not only would an ordinary teleportation array not be able to carry his power, the amount of source crystals required for its teleportation would inevitably be staggering. Yun Tian Dust nodded his head gently. He was also well aware of this. That was why he had taken out 300 million extreme source crystals in one brain. However, he didn't expect that there would be no repercussions at all. Not far away, a few passing disciples just happened to see the scene of Yun Tian Dust putting in 300 million extreme source crystals, and their jaws dropped. In the heavenly realm, apart from being used for cultivation, source crystals were also a common currency, and according to the grades, from low to high, they were lower grade, middle grade, upper grade and extreme grade. Among them, the ratio of lower to middle grade, middle to upper grade, and upper grade to extreme grade are all 100 to 1. As disciples of the War God's Palace, the resources they enjoyed were as much as 5 times that of the major hegemonic forces. However, a heavenly monarch realm disciple like them could only receive 3,000 mid-grade source crystals per month in addition to their daily pills, based on the ratio of 1 to 10,000. One extreme grade source crystal was their resources for more than 3 months. 300 million extreme source crystals was even more astronomical to them, and it is such a huge amount of extremely high-grade source crystals, but cannot even start the formation. Simply appalling. But in Yun Tian Dust's view, hundreds of millions of source crystals were just a piece of cake. The corners of his mouth hooked into a faint smile, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, let's spice it up a bit. With a thought, Yun Tian Dust's mind moved. Mountains of extremely high-grade source crystals gushed out from his storage ring, surging like a river breaking its banks. 400 million, 600 million, 900 million. When the 1 billionth extreme source crystal was put into the channel, the entire space seemed to tremble, and an unprecedented energy fluctuation came from the depths of the channel, instantly wrapping Yun Tianduan in it. Rumble, accompanied by a crisp roar, the cross-border passageway was finally activated completely, and a dazzling light shot out from the depths of the passageway, wrapping Yun Tianzuan's figure and disappearing moments later. Those few disciples felt their scalps numb when they saw Yun Tian Dust throw out 1 billion extreme source crystals like garbage. They had also all heard that the Hall Master was going down to the realm to pick up a few very important people, but at this time, a few more disciples came over and said excitedly, "Li Yuan, why are you guys still here? I heard that all up and down our Battle God Palace, the cultivation resources have quintupled, and many of our brothers and sisters have received them." The few youths beside Li Yuan heard the words, and only then did they come back to their senses from the Hall Master's grand gesture, and all of them were overjoyed after hearing the man's words. "Brother Zhang Tao, but I've heard that your cousin has been chosen by the Mad Sword Elder and has been selected as one of the 36 war generals." "Yeah, it's just a pity that my talent is so poor that I won't be able to catch up with my cousin in this lifetime." "Aren't you good at tracking?" "Why Don, we go to Lord Dark King to sign up and see if we can pass the Skynet test. If we can join the Skynet organization, then we are not a salted fish anymore." "That's what we thought, and we're ready to go as soon as we collect our resources." "Well then, come along." A dozen disciples, talking and laughing, left. Qing Xuanzi couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile even as he listened to their conversation in his ears. This was the War God's Palace. Without that so-called trickery and deceit, even those relatively ordinary disciples had their hearts set on this palace. Only such a power can be invincible and stand for ages. Gathering his mind, Qing Xuanzi began to shift the formation altar. The process wasn't difficult, but it required enough concentration. Xian Tian Continent, Qingfeng Valley. This is a secluded place surrounded by mountains, with 4 seasons of spring, flowers and birds, a paradise isolated from the rest of the world. In the deepest part of the Qingfeng Valley, there are several elegant bamboo houses with fine workmanship, which are located by the mountains and surrounded by bamboo, as if they are works of art carefully carved by nature, quietly telling the quiet and peace of the years. Although the bamboo house is simple, but reveals an extraordinary atmosphere, the roof is covered with verdant bamboo leaves, swaying gently with the wind, emitting a rustling sound, like heavenly music. Let a person relaxed and happy. in a pavilion in front of the bamboo house.
A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in snow-white plainclothes was sitting in front of a guqin, her 10 fingers lightly plucked, the sound of the zither like a stream gurgling,
and like a mountain stream waterfall, sometimes low and gentle, sometimes jumping happily, sometimes lingeringly sentimental, like the undulating emotional waves in the sea of the heart, quietly waiting for the return of the person who can touch the depths of the heart.
She is the Nangong Tianyin who is known as the Heavenly Voice Empress, and at this moment she is uncontested with the world,
as if all the disturbances in the world have nothing to do with her. Only this Qingfeng Valley's grass and trees could tug at her heartstrings.
I don't know how long it took, but Nangong Tianyin gently raised her delicate fingers,
and the heart-stopping notes slowly dissipated in the air. In this moment, time seemed to stand still.
Nangong Tianyin unconsciously raised her eyes and looked towards the azure sky, a touch of sadness flashing across her eyes.
However, at that moment,
a sudden spatial fluctuation broke the tranquility of the valley.
Nangong Tianyin stood up violently,
a hint of vigilance flashing in her eyes, but she saw a spatial portal slowly emerge,
and a white-clothed figure walked out from it. After seeing the visitor clearly, Nangong Tianyin's breathing became rapid.
Her heart was excited and nervous, and she was obviously a bit at a loss for words.
Chapter 55, Reunion, Proposal Successful.
The person who came was none other than Yun Tian Dust,
who was dressed in a silver-white battle robe,
with a fluttering coat and long hair tied up in a crown,
as if he was an exiled immortal man who had stepped out of a painting, with a hint of a transcendent aura.
Yun Tian Dust had just stepped out from the spatial portal, and the first time his gaze fell on Nangong Tianyin, his deep eyes filled with tenderness.
Big brother Yun. Yun. Nangong Tianyin stared at Yun Tianwan in a daze, only squeezing out a few words half a day later.
His face flushed slightly and his heartbeat unconsciously sped up.
It's me, Tianyin. I'm back. Yun Tian Dust's voice was gentle and powerful,
as if he had traveled across thousands of mountains just to be together at this moment.
He paced in the air, slowly walking towards Nangong Tianyin, each step seeming to span countless years of waiting and anticipation.
He slowly marched to Nangong Tianyin,
and the distance between them was so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats.
Nangong Tianyin's face was colored with a blush due to her shyness.
She hung her head low, her hands were nowhere to be placed.
Her previous calmness and composure was gone at this moment.
Big brother Yun, how did you come back so quickly? Nangong Tianyin's voice was as thin as a gnat,
and she somewhat did not quite dare to look at Yun Tianwan's eyes.
Yun Tianshan smiled tenderly,
reaching out his hand to gently stroke over the tips of Nangong Tianyin's hair, that action filled with doting and compassion.
I came back when things came to an end.
I was worried that the seals imposed on you guys would loosen, and it would be troublesome to attract the heavenly tribulation in advance. Yun Tian Dust's words were like a spring breeze that soothed Nangong Tianyin's complicated heart.
Indeed, she could feel that even though she hadn't practiced much, her own cultivation was always growing slowly, and if Yun Tian Dust didn't come,
she wouldn't be able to suppress it in 4 or 5 months at most.
She herself was not afraid, but the heavenly tribulation was no joke.
Sheer and Xiao Trace were too young after all. How could she be assured of letting them face the heavenly tribulation? But as long as Yun Tian Dust was there, she inexplicably felt at peace.
Thank you, brother Yun Dash. Nangong Tianyin's eyes were slightly red,
and a touch of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Yun Tian Dust was silent for a moment, suddenly reached out and pulled over Nangong Tianyin's soft jade hand.
His eyes contained deep emotion, and he said with a solemn face, Tianyin, let's get married? Our family will always be together and never separate again.
With these words,
time seemed to freeze. Nangong Tianyin completely froze, her entire body at a loss for words.
Her eyes, which were as clear as water, instantly rippled in layers and flickered with disbelief. The 3 words get married were like the gentlest whispers in the spring breeze, but they stirred up shocking waves in Nangong Tianyin's heart. She had never imagined that Yun Tian Duan would even say such words in such a situation.
Nangong Tianyin tried to open her mouth,
but found that her throat seemed to be choked by something, and her voice was so thin that she could barely hear it.
Big brother Yun, what did you say?
Her voice trembled and her eyes involuntarily misted with water.
Seeing this, Yun Tian Dust gently stepped forward,
looking at Nangong Tianyin with a firm and solemn gaze, and directly embraced her into his arms, letting her skinny body completely snuggle against his broad chest.
Tianyin, you are the one who gave me a new life, a sense of my home,
and more than that,
you made me realize what affection is.
Feeling the body temperature of the person in his arms, Yun Tian Duan was apprehensive inside and summoned up the courage to say,
Tianyin, being able to meet you is my Yun Tian Duan's greatest fortune in this life. Can you give me a chance? Let me take care of you mother and son for eternity.
His voice was low and magnetic, and every word was like a firm oath,
branding Nangong Tiannin's heart. At this moment, Nangong Tianyin felt unprecedented peace of mind and happiness in Yun Tianxin's embrace.
She closed her eyes and let the tears flow freely. It wasn't until Yun Tiandust had left for the past 3 months or so that she had completely realized her feelings. It turned out that in her heart, she had long been inseparable from him.
Big brother Yun, I am willing. Finally,
Nangong Tianyin summoned all the strength in her body and spoke the answer in her heart. Although her voice was small, it was firm and incomparable, as if it was a promise and determination for all future storms. Yun Tiandust smiled with a gentle smile on his face as he gently wiped away the tear stains on Nangong Tianyin's face, his eyes glittering with happiness.
Tianyin, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I, Yun Tiandust, will use all that I have to guard you and our home. Yun Tiandust's solemn promise was like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating Nangong Tianyin's path forward. Brother Yun, Nangong Tianyin didn't know what to say,
and there was a sobbing tone in her voice. Yun Tiandust once again swept her into his arms, and the two embraced each other under the pavilion of Qingfeng Valley. Everything around them seemed to stand still, leaving only each other's heartbeats and breaths,
intertwining into the most melodious melody. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, an unprecedented satisfaction and happiness surged in Yun Tiandust's heart. He lowered his head and gently imprinted a kiss on Nangong Tiannin's forehead, like the most precious oath, promising eternal protection. Tianyin, I will let everyone know that you are my Yun Tiandust's wife, the mistress of the War God Palace. Yun Tiandust's voice was gentle and firm, each word revealing an unprecedented dominance and determination.
Nangong Tiannin's face was flushed. A warm current surged in her heart and her voice was soft.
Big brother Yun, having you, hair and little trace is my greatest happiness.
She looked up at Yun Tiandust's deep eyes,
happiness shining in them.
Oh, right. Yun Tianxin looked at Nangong Tianyin with a soft gaze and asked curiously,
Tianyin, where are the children? Them.
A touch of helplessness flashed across Nangong Tianyin's face as she said with a bitter smile,
ever since you left not long ago, they've been clamoring to form a force, saying that they wanted to give you a surprise.
When Yun Tiandust heard this, he burst into tears and laughed a little.
2 5-year-old little guys actually had to form a clan, which was a bit of a novelty. Nangong Tianyin noticed Yun Tianwan's expression and added with a smile, that force they formed is called Cloud Alliance.
You wouldn't believe it, I'm afraid. The Cloud Alliance is now one of the topmost forces in the Xintian continent.
After a pause, Nangong Tianyin continued, at first, I only thought they were children playing house.
But I didn't expect that they would go to my master for help,
recruiting countless scattered cultivators and clans, and even some sects have defected. In just over 2 months' time,
the Cloud Alliance already has more than 30,000 members, and there are no less than 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses. The 2 little guys are sitting firmly in the position of Alliance leader,
and the entire Cloud Alliance is actually in good order, Nangong Tianyin said,
also somewhat incredulous, and at this moment,
Yun Tiandust was already dumbstruck.
He never expected that he had only been away for more than 3 months, and the 2 5-year-old little guys had managed to make such a big commotion. I guess this word Cloud Alliance was also their own idea, right? Yun Tiandust felt both gratified and amused in his heart,
causing him to somewhat want to go and take a look at
that so-called Cloud Alliance.
Chapter 56, The Cloud Alliance.
When Yun Tiandust heard this,
the corners of his mouth couldn't help but outline a smile,
and his eyes flickered with a light of doting and amazement.
Gazing softly at Nangong Tianyin, Yun Tianduan laughed.
These 2 little fellows, they are really surprising.
Let's go to the Cloud Alliance and take a look.
I'd like to see how they run the Cloud Alliance into the ground.
Nangong Tianyin gently nodded her head,
a gentle glint flashing through her eyes. They had lived together for 2 years, and Nangong Tianyin knew Yun Tianduan's character well. Every decision he made was out of love and responsibility for his family. Thus, the 2 of them smiled at each other and decided to head to the Cloud Alliance immediately to witness the children's moment of glory. In the Qingfeng Valley, a gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves,
seemingly sending off the duo who were about to travel far away.
Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianyin walked out of the bamboo pavilion hand in hand, and after he casually threw out a huge flying shuttle, the 2 of them embarked on the road to the Cloud Alliance. According to Nangong Tianyin's narration, the Cloud Alliance established by the 2 little ones was also in the extreme west. Within a short time, the 2 of them arrived at the place where the Cloud Alliance was located, only to see a vast territory. The buildings were staggered and magnificent,
not much better than the Lakha Immortal Palace back then,
and from time to time, there were cultivators traveling back and forth,
busy and orderly. Obviously, the Cloud Alliance is no longer the place where children used to play, but a truly powerful party.
When the flying shuttle that Yun Tianwan and Nangong Tianyin were traveling on appeared in the sky above the Cloud Alliance,
the entire Cloud Alliance instantly quieted down,
and most of the Cloud Alliance martial practitioners were attracted to it.
All around the square,
the disciples of the Cloud Alliance stopped the affairs in their hands and looked up, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity.
Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianyin stood side by side.
Their appearance was like the brightest stars in the sky,
instantly lighting up the entire Cloud Alliance sky. Nangong Tianyin was dressed in plain clothes like snow, clear and elegant, while Yun Tianduan was silver-robed and heroic.
The two of them stood together as if they were divine couples made in heaven,
which made people yearn for them. Great! It's father and mother.
A clear and pleasant voice pierced through the tranquility, only to see a little girl of about 5 years old rushing out of an exquisite attic like a silver-colored lightning bolt. She was dressed in a delicate silver silk dress with a bow tied in her hair,
like an elf under the moonlight,
and her big round eyes were glittering with excitement and joy.
It was none other than Nangong Shear.
Immediately behind him was a young boy who was also about 5 years old. He was dressed in a green-trimmed brocade robe. His pace was steady, and between his eyebrows there was a calmness and wisdom that didn't match his age.
It was clearly Nangong Wuhan. He didn't say anything,
but the same thought of his parents shone in his eyes, with a small hint of hidden pride.
Hey whooshing!
Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianyin dashed down from the flying shuttle. Yun Tiandust opened his arms and embraced the two children tightly into his arms, a soft smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He stroked the two children's little heads, his eyes filled with doting and relief.
You two little fellows, you're really getting better and better.
Yun Tiandust's voice carried a hint of imperceptible pride, yet it was also filled with affirmation of the children's growth.
Nangong Tianyin watched from the sidelines with a light smile on her face. Father, mother, look, this is our Cloud Alliance.
The two little ones broke free from their embrace, and little Sheer pulled Yun Tiandust's hand and pointed around excitedly. Confidence and pride shone in her eyes, as if she was showing her parents her most proud work. Yun Tiandust looked around and saw that the buildings within the Cloud Alliance were strewn together,
with each palace and pavilion revealing an extraordinary aura.
In the center of the square,
a huge stone monument stood up,
on which was engraved the crooked word Cloud Alliance.
But under the messy brushwork, it hid a majestic momentum. At a glance, Yun Tianduan could tell that it was exactly little Sheer's handwriting.
And at this moment on the square, has gathered a lot of cultivators, whether it is cultivation or temperament,
are far from ordinary loose cultivators can be compared.
Obviously are after strict screening and training of the elite.
Throughout the Cloud Alliance,
all kinds of cultivation facilities were readily available, and it was clearly an extremely well-developed place for cultivation. What surprised Yun Tianwan even more was that there were as many as 13 strong martial emperors that he had sensed in this Cloud Alliance,
with the strongest reaching 7-star martial emperors.
Aside from the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace and those 3 great sacred clans of the ancient road to heaven, there was no other power that had a heritage as good as that of the Cloud Alliance.
Not bad, really good. Sheer and Little Trace are making a name for themselves.
Yun Tiandust smiled and praised. He completely didn't expect that it had only been more than 2 months, and the two little guys were really small children, and were able to create a force of this size in the Xiantian continent. Little Sheer raised her little head proudly and said arrogantly,
"Of course, we're going to be big heroes like Daddy." Little Wu Shang, on the other hand, said with a serious look on his face, "Daddy, you're finally back, and the Cloud Alliance is the surprise that my sister and I gave you." Yun Tiandust stroked Little Wushu's skull, his face curious. "How did you guys do it?"
The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and Little Sheer explained, "We went to seek the help of our senior ancestor, and not only did she help us recruit a lot of loose cultivators and clans, but she also imparted a lot of knowledge on how to manage the clan. It's mainly the Grand Elder who helped us the most."
Little Trace added from the side,
his gaze looking towards a grey-robed old man not far away,
his face showing gratitude.
Yun Tiandust followed Little Wushu's gaze and realized that it was none other than the Grand Elder of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. As for what it was called,
he didn't know.
It was thought that Mu Hongxia had arranged for him to stay in the Cloud Alliance and come as a hard laborer for the two little ones.
If not, how would the Cloud Alliance be where it is today?
Seeing Yun Tianduan looking at himself, the Grand Elder of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply.
"I, He Yuan Feng, pay my respects to Lord Yun, meet the Divine Maiden. There is no need to be polite.
During this period of time, Sheer and Xiaoshang have been taken care of. This is what you deserve,"
Yun Tiandust said,
only to see him flick his wrist,
and a milky white colored elixir appeared out of thin air, slowly floating towards He Yuan Feng.
"Lord Yun,
He Yuan Feng was a bit at a loss for words, but after seeing Yun Tianduan's unquestionable eyes, he trembled and put the elixir away.
his heart excited and apprehensive.
After a few moments of silence, Yun Tian-dust's voice resounded once more, his gaze falling on He Yuanfeng, his tone majestic. From today onwards, you are the Vice Alliance Master of the Cloud Alliance. In the absence of Sheer and Little Trace, the Cloud Alliance is under your full responsibility. This, He Yuanfeng hesitated inwardly, as he was originally the Grand Elder of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, and he came here on the order of Palace Master Mu Hongxia. He Yuanfeng had grown up in the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, and it was difficult for him to accept it for a moment when he was suddenly asked to detach himself from the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. Seeing He Yuanfeng's thoughts, Yun Tian-dust spoke out and added, I didn't let you completely detach yourself. You're still the Grand Elder of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, but your person must be in the Cloud Alliance. How about that? Hearing these words from Yun Tianduan, He Yuanfeng's heart was relieved and he directly agreed. Many thanks for your trust, Lord Yun. My subordinate will do his best to carry the Cloud Alliance forward. Very well, I hope you can do what you say. Yun Tian-dust nodded slightly, his tone low. Chapter 57, Under the Banner of the Emperor. In January, the surrounding Cloud Alliance crowd took it all in, and hearing their conversation, they were in an uproar. It was only then that the crowd suddenly realized that the man with extraordinary temperament in front of them was actually that Mr. Yun, who was said to have overthrown the 2 great sacred clans and made the 3 great sacred clans subservient with his own strength. And that clear and elegant woman was naturally the goddess of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, Nangong Tianyin. For a while, all of the senior members of the Cloud Alliance stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to Nangong Sheer and Nangong Wuan, shouting in unison, see the 2 Alliance Lords. Little Sheer looked like a small adult and signaled for them to be excused. Afterward, the crowd turned to Yun Tianchen and Nangong Tianyin in unison, bowing deeply with incomparable reverence and awe in their voices. We pay our respects to Lord Yun, Lord Tianyin. Yun Tian-dust nodded gently at the crowd, then said in a deep voice, since you have joined the Cloud Alliance, you should work together to make it stronger. Truth be told, I am the Lord of the Heavenly Realm's War God Temple. From now on, this Cloud Alliance will be considered a stronghold of my War God Palace in the lower realms. And anyone who has done great deeds to the Cloud Alliance or has excellent talent will be guided to fly up to the Heavenly Realm through my War God Palace's flying platform after their cultivation reaches the level of a sealed martial emperor. Yun Tian-dust's words caused the entire room to fall dead silent. Then, an unspeakable shock swept over them like a tidal wave, and disbelief and ecstasy were written all over everyone's faces. Although they didn't know how strong the War God Palace was, as long as it was a Heavenly Realm power, it was absolutely powerful. And just hearing the 3 words War God Palace was enough to make one's heart feel awe and reverie. The crowd also came to a sudden realization. No wonder Mr. Yun's strength would be so terrifying. If he was originally a Heavenly Realm powerhouse, then nothing would be surprising. Although He Yuanfeng had guessed it early on, he was inevitably shocked when he heard it from Yun Tian-dust's own mouth. The people in the arena looked at each other with excitement and anticipation shining in their eyes. It was as if they saw the day when they would set foot in the Heavenly Realm through their tireless efforts in this land. After a short period of shock, the Cloud Alliance's presence, which numbered in the thousands, saluted Yun Tian-dust to express their gratitude and loyalty. They knew deep down that the Cloud Alliance, with the forces of the Heavenly Realm as its backing, had an unlimited future. For a while, the atmosphere within the Cloud Alliance became unusually warm and solemn. Everyone silently made a vow in their hearts to fight for the Cloud Alliance's tomorrow and for their own dreams. After giving a deep salute to Yun Tian-dust, all of them actively engaged in their cultivation and work. From this moment onwards, the crowd's sense of belonging to the Cloud Alliance reached its peak, even fanaticism. In this regard, Yun Tianduan was also quite satisfied. He had wanted to incorporate the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace into the War God Palace, so that it could continuously feed talents to the War God Palace. However, it seemed that there was no need for that now. The 2 little ones were crooked and helped him instead. Seeing this, Nangong Tianyin had a shallow smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and she couldn't help but yearn for that legendary Heavenly Realm. Little Sheer and Little Wuhan heard the Battle God's Palace in their father's mouth and were instantly filled with curiosity. The 2 of them kept exchanging glances and playing a little game. He Yuanfeng still wanted to set up a banquet, but was rejected by Yun Tian-dust. Under the guidance of the 2 little ones, Yun Tianchen and Nangong Tianyin followed to a courtyard. The general layout of this courtyard was basically similar to Nangong Tianyin's Qinin residence in the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. Seeing this, Yun Tian-dust was very satisfied in his heart. His opinion of that He Yuanfeng couldn't help but be a few points higher. As the family strolled through the courtyard, Little Sheer and Little Wuhan took turns recounting the development of the Cloud Alliance over the past 2 months. Talking and laughing, Hearing the many ways that the two little ones did when they encountered problems, Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianyin were very much in tears. They're not solving problems, they're just being naughty.
So much for the family enjoying a rare reunion.
Little Sheer and little Wuhan, who had their parents by their side,
no longer pretended to be small adults and began to play and joke around, filling the entire courtyard with laughter.
As night fell, Yun Tiandust once again cooked.
But just as the family of four sat down at the table and were just about to start eating, something strange happened.
An intense aura fluctuation emanated from little Wuhan.
His face instantly turned white, fine beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead, and a look of pain appeared on his face.
Nangong Tianyin and Yun Tianwan saw it at the same time,
and the two of them fiercely got up and came to little Wuhan's side. Yun Tiandust hurriedly checked up on little Wu Shang's body,
and after a moment, he let out a deep sigh of relief.
It turned out that it was because the little guy's realm was already infinitely close to the celestial realm, and he had to break through the realm as soon as possible.
If not, the meridians would certainly not be able to withstand it.
Yun Tiandust still somewhat underestimated the power of the chaotic body. Since the last time he remodeled their meridians, both little guys had awakened their physiques. Little Wuhan directly inherited Yun Tianduan's chaotic body. As for little Sheer, but she had awakened the innate Tao body, which was perhaps created by mistake after the combination of the chaotic body and the innate sacred fetus. There was no need to mention the power of the chaotic body. As for the innate Tao body, it was known as the physique that was most affinity with the heaven and earth great Tao, and if one were to talk about the speed of cultivation alone, it would definitely rank among the top 10,000 physiques. Big brother Yun, is little Trace alright? Nangong Tianyin's heart was instantly relieved when she saw Yun Tianwan breathing a long sigh of relief, but she was still a little anxious and was busy asking,
"Don't worry, little Trace is fine."
Yun Tiandust cast her a reassuring look and then said in a condensed voice,
"Only,
the meridians in little Trace's body are about to reach their limits. It is imperative to break through the realm as soon as possible and cannot be delayed any further."
When Nangong Tianyin heard this,
the big stone in the bottom of her heart finally fell. As long as the child was fine,
everything would be fine. Little Trace, concentrate and calm your breath. Don't utilize your spiritual energy for the time being.
As Yun Tiandust instructed in a warm voice,
he probed out a force that smoothed out the breath within little Trace's body. After some contemplation,
Yun Tiandust turned his head towards Nangong Tianyin. A trace of apology flashed in his eyes as he softly said,
"Tianyin,
I see that Sheer's realm is about to be unable to suppress it, so I have to take them to the heavenly realm to break through their cultivation first."
"Okay,
I'll wait for you guys."
Nangong Tianyin gently nodded her head,
her voice as thin as silk.
Hearing the conversation between their father and mother, the two little ones secretly glanced at each other,
a hint of cunning flashing in their eyes.
Yun Tiandust's eyes were firm and his words were gentle. "Tianyin, please give me a month.
I will personally come to the Nangong family to propose marriage."
Nangong Tianyin blushed slightly and nodded imperceptibly.
The two little ones jumped up and down with excitement when they heard that their parents were going to be married,
but at the same time,
the two men had some regrets. If it weren't for the two of them playing smart,
father and mother's wedding wouldn't have to be postponed.
Noticing the somewhat regretful look in the eyes of the two little ones,
Yun Tianduan instantly knew what was going on.
It was thought that it was because they wanted to travel to the heavenly realm earlier,
which led them to actively absorb the outside aura.
Yun Tiandust looked at the two little ones if he had a deeper meaning, and they indeed revealed a heartfelt expression. Their behavior like this was quite dangerous,
and if they were not careful,
their meridians could be broken. Yun Tiandust wanted to chastise them for a few words, but when he saw them all staring at him with innocent glares,
he didn't know what to say. Chapter 58, Lifting the Seal, breaking the realm one after another. In the Cloud Alliance at night, the moonlight was like a practice, sprinkling the courtyard. In front of the dining table, Yun Tiandust looked at the pair of children who were human children. His heart was speechless for a while, but what else could he do? His own children could only be spoiled. Nangong Tianyin vaguely also noticed that something was wrong, but she didn't think about the children. Early the next morning, dawn was breaking in the sky. In the courtyard, Yun Tiandust waited quietly at the side.
Nangong Tianyin was saying goodbye to the two little ones. Little Sheer tightly gripped Nangong Tianyin's big hand, unwillingness and strength flashing in her eyes.
"Mother, we'll be back soon."
Nangong Tianyin tenderly stroked little Sheer's hair and whispered,
"Mother is waiting for you at home. Remember to take care of yourself and your brother."
Her words were filled with both worry and expectations for the children's future.
"Mother." The two little ones pounced into Nangong Tianyin's arms,
their tone full of reluctance. Nangong Tianyin stroked their little heads and said with a smile,
"Hey, little Trace, it's time for you to set off."
When little Sheer and little Wuhan heard this, They immediately collected their expressions and replaced them with a serious look,
nodding their skulls heavily. Seeing this, Nangong Tianyin was still a bit worried, and could not help but seriously instructed. After you go to the heavenly realm,
you must listen to your father's words. The heavenly realm is different from our Xintian continent,
so you can't run around anymore. Do you know that?
Mother, don't worry. I will keep an eye on little Trace and never let him mess around. Little Sheer raised her hand and clenched her pink fist, her face full of serious assurance. Little Wushu sniffed, and immediately his little face darkened. He was tempted to say, every time I run amok, it's not my idea, but thinking that his sister would surely settle the score, he held back and took the blame in silence.
Nangong Tianyin looked at little Sheer's trusting appearance. The more she looked at it, the less reliable she became. In short, ever since Yun Tian Dust appeared, the two little ones seem to have completely unleashed their natural instincts. Hei in particular is getting more and more playful. Seeing this,
Yun Tian Dust smiled and comforted.
Tianyin, don't worry, they will only be safer in the heavenly realm. And the heavenly realm today is all under the control of the War God Temple.
Although there was a potential threat in the form of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty,
he was also more confident in his own strength after going head-to-head with a Divine Palace Realm powerhouse. Against the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, he was still very confident. After everything stabilized, he would personally head to the Immortal region to resolve this trouble with the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty. There was also that Zhu Getai and the Wang family,
which had long been on Yun Tian Dust's death list. Looking at Yun Tian Dust's confident look,
Nangong Tianyin nodded heavily,
her tone soft. Big brother Yun, take care of yourself all the way.
I will wait for you. Yun Tianchen smiled and nodded,
his gaze softly looking at Nangong Tianyin as he slowly spat out two words.
Wait for me.
Two simple words, but they made Nangong Tianyin unconsciously feel at ease. She nodded her head slightly, her face flushed a little.
See you later, mother.
The two little ones waved their little hands at Nangong Tianyin and slowly walked towards Yun Tianwan.
And at the thought of the heavenly realm, a small flash of excitement flashed through the eyes of both of them. Yun Tian Dust did not say anything more,
and immediately sacrificed his flowing cloud shuttle and flew up with the two little ones.
After casting a gentle look at Nangong Tianyin,
Yun Tianwan maneuvered the shuttle and disappeared in the blink of an eye into the sky above the Cloud Alliance,
embarking on his journey to the heavenly realm.
It was only until the flowing cloud shuttle that Yun Tian Dust had harnessed completely disappeared from sight that Nangong Tianyin embarked on her journey home with a complex mood of reluctance,
nervousness and anticipation. The home she was going back to was, naturally, the Nangong family. Within a short time, Yun Tian Dust brought the two little ones to Qingfeng Valley and prepared to take the teleportation array here.
When the time was ripe, he would then rearrange a cross-border passage to the Cloud Alliance.
As for the Qingfeng Valley one, Yun Tianduan did not want to move it. Along the way, Little Sheer and Little Wushu were excited.
They pestered Yun Tian Dust and asked from time to time
about the various legends of the heavenly realm,
the innocence and curiosity of which filled Yun Tian Dust's heart with warmth as well. Inside the Qingfeng Valley,
as Yun Tian Dust's fingertips moved,
a white light suddenly lit up on a stone platform on a side not far from the bamboo house. A spatial portal emerged from the sky above the stone platform,
and a mysterious and vast spatial aura emanated from within,
as if it was a bridge connecting two worlds.
Yun Tian Dust carefully probed out his Xian force and escorted the two children to stand on the teleportation array altar. After investing 1.2 billion extreme source crystals in a single brain, the teleportation array was activated.
With a flash of light, a white light wrapped around the three of them and instantly disappeared in place, leaving behind only a fading spatial crack.
The vast and boundless heavenly realm, the Yuan Qi is dense, peaceful and contains endless power and mystery. The War God Temple, which was already the overlord of the heavenly realm, was as solemn and sacred as it could be, revealing majesty and dominance everywhere. In the deepest part of the War God Temple, when the teleportation formation altar lit up, the few disciples who were secretly guarding the formation altar were immediately alerted. Only a white light flashed, and three more figures appeared on the formation altar.
Yun Tian Dust held Little Sheer in one hand and pulled Little Wu Sheng in the other as he walked out from the formation altar.
A light smile on his face, respectfully welcomed the return of your highness.
A few of the formation guard disciples saw that it was Yun Tian Dust, and they all showed up and saluted respectfully. Their eyes were filled with both awe for this legendary Hall Master,
as well as curiosity and surprise for the two little ones. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly, signaling the crowd to be excused. Daddy, is this the heavenly realm?
Little Sheer stared around curiously with wide, oozy eyes, filled with a sense of freshness at everything around her.
Little Wuhan, on the other hand, had a serious face, carefully sensing the majestic and endless Yuan Qi around him, with excitement and anticipation flashing in his eyes.
Yun Tian smiled faintly, his gaze filled with love, gently touching little Sheer and little Wuhan's skulls, and said in a warm voice, "That's right, this is the heavenly realm, where our battle god temple is located, and also our future home." Seeing their beloved legend being so gentle, several of the formation guarding disciples could not help but freeze, and it was only after hearing the conversation between Yun Tian and the two little ones that a few of them snapped out of their shock, and busily bowed to little Sheer and little Wutian in a respectful manner. "Greetings to the two little masters." Little Sheer curiously surveyed these uncles and uncles, her little head filled with questions. "Several uncles, are you all from the war god temple? What do you do in your spare time? Is the heavenly realm fun?" Hearing little Sheer address them, several people felt a sudden sense of fear and cold sweat, and hurriedly explained, "Little princess, please don't shout like that, we can't afford to be addressed like that." Yun Tian smiled helplessly, signaling several people to retreat first, and turned to look at the two little ones with a serious face. "Sheer, little Trace, are you ready? Father will help you guys unseal this time." After the two little guys brooded for a moment, they looked at Yun Tian with serious faces and said with a nod of their heads, "Daddy, I'm ready. I'm ready too." "Yes." Yun Tian nodded slightly, then his hands moved in unison. A soft but powerful force surged out from his palm, gently brushing over the petite bodies of little Sheer and little Wuhan. The seals imposed on them were easily lifted, but also at that moment, a dazzling light emanated from the two, a sign that the energy that had been latent in their bodies for a long time had exploded in an instant. Boom! With a soft sound, the bottlenecks of the two little ones' realms shattered with a bang, and they both logically stepped into the celestial realm. But this was far from stopping. The aura on their bodies was still skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Celestial Realm 1, 2. In just a dozen or so breaths, the two little guys' realms had both reached the 9th level of the celestial realm before the signs of breakthrough gradually stopped. Such a breakthrough speed really shook the several disciples guarding the formation from afar, and several of them were all jaw-dropped and filled with disbelief. Even if one was just starting out in the entering Xian realm, there was no such breakthrough, was there? Not to mention it was still such two small little dots. Chapter 59, Preparing for the Wedding. Mingling. Right at this moment, it seemed that he had sensed Yun Tian's aura, or was attracted by the movement of the two little ones breaking through. Several powerful figures had already broken through the air, and it was none other than Lu Shiyang, Dong Fengyu, Xikong Xian, He Hu, Xiao Jiao, and Long Zhantian and the rest of the senior staff. "Greetings, Your Highness." When the crowd landed, they immediately saluted Yun Tianduan. When their gazes landed on little Sheer and little Wuhan, they all couldn't help but freeze. These two children, whether it was the charisma between their brows or that innate aura, all bore a striking resemblance to Yun Tian. "Ha ha, what a tiger father." The black tiger was greatly grinning and was the first one who couldn't help but open his mouth, walking towards the two little ones with a smile on his face. Come, let Uncle Tiger take a look. Our war god palace's little baby." However, before He Hu finished speaking, Xikong Xian had already dodged and appeared behind him, kicking him out while chiding. "You ram, a tiger's father does not have a dog's son is also something you can say? Believe it or not, Boss Yun will skin you." In an unguarded situation, He Hu was kicked in the dog's ass by Xikong Xian's kick, and he was about to break out into curses, but he was choked on the spot by Xikong Xian's words. He realized then that he had said the wrong thing. Black Tiger didn't dare to get up for the first time. He secretly turned his head to look at Yun Tian, and sure enough, he saw that Yun Tian was gazing at him with a dark face. Black Tiger instantly shrunk his neck and quickly stood up, looking at Yun Tian with a smile on his face as he stammered, "That, Yun, Boss Yun, I, Black Tiger, definitely didn't mean that. Mistake of mouth. Humph." Before Yun Tian could speak, Xikong Xian snorted out coldly. He looked at Black Tiger with a bad smile on his face and snickered. "Just tell me, should you take this kick, or not? You." When the Black Tiger saw Xikong Xian's dejected appearance, he was infuriated and gnashed his teeth, but he still nodded his head heavily and said, "Yes, it is I who deserved it. I shouldn't have mouthed off." "Hey, that's right." As Xikong Xian spoke, he turned around expansively to look at little Sheer and little Wuhan, revealing a warm smile. "Two little nephews, my name is Xikong Xian, and I'm your father's bestest and finest brother. In the future, in the heavenly realm, with Uncle Xikong covering you, you will be able to walk completely sideways." The crowd looked at Xikong Xian, all of them showing contempt, but little Sheer spoke up, asking with a serious face, "Uncle Xikong, how do we walk horizontally? Teach us." "Ha!" When Xikong Xian heard this,
The expression on his face was instantly awkward. When he said walking sideways, he wasn't walking? When the crowd saw Si Kongxian's embarrassing behavior, they all burst into laughter. Yun Tiandust glared at Si Kongxian and Black Tiger, turned to Little Sheer and Little Wu Shang, and softly said, Sheer, Little Shang, quickly meet a few uncles. They are all father's brothers, and all your elders. When you see your elders you must salute. Understand? Little Sheer and Little Wuhan sniffed and immediately bowed deeply to the crowd in a well-behaved manner, sweetly shouting, Hello, uncles! That clear and pleasant sound made everyone present feel a sense of relief. Under that warm sunlight of the war god's palace, Little Sheer and Little Wuhan were like two bright new stars, quickly attracting everyone's attention and affection. Their arrival not only added a bit of liveliness and warmth to the solemn battle god's palace, but also made every member of the battle god's palace feel unprecedented joy and anticipation. Big brother, where's sister-in-law? Why didn't she come? Lu Shiyang spoke out to break the laughter at the scene, his voice carrying a few moments of curiosity and concern. When Yun Tiandust heard this, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile, and he immediately briefly explained the situation of the two little ones. When the crowd heard that the two little ones had reached the peak of their cultivation in the lower realm at less than 3 years old, they were all stupefied. However, when they saw Little Sheer's and Little Wuhan's 9th level of Xian realm cultivation, they couldn't help but suck in their cool breaths, and became curious about the physique of the two little ones. Just after talking about Nangong Tianyin, Yun Tiandust turned his head to look at Mo Feng, who was silently listening at the side, and a few more points of solemnity were added to his tone. Mo Feng, make some arrangements. In a month's time, I'm going to go down to the realm in person and go to the Nangong family to propose marriage. I'm going to organize a grand wedding for her at the War God Palace. Mo Feng respectfully led the order. Yes, Hall Master, my subordinate will go prepare. When the crowd heard this, they all wore joyful faces and congratulated Yun Tianduan. This sudden happy news caused a festive flavor to fill the air of the War God Palace. The crowd left one after another, while Yun Tiandust brought Little Sheer and Little Wu Shang and leisurely toured around the War God Palace. Inside the War God Hall, the pavilions were staggered, each revealing splendor and solemnity. Little Sheer and Little Wuhan stared wide-eyed, curiously surveying everything around them and letting out exclamations of surprise from time to time. Yun Tianduan, on the other hand, patiently explained the origins and stories of each attraction to them, giving them a deeper understanding and knowledge of the War God Temple. Instead, Mo Feng summoned all the people who were not on duty for the time being to gather in the council hall and started discussing the preparations for the wedding. Everyone was actively involved, offering their suggestions and ideas to make this wedding the best it could be, with no regrets. The meeting proceeded enthusiastically and orderly, and time passed unnoticed. Only when everything was properly arranged did the people disperse and get busy. In just a day's time, the entire heavenly realm had spread the news of the impending marriage of Battle God Palace Lord Yun Tiandust. This news quickly spread to every corner of the heavenly realm like the wind sweeping away the leaves, causing a huge sensation. Any power or individual who thought they could get a wedding invitation began to prepare congratulatory gifts. As time passed, Little Sheer and Little Wuhan gradually became familiar with every corner of the Battle God Temple. The two little ones traveled from palace to palace from time to time, mingling with everyone. Battle God Palace up and down, but also on the two little guy favor. Not only often accompany them to play, but also from time to gift all kinds of precious gadgets and self-defense treasures to them. Even that normally cold and unsmiling king of killers, Dugu Jian, revealed his long-lost smile in front of Little Sheer and Little Wuhan. He would occasionally personally instruct the two children on their doubts in cultivation, allowing their strength to increase again without them realizing it. Even the Night Frenzy Cloud and Thousand Moons, who were far away in other heavenly realms on business, had rushed back as fast as they could after learning of the news of the two young lords, to meet the two young lords of their War God Palace. Of course, there will be no shortage of all sorts of rarities. In just over 20 days, once the treasures on the two little guys were poured out, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were piled up. What made even Yun Tiandust feel surprised was that neither of the two little guys had cultivated much, yet their cultivation had broken through the Earth Xian realm. Chapter 60, Bridal Party. Shocking the continent. A few days passed, and the entire Battle God Palace was immersed in a festive atmosphere, with red silks hanging high and lanterns shining brightly, as if even the air was filled with the scent of sweetness and happiness. Yun Tiandust was dressed in an elaborately sewn large red wedding dress, the lapel of which was embroidered with intricate golden cloud patterns, every stitch and every line containing the heartfelt efforts and blessings of the heavenly artisans. In front of the transmission formation altar, with Yun Tiandust's order, Lu Shiyang, Lu Ningyue, Dongfang Yu, Si Kong Xian, Bei Li Yan, Dugu Jian, Hei Hu, Long Zhantian, Night Frenzy Cloud, Sol Woyin, Xiao Jiao, and Muli were among the top echelons of the hierarchy, all dressed in uniform battle robes, with the aura of a rainbow. Shu Ting also led the 800 elite war god guards to follow closely behind, and they teleported in batches, stepping into the cross-border teleportation array with great vigor. The current war god temple was so wealthy and generous that Yun Tian Dust didn't even blink an eye at the teleportation fee of consuming tens of billions of extreme source crystals. It was a good thing that no one else was as perverted as Yun Tian Dust, who needed to consume 1 billion extreme source crystals alone. Xian Tian Continent, inside the Qingfeng Valley, as the teleportation arrays emitted light one after another, the Battle God Palace's welcoming team of more than 800 people teleported out one after another. Into the eyes of the crowd were several chic bamboo houses, riding in the deep canyon, surrounded by lush green bamboo. Early morning sunlight through the sparse bamboo leaves, sprinkled with dappled light and shadow. The air is filled with fresh natural fragrance, refreshing and invigorating. Occasionally there are a few crisp and pleasant birdsong, adding a bit of tranquility and harmony, as if this is a paradise away from the hustle and bustle of the world. The crowd was stunned when they saw the surroundings of this place. Night Mad Cloud looked around and inquired out with a surprised face. Boss Cloud, this is the place where you have been living for more than 10 years? That's right, after that great battle 15 years ago, I woke up here. Yun Tian Dust slowly nodded his head, looking at everything in front of him in deep thought. In the back of Yun Tian Dust's mind there had always been a question. He was fighting someone in the Death Canyon, and why did he end up here? In the process, he was surprisingly not even half impressed. Upon receiving Yun Tian Dust's reply, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. All of them scared and wondered that there could be such a place in the lower realm. The crowd had even thought of the cozy scene of Yun Tian Dust's family of 4 living here, and all of them showed envy. Yun Tian Dust glanced at everyone's reactions and was speechless in his heart. It wasn't until the last batch of war god guards teleported over that this luxurious to the extreme welcoming procession began to depart. Yun Tian Dust were the gorgeous shuttle reflecting the stars in the sky. Under the 8 slightly smaller but equally imposing shuttle rows on both sides of the back position, like 9 dragons across the sky, vast and majestic departure from the Qingfeng Valley, pointing directly to the land of the Nangong family. Above the shuttle, the red silk is fluttering, and every detail reveals honor and extraordinary. Yun Tian Dust stood at the forefront. A big red wedding dress glittered under the sunlight. His eyebrows were both majestic and gentle. His eyes were full of longing and determination for the future. Little Sheer and Little Wuwen stood on either side, dressed in special children's clothes embroidered with delicate cloud patterns. Their little faces were beaming with excitement and pride, as if they couldn't wait to be the brightest children at this wedding. The news that a great figure from the heavenly realm was going to marry the heavenly tone Empress had already spread throughout the continent. But when people saw these 9 behemoths with their own eyes, they were all shocked beyond words and their mouths went dry with excitement. Just as the shuttle gradually approached Songnan City, where the Nangong family was located, Yun Tianwan and the others were the first to be shocked. In their line of sight, Songnan City, which covered an area of hundreds of miles, was overcrowded at the moment. Even the hundreds of miles outside of Songnan City were crowded with people, and some had even set up their tents long ago just so they could see the great figures of the heavenly realm with their own eyes. Witness this unprecedented cross-border marriage. There are even countless people who have set up stalls on the spot to do business. The number of people inside and outside the city would not add up to less than 1 billion. Even the always steady Lu Xiaoyan couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch when he saw this kind of scene. TSK, is this half of the continent coming? Si Kongshan marveled out, his eyes flashing with intense curiosity as he gazed into the depths of Songnan City. What kind of woman is it, to be able to subdue someone like Boss Yun? Not only Si Kongshan, but everyone in the War God Palace was eager to see the elegance of that future master mother. Look, what's that? Someone exclaimed out in shock, pointing at the 9 flying shuttles that flew like geese in front of them. The speed of the shuttle was too fast, and before the crowd could react, the shuttle, which was just the size of a palm, passed over their heads in the blink of an eye, like 9 flooded beasts spanning the sky and earth. Everyone looked up at the behemoth above their heads and murmured, their eyes filled with marvel and envy. Deep in Songnan City, the Nangong family has already been decorated with lights and red carpets, and every brick and tile reveals the importance and anticipation of this marriage. It was only when Yun Tianwan and the other shuttles crossed the city wall and arrived above the Nangong family that the 9 shuttles slowly came to a stop. The spectacular sight that covered the sky and sun made countless people below gasp for breath. Nangong Ding and the other senior members of the Nangong family, and the strongest members of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, led by Mu Yuanshan and Mu Hongxia, were all gathered here. The ancestors and patriarchs of the three holy clans of Greenwood, Water and Moon, and Thick Earth were all there, waiting solemnly. It was no exaggeration to say that 99% of the great powers in the Tian continent were shaken by this cross-border marriage. The air of the entire Songnan city was filled with an ineffable solemnity and sanctity, as if even heaven and earth were blessing the pair. Lu Xiang stood on top of the flying shuttle, exercising his power. The rolling flood of sound instantly spread throughout Songnan city, and even the entire Tian continent. Today's good day, the Heavenly Realm's battle god temple lord, Yun Tian Dust, personally led the two great protectors, the four great battle kings, and the six great blazing angels in person, to propose to the Nangong family to marry the main mother, Nangong Tianyin. May this good fortune shine as brightly as the sun and the moon, forever shining in heaven and earth. When these words came out, everyone inside and outside the city was shocked. Even those powerful people who were usually well-informed couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air at this moment. Even the aura that was faintly emanating from the group of soldiers seemed to be able to collapse mountains and rivers, crumbling the Qiankuan. It was enough to prove the extraordinary nature of the power that was the War God Palace. The crowd was still in shock when Dongfang Yu stood out and announced the list of gifts prepared by the War God Palace, that litany of treasures, medicinal herbs, heavenly materials, and the number of lower-grade source crystals left the crowd dumbfounded. And the top brass of the Nangong family were even more horrified, their mouths drying up. These could all be heavenly realm items. Even if some edges were to flow out, it would be enough to make the entire Tian continent shake. And at this moment, the gift given by the War God Palace was to make the entire Nangong family raise their clan to soar? The crowd was all dumbfounded, and the various forces, such as the patriarchs and ancestors, all had their own little thoughts. Must have a good relationship with the Nangong family. From the Nangong family casually outflow some edges, can change their fate. Chapter 61 Vows and Promises. Returning to the War God's palace, as Dongfang Yu's words fell, the entire Nangong family and even Songnan city fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of the wind intertwined with the faintly audible cheers in the distance, as if even nature was applauding this unprecedented event. However, at this time, a melodious and mysterious musical sound slowly resounded from the depths of the Nangong family, like heavenly music that pierced through the clouds and went straight to the heart. The crowd followed the sound and looked. Nangong Tianyin, dressed in phoenix xiaopi, stepped out from her boudoir, surrounded by four maids in colorful clothes and holding immortal musical instruments. Her posture was exquisite, her steps were light, each step seemed to be stepping on the clouds, and a faint spiritual light surrounded her body, just like a goddess from the nine heavens descending to the mortal world. The clothing that Nangong Tianyin was wearing was not something mundane. It was embroidered with fine and intricate gold silk phoenix patterns. Each stitch flickered with a shimmering light, as if it contained the power of the stars. The hidden skin was a warm jade color that made people not dare to look directly at it, and they couldn't help but want to look at it a few more times. Her hair was pulled up in a high bun and embellished with a phoenix crown inlaid with pearls and precious stones, adding a bit more nobility and holiness. Seeing this, the corner of Yun Tian Dust's mouth hooked up into a gentle smile as he gently leaped, his feet stepping into the void as if he were walking on the wind as he slowly walked towards Nangong Tianyin. That stance had the majesty of a heavenly war god without losing the tenderness for his lover. When the two in midair hand in hand the moment, as if the most perfect combination of heaven and earth, people look up only feel dry mouth. The heart is full of envy and blessing for this beautiful love. Tianyin, I didn't go back on my word. Yun Tianshen's voice was gentle and firm, his deep eyes showing his deep feelings. Nangong Tianyin raised her head to look at Yun Tianwan, happiness shining in her eyes. Big brother Yun, I will always wait for you. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and everything lost its color, except for this pair of people, who became the most dazzling existence in heaven and earth. Finally seeing Nangong Tianyin's true face, the eyes of Sikong Xian and the rest of the Battle God Palace crowd went straight. Even Lu Ningyue and Mu Li's eyes flashed with a flash of amazement. Is this the sister-in-law? Yes, it's beautiful. TSK, 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 no wonder you can subdue Boss Cloud. Long Bao Tian and a few others were all in awe, but he heard Black Tiger muttering in a small voice, why do I feel that the flower is stuck in cow dung? Although Black Tiger's voice was low, it was heard by Si Kongxian and the others. They all gave a thumbs up to this stupid tiger, daring to talk about the hall master like that. It must be that the tiger's skin is itching again. With Yun Tian Dust's strength, he had heard Black Tiger's mutterings. On another occasion, he would really have to loosen the tiger's skin for this guy, or else this guy's problem of having a broken mouth would never change. The two of them landed hand in hand, and Yun Tianduan signaled Little Xier and Little Wuhan to come down, and the two little ones leapt down from the flying shuttle and excitedly flew to their parents' side. Today's little Sheer, wearing a little pink cloud-patterned dress, was as innocent as a flower in spring. For his part, little Wushu was dressed in a light green power suit, looking heroic. The two little ones followed closely on either side of their parents with happy smiles on their faces, as if they were feeling immensely proud to be witnessing this moment. Under the attention of all the people, the family of four took a step towards the Nangong Ding. As Nangong Tiannin's father, Nangong Ding saw that his daughter was able to find her own happiness. His face was full of relief and he blessed her from the bottom of his heart. When the four of them arrived in front of Nangong Ding, Nangong Tianyin and the two little ones knelt and saluted together at Nangong Ding, expressing their respect and gratitude to the family elders. On the other hand, Yun Tian Dust bowed deeply to Nangong Ding, his tone sincere and firm. "Uncle, please rest assured that you will leave Tianyin to me. I, Yun Tian Dust, hereby swear that in this life, I will protect her and will not let her suffer a single grievance. If I violate this oath, I am willing to be punished by heaven." Nangong Ding's eyes were slightly red, and after reaching out to help Nangong Tianyin up, he gestured with a loving face for the two grandsons to hurry up. Stepping forward to gently assist Yun Tian Dust, Nangong Ding's voice choked but full of trust. "Yun Xian nephew, please get up. I feel relieved to leave Tianyin to you." Saying that, Nangong Ding slowly pulled up Nangong Tianyin and handed her hand over to Yun Tianwan's. His tone low and soft. "I only hope that you can work hand in hand and be happy forever." As Nangong Ding's words fell, thunderous cheers rang out around them, and countless people sent their sincerest wishes for the couple. As Nangong Ding's words fell, the entire Nangong family and even Sunnan City boiled over, with cheers and applause intertwined as if they were going to shake this heaven and earth. However, this is just a prelude to the wedding of the two. After completing her official visit and commitment to Nangong Ding, Nangong Tianyin began to bid farewell to her relatives and prepared to travel to the war god's palace for the wedding. "Father, grandmother, you must take care of your health. I will come back to see you." Nangong Tianyin choked a little, her eyes brimming with tears. "Uncle, father-in-law, if you are willing, I can help the Nangong family relocate their clan to the heavenly realm and guarantee that no one will harm you." Yun Tian Dust had a solemn face, his tone confident and firm. When these words came out, the entire room was instantly in an uproar. All sorts of envious and jealous complex eyes looked at Nangong Ding, which really proved the saying, "When one man wins, the chickens rise." Nangong Tianyin was deeply touched inwardly when she heard Yun Tianwan change his words in public and make such a promise, but she knew deep down that raising her clan to ascend was impossible, and her father would surely not agree. As expected, Nangong Ding refused. The entire room resounded with awe and regret, and there were those who believed that Nangong Ding had made the right choice. Yun Tian Dust did not say much, and after the family of four bid farewell to the Nangong family's crowd, they turned around and stepped onto the flying shuttle. Nangong Ding watched his only daughter ride away on the flying shuttle. Unconsciously tears flashed in his eyes, full of reluctance. Looking at Nangong Tianyin's slightly reddened eyes, Yun Tianchen held her hand tighter. On the way back, Yun Tianwan transmitted a message to Chu Chang, asking him to send 2 calm war god guards to stay on the Xintian continent and secretly guard the Nangong family. If the Nangong family made good use of those bride price gifts, it would only be a matter of time before they raised their family to soar. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. With the Nangong family receiving such amazing resources, it was inevitable that someone would be desperate, and those who could run for the war god guard needed to be at the heavenly monarch realm at the very least. With 2 heavenly monarchs secretly protecting them, the Nangong family would be safe. In the heavenly realm, the war god temple was a sea of people. For this wedding, the war god palace had been carefully preparing for a month, striving to maximize every detail. The slightly more established forces or loose cultivators in the heavenly realm had all received wedding invitations from the Battle God Palace, and nowadays, the Battle God Palace is shared by the 10 regions of the 9 heavens. All parties were too busy to flatter, and those forces that didn't receive the wedding invitations would still be looking for connections everywhere, just to be able to admire the elegance of the god of war. Yun Tian Dust. From afar, Yun Tian Dust's big wedding caused the entire heavenly realm to be shaken, and countless powerful people came in droves, all wanting to witness this unprecedented and magnificent wedding with their own eyes. Deep within the War God Palace, Yun Tian Dust's family of 4 was the first to step out of the teleportation array, with Lu Xiang and the others following closely behind. Nangong Tianyin had just stepped out of the teleportation channel when she noticed an unprecedented pressure, and she realized that with this half-step celestial realm cultivation, she seemed to not even be able to move through the air. Seeing Nangong Tianyin's astonishment, Yun Tianduan smiled and explained, "This is a normal phenomenon.
The rules of gravity and space in the heavenly realm are much more powerful than the Xian heaven continent. You need to convert all of the spiritual energy in your body into Xian force before slowly adapting. It was then that Nangong Tianyin realized that she nodded her head gently, a bit uncomfortable at first. Chapter 62 Grand Appearance. Sudden change of events. Hearing Yun Tian Dust's soft explanation, the doubts in Nangong Tianyin's heart gradually dissipated as she took a deep breath and tried to calm her nervous mind. As Yun Tian Dust's hands moved in unison, as if it was the gentlest of tugs, a level of crystalline cloud ladder even slowly emerged under Nangong Tianyin's feet. Each level of the ladder, emitting a soft blue light, was like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding their way forward. This cloud ladder was not only exceptionally stable, but also seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth, and with each step up, it was as if one could feel a stream of warm power nourishing the body and mind. While Nangong Tianyin was surprised, she was more moved and reassured. She held Yun Tian Dust's hand tightly, and the two of them walked side by side, each step looking so solemn and sacred. The air around them seemed to have become unusually tranquil as a result, and the only thing that remained was the cloud ladder under their feet, which was continuously extending in a direction that led straight to the Battle God Temple Square. Such a scene, as if by nature's most exquisite handiwork, paved the way for the pair to travel down the well-trodden path to happiness. Wherever the cloud ladder passes, the light flows and the clouds rise. When the two little ones, Little Sheer and Little Wushu, saw this, their eyes instantly straightened. Don't even say it. It's usually hard to tell. This boss Yun is quite romantic at critical moments. Si Kongshan looked at Yun Tianchen and Nangong Tianyin who were treading on the cloud ladder and went away, his face stunned. Muli looked at Yun Tian Dust dumbfounded, his tone full of surprise. Our hall master has changed. All right, later people are arriving. Dongfang Yu reminded one sentence, and his group took Little Sheer and Little Wuhan towards the square, leaving Si Kongshan to tisk TSK in place. On top of the cloud ladder, Nangong Tianyin felt the warmth of Yun Tianchen's hand, as well as the warmth coming from her feet, and a gush of warmth welled up in her heart. She looked sideways at Yun Tian Dust, only to see that his eyes were filled with gentleness and determination, as if all the beauty in this world had coalesced in this moment. As the cloud ladder slowly rose, the grandeur of the War God's Hall gradually unfolded in Nangong Tianyin's eyes. The entire Battle God Palace was centered on the square, covering an area of dozens of miles in a circle, with thousands of palaces of different sizes standing majestically, sticking straight up into the sky. Occasionally, one could also see powerful birds of prey paddling by, a peaceful scene that was refreshing to the mind. Until the end of the ladder, Yun Tianduan and Nangong Tianyin stood side by side in the sky above the Battle Goddess Hall Square. At this moment, the entire Battle God domain seemed to tremble as countless gazes focused on it, witnessing this unprecedented scene. Above the square of the War God Temple, it has long been beautifully decorated, hung with red silk, and various colors of spiritual flowers and exotic grasses competed with each other, the aroma of which was overwhelming. The towering hall is even more solemn under the sunlight, and the golden glazed tiles are glittering with dazzling light, as if they can reflect everything in the world. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of gazes from across the room converged on Yun Tian Dust and Nangong Tianyin, who were the protagonists of the day and the brightest stars in heaven and earth. As Yun Tianzuan and Nangong Tianyin's pace stopped, all the major power elders and patriarchs bowed respectfully, their faces filled with awe. The disciples of the entire Battle God Temple half-kneeled and worshipped, and nearly 100,000 people chanted in unison, "Greetings to the Palace Master, and greetings to the Mother of the Lord." The frenzied shouts shook the sky and the waves of sound were like a tidal wave, and everyone showed a frenzied look with undisguised pride in their eyes. Nangong Tianyin looked at the scene in front of her, her heart shook to the point of no return. Yun Tianduan's energy in the heavenly realm was feared to be far beyond her imagination. Just as the atmosphere of the scene reached its peak, the wind and clouds over the entire Battle God's palace changed abruptly, and space seemed to be gently kneaded by an invisible hand. In that twisting ripples, a bright and dazzling spatial portal slowly emerged, and dozens of powerful figures stepped out from that portal. The old man at the head had a white beard and hair, dressed in a white Taoist robe, giving off a feeling of immortality. This person was none other than the state master of the Luyun immortal dynasty, Yu Hongzhenjin. By his side followed the great general of the Luyun immortal dynasty, Gu Xuanjin. Qin Tian saw Zhuge Tai among the arrivals. He stood in the crowd with a grim smile on the corner of his mouth and a calculating gleam in his eyes. Seeing Yun Tianduan looking at himself, Zhuge Tai slowly walked out and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Grand Hall Master Yun, you're actually still alive? It's really surprising." Before Yun Tian Dust could speak, Night Frenzy Cloud was already furious. The long blade in his hand transformed into a golden lightning bolt,
pointing directly at Zhu Gatai, and the powerful pressure of a four-jacked heavenly emperor instantly enveloped the entire arena, as if even the air was frozen for it. Zhu Gatai, how dare you shameless villain show up? Night Frenzy Cloud's violent shouts spread throughout the entire arena. His eyes were ice cold, and his stern killing chants locked Zhu Gatai firmly in place. At the same time, Lu Shiyang, Dong Fengyu, and the other senior members of the Battle God Palace were also staring angrily at each other, the killing intent in their eyes undisguised, and the atmosphere at the scene was tense to the extreme. TSK, even you have broken through to the fourth heavenly emperor? It's really surprising. Zhu Gatai didn't move on the surface, but he was still very shocked on the inside. Yet he still put on an unimpressed look and said, "It seems that the War God Palace has indeed grown quite a bit in these past 10 years or so. However, I'm afraid that you guys will be disappointed today, since today is the grand wedding of the Hall Master. Let me, the Deputy Hall Master, introduce a few honorable guests to you first," Zhu Gatai said, introducing himself. "This is the State Master of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty, Yu Hongjinjin, Divine Palace Realm 3. Zhu Gatai didn't finish his words when Night Frenzied Cloud's figure abruptly stormed up. "Dog thief, I'll chop you with a knife to clean up the door for my War God Palace." Night Frenzied Cloud made a direct move. A strand of wildly explosive saber chi cut through the sky and chopped horizontally at Zhu Gatai. No good. Zhu Gatai was shocked. He didn't expect Night Frenzy Cloud to actually dare to make a move. It all happened too suddenly, and Zhu Gatai was sent flying by Night Frenzy Cloud's sudden slash. Luckily, he was caught by one of the Wang clan elders behind him, which avoided the embarrassment of making a fool of himself in public. Nonetheless, blood spilled from the corners of Zhu Gatai's mouth, and his face was pale, clearly suffering from a considerable shock. At this moment, Zhu Gatai's face was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water. His hallowed five-jacked heavenly emperor was actually chopped away by the four-jacked heavenly emperor's Night Frenzy Cloud. It was simply a strange shame. Such a scene also made everyone present dumbfounded, and then a burst of whispers erupted. No one would have thought that Night Frenzy Cloud would dare to make a move in front of the Immortal Region's strongest players. Old 7, stand down. Seeing that Night Frenzy Cloud was still going to make a move, Lu Shiyang opened his mouth, his tone carrying an unquestionable majesty. With a flash of his figure, he had already arrived beside Night Frenzy Cloud and gently patted Night Frenzy Cloud's shoulder, signaling him to retreat first. Seeing that the slash did not succeed, Night Frenzy Cloud was upset, and he also realized that he was a bit reckless. Today was the big wedding of the Palace Lord. He shouldn't have made a big deal out of it. Night Frenzy Cloud slowly nodded his head and dodged back. Chapter 63, strongly wiping out, tragically turning into a human stick. Lu Shiyang stood in the air, his clothes fluttering, his long hair moving with the wind, showing all the dust. His gaze was like a torch, scanning the crowd of immortal domain powerhouses, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, today is the day of my War God Temple's great joy, and it should have been a time of rejoicing, but you and the others came here uninvited. So please forgive me for my War God Temple's inconvenient hospitality. Although my Battle God Palace doesn't cause trouble, I'm not afraid of it either. If you all have come to congratulate us, I, the War God Palace, will treat you with courtesy, but if you are looking for trouble, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place." The moment these words came out, the atmosphere of the entire Battle God Temple Square suddenly became tense, as if the air had frozen, and even breathing became heavy. Noticing Lu Xieyang's cultivation, the third elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty suddenly changed his face slightly, while his heart was even more shocked. A month ago, Lu Xieyang was still only a fifth Immortal Emperor, but now he had actually broken through to the seventh Immortal Emperor realm. This speed is simply appalling. Strongly suppressing the shock in his heart, the third elder of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty pointed to the Lu Xiang siblings successively, and arched his hand at realist Yu Hong and Gu Xuanjun. "Lord Master of the State, Great General, this person is that son's sacred body, and a month ago he was only a fifth Immortal Emperor. That woman, it's the Tianyin's sacred body." When realist Yu Hong and Gu Xuanjun heard this, their deep and dark gazes swept over the siblings Lu Xieyang and Lu Ningyue, and a flash of color flashed through their eyes. Yu Hongjinjin was the first to open his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Junior, the War God Palace will be destroyed today, but this seat cherishes talent. If you two are willing to return to my Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty, this seat can guarantee that you won't die." Although his tone was light, it contained an unquestionable majesty. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The guests in the square below were terrified, and many wanted to escape now, but were afraid of offending the War God Palace. If he didn't leave now, he would definitely be caught in the crossfire once the Great War broke out. Seeing this, Zhu Gatai hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot, pointing at Yun Tianduan and fawning over real Yu Hang. Lord State Master, this person is Yun Tianduan. In just a few short decades, he has grown from a waste to this. There must be a great secret in his body. If we can capture him and obtain the secret in his body, it will surely bring endless benefits to the Lu Yun immortal dynasty. Upon hearing this, a group of immortal realm powerhouses, including realist Yu Hang, sized up Yun Tian Dust, wanting to see him through completely, but in the end, they were disappointed. No one could see through Yun Tianduan's reality, and with the cultivation level of a 12-jack Heavenly Emperor, even if they saw it, they should not believe it. Gu Xuanzhen stared at Yun Tianduan dead on, his gaze like a torch. It was as if there were flames pulsating in those eyes. Killing intent revealed. Kid, my Lu Yun immortal dynasty's grand elder, whose life and death are still unknown, should still be in your hands, right? Hand it over now, or I may be able to leave you with a whole body. When Nangong Tianyin saw this scene, her heart was tense to the extreme. The aura emanating from these people was vaguely more powerful than everyone present, almost subconsciously. Nangong Tianyin's hands gripped tighter. Noticing Nangong Tianyin's nervousness, Yun Tianxin gently patted the back of his hand, casting her a reassuring look and softly comforted. Don't worry, no one can cause trouble at our wedding. Yun Tian Dust was just about to make a move when a yellow-robed youth beside Yu Hangjinjin spoke. State Master, there is no need to keep this battle god palace, but that woman, keep it for this prince. The yellow-robed youth looked up and down at Nangong Tianyin, his eyes filled with greed, and he couldn't help but marvel out. What a surprise! This abandoned land, there will also be this kind of posture of the woman, and that Tianyin holy body. This prince today to come here, really harvest full, die. Halfway through the yellow-robed youth's words, the word death spread throughout the entire room. Not good. The Jade Balance realist was the first to react, but it was already too late. The crowd only heard a puffing sound as a bloody hole went straight to the back of the head where the prince of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty's eyebrow was located, which was shocking to the eyes, and the movements of his hands and the expression on his face remained intact. Only the breath of life was gone. The Crown Prince, Jade Balance realist and a group of other strong members of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty were shocked and rushed to assist the Lu Yun Crown Prince's body that was about to fall. They then realized that it was already a corpse. For a moment, all eyes were focused on Yun Tian Dust, their expressions horrified and appalled. Yun big brother. Nangong Tianyin turned her head to look at Yun Tianduan, her face full of disbelief. At this moment, the crowd of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, all of them looked fearful. Where was the previous high and mighty appearance? The crown prince had been murdered in front of them, and they were afraid that when they returned, they would be unable to escape death. Even realist Yu Hang, who didn't put anyone in his eyes, couldn't help but look heavy at this moment, because even he didn't notice how Yun Tian Dust had struck. However, as the state master of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, it was impossible for him to degrade himself. His gaze was like electricity as he gazed at Yun Tianduan, but it was hard to hide the anger in his heart. Ignorant child, do you know what a heinous crime you have committed? Realist Yu Hang's voice was low and majestic, as if it came from above the 9 heavens, carrying an irresistible power. Joke. Yun Tian Dust's face was full of disdain and his tone was chilling. This punk touched my scales. Letting him die so painfully is considered cheap. When Gu Xuanzhen heard this, he was even more enraged, and instantly burst out in rage. Little brute, if you dare to kill my Lu Yun immortal dynasty's crown prince, this general will set you back to your bones, and everything that is related to you will have no chickens or dogs left behind. Gu Xuanzhen roared in anger, his body like electricity, instantly dodging out, his immortal power surging around him as if he was going to tear apart the entire Battle God Hall Square. This general wants to let you know that provoking my Lu Yun. Noisy. Before Gu Xuanzhen finished speaking, Yun Tianduan had already struck, only to see him slap a palm through the air, as if he was just brushing away a piece of dust. But this palm contained a supreme power that shook the heavens and moved the earth. A powerful aura cut through space and went straight for Gu Xuanzhen. Big Dipper immortal chi. Gu Xuanzhen snorted out coldly and immediately condensed his entire body's immortal chi, forming a shield of astral energy in front of his body. However, a shocking scene emerged. That great general of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, who was at the second step of the divine palace, was so unbeatable in front of the chi that Yun Tianzuan had struck. The shield that Gu Xuanzhen had condensed was instantly shattered, and his entire body was slapped by the powerful chi, instantly transforming into a cloud of blood mist that dyed half of the sky red, and before he could even utter a miserable scream, he was already annihilated into nothingness. At this moment, the entire room was dead silent, and everyone was shocked to the point where their eyes were glaring out, all with an expression of seeing a living ghost. How can you be so strong? Realist Yu Hong was the first to come back to his senses from the shock, reaching out and pointing at Yun Tianduan, unable to speak properly. Without a word of nonsense, Yun Tiandust's figure disappeared abruptly. In the next instant, Yun Tiandust had already appeared in front of Realist Yu Hong and slapped him out with a mouthful of teeth. Before Realist Yu Hong could stabilize his stance, Yun Tiandust reappeared. Ah! The only thing the crowd heard was a heart-rending scream as one of Realist Yu Hong's arms was ripped off by Yun Tiandust. "It's you! Who wants to destroy my war god palace?" Yun Tiandust said, once again ripping off its other arm. No, not. Yun Tiandust did not give Realist Yu Hong the chance to speak, and chopped off both of his legs with a hand slash. "My Yun Tiandust's wedding is something you can ruin?" Looking at the human stick like Yu Hong Realist, Yun Tianduan's icy words spread throughout the entire arena. Yun Tiandust clutched Realist Yu Hong's neck with one hand, turned to look at the group of Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty and Wang Clan martial artists, and asked in a cold voice, "Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty, is it very strong?" Chapter 64, It's useless to beg for forgiveness. The young master of the Wang Clan who was scared to death. The entire war god temple was dead silent. Gazing at Yun Tiandust's ice-cold eyes, the immortal domain crowd felt as if they were in the midst of 10,000 years of cold ice, and even the air froze. The miserable appearance of the Yu Hong real people was like a mirror that reflected the fear and despair of the unknown deep within their hearts. At this moment, Zhugetai's face was as white as paper, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented panic and disbelief. A Yu Hong realist of the Divine Palace realm with 3 steps was a supreme existence when placed in the Wuji immortal region, enough to start a party of immortal sects, and it was such an existence that was not even able to fight back in the hands of Yun Tiandust. Zhugetai trembled as he looked at Yun Tiandust, the chill that surged from the bottom of his heart almost devouring his entire being. He wanted to run away, but he didn't have the courage. Zhugetai couldn't help but look at the people around him and realized that on everyone's face, a look of fear appeared, including the Wang family head who was at the second step of the Divine Palace. At this moment, Yun Tianduan was like a life-suppressing evil spirit in their eyes, and could take their lives at any time. Strongly suppressing the fear in his heart, the head of the Wang family tremblingly stepped forward and respectfully arched his hand at Yun Tiandust. Yun Palace Lord. My name is Wang Jin, the head of the Wang family in the Eastern Sky Immortal Domain. I came here because I was compelled by a traitor. Please be generous to Lord Cloud Palace. My Wang family is willing to compensate. I only seek to be able to turn the war with the War God Palace into jade. Wang Jin's humble voice echoed over the silent battle god temple square with a hint of regret and indignation that was hard to hide. Only then did he turn his head to look at Zhugetai. Wang Jin was furious. With a fierce push, he pushed Zhugetai, who had long been bloodless with fear beside him, towards Yun Tiandust. Hall Master Yun, all of this is a plot by the dog thief Zhugetai. It's him who compelled us, saying that the Battle God Palace hides a supreme treasure, and that if we capture it, we will be able to take our family's power to the next level. My Wang family shouldn't have listened to the slanderous words. I still hope that Hall Master Yun will be clear about this. Please be magnanimous and give my Wang family a chance to atone for their sins. Wang Jin's voice trembled, both fear and begging in his eyes. He deeply knew that the Yun Tianduan at this moment was no longer in existence that they could easily provoke. Yun Tiandust, however, remained expressionless. Zhugetai was pushed so hard that his entire body flew in a sorry state to not far in front of Yun Tiandust, almost falling without standing still. He looked at the Yu Hong realist in Yun Tiandust's hands, his face filled with horror. Gathering up the courage to look at Yun Tiandust, Zhugetai did not have his previous bossy appearance. At this moment, Zhugetai's eyes were nothing but despair. He never thought that all the years of his careful planning would end up like this. Zhugetai could not even dream of imagining that Yun Tianduan would be powerful to such an extent. After hearing that the Grand Elder of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty was alive or dead because of his crusade against the War God Hall, Zhugetai expected that Yun Tianduan was not dead. When he thought of Yun Tiandust's terrifying talent, Zhugetai was on pins and needles, knowing that he must have been exposed, which made him impatient to get rid of Yun Tiandust as a threat. Only then did he approach the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, prompting it to join forces with the Wang clan and reopen the teleportation array at great cost. With such a powerful lineup coming across the border, Zhugetai believed that Yun Tianduan would surely die, but he did not expect such an outcome. Looking at Zhugetai's disoriented appearance, the corner of Yun Tiandust's mouth hooked into a disdainful arc. His gaze was as sharp as a cold blade, piercing straight into Zhugetai's soul, and he spat out an expressionless sentence. Zhugetai, you and I will settle our accounts later. Without paying any attention to Zhugetai, Yun Tiandust's hand exerted force violently, and Yu Hongjinran's body exploded in his hand.
transforming into a blood mist that dispersed with the wind, and his mournful screams also came to an abrupt end.
Your temple master. Seeing this, Zhuge Tai was trembling and wanted to say something,
but Yun Tian Dust did not give him a chance to open his mouth.
An invisible force surged out from Yun Tian Dust's palm,
detaining Zhuge Tai like a puppet on strings and ruthlessly dropping him on the verdant stone floor of the battle god hall with a dull thud.
Zhuge Tai curled up into a ball in pain, his previous arrogance gone, replaced by endless fear and despair.
Yun Tian Dust's gaze turned to the immortal domain crowd and finally landed on the young master of the Wang clan, Wang Xiao. He fiercely grabbed through the air, and that Wang Xiao was lifted up as if by an invisible hand,
hanging in mid-air,
his face as pale as paper, his eyes rounded, and fear magnified in his heart.
Do you still remember what you did in the Death Mountain range 15 years ago? Yun Tian Dust's voice was low and cold.
Every word was like a heavy hammer that struck Wang Xiao's heart. When Wang Xiao heard this,
his face became even more fearful and his body couldn't stop trembling.
He had thought that Yun Tian Dust didn't know about what happened back then because he had done it all in secret.
Terrified, Wang Xiao kept shaking his head. No, that wasn't me. I didn't do it. It was all Zhuge Tai. He tricked me into dealing with you.
He shook his head desperately, attempting to deny that past.
However, at this time,
Wang Xiao suddenly felt a stern killing machine that shot straight to his heart,
and was instantly stunned, unable to speak. In the next instant,
a foul odor came from the young master of the Wang family, who was a sixth immortal emperor, but he was directly scared to pee.
Still really a waste. Die.
Yun Tian Dust despised the voice and flicked out a stream of qi from his fingertips, then completely annihilated that Wang Xiao in the void.
Shower. Wang Jin cried out miserably, instantly burning with rage,
his cultivation of the second step of the divine palace unconsciously erupting out, sweeping tens of millions of miles in a radius.
How dare you! How dare you! Wang Jin's gaze was crimson and he was trembling, but he couldn't speak well because he was too angry. In response, Yun Tian Dust always remained ancient.
He faintly swept a glance at Wang Jin and the others, and the pressure contained in those eyes caused all the people of the immortal domain, who thought highly of themselves,
to feel a wave of suffocation. Since you're here, all of you should stay. Yun Tian Dust's words were concise and cold, not to be questioned.
After he said that, he discarded his finger into a sword and flicked it at the location where Wang Jin and the others were.
In a split second, a rain of swords sprang up from the void, carrying the might of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, attacking and killing the immortal domain crowd indiscriminately. Everyone was shocked, and Wang Jin, who was at the second step of the divine palace realm, had no time to grieve as he hurriedly joined forces with the crowd to put up a shield in an attempt to ward off the raining swords. However, the rain of swords was like an impenetrable astral wind, easily penetrating their defenses and tearing the shields to pieces. After the rain of swords, the original team of more than 30 people was now left with only 4 people still alive, but they were not far from death. Millions of gazes from across the room were gathered in one place, and it was clearly the Battle Soul Hall where the Battle God Temple stored its spirit seats. One could only see that the second elder and third elder of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, as well as the 4 people, Wang Jin and the Grand Elder of the Wang clan, were all lying in front of the Battle Soul Hall, and they were already dying as their bodies were plugged with transparent sword chi. Gollum! The entire Battle God Temple square was dead silent. Everyone's jaws dropped. The sound of swallowing saliva rose and fell, and fear was hidden in their awe-inspiring gazes. Yun Tianduan's power was beyond everyone's knowledge. Only the disciples of the War God Hall looked at Yun Tian Dust with a gaze full of fervor and adoration. The vast majority of the disciples of the War God Hall had seen the Hall Master for the first time, but it had made it unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Chapter 65, Total Annihilation. Zhuge Tai's Death. The severely injured Wang Jin braced himself and raised his head, staring viciously at Yun Tian Dust, his gaze scarlet as blood, clenching his back teeth as he growled. Yun Tian Dust, you will definitely not die well. My sister is the imperial concubine of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty, and she will surely damage you to a million pieces. You and everyone related to you will suffer the endless wrath of the 9 Yao Yao immortal dynasty. The second elder of the Flowing Clouds immortal dynasty was horrified when he heard this and spoke out threateningly. Yun Tian Dust, you are certainly strong, but the 9 Flare immortal dynasty is the overlord of the supreme immortal region, with a supreme powerhouse who has stepped out of the 6th step in attendance. To tell you the truth, the old imperial lord of my Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty stepped out of the 5th step not long ago. If you dare to touch us, you will surely incur a monstrous disaster for you, and even the entire heavenly realm. With that said, a few people seemed to come back to their feet. They stared at Yun Tianduan dead on,
wanting to see fear in Yun Tianduan's eyes. However, Yun Tiandust only let out a cold smile that was filled with disdain and mockery.
A bunch of fools, how dare you make threats even at this point in time?
The moment you and the others stepped into the war god domain,
your fate was already sealed.
Before the words even left his mouth,
Yun Tianduan had already made his move,
only to see him join his two fingers together and make a downward stroke.
Countless sword chi descended from the sky and pierced towards Wang Jin several people. If you won't let us live, we won't let you live.
Wang Jin shouted out, his whole body breath quickly drumming.
Actually want to self-detonate on the spot.
The remaining three people at the same time ruthless,
coincidentally ready to self-detonate. No good, they're trying to blow themselves up.
I don't know who voiced out in horror. Everyone was shocked and their faces were pale and bloodless.
A powerhouse that surpassed the Emperor realm blowing himself up. The entire battle god domain was going to be destroyed by a large portion. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape.
And despair filled everyone's faces. Seeing such a strong person about to self-destruct,
Nangong Tianyin's brain instantly went blank. But when she was just about to make a move
on Wang Jin and the others, the raging aura gradually calmed down, only to see that behind Yun Tiandust, a river emanating radiant divine light appeared out of thin air. It was not solid water, but rather, it was made up of thousands of Tao rhythms intertwining and converging to form a terrifying heavenly river spanning across the sky. That heavenly river seemed to have existed since the beginning of chaos, emanating a power that crushed everything on it, and it was precisely Yun Tiandust's chaotic body vision, chaotic heavenly river. The moment the chaotic heavenly river appeared, Wang Jin's few people only felt that the power within their bodies that was about to go out of control,
as if it was being strangled by an invisible hand by the throat, and in an instant, it was forcefully suppressed.
They were stunned, all of them showing expressions of living ghosts, their eyes almost glaring out of their sockets. The means that Yun Tiandust had displayed had completely overturned their perception of power, and it had also allowed everyone present to see Yun Tiandust's unimaginable abilities.
What is this? Wang Jin asked with a trembling voice,
his voice filled with disbelief.
Those who are about to die, why do you need to know so much? If there is a next life, don't come to mess with the war god palace.
Yun Tiandust spoke indifferently, but it was like a call of death.
As Yun Tiandust's words fell,
countless razor-sharp sword chi had already poured down from the 9 heavens above. Wherever the sword light passed through, space was distorted and time seemed to freeze. Several people did not even have the time to utter a scream before they were crushed into flying ash by the sword rain, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. The entire front of the battle spirit hall was left with a huge pit more than 10 meters deep. The 4 storage rings that emitted a faint glow were silently suspended in midair and were casually put away by Yun Tiandust.
In Yun Tiandust's eyes, this group of people were money-giving children. During the previous action, apart from that Wang Xiao,
the storage rings of the remaining dozens of people had been purposely kept by Yun Tiandust, and it was believed that it would allow the war god's palace to squander some money. After taking out a portion of the heavenly treasures that were useful to him, Yun Tiandust directly threw them to Mo Feng, believing that he would be able to handle them properly.
This scene really shook everyone in the room.
The crowd stared at Yun Tiandust with wide eyes. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. That was a supreme powerhouse that surpassed the Emperor realm, and he couldn't even explode himself in front of Yun Tiandust. Yun Tianduan's strength had already exceeded the limits of their imagination.
Is he still human? Someone murmured, their voice filled with awe and fear. After doing so, Yun Tiandust's gaze once again fell on Zhugetai. At this moment,
Zhugetai was curled up with despair and pleading in his eyes.
Zhugetai, the grudge between you and I, it's time to make an end to it. Yun Tiandust stepped into the air towards Zhugetai.
Each step seemed to step on the hearts of the crowd,
sending chills down the spine. Your temple master, without giving Zhugetai a chance to speak,
Yun Tiandust directly stretched out his right hand, and a strong and overwhelming force probed out from the center of his palm,
transforming into an invisible giant hand that forcibly stripped Zhugetai's Yuanshan out. Zhugetai's Yuanshan struggled painfully in the air,
but it was powerless to escape the invisible giant hand.
Miserable screams emanated from Zhugetai's Yuanshan,
and then the sound became smaller and smaller, eventually turning into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated into the air.
Yun Tiandust had forcefully read Zhugetai's memories while completely ending his life by extracting his soul and refining his spirit. The shameless villain has ended up in such a miserable way. After this battle,
the various forces in the heavenly realm had once again witnessed Yun Tianduan's terrifying strength and thunderous methods.
The entire battle god temple square was solemn,
and everyone's gazes toward Yun Tianzuan were filled with awe and fear. For their part, the disciples of the war god hall were all excited. Their gazes toward Yun Tiandust were filled with fervor and admiration. Lu Xiang and Si Kongxian and the other senior members of the Battle God Palace also looked at Yun Tianwan dumbfounded, one's eyes straightening. At the same time, they had a new perception of the strength of Yun Tian Dust's 12-jack Heavenly Emperor. Among the crowd, the most excited ones were Little Sheer and Little Wushu. The two little ones were so excited they jumped up and down and kept cheering. At this moment, Nangong Tianyin, who was still standing dumbfounded on top of the cloud ladder, saw Yun Tianxian stepping into the air towards herself with a gentle face. Looking at Yun Tianduan, Nangong Tianyin's heart was filled with endless warmth. The man who was so powerful that he was at the top of his game gave all his tenderness to her and to their child. He kills his enemies and is never soft. He is on the side of the people but pushed the heart. All kinds of care to subordinates are also easy to approach. This kind of flawless man will let her meet. At this moment, Yun Tian Dust gently landed on top of the cloud ladder, his gaze gently brushing over Nangong Tianyin's face as if he could dispel all the gloom in the world. He said softly, "Tianyin, I made you worry." Simple words, but they contained deep apologies and pain. Nangong Tianyin shook her head, her eyes slightly red as she softly said, "Big brother Yun, you quickly don't say that. I know that everything you do is for us, for the War God Palace." Gazing softly at Yun Tianduan, Nangong Tianyin's words were filled with determination and trust. She knew that no matter how stormy the outside world was, as long as Yun Tian Dust was there, they would have nothing to fear. Chapter 66, Not Worshipping Heaven and Earth, Only Honoring Each Other. Above the cloud ladder above the plaza, as the warm conversation between Yun Tianduan and Nangong Tianyin fell, the atmosphere of the entire Battle God Palace quietly shifted, and the original solemnity and tension was replaced by a warm and solemn aura. The sun shone through the clouds, shedding a golden glow that draped the delayed wedding in a veil of sanctity. Mo Feng's figure rose up in the air, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "The auspicious time has arrived. The wedding will continue. Please invite the new couple to perform the rite of worship." His voice was loud and full of majesty, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Yun Tian Dust gently took Nangong Tianyin's hand, and the two of them landed side by side on top of the high platform, surrounded by the disciples of the Battle God Palace and guests from all sides, their gazes full of blessings, with a hint of reverence. On top of the high platform, Yun Tian Dust looked at Nangong Tianyin with a soft gaze, his tone low and firm. "I, Yun Tian Dust, have been fatherless and motherless since I was young, drifting between heaven and earth. As we get married today, we will not worship heaven or earth, but only honor each other." When the crowd in the arena heard Yun Tianduan's words that struck straight to the heart, they all exclaimed in shock, as if they were touched by an invisible force that caused ripples to rise in the depths of their minds. Those women who had never experienced love, even more so, cast their envious and jealous gazes at Nangong Tianyin, secretly praying in their hearts that they, too, would one day meet such an outstanding partner. Nangong Tianyin felt the gazes of the people around her, a smile of happiness hanging on her face as she gently raised her head, her gaze meeting with Yun Tianduan, and at that moment, it was as if the entire world stood still for it. "I, Nangong Tianyin, am willing to share your sweetness and pain with you in this life. Today's oath, heaven and earth as proof, will never be lost." Her voice was clear and firm. Each word was like a carefully carved pearl that fell into the hearts of the crowd. These words, simple yet straight from the hearts of the crowd, moved everyone present as if they had witnessed the most beautiful vow in the world. As Nangong Tianyin's words fell, the entire room once again erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, the atmosphere reaching an unprecedented climax. In the crowd, Xian Yu, dressed in a pink quicksand skirt, stretched her slender waist and couldn't help but sigh. "I have to say, our hall master is the real flawless man." When the black tiger heard Xian Yue's muttering, his eyes immediately glared with a stunned face. "Xian Yue, you Wun Ti, secretly like the hall master, right? What do you know?" Xian Yu blankly glanced at Black Tiger and said with a sour look, "What woman would not like a supreme man like our hall master?" "What you mean is," Black Tiger looked like he thought of something, turned his head to look at Muli on the other side, and uttered in shock, "Muli's sister, you, the not also have a crush on Boss Yun, right?" Muli froze at his words, and then said with a serious face, "Don't talk nonsense. In my heart, the palace master is like a real brother. It was him who gathered us homeless brothers and sisters together and gave us a home, a warm home." Muli's words caused everyone around him to be moved, because they, too, were all thinking the same way. In their hearts, they had long since stopped treating Yun Tianduan as a hall master. It was their benefactor, the most respected big brother. That was why they were that angry after hearing what Zugatai had done to Yun Tianduan. The ceremony of worship between the two was simple and the process was impressive without much red tape. With Yun Tian Dust's affectionate kiss, the whole ceremony came to an end.
All of a sudden, the cheers on the scene reached a climax. Colorful ribbons flew, flower petals rained down,
and the entire battle temple square was enveloped by a sense of joy and peace.
Above the banquet, there was a lot of drinking and laughter. Guests from all sides toasted Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianyin,
expressing their sincerest wishes.
Yun Tiandust returned each and every one of them, always wearing a warm smile on his face,
which was seriously inconsistent with his previous image of killing people in all directions.
After Nangong Tianyin briefly expressed herself, she was sent back to the new room by several women from Luning Yue. As night falls, stars dot the firmament.
The lights of the war god's temple mingled with the moonlight,
decorating the land and the sky like a picturesque painting. Yun Tiandust and a group of brothers pushed and exchanged cups and wine.
The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it came to an end,
and the guests left with mixed feelings. After this battle, the war god palace's dominant position was completely established. As the last vestiges of the feast dissipated into the night,
the temple of the war god gradually returned to tranquility. Yun Tiandust also stepped into that new room that had been prepared a long time ago with trepidation.
Yun Tiandust gently pushed open the doorway of the new room,
and a soft warmth hit his face,
contrasting sharply with the cool night outside.
Nangong Tianyin sat on the edge of the bed,
her red makeup embellished, like a fairy coming out of a painting,
and in those autumn watery eyes, there was both shyness and anticipation.
Under that flickering candlelight, Nangong Tianyin's skin was even fairer like jade,
her red lips slightly opened as if she was ready to pour out 1,000 words at any time.
Yun Tiandust slowly walked towards Nangong Tianyin, each step looking extraordinarily nervous and apprehensive. As Nangong Tianyin watched Yun Tianduan walk towards her,
her breathing unconsciously became rapid, but her eyes were filled with tenderness. Yun Tiandust slowly came to the front of the bed, gathered the courage to gently hold Nangong Tianyin's hand.
The two gazes met at this moment,
as if the whole world was still.
Tianyin, from today onwards, we are a true family. Yun Tiandust's tone was gentle,
with a hint of imperceptible tension.
Nangong Tianyin smiled faintly.
That smile was like the warmest sunshine in spring, instantly melting all the hard ice in Yun Tianduan's heart.
Big brother Yun, it's so good to meet you.
Her words were soft,
yet filled with determination and happiness.
As the door of the room gently closed, all the clamor of the outside world was cut off,
leaving only the two of them, in this square inch, enjoying the tranquility and sweetness that belonged to them. Candlelight flickering,
reflecting the figure of a pair of people. Time seems to be frozen in this moment,
only wishing this moment eternal. However, the tranquility did not last long.
Just as the two were immersed in each other's world, a burst of playful laughter suddenly came from outside the window, followed by the familiar voices of Sikong Xian and Black Tiger.
Ha ha ha, Boss Yun, on the night of the wedding, we brothers can't let you be too lonely.
Sikong Xian's voice carried a few hints of teasing.
Black Tiger was even more direct, shouting, yes, Boss Yun, let the brothers dip into the joy.
The two of them said,
and actually walked towards the gate. Long Bao Tian followed beside the two with a speechless face. He was dragged here by these two goods, saying that there was something good about it,
but he came to make trouble in the bridal chamber.
Isn't that looking for abuse? Asterisk 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 off. Just as Black Tiger was about to reach out and push the door, Yun Tianduan's voice was low and powerful,
carrying an unquestionable majesty that instantly penetrated the clamor outside the window. Before the words fell,
an invisible forceful aura violently erupted, sweeping out like a raging wind and rain, sending Sikong Xian, He Hu,
and Long Zhaotian unceremoniously flying millions of miles away, leaving behind only a string of shocked and embarrassed echoes reverberating in the night sky. The three of them were shaken by the sudden force, and when they barely managed to stabilize themselves, they were already far away from the battle god's palace and were in the middle of a desolate mountain range. Black Tiger rubbed his face, which was painfully scratched by the wind,
and laughed bitterly. This Boss Yun is too unkind. We just want to dip our hands in the joy. Sikong Xian also had a helpless face,
but a breathless glint in his eyes.
Yes, this is too petty. Chapter 67. One thing leads to another,
and trouble comes out of the mouth. Long Bodian glared at the two Sikong Xian with anger in his eyes.
You two assholes. It's just a matter of looking for a fight on your own. You still want to drag me along? Cut.
Sikong Xian glanced at Long Bodian with a disdainful face and responded indifferently.
If you hadn't been not firm enough in your stance, would the two of us have been able to drag you? That's right. What kind of person are you, Long Bodian? Don't we know?
Black Tiger added from the side with an expression of I understand you.
The two of you.
Long Bodian almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood, the aura of a fifth heavenly emperor instantly bursting out as he bellowed out word by word.
Battle. Dragon. Fist.
As soon as the words left his mouth, long body and smashed out 2 consecutive fist seals, respectively blasting towards Sikong Xian and Black Tiger.
Good fellow, how dare you strike at us at the same time?
Sikong Xian and Black Tiger glanced at each other and simultaneously laughed out.
Beat him up. At the same time, Lu Shiyang and a group of other senior members of the Battle God Temple detected strong fluctuations of a great battle coming from a mountain range not far from the Battle God Temple, but it quickly subsided. Yun Tiandust naturally sensed it as well, and he smiled as he looked towards Nangong Tianyin with a helpless expression. These guys, they're really getting more and more unruly. At this moment, Nangong Tianyin had a shallow smile on her face. Before that, she was worried that the people of the War God's Palace were not easy to get along with, and that there would be people who would look down on her for being from the lower realms, and thus she was apprehensive. It wasn't until she met the top brass of the Battle God Temple congregation that she realized that she had been overly concerned, and that they were all a lovely group of people. Without the slightest bit of procrastination, Yun Tiandust's hands moved in unison, and an elaborate and subtle formation had already taken shape, wrapping up the entire new house. This formation was able to isolate all prying and interference from the outside world, lest those few guys come back to start a ruckus. Nangong Tianyin was still sitting on the edge of the bed. Her red makeup had not faded, making her more delicate and attractive. Seeing Yun Tiandust walking again, Nangong Tianyin's stunningly beautiful cheeks could not help but fly up with 2 red clouds. Shyly lowering her head, her clasped jade hands unconsciously clenched tighter together. Although she and Yun Tiandust had been a couple, it was completely accidental and both of them were unconscious of the situation. And although they are now a real couple, both of them are a little nervous. In this slightly tense atmosphere, Yun Tiandust slowly came to sit in front of the bed. He carefully pulled up Nangong Tianyin's soft jade hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. No need to say more. Each other's heart is already in words. The next few days were filled with warmth and sweetness in the new room, as if time had stood still for it, leaving only the sound of their breathing and heartbeats against each other, echoing within these square inches. Half a month's time, like fine sand through the fingers, quietly passed in a corner of the War God's Temple. The new room, which was shrouded in complicated formations, seemed to have become the most mysterious place in the entire Battle God Palace, drawing the attention of many disciples. Even Sikong Xian and Heihu and the others gathered outside the room from time to time, looking at the motionless formation boundary, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration as they stared in wonder. TSK, TSK, TSK. Boss Yun is really great, not coming out for half a month. This determination. We can't catch up even if we beat our horses. Black Tiger shook his head and looked envious. Sikong Xian, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes, a playful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Humph, you think it's as simple as fixation? Boss Yun is in closed-door cultivation, sharing the path of dual cultivation with his sister-in-law, and his cultivation will surely rise greatly. Uncle Sikong, what is dual cultivation? As soon as Sikong Xian's words fell, Little Shear's voice rang out, only to see her pulling Little Wuhan over from the back, her eyes filled with curiosity. Well, Sikong Xian's face stiffened as he stammered. It means that the two of them are practicing together. Well, that's what it means. Why do you need 2 people to cultivate together? Little Shear once again pursued the question. Because it will break through the realm faster. Sikong Xian's face was embarrassed, doubly so. The disciples of the War God Palace all secretly laughed as they watched Sikong Xian's embarrassed face. It even occurred to them that it was really one thing or another. One of the 4 great war kings, Overlord Sikong Xian, in front of the 2 little lords, that would have to be obeyed. In this manner, a month passed quickly, and when the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds and spilled into the War God's Palace, the formation boundary of the new room suddenly rippled in a circle, then slowly dissipated. Noticing that the formation was lifted, Lu Shiyang, Dong Fengyu, Mo Feng, and a host of other senior members of the Battle God Palace came to pay their respects. Yun Tianchen and Nangong Tianyin walked out side by side, their appearance instantly attracting everyone's attention. Greetings to Hall Master, Master Mother. Lu Shiyang and the others stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Yun Tiandust waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be polite. However, at this time, Little Shear and Little Wuhan came from the distance through the air, like 2 joyful birds, and pounced into the arms of Yun Tianwan and Nangong Tianyin respectively. Little Shear's tender voice was filled with curiosity and joy. Father and Mother, what are you doing? Why have you been avoiding us for so long? When Nangong Tianyin heard this, her face immediately blushed as she gently stroked Little Shear's hair, softly explaining, your father and I are just cultivating, wanting to make ourselves stronger and better protect you all. Oh, I know. Little Shear had an expression of I understand,
revealing sweet pear swirls as she answered.
Uncle Sikong said that Daddy and Mommy are in dual cultivation. That way they can break through their cultivation faster. When these words came out, Nangong Tianyin instantly blushed in shame. The gazes of the people of the War God Hall were all focused on Sikong Shen, all of them stunned. Everyone was deeply speechless. Isn't it a mistake to talk to a child about this?
Sikong Shen's face had long since frozen as he gathered his courage to look up at Yin Tianduan, but he just happened to meet a pair of murderous eyes. Sikong Shen immediately shrunk his neck and his body trembled violently. Then he said with a smile on his face, "That, Yun boss, if I say that I didn't mean it, do you believe me?" In the face of Sikong Shen's pleasing smile, the corner of Yun Tianduan's mouth curved up into a playful arc, but his eyes flashed with unquestionable determination.
Sikong, Sikong,
it should have been a long time since you sharpened your physical body, right? When Sikong Shen heard this, his heart thumped violently. He was just about to speak when Yin Tiandust's unquestionable voice resounded once again.
Chaotic Demon Cave, cultivate for 3 months, no mistakes.
As soon as these words were uttered, the air around them seemed to freeze, and Sikong Shen's face instantly turned as white as paper. The 3 words, Chaotic Demon Cave. No one in the God of War Hall knew that no one was unaware of it. It was a polar place specializing in sharpening the will and physical body.
The harsh astral winds were constant day and night,
and the astral winds could also be varied according to one's cultivation level. The stronger the cultivation level, the more severe the wind will be. Even a powerhouse at the level of the 4 great battle kings would be able to hold out in the chaotic demon cave for a day at most. If Sikong Shen were to cultivate in the chaotic demon cave for 3 months, he would be greatly crippled even if he didn't die.
Boss Yun, Sikong Shen wanted to speak,
and when he thought of being tortured for 3 months in the chaotic demon cave, a trace of fear could not help but flash in his eyes.
Chapter 68, Both Breaking the Boundary.
1 step from the divine palace.
Yun Tiandust glared at Sikong Shen.
There was both reproach and helplessness in those eyes. Then he gently waved his hand, signaling for the crowd to head to the deliberation hall first.
Seeing this, Sikong Shen instantly cried out,
but he could only follow resentfully, secretly muttering in his heart,
"These 3 months of cultivation in the chaotic demon cave, I'm afraid I'll have to shed layers of skin." A group of people followed behind.
Night Madness Cloud's gaze inadvertently swept over Nangong Tianyin,
suddenly let out a light eek, his eyes full of incredulity. Tianshan realm?
When the crowd heard Night Frenzy Cloud's shocked voice, they also turned their attention to Nangong Tianyin, only to see that her aura was introverted and deep,
a different person from before. The crowd was shocked.
Jumping over 3 great realms continuously in a month's time.
Was this still a human being? It was then that they remembered Nangong Tianyin's physique,
and although they had already guessed something, they were even more surprised.
Isn't it rumored that after the first time, the effect of the innate sacred fetus is not so obvious?
As if she could tell what the crowd was thinking,
the Nangong Tianyin at this moment couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. On Yun Tiandust's face, a trace of embarrassment also flashed, as if seeing something incredible.
Black Tiger Sked,
I seem to remember. Sister-in-law a month ago,
has not yet reached the Xianyuan realm, right?
I drop a mother alas. The way of dual cultivation is really so horrible?
When these words came out, the entire room was speechless for a while, and the crowd cast admiring glances at the Black Tiger. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Black Tiger shut up, but it was too late. Yun Tiandust had already turned around to glare at him and spat out an expressionless sentence.
Chaotic Demon Cave. 3 months, starting tomorrow.
When Black Tiger sniffed, he couldn't wait to smack himself with 2 big ear slaps. Just as the Black Tiger was depressed,
Sikong Shen smiled and walked up,
taking him by the shoulders, his face touched.
Stupid tiger, still you are righteous enough?
This love,
Sikong Shen, remembered.
The Black Tiger snorted coldly,
not wanting to pay any attention to Sikong Shen.
After Black Tiger and Sikong Shen made such a mess, the atmosphere was rather less awkward. Xiaojio seemed to have thought of something, staring at Yun Tiandust with eyes wide open,
full of curiosity, inquiring out, "Boss Yun, you shouldn't have broken through as well, right?"
When this statement was made,
everyone was curious. Dongfang Yu's eyes burned as he inquired with a solemn expression, "Your Highness, how strong are you now?" Yun Tiandust shook his head, indicating that he did not know.
The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Feeling speechless, they took it for granted that Boss Yun was selling out.
Unbeknownst to him,
Yun Tiandust was truly unaware of the limits of his battle power.
"What realm, should we be able to say?" Long Bao Tian added from the side,
his tone not quite natural. Looking at the curious gazes of the crowd, Yun Tiandust did not hide it as a smile flashed across his face and he responded in a low voice. The current me should be considered a step in the Divine Palace realm. Hiss. Although they had already guessed ahead of time, they still could not help but suck in cool air after receiving Yun Tian Dust's affirmation. The 12-Jack Heavenly Emperor Yun Tian Dust could easily crush a top powerhouse at the third step of the Divine Palace. He would only become even more perverse when he broke through the Divine Palace realm. The people looked at each other and saw the urgency in each other's eyes. As senior members of the War God Palace, they must not be left too far behind by the Palace Master, or else they would only become a drag on Yun Tian Dust. As if Yun Tian Dust had sensed something, he subconsciously looked at Long Bodian, only to realize that both of his eyes had extremely obvious bruises on the edges of their orbits. You can still see the outline of the fist, even though it's all almost back together. Broken Sky. What are you? Yun Tian Dust inquired in consternation. Humph. Long Bodian glared viciously at Sikong Xian and Black Tiger and turned his head to the side, not wanting to say anything more. Yun Tian Dust instantly realized what was going on, and his gaze went to Sikong Xian and Black Tiger, his heart sweating. The crowd secretly laughed, deeply sympathizing with Long Juntian's ordeal. Looking at the War God Palace, other than Lu Xiang and Yun Tian Dust, anyone who messed with these two unreasonable douchebags, Sikong Xian and He Hu, would only have to consider themselves unlucky. After a moment of speechlessness, the crowd moved to the Hall of Council. Inside the council hall, the sunlight poured down, reflecting the golden splendor of the hall, and the air was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Yun Tian Dust sat high on the throne, while Nangong Tianyin and a group of senior officials from the War God Palace sat on the two sides. As for the two little ones, Shir and Xiao Trace, after knowing that everyone was going to deliberate, they went off to play on their own. Above the throne, Yun Tian Dust swept his gaze across the crowd, finally resting on Nangong Tianyin, his tone calm. Gentlemen, from now on, Tianyin is also a part of our Battle God Palace, advancing and retreating with everyone. Upon hearing this, all of them rose, casting respectful and welcoming gazes at Nangong Tianyin, saying in unison, "Greetings to the Lord Mother." The voices were loud and echoed within the council hall, showing their recognition and respect for Nangong Tianyin. Nangong Tianyin smiled faintly. That smile was warm and firm. She gently owed her body and bowed back to the crowd. "Thank you all for raising your love. Tianyin is new here. I hope you all will take care of her." After introducing Nangong Tianyin, Yun Tianduan began to introduce the people of the War God Palace, pointing successively to Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue. Yun Tianduan softly said, "Tianyin, these are the two main protectors of my War God Palace, brother and sister Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue, who have followed me since the beginning of the establishment of the War God Palace. Greetings to the Lord Mother." Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue rose and saluted. Nangong Tianyin got up to return the salute. She felt a little uncomfortable with the crowd's mouthful of the title of the main mother. And then, Yun Tian Dust introduced the 4 great war kings and the 12 incandescent angels one by one, and Nangong Tianyin listened attentively to all of them, trying to memorize the names and faces of each of them in her mind. Finally, Yun Tian Dust briefly brought up the heavenly realm pattern again. Nangong Tianyin was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a long time after realizing that the War God Palace had already dominated the heavenly realm. She had thought that the War God's Palace was only dominating one side, but she had completely never expected that it would be dominating 10 sides alone. What was even more unbelievable to Nangong Tianyin was that according to Yun Tianduan, the entire heavenly realm was under the absolute control of the War God Palace. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the War God's Palace had one hand in the sky. It was not until this moment that Nangong Tianyin realized that Yun Tianduan's words of allowing the Nangong family to raise their clan to soar were not grandiose words. With the strength of the War God's Palace, it was really just a matter of raising his hand. After everyone had exchanged pleasantries, Ching Xuanzi slowly rose and arched his hand at Yun Tianduan with a grave expression. "Hall Master, I followed your method and sealed that teleportation channel that the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty and the Wang clan had joined forces to open up. However, just yesterday, I detected that on the other end of the teleportation array, there was someone who was trying to break the seal." Once these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene instantly became heavy, and in everyone's eyes, a hint of worry flashed vaguely. Without Yun Tianduan, with the strength of the rest of the Battle God Palace, they really didn't have the qualifications to call out the Immortal Domain Forces. Chapter 69, Deciding to go to the Immortal Realm and traveling to the Heavenly Realm. Upon hearing this, a hint of sternness flashed in Yun Tian Dust's eyes as he slowly said, "There is no need for everyone to worry. I have decided to personally head to the Immortal Region to completely resolve the 2 hidden dangers of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty and the Wang family." Dongfang Yu interjected from the side, his tone filled with worry. "Hall Master,
Didn't that Wang Jin say that the Nine Yao's immortal dynasty has a top-tier powerhouse at the 6th step of the Divine Palace? Can you beat that? 6th step of the Divine Palace? Yun Tianwan repeated in a low voice, battle intent flowing in his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he confidently said, although I don't know my exact battle power, it should be unlikely for the 6th step of the Divine Palace to want to defeat me. Hearing this reply from Yun Tian Dust, the crowd had no doubt. Storming the Divine Palace 3 steps when he was at the 12th Heavenly Emperor, it meant that Yun Tianwan's true battle power must be comparable to the Divine Palace 4 steps, or even higher. It was because it was impossible for an unusual Divine Palace 4th step to leave a Divine Palace 3rd step without the slightest bit of power to fight back. In that case, it seemed that Yun Tianwan, who had broken through the Divine Palace realm, had a similar true battle power even if it wasn't as good as the 6th step of the Divine Palace. Thinking of this, the crowd's hanging boulders were finally put down. Looking at Yun Tianwan, the color of worry in Nangong Tianyin's eyes did not diminish, although she did not want Yun Tianwan to go and take risks alone, but she also knew that Yun Tianwan could not help himself, because on Yun Tian Dust, he was carrying the entire War God Palace, as well as their mother and son. Being able to cultivate to the martial emperor realm in the Xian-Tian continent, Nangong Tianyin was well aware of the cruelty of the martial world. Without absolute strength and background, one can only survive in the cracks. Nangong Tianyin only hated that he couldn't help. The only thing he could do now was to take care of Xie and Xiao Trace and not let Yun Tianwan be distracted. After casting a reassuring look to the crowd, Yun Tian Dust said with a serious face, I have decided to head to the immortal domain in half a year. You guys, as the underpinnings of the Battle God Palace, your main task is to cultivate. All of you raise your cultivation all as soon as possible. No need to save on cultivation resources. Don't worry, Hall Master, we will definitely cultivate with all our might, raise our cultivation, and fight for the glory of the War God Temple. Lu Xiang took the lead in stating his position, his voice resounding. Yes, our Battle God Temple never fears challenges, Mo Feng echoed, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. That, Hall Master, Sikong Xian suddenly interjected, drooped his face, and begged, can the time of the chaotic devil cave be shortened a little? 3 months' time, it really can't be topped. Black Tiger also stepped aside, showing a pleading expression. No, Yun Tian Dust balked, his tone unquestionable. The two of them looked depressed, and a pang of remorse ran through their hearts. After another account, the council was closed, and then the Battle God Palace, as if driven by an invisible force. The enthusiasm to cultivate was like a wildfire, rapidly spreading to every corner. The original cultivation field, which was still quite quiet, was filled with people from time to time. There were people cultivating quietly, and there were also those who were sparring with each other to make progress, and they opened isolation formations to prevent affecting others. With Yun Tian Dust's order, everyone in the War God Palace was scrambling to raise their cultivation levels. The air was filled with thick fluctuations of Xianli, as if even the Yuan Qi in the heavens and the earth were being pulled by this fever, converging in the Battle Gods Hall. In addition to Mo Feng and Tian Xin, who had to manage all kinds of affairs of the sect, the two major protectors of the War God Temple, the 4 major war kings and the major blazing angels, were all leading by example, shutting down for the whole day, vowing to push their cultivation to a new peak again in this half year. Their figures loomed within the cultivation room. Each breath seemed to resonate with the heaven and earth, and with the aid of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, immortal pills and medicines, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. The entire Battle God Temple seemed to have turned into a huge cultivation furnace, in which everyone was forging their will and strength. Instead, Yun Tian Dust brought Nangong Tianyin to tour the heavenly realm, and incidentally reinforced the teleportation channel that the Lu Yun immortal dynasty and the Wang family had jointly set up. While cultivation was in full swing within the War God Palace, Yun Tian Dust brought Nangong Tianyin on a journey to travel the heavenly realm. Yun Tian Dust and Nangong Tianyin traveled between the 10 domains of the 9 heavens, taking in the magnificence and magic of the heavenly realm. Nangong Tianyin looked at this vast and boundless heavenly realm in front of her, her heart filled with shock and emotion. She had never imagined that she would be able to stand so high, looking down on this once unreachable heaven and earth, and it all stemmed from the man in front of him, Yun Tian Dust. In Nangong Tianyin's heart, a strong sense of happiness surged. She didn't even dare to imagine what her fate would have been if the first person she had met back then in Qingfeng Valley wasn't Yun Tian Duan. Thinking of this, Nangong Tianyin's gaze towards Yun Tianduan was filled with tenderness and gratitude. She thanked the heavens in the bottom of her heart for letting her meet such a good man. During the two of them's travels, Yun Tiandust also made a special trip to that newly opened teleportation array altar jointly opened by the Luoyuan immortal dynasty and the Wang clan to reinforce the seal laid down by Qing Xianzi. He was well aware of the importance of this passageway to the Battle God Palace. Once a strong immortal realm person came across the border, and he happened to be absent, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he would personally reinforce and remodel the passageway to make it more impenetrable. Originally, the teleportation array altar jointly opened by the Luoyuan immortal dynasty and the Wang family was arranged in a very secretive manner, in the middle of a Jedi in the divine heavenly domain. Without knowing its exact location, it would be impossible for Yun Tiandust to even find it. However, he already knew everything from Zhuge Tai's memories, which was how he was able to provide the location to Qing Xuanzi to seal it first. In the process of reinforcing the seal, Yun Tiandust realized that the array attainments of the person who opened the teleportation channel was slightly inferior to even Qing Xuanzi. If Qing Xuanzi had the strength of the Divine Palace realm, the passageway opened up would definitely be much more perfect than the one opened up by these people. It was because Qing Xuanzi's array Dao and weapon refining inheritance were both obtained by Yun Tiandust in the mysterious little tower. Of course, it also included Mu Li's alchemy and the cultivation techniques of the brothers of the War God Temple. Yun Tiandust did not know what level of treasure that mysterious little tower was, but it was definitely ridiculously strong and was by no means a product of the heavenly realm or the immortal domain. This was because by merely opening the first layer, he had almost obtained a hidden scripture pavilion, and a random technique or ancient scripture taken out from it would be far beyond the realm of the heavenly realm. This was the main reason why the War God's palace was able to rise rapidly. Yun Tiandust had no doubt that the origin of the mysterious little tower was absolutely astonishingly large. Before the two of them traveled, they had wanted to bring along Little Sheer and Little Traceless, but the two little guys insisted on going out alone. Yun Tiandust was doubly helpless and had to send Xiaojiu to guard them in the dark. However, Yun Tiandust was still uneasy. He had left his own brand on both little ones, which could manifest on its own at critical times, and it would be impossible for any Divine Palace realm powerhouse to injure them. However, Yun Tiandust stipulated that they could not step out of the territory of the War God domain. The two little guys were like two happy birds, soaring freely in the War God domain, exploring this unknown and magical world. In this way, half a year passed quietly. Yun Tiandust brought Nangong Tianyin to travel all over the 10 regions of the 9 heavens and saw all the prosperity. After Nangong Tianyin learned about the situation of the once heavenly realm and the rise of the War God Palace, her gaze toward Yun Tianchen was filled with admiration and heartache. The man in front of me has been through so much suffering, especially after hearing what Zhuge Tai had done. Nangong Tianyin was also deeply infuriated. She also finally understood why Yun Tianwan and the people of the War God Temple were so angry when they tried Zhuge Tai that day. After returning to the Battle God Palace, the Battle God Palace was still thriving, and a number of the senior members of the Battle God Palace had come out to send off Yun Tianzuan's trip to the Immortal Region. Chapter 70 Overall Improvement. Examining the results. The half-year period was quite important to the War God's Palace. It was because their legendary Hall Master, Yun Tiandust, was departing for the Immortal Region. In order to send off Yun Tianduan, those from the War God Palace who were in seclusion came out of seclusion. Those who went out returned, and even the two little ones, Sheer and Little Trace, were all brought back by Little Nine. With the return of Yun Tianwan and Nangong Tianyin, the entire Battle God Palace was overflowing with an unprecedented vitality. When Yun Tianchen and Nangong Tianyin stepped into the council hall, they were greeted by a sea of surprise and pride. Yun Tiandust's gaze swept over the crowd. Satisfied. Half a year of dedicated cultivation. Everyone in their cultivation have achieved a qualitative leap. The strength of the entire War God's Palace has achieved an overall substantial increase. As the Grand Protector of the War God Temple, Lu Xian's son Saint Body was undoubtedly strong. And now he had already broken through to the 9th Heavenly Emperor realm. The pressure emanating from its body caused all the people present to feel palpitations. According to Yun Tianduan's perception, the aura emanating from Lu Xian was not weaker than that Divine Palace second step's Wangjun. Yun Tianduan slowly looked at the others and realized that the 5 of them, Lu Ning Yue, Dong Fong Yu, Si Kong Xian, Bailey Yan and Du Gujian, had also stepped into the ranks of the 8th Tribulation Heavenly Emperors. And the auras coming from them were all far beyond the immortal domain's so-called 9 immortal emperors, and were enough to be on par with Divine Palace realm powerhouses. Yun Tianduan was very satisfied with this. From now on, the Battle God Palace would be equal to having 6 Divine Palace realm powerhouses sitting on it besides him. Not only that, but the 7 of the 12 Blazing Angels, Long Wu Xie, Long Xie Tian, Hei Hu, Lin Tian Qi, Night Frenzy Cloud, Sol Wu Yen, and Little Nine, had all successfully stepped into the ranks of the 7th Heavenly Emperors as well. And everyone was a master who could easily fight across levels. Especially that guy Little Nine. Once he assumed the body of the 9-winged harvest, he would sweep across the Emperor realm. And the Divine Palace realm might not be able to deal with him. Mo Feng, as the head of the 12 Blazing Angels, instead failed to devote himself to cultivation because of the management of the affairs of the temple. But he managed to break through to the 6th Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, with Mo Feng's talent, he would also be at least a 7th Heavenly Emperor. As for the 2 of them, Tianyin and Chenyue, they had both relied on the accumulation of resources to stabilize their cultivation at the level of a 5-hearted Heavenly Emperor. The 2 of the 12 Blazing Angels, Muli and Xing Xuanzi, they conversely didn't focus much on cultivation enhancement. Both of them treasured the inheritance bestowed upon them by Yun Tian Dust. Because of this, the vast majority of Muli's energy was spent on medical arts and alchemy, with occasional dabbling in poisonous arts. Xing Xuanzi spent even more time on refining weapons, formations and runes. However, during these half a year, both Muli and Xing Xuanzi had relied on the piling up of resources to raise their cultivation levels to the ranks of the 3rd Heavenly Emperor. Shu Ting, as the War God Guard commander, had similarly broken through to the 3rd Heavenly Emperor. Even Little Shi'er and Little Wuhan, who were swimming in the mountains, had managed to break through to the Tianxian realm. Although Nangong Tianyin didn't cultivate much, after following Yin Tianduan for a long period of time, her cultivation had naturally risen to the peak of the 9th level of the Tianxian realm. And she was only half a step away from the Heavenly King realm. And today's War God Temple was countless times more powerful than half a year ago, seeing everyone's improvement. Yun Tian Dust left with peace of mind. Seeing Yun Tian Dust reveal a satisfied expression, Xikong Xian slowly got up and said with an arch, "Hall Master, I feel that I'm terribly strong right now. Can you take me with you and go to the immortal region to serve as your follower for whatever you want?" Xikong Xian's eyes burned with anticipation. When the crowd heard his shameless words, they all covered their hands and held their foreheads. To say that he was terribly strong in front of the Hall Master, it was a loss for him to say so. Yun Tian Dust waved his hand, his tone indisputable. "The situation in the immortal region is unclear. It would be convenient for me to act alone instead. I'll come back after the situation over there stabilizes. And we'll discuss it then." "Okay." Xikong Xian was a little disappointed and sat down silently. Yun Tian Dust turned his head to look at Night Frenzy Cloud and seriously inquired, "Frenzy Cloud, what are the results of the 36 battle generals you trained?" "Enlighten your highness." Night Frenzy Cloud rose and saluted, responding, "The 36 war generals are always ready for your inspection." Seeing Night Frenzy Cloud's look of conviction, Yun Tian Dust was somewhat looking forward to it. Before Night Frenzy Cloud sat down, Bailey Yen hurriedly got up, arched his hand and said, "Your Highness, the Heavenly Net organization has also taken initial form. So please review it together." On Bailey Yen's face, there was a strong sense of confidence. "Yes." Yun Tian Dust nodded solemnly and could not help but look forward to it even more. And then, after Yun Tian Dust emphasized some basic matters, the council ended. After the council ended, the Yun Tian Dust family of 4 also returned to their own mansion, the Yun Dust residence. The Cloud Dust residence was the Temple Master's mansion. located on the highest cloud-hidden peak of the war god temple. Surrounded by clouds and mist, the building was ancient and atmospheric. Inside the courtyard, there are exotic plants and trees, clear springs and stone paths. And the scenery is quiet and elegant. There are powerful formations around the area, guarding a piece of peace and tranquility. After entering the mansion, the two little ones clamored for dinner. And Yun Tian Dust personally cooked while Nangong Tianyin played on the side. With their cultivation, they could have stopped eating and drinking a long time ago. But the children liked it. And naturally, Yun Tianduan wouldn't reject it. After the meal, Yun Tian Dust personally guided the two little ones to cultivate in the courtyard, while Nangong Tianyin watched from the sidelines, always with a happy smile on her face. How Nangong Tianyin wished the time could stay at this moment forever, but she also knew that there were too many bodies in the world of martial arts, and that the days of contentment were always short-lived. What Yun Tian Dust was carrying on his back was the safety and security of their family and the entire war god palace. Warm days pass in the blink of an eye. The next morning, soft sunlight sprinkled all corners of the war god temple. Above the square of the war god's palace, the crowd was booming and the atmosphere was like a tidal wave. Yun Tian Dust stood on the high platform, his posture erect, just like a heavenly god descending, his gaze deep and vast, as if he could see into the hearts of people. In the center of the plaza, the 36 war generals and members of the Skynet organization stood solemnly. A total of 108 people, each with an imposing aura. They looked straight at Yun Tian Dust on the high platform, their eyes flashing with intense admiration and fervor. With Night Frenzy Cloud's command, the 36 battle generals came forward in turn and began to introduce themselves after arching their hands at Yun Tian Dust. The first one to step out was Feng Yuan. He was stout and muscular, exuding a majestic sense of power. He said in a deep voice, "My subordinate Feng Yuan, with a cultivation level of a second-jacked heavenly emperor. Originally belonging to the Battle Dragon Legion, I am willing to serve as the palace master. And I am willing to go through fire and water for the battle god's palace." Without any hesitation, the voice was loud and reverberated above the square, stirring up reverberations. Right behind him was a silver-haired youth with a cold face and eyes as sharp as an eagle, holding a long spear with a chilling light as he said briefly and forcefully, "My subordinate, Duan Chong, a second-jacked heavenly emperor, originally belonging to the Bloodline Legion, is willing to swear to follow your highness and guard the battle god temple to the death." His words revealed unquestionable loyalty and determination, and he exuded a stern killing aura. And the 34 who followed all stepped forward one after another. All of them also had their own unique characteristics. And from their words, one could feel their love for the Battle God Palace and their admiration for Yun Tian Dust. Of these 36 people, 4 had reached the second heavenly emperor, and 12 had reached the first heaven and earth. Of the remaining 20 people, the lowest cultivation level was a 7th heavenly exalt. Chapter 71, Edicting the Big Dipper. Setting off for the immortal realm. When everyone was introduced, Yun Tian Dust smiled with satisfaction. And that smile contained both recognition of the warriors and expectations for the future. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice clear and powerful. "All of you are the elites of the War God Palace, and the pillars of the future. Today, on behalf of the War God Palace, I, Yun Tian Dust, formally ordain all of you as 36 heavenly deity war generals." The moment these words were uttered, the entire room boiled with excitement. And the eyes of Feng Yuan and the other 36 people all shone with excitement as they knelt down and saluted, shouting, "Thank you, Palace Master, for your great favor." The voices resounded through the clouds, filled with gratitude and adoration for Yun Tian Dust. Yun Tian Dust nodded slowly and continued, "Feng Yuan, as the Heavenly Kuei War General, leading the head of the 36 Heavenly Dipper, Duan Chong, as the Heavenly Dipper War General, assisting him, the rest of the people, in order, are Tianji War General Yan Xia, Tianyi War General Lu Liangchen. You need to work together to seek the prosperity of the War God Temple and guard the peace of this land. Yun Tian thus named them one by one, and all of them respectfully received their orders. Throughout the entire War God Palace Square, everyone's blood boiled, and their gazes towards Yun Tiandust were filled with fervor. With Yun Tianduan's edict, the identity of the 36 Big Dipper war generals was officially established, and the tacit understanding and unity between them reached an unprecedented height at this moment. They knew that what they were shouldering was not only honor, but also responsibility and mission. Afterwards, Yun Tianduan's gaze turned to the group on the other side, which was Bailey Yan's carefully assembled intelligence organization, Skynet. 72 members with varying cultivation levels. But each of them had a gleam of wisdom in their eyes. They were the eyes and ears of the War God Palace and would be the sharpest dark blades in the hands of Yun Tiandust. Bailey Yan stepped forward and respectfully saluted. Then said, "Your Highness, these are the core members of the Skynet organization. Although their cultivation levels vary, they all have their own strengths. They are each good at tasks such as intelligence collection, analysis, transmission, and assassination." After a pause, Bailey DM explained, "Since the Heavenly Network travels in the shadows, for ease of management, I have renamed them from Heavenly 1 to Heavenly 72. Yun Tiandust nodded slightly, satisfied with Bailey Yan's arrangement. He was well aware that in this world where the strong were honored, intelligence was often more important than force. And the existence of Skynet was precisely to make up for the shortcomings of the War God's Palace in this regard. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd of Skynet members, Yun Tianduan said in a loud voice, "The establishment of Skynet will be my War God Palace's eyes hidden in the shadows, providing us with strong support to deal with future challenges. I hope that you will continue to work hard and develop Skynet into the sharpest dark blade of the War God Palace. Swear to follow your highness to the death and serve the War God Temple." The 72 members of Skynet answered in unison, their voices filled with determination and resolve. Yun Tiandust looked at the 72 people in front of him, and with a flash of light in his heart, he spoke in a resounding tone. "Gentlemen, I will no longer emphasize the importance of the Heavenly Net organization to the War God Palace. Since you all happen to be 72, then I will edict you all as the 72 earthly fiends. And I hope that you will quickly grow the Heavenly Net organization to form a true Heavenly Net." Every word of Yun Tianduan's was like a heavy hammer that struck the hearts of everyone on the scene, stirring up layers of ripples. The eyes of the 72 core members of Skynet all shone with an unprecedented light. They know that this is not only a recognition of who they are, but also an increased responsibility on their shoulders. From now on, the 72 Geomancers will be the most secretive force of the War God Palace. Yun Tiandust's voice echoed over the square with unquestionable majesty and anticipation. "You will travel through the darkness, using wisdom as your blade and speed as your wings, paving a straight path to splendor for my War God Palace." With Tianyi at the head, all the people of Heaven's Net shouted in unison, "Thank you for your great love, Your Highness. We will live up to our mission." Yun Tiandust nodded slightly, his gaze looking around the Battle Goddess Hall Square. Looking at everyone's vibrant, fighting spirit, Yun Tiandust's heart could not help but surge with a sense of grandeur. Immediately, Yun Tiandust plucked up his voice and said with a solemn face, "Brothers, thank you for your trust in me. Yun Tiandust, I hereby promise you that I will work together with all of you to create an immortal divine hall that will flourish and be passed down through the ages. So what if it's the immortal realm? Today, my War God Palace can dominate the heavenly realm. And in the near future, We will also be able to sweep the immortal realm.
Yun Tian Dust's words were like morning bells and twilight drums,
stirring every corner of the war god palace.
And every warrior's heart ignited with a burning fighting spirit and endless hope. They knew that the man in front of them was not only their leader, but also the faith of their hearts. All the disciples of the battle god temple present had 2 glowing eyes and a high fighting spirit. After doing all this, it was time for Yun Tian Dust to depart. Nangong Tianyin stood aside with little Shir and little Wuqian, inwardly reluctant in every way, but didn't show it. With a flash, Yun Tian Dust had already appeared in front of their mother in 3. A trace of reluctance also flashed in his eyes, but it was more of a determination. The 2 little ones knew that their father was leaving, and went forward to hug Yun Tian Dust tightly, their tender voices tinged with tears. "Daddy! You must come back early. We miss you." Yun Tian Dust bent down and swept the 2 children into his arms, tenderly wiping away the tears from the corners of their eyes,
and smiled. "Don't worry. Daddy will be back soon, and will bring you lots of fun and tasty treats at that time." Upon hearing delicious and fun, little Shir's eyes instantly glowed with anticipation. "Daddy, don't lie to me. I want lots of delicious food." Yun Tian Dust stroked her little head and nodded dotingly. And then he looked at little Trace, and seriously instructed. "Little Trace, when father is not around, you and sister can listen to mother. Don't cause trouble for everyone. Understand? Don't worry, father. We remember." Both little ones nodded at the same time in solemn assurance. Yun Tian Dust slowly got up and cast Nangong Tianyin a reassuring look before briefly explaining a few more things to Lu Xieyang and the others. With the conclusion of the farewell ceremony, the atmosphere of the war god's temple became both solemn and solemn. Everyone shouted in unison to send off Yun Tianduan. Seeing this scene, Yun Tian Dust took a deep breath and looked firmly into the distance, where it was the direction of the divine heavenly realm. After nodding his head with the crowd, Yun Tian Dust made a flash and disappeared from the crowd sight. After leaving the war god hall, Yun Tian Dust prepared to head to the divine heavenly realm to take the teleportation array. That teleportation array that the Lu Yun immortal dynasty and the Wang clan had jointly opened up was just cheap. As for that teleportation array at the ruins of the Dao heavenly palace, it was sealed to dead by him. And that teleportation channel went straight to the flowing cloud immortal dynasty in the middle heavenly immortal domain, which was not the best choice. Not long after, Yun Tian Dust arrived at the soul-breaking cliff, one of the 6 great extinct places in the divine heavens, which was exactly where the teleportation formation altar was located. Dodging to the top of the soul-severing cliff, Yun Tian Dust moved his hands in unison, and a teleportation formation altar emanating countless formation patterns surfaced. Yun Tian Dust followed the steps and invested 5 billion extreme source crystals in one go before successfully activating the cross-border transmission array. Taking a deep breath, Yun Tian Dust stepped in without hesitation. In a flash, a white light swept by and Yun Tian Dust's figure disappeared. When Yun Tian Dust opened his eyes again, he was already in a completely unfamiliar environment. The immortal qi here was so rich that it was dozens of times more pure than the heavenly realm's heaven and earth yuan qi. Apparently, this is the legendary fairy realm. Chapter 72: The King's Family Kills and Gets Abused Instead. Yun Tian Dust stood in this strange and immortal atmosphere surrounded by the immortal domain. Surrounded by a faint divine radiance. Out of place with the atmosphere of this heaven and earth. But at the same time, there was a kind of natural and heavenly state of mind. He closed his eyes and concentrated, his divine thoughts surging out like a tidal wave, intent on probing the depths of this unknown territory. However, to Yun Tian Dust's surprise, his divine thoughts could only extend to a distance of 5 million miles, and then could no longer advance an inch. Yun Tian Dust, who had broken through the divine palace realm, could easily probe hundreds of millions of miles in the heavenly realm,
which was 20 times more than the immortal realm. Yun Tiandust also did not expect that the immortal realm rules would be so much stronger than the heavenly realm. After arriving at this place, Yun Tianduan had a strong feeling there seemed to be some sort of extremely close connection between the immortal realm and the heavenly realm.
And why was the heavenly realm called the Forsaken Land by the people of the immortal realm? Could it be that?
Just as Yun Tiandust was pondering, he suddenly detected dozens of powerful auras that were approaching this place at great speed.
In just a few short breaths of effort, dozens of people surged in like a tidal wave, quickly surrounding Yun Tianduan. On everyone's body, a stern killing aura emanated. The person in the lead had a white beard and hair. His face was vicissitudes, but his cloudy eyes were flashing with a stern aura. And the aura emanating from his body was clearly the third step of the Divine Palace. This person was none other than Wang Ao, the old ancestor of the Wang clan, who was followed by 5 Divine Palace realm powerhouses, 2 of whom were at the second step of the Divine Palace. The dozens of people surrounding Yun Tianduan were all at the Immortal Emperor realm as well. As Yun Tiandust swept his gaze across, he also couldn't help but secretly sigh. Worthy of being the overlord of the Eastern Sky Immortal region, the Wang family's heritage was truly extraordinary.
Kid, but you teleported through this passage?
Wang Ao's voice was as cold as a knife.
Each word seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, piercing straight into Yun Tiandust's mind. His gaze was as sharp as a razor blade as he stared dead on at Yun Tiandust as if he wanted to see through him.
Yun Tiandust's face did not change as he responded lightly.
That's right.
It's me.
His tone was calm and bland, as if he did not take the threat before him to heart. This calmness made the hearts of the strongest members of the Wang clan present astonished.
Take down. Hearing Yun Tiandust's voluntary admission, Wang Ao's face was gloomy and he gave the order without saying a word. Wang Ao's eyes carried ferocity.
His great-grandson and Xian grandson had all died in that abandoned land. He hated to have everyone in the entire abandoned land buried with him. And the fact that the person in front of him was able to cross the border through this teleportation array had nothing to do with the deaths of Wang Jin and the others.
As soon as Wang Ao's words fell, a 9th immortal emperor had already moved, his figure flashing out like a ghost, transforming into a stream of light that came straight at Yun Tiandust. Griffin of the Forsaken Land, why don't you bind your hands and surrender? With a bellowing cry,
that person's palm flipped and manifested a giant purple claw that carried a heaven-destroying might as it viciously grabbed at Yun Tianduan.
However, in the face of this seemingly unrivaled strike, Yun Tianduan only lightly spat out a single word, scram. Words followed the law, and an unspeakably terrifying pressure instantly filled the air.
And that 9 immortal emperor's figure even violently burst apart in the crowd's shocked gazes,
leaving behind only a remnant soul, shivering in the air, so fearful that it almost cried out. How is this possible? When the Wang clan's group of powerhouses saw this, they were all dumbfounded. They looked at this scene incredulously, waves of shock surging in their hearts. That's a 9th immortal emperor. How can you be so vulnerable? The scene that was happening in front of them had simply overturned their perceptions. Unconsciously, chills arose in everyone's hearts. What exactly are you? You? In the crowd of the Wang family, an old man of the Divine Palace realm questioned with a trembling voice, his body unable to stop trembling. The one who wants your lives. Yun Tiandust spoke in a low tone, each word as piercing as ice, the coldness flickering in his eyes causing the air around him to freeze. There was not the slightest hesitation or pity in his eyes, only endless indifference. When the people of the Wang family heard this, they were all enraged. Arrogant. Let's all strike together. With the cold words of an old man at the second step of the Divine Palace realm, all of the Wang clan members, except Wang Ao, roared in rage and surrounded them, with all colors of immortal technique aptitudes like brilliant fireworks, interweaving a net of death in the air in an attempt to devour Yun Tian dust. However, in the face of this overwhelming attack, Yun Tian dust only smiled disdainfully, as if he did not take these people's killing moves to heart at all. Only to see Yun Tian dust stomping his heel on the ground. A majestic aura erupted from within his body, just like mountains collapsing and ocean waves surging, instantly squeezing the surrounding space into a twisted and distorted state. The attacks of those dozens of immortal emperors collapsed in an instant. The attacks of the 5 divine palace realm powerhouses actually all dissipated a meter around Yun Tian dust's body. Huge pressure erupted from Yun Tian dust's body, and the Wang clan crowd was like being struck by lightning, and were crushed to the ground. And there were several low-ranked immortal emperors who were directly crushed into mush by this pressure. And their disembodied remnants of their souls were instantly crushed as well. The remnant soul of the 9th immortal emperor who had previously had his physical body shattered by Yun Tian dust's single word roll was not spared either. At this moment, the entire field was plunged into deathly silence, leaving only Wang Ao and the other 5 divine palace realm powerhouses still struggling to hold on. Shock and fear written all over their faces, their gazes filled with unbelief. How could a strong person of this level appear in the Forsaken Land? How could you be so strong? A green-robed old man of the divine palace realm spoke out in shock, his eyes flashing with intense fear. What? Yun Tian dust glanced indifferently at the man and teased. So, you people of the Wang family will also be afraid? How did you know that we are from the Wang family? The green-robed old man exclaimed out in shock, somewhat unsure. They hadn't declared their family name. So how did the other party know? You are the one who killed Zhen'er and the others? Wang Ao's gaze was crimson as he stared at Yun Tianwan, his slightly trembling tone carrying endless rage. Wang Ao finally realized that Wang Jin and the Wang family members he had brought with him must have died in the hands of the person in front of him. Otherwise, with the heritage and strength of the Forsaken Lands, it would have been impossible to inflict such a fatal injury on a divine palace realm powerhouse. Feeling the pressure emanating from the other party, an unprecedented sense of despair and powerlessness surged in Wang Ao's heart. Sweeping his gaze over the Wang family's crowd, Yun Tian dust's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. Don't worry. I'll send you and the others down there, so that your family can be reunited. Hearing Yun Tianwan's cold and calm words, the Wang clan's crowd felt a shiver run down their spines, and all of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. In this extremely depressing atmosphere, a short and fat old man of the divine palace realm forced himself to calm down. His voice trembled as he attempted to bring out his last resort to deter the other party. Do you know that behind my Wang family is the Zhou Yao immortal dynasty? If you offend my Wang family, you are the enemy of the entire Zhou Yao immortal dynasty. If you dare to touch us in the slightest, you will surely suffer the endless pursuit of the immortal dynasty, with no place to hide at the ends of the earth. With these words, the air around them seemed to freeze for a few moments, and a trace of undetectable hope flashed in the eyes of the Wang family, as if they had grabbed the last straw to save their lives. Chapter 73: 9 Spectres Devouring Souls. Wang Ruoxue. When Yun Tian dust heard the man's threatening words, he could not help but give a contemptuous smile that was filled with disdain and mockery, as if the 9 Flare immortal dynasty was nothing more than an insignificant existence in his eyes. 9 Yao immortal dynasty? Yun Tian dust lightly spat out these 4 words without the slightest fluctuation of emotions in his tone. Thanks to you living to a great age, you still dare to make threats at a time like this. Then, let's send you to hell first. After saying that, Yun Tian dust's fingertips slightly moved, and a wisp of sword chi that was as thin as a thread quietly condensed, instantly cutting through the sky and pointing directly at the divine palace realm old man who had made a threatening remark. No! The old man was horrified.
He never expected that bringing out the nine-flare immortal dynasty not only didn't scare off the other party, but instead became his own life-suppressing charm. However, it was already too late. The wisp of sword chi pierced through his brow with pinpoint accuracy. A splash of blood bloomed. The old man's eyes opened roundly, full of unwillingness and despair. And then he slowly collapsed. And the light of his soul quickly dissipated between the heavens and the earth. This scene caused the Wang clan crowd present to completely despair. If the name of the nine-flare immortal dynasty couldn't deter the people in front of them, what else could they rely on? Hold your horses. It's your turn. Ice-cold words spread throughout the entire arena. Only to see Yin Tian Dust raise his hand and wave it. A majestic force surging out from his palm, like the wind sweeping away the leaves, shattering the immortal emperors of the Wang clan present one by one. Their physical bodies instantly turned into a sky of blood mist, and their remnant souls wailed miserably in the air. But no one could save them. In just a few short breaths, dozens of immortal emperors from the Wang clan all died out. Only the roars of Wang Ao and the remaining 4 Divine Palace realm powerhouses remained, echoing in the void. With their eyes dead set on Yun Tian Dust, their hearts couldn't stop trembling and their anger surged like a tidal wave. Those who fell were not only their direct descendants, but also the cornerstone of his Wang family's tens of thousands of years of inheritance. And just like this, in front of them, they were forcefully obliterated. At this moment, Wang Ao's heart was filled with extreme hatred. Even if he had to die together, he would still pull the thieves who had destroyed his Wang family to be buried with him. However, in the face of Yun Tianduan's gaze that seemed to be able to pierce through everything, even if they were enraged, they were powerless to break free from the invisible pressure that bound them. At this moment, Wang Ao's eyes flashed a trace of determination. He knew that a frontal confrontation was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. After transmitting and communicating with the other 4, Wang Ao took advantage of the moment when Yun Tianduan was slightly distracted to quietly raise the strength of his entire body and forcefully break free from his bonds. Die. Wang Ao's tone was chilling. His fingertips snapped, and a dark mark that was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye silently shot towards Yun Tian Dust. How perceptive was Yun Tianduan? Almost the moment the seal left his hand, he had already reacted. When that mark was about to fall on his body, Yun Tian Dust flicked his right hand, and a soft but powerful force emerged from his hand like a spring breeze transforming rain, instantly dissolving that mark into nothing. However, this subtle movement gave Wang Ao and the others a chance to counterattack. Array up! Wang Ao hissed out. His voice contained endless grief and anger and determination. The other 4 major God Palace realm powerhouses simultaneously burned up their own blood and souls. That is the most precious thing for cultivators. Once burned, there is no way back. Only to see the light around the 5 of them flourish. And they were no longer bound by Yun Tian Dust's pressure. An ancient and evil aura burst out from within them, quickly condensing into an eerie and terrifyingly overwhelmingly ferocious formation. In an instant, the earth and sky changed color. And the earth that was originally surrounded by immortal chi seemed to be covered by a thick layer of purple mist. That mist was mixed with endless wailing and crying. Yun Tian Dust was in the center of the formation. And while he was wrapped in the endless mist, countless ghosts opened their pitch-black maws and lunged at him. These apparitions were countless, as if they could devour a person's soul. When Wang Ao saw that Yun Tianduan was caught in a killing formation, he immediately came to his senses and said viciously, "Little brute. This is an ancient murderous formation that the old man obtained by chance, called the Nine Spectres Soul Devouring. And even if a strong person of the 4th step of the Divine Palace is caught in it, he will surely die. I will let you taste the pain of these 10,000 ghosts devouring your soul. And after killing your way to that abandoned land, I will thwart all those related to you." Wang Ao's voice was ice-cold and bone-chilling.
Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying endless grievances and anger. And the sound shook the world, echoing between this heaven and earth shrouded in purple mist. As his words fell, the five of them simultaneously powered up, every ounce of strength remaining in their bodies being poured into that nine specters soul-devouring formation by them without reservation. The purple mist within the formation grew denser and denser, as if even the light was swallowed up, and an eerie and terrifying aura spread out from it, causing despair in the heart. However, just when these five people thought that Yun Tianyin had already been dispersed, and were secretly relieved, a clear and loud word break came out from the formation like a morning bell or a twilight drum. No good. He's still alive. Upon hearing this, a Divine Palace two-step Supreme Elder cried out in shock, his eyes flashing with intense fear. But with the sound of the word break, the seemingly impregnable nine specters soul-devouring formation began to tremble violently, with a crack spreading out rapidly like a spider web. In an instant, the large formation shattered, turning into dots of purple light that dissipated into nothingness. Yun Tian Dust's figure slowly appeared. Even his hair didn't mess up a bit, and he didn't even receive the slightest bit of influence. Wang Ao and the other five people saw this scene. All of them were horrified. Their faces were white and bloodless, and their eyes were full of unbelief. The ancient fierce formation that they had laid down with all their efforts was unable to injure the other party in the slightest, and was also cracked by the other party so easily, which was simply beyond their imagination. For a while, all that remained in the hearts of the five was endless fear and despair, as if they saw the tragic fate they were about to step into. Ignoring the panic of Wang Ao's few people, Yun Tianyin slowly spat out two words. Die. His voice was cold and calm, like ice cream in the middle of winter. Without the slightest bit of emotion, Yun Tian Dust slowly raised his hand. A violent thunderbolt was summoned out of the void by him, about to end it forever. Stop. Just in the nick of time, a stern and violent cry suddenly came from the distant sky. Immediately afterward, a dazzling to the extreme spear cut through the sky, shooting towards Yun Tian Dust like a meteor catching up with the moon. Yun Tian Dust frowned slightly, but did not panic in the slightest. With a casual wave of his hand, the seemingly infinite power of the spear collapsed into a roiling point of light and dissipated into the air under his light-hearted strike. Wang Ao and the others were once again startled from the power of that spear main. A normal God Palace fourth-step powerhouse would not necessarily be able to block it. Yet it was so lightly crushed by Yun Tian Dust. It was not until this moment that they realized just what kind of terrifying existence their Wang family had incurred. Yun Tian Dust's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked up, only to see a huge battleship cutting through the sky at an extremely fast speed. Speeding this way. The battleship was about several thousand meters long and was made of immortal crystal. The flag was gravelly and embroidered with complicated totems, mysterious and magnificent. At the forefront of the battleship, an extremely lavishly decorated phoenix carriage stood out. And on top of the phoenix carriage sat a graceful and noble woman, dressed in a gorgeous dress, wearing a phoenix crown on her head, with a stunningly beautiful and cold face. And she was gazing at Yun Tian Dust with a profound gaze. Next to the phoenix carriage, there stood a stout golden-armored man, holding a long spear, his gaze cold and stern as a sword, his body exuding a strong battle intent and killing intent. When Wang Ao and the others saw the visitor, they were thrilled and bowed, shouting to pay their respects to the imperial concubine. As it turned out, this woman was none other than the Wang family's backer, the imperial consort of the Nine Flare Immortal Dynasty, as well as Wang Ao's great-granddaughter Wang Ruoxue, Wang Zhen's own sister. Wang Ruoxue swept her gaze over Wang Ao and the others. Seeing their wretched appearance and noticing the smell of blood coming from below, she seemed to guess what was going on, and a hint of sulkiness flashed in her eyes. Chapter 74, Crushing Rosen. No longer calm. On top of the gorgeous phoenix carriage,
Wang Ruoshua gently raised her hand and lightly opened her lips,
signaling Wang Ao and the others to be free of etiquette.
And although her voice was light,
it carried an unquestionable majesty. Wang Ao hurriedly bowed, his eyes red,
his voice trembling as he accused.
Your Highness,
this person is the murderer of Zhener and Shower. All of the senior members of my Wang family have been slaughtered by this thief. This revenge is not shared by all. I hope that Your Highness the Imperial Concubine will do the right thing for my Wang family.
Wang Ao pointed at Yun Tianduan with a face full of resentment,
his tone carrying endless anger and crying. When Wang Ruoshue heard this, a trace of frost flashed across her stunningly beautiful face. She really didn't expect that there would be such a bold person in the abandoned land.
Simply unforgivable.
If it wasn't a critical time for her son to take over the throne, she would have gone and begged the imperial lord to send an expert. After enduring for half a year, her royal son succeeded in winning the position of crown prince of the 9 immortal dynasties. Wang Ruoshua really did not expect. She was just a moment late. The Wang family actually suffered this great difficulty. Only then did she turn her head to look at Yun Tianduan.
Wang Ruoshua's gaze sharp as a knife, anger blazing in her chest. Commander Luo, do you hear me?
This thief's crime is so heinous that he will be abolished immediately. And this palace will let this pariah watch with his own eyes as all the people he holds dear are cut to pieces by 1,000 knives in front of him.
Wang Ruoshua's spiteful words echoed in the void,
carrying an irresistible majesty and endless anger. As if she wanted to dye this heaven and earth with her fury.
Upon hearing this,
a cold light flashed in Yun Tiandust's eyes.
With Wang Ruoshua's order,
the golden-armored man by his side, the commander of the Forbidden Guards,
Luo Sen,
arched his hand in response. But an imperceptible emotion of indignation flashed through those deep eyes. As one of the top 10 strongest men in the 9 Flare Immortal Dynasty, and with 800,000 Forbidden Guards in his hands, he naturally had his own pride. And now he had to listen to the orders of a woman, which made Luo Sen's heart more or less not feel good. Strongly suppressing the displeasure in his heart, Luo Sen's hawk-like gaze constantly swept over Yun Tiandust,
trying to see the depths of the other party. However,
this seemingly young powerhouse in front of him, there was not a single break to be found around his body. As if it was a mist that could not be seen through at all.
This couldn't help but make Rosen even more grave. The Wang clan was not weak at all. And Wang Ao,
a Divine Palace 3-step and several Divine Palace realm powerhouses had joined forces. And all of them were nearly wiped out.
If he could, Luo Sen wouldn't want to make an enemy of such a person.
But with the imperial order in place,
he had to go all out as well. Seeing that Luo Sen seemed to be hesitant, Wang Ruoshua's face instantly surfaced with a touch of displeasure. And her voice became even colder,
carrying an unquestionable majesty.
Commander Luo Sen, what are you waiting for? Do you want to disobey orders?
Rosen's eyes flashed with a hint of anger as he sniffed. Even when the imperial lord saw him, he treated him with respect. This Wang's district was a royal concubine. But she completely disregarded him.
At a certain point, Rosen really wanted to throw in the towel and leave. However,
after thinking that the 6th prince had also been made the crown prince,
Luo Sen still held back,
forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. The tip of the gun in Luo Sen's hand shook,
transforming into thousands of gun shadows that swept towards Yun Tianduan like thunder. Each lance contained Luo Sen's profound cultivation and battle intent,
attempting to trap Yun Tiandust in the shadow of the lance and crush him in one fell swoop.
However,
in the face of Luo Sen's thunderous strike, Yun Tiandust appeared exceptionally calm as his body slightly moved like lightning to actively meet that roiling gun shadow.
In the next instant,
a startling scene appeared. Amidst the rain of spears in the sky,
Wherever Yun Tianduan passed, the spears collapsed. As strong as Luo Sen was, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. However, just as Luo Sen was stunned, Yun Tianduan's figure had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. Pop! Before Rosen could react, a loud slap unmercifully slapped him in the face. This slap not only beat Luo Sen to the ground, but also trampled his dignity as a strong man to pieces. His body flew out hundreds of thousands of meters like a kite with broken strings, crashing dozens of mountain peaks along the way and rolling up smoke and dust. Being slapped in public was undoubtedly a strange shame for a strong person like Luo Sen. He forced himself to endure the severe pain and humiliation coming from his face, his eyes burning with rage, and the aura around him instantly went berserk. At this moment, Luo Sen's entire being was filled with anger. If he couldn't kill Yun Tianduan here, then he would become the laughingstock of the world. Thus, Rosen no longer held back and directly utilized his strongest killing move, Song Tian Dragon Soaring. This shot was the ultimate move of the spear technique that Luo Sen had practiced, and its power was comparable to a strike from a 5-step powerhouse of the Divine Palace. With Luo Sen's furious outburst, only to see the winds and clouds in the sky and earth changing, the sun and moon tipping over, a 10,000 foot long shocking shadow of a spear violently probed out from the 9 heavens, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, wrapped in the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and fiercely smashed toward Yun Tian dust. Feeling this unprecedentedly powerful pressure, Wang Ao and the others were all horrified, and they hurriedly mobilized their entire body's immortal power to form a thick shield in front of their bodies to prevent them from being affected by this terrifying force. Nonetheless, they could still feel a palpitating power. However, in the face of Luo Sen's strike, which was enough to shake the heavens and earth, Yun Tian dust always remained calm, as a faint chaos divine radiance began to permeate his body, setting off his entire person as holy and extraordinary. Under the stunned gazes of the entire audience, Yun Tian dust slowly raised his right hand and lightly struck out a palm at the huge lance that was pouring down. This palm, which appeared to be plain and uninteresting, contained his profound understanding and utilization of the laws of heaven and earth. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking sound, as if the entire immortal realm was trembling at this moment. Luo Sen's gun shadow, which was enough to destroy mountains and rivers, actually instantly collapsed like a fragile bubble under this palm of Yun Tian dust. The force of the recoil surged, sending Luo Sen flying tens of thousands of miles once again, blood spurting wildly from his mouth, his face as pale as paper, obviously severely injured. Such a shocking scene left everyone present horrified. Wang Ao and the others were especially alarmed. They would never have dreamed that a youth from a forsaken land would be so powerful to such an extent. Even Luo Sen, the Forbidden Army commander of the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty, was unbeatable in front of him. As for Yun Tian dust, he did not stop for a moment because of this. And with a flash of his figure, he had appeared in front of the severely injured Luo Sen. The hallowed commander of the Forbidden Army of the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty was clutched by Yun Tian dust's neck with one hand, and lifted up as easily as if he were lifting a chicken. Rosen tried to break free, but realized that the other party's hand was not like flesh and blood, but more like a big hand of rules, and he didn't have the power to resist at all. Looking at Yun Tian dust's cold eyes from a close distance, fear unconsciously arose within Luo Sen. What in the world are you? You? How could you be so powerful? You? The one who cannot afford to be offended. Yun Tian dust coldly spat out a sentence, turned around and violently flung himself out, his figure bursting out like a cannonball, smashing fiercely against the warship of the Nine-Flare Immortal Dynasty. No good! Someone on the battleship exclaimed. But it was too late.
Rosen's body slammed hard into the center of the battleship with a speed that far exceeded lightning.
Only heard a loud boom.
The battleship exploded on the spot.
Fire in the sky.
Air waves raging. Thousands of Jiuyao Immortal Dynasty's forbidden troops who couldn't dodge in time were blown up on the spot. And thousands of them landed with serious injuries and wailed all over the place. Although Wang Ruoxue was a ninth immortal emperor with a not-so-weak cultivation and body-protecting aptitude, she could not help but be affected by such a violent explosion. The phoenix carriage she was sitting in burst into countless pieces, while she herself was protected by a loyal divine palace realm powerhouse.
At this moment, Wang Ruoxue,
although she had not suffered any substantial injuries, the whole person was in a sorry state. Her hair was scattered and her dress was broken.
Where was there any semblance of the majesty and nobility of an imperial consort? Only at this moment did a hint of panic flash across Wang Ruoxue's face.
She would never have thought that Luosen, who was ranked 8th among the top 10 experts of the Nine Flare Immortal Dynasty,
would be so unbeatable no matter what. After looking at the dead dog like Luosen,
Wang Ruoxue looked at the proudly airborne Yun Tianxin again, and happened to meet his cold eyes, and suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Those abyssal eyes, as if they could penetrate the deepest fears and secrets of the human heart, made her tremble involuntarily. Wang Ruoxue knew that if she didn't escape this place again, she would surely be doomed. Thus, she made an instant decision and shouted in a stern voice, "Forbidden guards, listen to the order. All give this palace a shot and kill this thief." However, the crowd of forbidden guards were looking at me, and none of them dared to make a move. Isn't it obvious that they're going to die? The invincible Lord Commander in their hearts was no match for the man in front of them, let alone them. Numbers mean nothing in front of the truly strong. Chapter 75, Terrified. Strongly wiped out. Wang Ruoxue saw that the crowd of forbidden guards were indifferent, so she immediately spoke out in a threatening manner. "You and the others dare to disobey the orders of this palace.
Do you want to be executed by the 9 clans?
Her voice was cold to the bone,
not containing a trace of emotion.
Hearing the words "execute all 9 clans," the faces of the guards changed greatly.
After glancing at each other,
all the forbidden guards who had the ability to fight showed determination and surged towards Yun Tian dust like a tidal wave, with all kinds of immortal weapons and magic treasures coming out in unison and shining brightly, illuminating the entire sky in a colorful manner. However, in the face of this overwhelming attack, Yun Tian dust only laughed disdainfully, only to see the chaotic divine radiance around him even more, as if he was the master of this heaven and earth, and nothing could hurt him in the slightest.
Seeing this, Wang Ruoxue's heart became even more anxious. She didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately offered up an exquisite flying shuttle. That was a treasure given to him by the 9 Yao Yao Emperor Lord to escape, which could travel millions of miles in an instant. Without hesitation,
Wang Ruoxue dashed and stepped up, ready to escape this place of death.
At this moment, Wang Ruoxue could no longer care about Wang Ao and the others.
The moment she stepped onto the flying shuttle, Wang Ruoxue was still cursing the Wang family in her heart, believing that they were the ones who had put herself in this perilous situation.
When Wang Ao and the others saw Wang Ruoxue abandoning them to escape on their own,
although there was resentment in their hearts, they understood that saving their lives was important at this moment. Taking advantage of the forbidden guards dragging down Yun Tian dust, they cast their life-preserving secret techniques and scattered in different directions, attempting to utilize dispersal tactics to confuse Yun Tian dust and fight for a ray of life for themselves.
Unbeknownst to them, in the face of absolute strength,
all their calculations would be in vain.
Walk away?
Yun Tian dust let out a cold snort as the 4 words "spatial confinement" were slowly spat out from his mouth.
In a blink of an eye,
tens of thousands of miles of space in a radius were bound by an invisible force. and all living beings were fixed in mid-air,
no longer able to move the slightest bit. In the void,
the figures of all the forbidden guards were framed.
Wang Ao and the 4 strongest members of the Wang clan in the Divine Palace realm also had their figures immobilized. Wang Ruoxue, who was just about to maneuver the shuttle to escape, only felt that she was firmly bound by a powerful force, unable to move at all. Even the flying shuttle, which she regarded as a means of saving her life, seemed to have lost its effect. Wang Ruoxue's eyes widened in horror. Her heart and mind could not stop trembling. Even though her back was turned to Yun Tian dust, she could feel everything that was happening behind her. She also sensed that the pariah of the Forsaken Lands was taking a step towards her. Every step of Yun Tian dust's was as if he was stepping on Wang Ruoxue's heart, causing her to feel a suffocating oppression. "No! Don't come over!"
Wang Ruoxue hissed, her voice filled with fear and despair.
However,
Yun Tian dust continued to approach her as if he did not hear it.
"Ah!" Accompanied by a hiss, Wang Ao unexpectedly forced himself to break free from part of the spatial bindings.
And although it was only for a brief moment,
it was enough to give him hope. Wang Ao was ecstatic in his heart,
thinking that he had found a chance to escape.
But just as he was about to flee alone,
a stream of light suddenly cut through the sky and struck his abdomen with unerring precision.
Wang Ao only felt that the cultivation in his body was rapidly draining away like a tidal wave.
And the 3 divine palaces that he had managed to condense with great difficulty were shattered in the blink of an eye.
Even the dantian was densely cracked.
What made Wang Ao even more alarmed was that he could clearly feel that his own longevity was also rapidly fading, and his already old and wrinkled skin was rapidly drying out at a speed visible to the naked eye.
"No! This is impossible!" Wang Ao's voice was hoarse.
His face was as pale as paper. His eyes were filled with fear.
He couldn't believe that all this was true. However, the reality is cruel.
He watched the fire of his life gradually extinguished,
but could not do anything about it. "Ah!"
Wang Ruoxue saw Wang Ao's situation with her divine thoughts and screamed out from too much fear. With a few large strides, Yun Tian dust had appeared on top of the flying shuttle where Wang Ruoxue was, coldly gazing at her.
When Wang Ruoxue saw Yun Tian dust's cold eyes,
her entire body was so scared that she almost collapsed.
She said in a trembling voice, "What are you doing?"
"I'm the imperial concubine of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty, the future empress.
If you dare to touch me,
the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty will never let you go."
Pop! What responded to Wang Ruoxue was a resounding slap from Yun Tian dust.
This slap not only broke her mouth full of teeth, but also shattered the pride and dignity in her heart.
Wang Ruoxue was beaten to the point of dizziness,
blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with unbelief and fear.
You. Wang Ruoxue just opened her mouth,
spitting out bloody broken teeth,
and she couldn't even speak well. Yun Tian dust did not make any unnecessary movements as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers,
and the entire space began to twist and distort.
Countless miserable screams came,
and the bodies of nearly 10,000 forbidden guards were completely churned to pieces by the distorted space.
And along with their souls,
they were annihilated on the spot.
In addition to Wang Ao,
the 4 Wang family Divine Palace realm powerhouses only struggled for a few breaths before they were mercilessly crushed by the distorted space and turned into nothingness.
When Wang Ao saw this scene,
the remorse and unwillingness in his heart reached its peak. Only then did he realize what kind of terrifying existence his Wang family had messed with. And the fate of himself and the Wang family had come to an end.
Wang Ao held on to his last breath,
looked up at the azure sky,
and then,
with a heart full of sadness and unwillingness, swallowed his last breath and completely disappeared from this world. And at this moment,
apart from Wang Ruoxue, it was only Luosen, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, who managed to survive. He looked at everything in front of him in horror, his heart filled with fear and awe of Yun Tian dust. Wang Ruoxue saw such a shocking tactic. The whole person was so scared that her liver and gall bled. She could no longer care about any dignity and pride. Crying and begging for forgiveness. Gong. Gongzi. As long as you promise to let me go, I'm willing to give myself to you. While saying this, Wang Ruoxue also put on a look of pity. And even though she spat out her words, she carried a kind of flirtatiousness of a mature woman. At this moment, Wang Ruoxue only thought about staying alive, even going so far as to sell her color in the hope that Yun Tianzuan would spare her. She forcefully twisted her petite body, deliberately revealing pieces of snow white. Wang Ruoxue, who had married into the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty by virtue of her looks, was confident in her charms. She didn't believe that any man would be indifferent to her advances. What's more, she was also the imperial consort of the Nine Yao immortal dynasty, so the other party should have compassion as well. However, Yun Tian Dust only looked at her coldly, without the slightest bit of pity or sympathy in his eyes. From the moment you uttered those vicious words, you were already a dead man. Yun Tian Dust's voice was cold and determined. He slowly raised his right hand, and a ball of qi coalesced in the center of his palm, aiming it at Wang Ruoxue. No. Don't. Wang Ruoxue saw this scene, and her entire body cried out in despair. But everything was already too late. As Yun Tian Dust's palm slapped down, Wang Ruoxue's mournful voice came to an abrupt end. Chapter 76, It's useless to beg for forgiveness. The immortal realm is deep. Luosan saw Yun Tian Dust's ruthlessness and determination with his own eyes. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He could sense that the person in front of him was very young. There was no trace of age at all. He should not be more than 1,000 years old. He had learned from the imperial concubine that the person in front of him should be from that abandoned land. But how could such a supreme character appear in that barren realm, where even the rules were incomplete? Luosan was still thinking like this when he saw Yun Tian Dust slowly walking towards him, each step seemingly trembling on top of his heartstrings. After seeing Yun Tianduan's overpowering methods with his own eyes, Luosan's eyes were filled with despair and fear, his body trembling with fear, as if even his breathing had become abnormally difficult. Luosan knew deep down that he was powerless to return to the situation today, because the other party could not possibly leave a survivor in front of life and death. He could give up everything. And after a short internal struggle, Rosen chose to beg for mercy. Strongly bracing himself to stand up, Luosan painstakingly arched his hand and saluted, his face pleading. This gentleman, I am willing to hand over my soul blood. I only beg you to spare my life. Luosan's voice was hoarse and humble as he trembled, forcibly squeezing out a drop of blood bead containing soul essence from his brow and handing it to Yun Tian Dust. Once the soul blood was broken, its original body would also be scattered. It also meant that his life was in someone else's hands. And that was the only possibility Rosen could think of to stay alive. Seeing Luosan's reaction, Yun Tian Dust slowly stopped and scrutinized him with a cold gaze that seemed to be able to see through all the illusions in the world. Yun Tian Dust naturally understood the significance of the soul blood, but was even more aware of the risks of leaving a survivor behind. In this immortal realm where crises abounded, any potential threat could not be left behind. Because he was not alone. He had his wife and children behind him. And even more so, a group of brothers from the War God Temple. Although soul blood could determine the life and death of Rosen alone, it could not guarantee that he would not leak. Because in many cases, death is often a relief. Looking at the soul blood handed out by Luosan, Yun Tian Dust's eyes were as deep as the night, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. In the face of the supplication in Luo Sen's eyes, Yun Tian Dust remained indifferent, as if he was looking at a dying dust. Your soul blood is of no value to me. Yun Tian Dust's voice was cold, as if it was a cold wind in winter, piercing straight to the bottom of Luo Sen's heart. Without half a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianwan violently probed out his large hand, directly pulling Luo Sen's Yuan Shen out of his physical body. Rosen let out a mournful scream that was filled with unwillingness and despair, echoing in the void. The Yuan Shen was detached from the bondage of the physical body and became fragile. And Luo Sen's divine soul was not able to put up any resistance in Yun Tian Dust's hands. Yun Tian Dust did not hesitate and directly forcefully read its memories. Luo Sen's Yuan Shen, which was already weak due to serious injuries, was even more shaky under the impact of this powerful divine idea, and did not last for a moment before it exploded, turning into a bit of spiritual light that dissipated in the world. However, within this short period of time, Yun Tian Dust had obtained a great deal of important information about the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty from Luo Sen's memories. It turned out that the explicitly strongest person in this 9 Yao immortal dynasty was the old imperial lord Shi Daoxian, whose cultivation had reached the 6th step of the divine palace. However, this was just the appearance. The true depth of the 9 Yao immortal dynasty was far more than that. That founding ancestor of the 9 Flare immortal dynasty, surprisingly, still survived in the world. And now he has already lived for 1,000,000 years. And his cultivation has even reached the terrifying 7th step of the divine palace. This difference of 1 step was like a heavenly moat for the strongest in the immortal realm. But it was hard to overcome. Based on Luo Sen's memories, Yun Tianwan had some knowledge of the power and speed of the divine palace 6 steps. And he was confident that he could deal with the divine palace 6 steps. But for the 7th step of the divine palace, Luo Sen had no idea. Yun Tian Dust also learned a very important piece of information. The 9 Yao immortal dynasty was not as independent as it appeared to be, and had long been secretly dependent on the Eternal Divine Hall. The Eternal Divine Hall was the #1 hegemon of the eternal immortal domain, the strongest force in the entire immortal domain in the true sense of the word. And its depth and strength were enough to sweep across the entire immortal domain. Yun Tian Dust, who knew this truth, felt that his head was 2 sizes too big. There was really no end to the fact that the immortal domain hegemony was involved behind a mere Wang family. It seems that the water in this immortal realm is indeed too much deeper than the heavenly realm. Yun Tian Dust pondered in his heart. He had to be more cautious. In front of the eternal divine hall, with his current strength, it really wasn't quite enough. Just as Yun Tianwan was pondering, far away in the palace of the 9 Flare immortal dynasty, Wang Ruoshua's soul lamp suddenly went out, setting off monstrous waves throughout the palace. Prince Qi Feihong learned of his mother's death, but also the rage, vowing to find out the truth for his mother's revenge. The 9 Yao imperial lord was also furious, and he urgently convened a court meeting to discuss a plan. In the end, the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty dispatched the divine master, the Star River divine sovereign, to lead dozens of divine palace powerhouses and tens of thousands of emperor realm experts to the eastern heavenly immortal region, vowing to bring the murderer to justice. The Jiao Yao immortal dynasty, as one of the hegemonies of the upper 3 domains, hadn't made such a big move in tens of thousands of years. For a time, half of the immortal regions were shaken by this, and they all sent spies to secretly investigate, wanting to know what exactly had happened in the 9 Flare immortal dynasty. As the scouts that some forces had arranged in the 9 Flare immortal dynasty spread the news of Luo Sen and imperial concubine Wang Ruoshua's deaths, the news spread as quickly as a wildfire. From the upper 3 domains to the lower 5 domains, all of them were completely blown away. All parties have speculated about the murderer. After all, with Rosen's strength, the person who can kill him must also be famous.
And the fact that the murderer even dared to kill the imperial princess of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty is even more intriguing. Regarding the movements of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty and the repercussions from all sides, Yun Tian Dust had already expected it. Yun Tian Dust didn't linger too long. After briefly cleaning up the battlefield, he destroyed the cross-border passageway in the process and erased all traces of it. After doing so, Yun Tian Dust broke through the air in the direction of the Wang family. It was hard for him to be at peace until he had cut off the roots, especially the rest of the Wang family, fearing that it would reveal the existence of the War God's palace. In about 2 hours, Yun Tianwan arrived at the core of the East Heavenly Immortal region, Dongsheng Prefecture, which was also where the Wang family was located. Standing above the 9 heavens, Yun Tian Dust overlooked the entire Dongsheng Prefecture and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The heavenly realm is really just a projectile compared to the immortal realm. Based on Zhu Gatai's memories, Yun Tianduan quickly arrived in the sky above the Wang clan's residence, indifferently looking down at the chaotic Wang clan residence below. Killing opportunities surged in Yun Tian Dust's eyes. Without half a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianduan utilized the spatial strangulation. The clansmen of the Wang clan who were present, regardless of their cultivation level, were powerless before Yun Tian Dust's spatial strangulation. The moment the last Wang clan disciple was churned apart by the distorted space, the entire Wang clan residence was reduced to rubble. Yun Tian Dust stood above the 9 heavens, indifference in his eyes. He had blocked off the space at the beginning, so everything that happened inside the Wang family residence was not known by outsiders. What's wrong with becoming a god of killing for the sake of your family and brothers? Everything that he, Yun Tian Dust, cherished, no one was allowed to destroy. And his family and brothers were his scales. Touching them would lead to death. Putting away his complicated thoughts, Yun Tian Dust looked in the direction of the mid-heaven immortal region as a cold light flickered in his eyes. Next, it's time for your flowing cloud immortal dynasty, Yun Tian Dust whispered from the corner of his mouth. And in a single movement of his body, he transformed into a stream of light and sped directly towards the mid-heaven immortal region. Between the skies, only his fading back was left behind, mirroring the long-lasting aftermath over Dongsheng Prefecture. Chapter 77, Deduction Reversal. An existence you can't afford to mess with. Just as Yun Tian Dust crossed the eastern heavenly immortal domain and was about to step into the middle heavenly immortal domain, the winds and clouds in the distant sky changed, and a dozen huge and magnificent warships sped from afar, with a fierce aura on them, clearly coming from a bad place. Yun Tian Dust's gaze condensed as he quickly recognized the emblems on those warships. The insignia of the Nine Yao's immortal dynasty glittering in the sunlight, transmitting a lofty majesty. At the front end of the battleship at the head of the group, 2 figures stood. A young man dressed in purple and gold robes with a cold face, revealing an innate nobility and arrogance between his eyebrows. The killing chants emanating from its body made the air seem to freeze. The brown-robed old man standing beside the youth had a white beard and hair, with wrinkles forming furrows on his face. But his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle, and he exuded an unfathomable aura all over his body. Yun Tian Dust's gaze condensed slightly as he learned from Luosen's memories that the brown-robed old man was the Star River Divine Sovereign who ranked 4th among the top 10 experts of the Nine Flare Immortal Dynasty. He was a divine master of the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty. His cultivation had reached the 5th step of the Divine Palace, and he was extremely powerful. The young man in the purple and gold robe was the crown prince of the Nine Yao Immortal Dynasty, and the son that Wang Ruoxue was proud of, Qi Feihong. This Qi Feihong was also a legend in the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty, taking a step into the Divine Palace realm at only 1,000 years of age. So it could be said that he was gifted. Because of this, even though he was not born to the Empress, he was able to gain the support of most of the ministers and win the battle for the throne. Even the Nine Yao's imperial lord was very optimistic about this son. seeing the worship of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty getting closer and closer. Yun Tian Dust moved forward as if nothing had happened and brushed past it a moment later. Yun Tianduan intentionally revealed his cultivation of one step of the divine palace, causing the crowd of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty to not pay too much attention to him. After all, in their eyes, a cultivator at one step of the divine palace realm, even how extraordinary it was not enough to pose a threat to a powerhouse like Luo Sen. Only the Star River Divine Sovereign's gaze was like a torch as his divine thoughts swept over Yun Tianduan and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He could perceive that this was a supreme demon, and his talent was by no means weaker than Qi Feihong. The first thing that occurred to the Star River Divine Sovereign was that the other party should be from the Eternal Immortal region. After all, there were less than 10 people in the upper 3 regions who could have this kind of talent, and he had seen them all. It was only until Yun Tian Dust disappeared from the range of perception that the Star River Divine Sovereign slowly withdrew his thoughts and continued to lead the army of the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty forward. Yun Tianduan turned a blind eye to the Star River Divine Sovereign's probing. With the special nature of his chaotic body, it was a complete piece of cake to mimic the aura of other attributes. In order to prevent some unnecessary trouble, the attribute power that Yun Tianduan had previously displayed was clearly ice. This was also something he intentionally let the Star River Goddess sense. Yun Tian Dust knew that a head-on conflict between him and the Nine Yao Immortal Dynasty was inevitable. But right now was not the best time. He also needed more preparations. After all, the Eternal Divine Hall behind this Nine Yao Immortal Dynasty was a huge mountain that could not be crossed for the current him. Yun Tian Dust continued to move forward, traversing through the bordering seas of the East Heavenly Immortal Domain and the Middle Heavenly Immortal Domain. His heart was unperturbed. The only thing in his eyes was the determination and coldness, which was as hard to melt as cold ice. For the sake of the safety of the War God Temple and the peace of his family, he had to step on all potential threats. And the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty had long been on his must-destroy list. Just after stepping into the boundaries of the Middle Heavenly Immortal region, Yun Tian Dust sensed a change in the immortal qi. It was more dense and pure than the Eastern Sky Immortal region. The Middle Heavenly Immortal region was vast and boundless, with magnificent mountains and rivers, surrounded by clouds and mist, and was even more mysterious and vast than the Eastern Heavenly Immortal region. Yun Tian Dust's figure was like electricity as he traveled between the clouds and the sea. But in his mind, he had already outlined the detailed layout of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty. This Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, as the overlord of the Mid-Heaven Immortal Domain, was still quite powerful. So what if there were 5 steps of the Divine Palace sitting on the throne? His heart to destroy the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty was untouchable. As Yun Tian Dust gradually approached the core area of the Eastern Heavenly Immortal region, the martial artists were also generally getting stronger and stronger. There were as many Emperor realms as dogs, and Divine Palace realms could be sensed from time to time. Even when experiencing an ancient city on one side, Yun Tian Dust detected an aura that far exceeded Luo Sen's. It should be the Divine Palace 5 steps without a doubt. Without paying too much attention, Yun Tian Dust collected his breath and hurried at full speed. Meanwhile, the army of the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty led by the Star River Divine Sovereign and Qi Feihong had arrived at that battlefield in the Eastern Sky Immortal region. Qi Feihong looked at the empty piece of rubble in front of him. The whole person hated to be mad. He did not expect. Actually, even the mother consort's body cannot be found. Obviously has been destroyed by the murderer. Only after a long time did Qi Feihong force himself to calm down. He slowly looked at the Star River Divine Sovereign, his tone low and full of killing intent. Senior Divine Master, can you deduce it? I'll try. The Star River Divine Sovereign's gaze was grave as he slowly closed his eyes, his hands rapidly forming seals as his powerful divine thoughts surged out like a tidal wave, attempting to deduce traces of the murderer. However, just as the Star River Divine Sovereign's divine thoughts touched a certain mysterious node,
An unspeakably terrifying force violently recoiled, like 10,000 pounds of thunder,
and bombarded the depths of his soul. His eyes snapped open and a mouthful of blood gushed out. His face instantly pale as paper. His breath shriveled. The surrounding powerhouses of the Jiuyao immortal dynasty were all shocked at the sight. They had never seen the Divine Master in such a sorry state.
"Senior Divine Master, are you all right?" Shi Feihong rushed forward to assist him,
his face grave to the extreme.
The Star River Godfather shook his head.
A trace of palpitations and fear flashed in his eyes.
"That murderer's strength is unfathomable. And I can't even deduce the slightest bit of information about it. Moreover, I vaguely feel that if I forcefully deduce it, I will definitely die."
The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Shi Feihong's brow furrowed as he said with a sullen face,
"Your deduction of even the seventh step of the Divine Palace would only suffer a slight backlash. In that case, that murderer is likely to be an existence that has stepped into the eighth step." What? "What?" the crowd exclaimed in shock. "The eighth step of the Divine Palace.
That was a supreme existence that could sweep through the nine-flare immortal dynasty.
And when looking at the upper three regions, there was no one that could be defeated."
At this moment Shi Feihong, his fists were clenched in death, and his nails were deeply embedded in his flesh without even realizing it.
A sense of powerlessness surged through me.
Just when Shi Feihong was in deep despair,
a summoning jade slip suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. He hurriedly checked, only to see a shocking news from the jade slip: the Wang family has been exterminated, with no survivors. Shi Feihong's eyes instantly turned crimson. He didn't have much affection for the Wang family,
but it was his mother consort's family,
and the Wang family was still a big help to him. How could he not be angry when he just said no?
As soon as he crushed the jade slip in his hand to pieces,
Shi Feihong roared violently, his voice carrying endless anger and hatred. "Ah! No matter who you are, I will make you pay in blood."
Seeing Shi Feihong in such a state,
quite a few people were taken aback.
And an old man of the second step of the Divine Palace took a step forward and respectfully arched his hand.
"Your Highness, we'd better return to the Supreme Immortal Region first.
If the murderer is truly a Divine Palace 8th step, there will be no scruples.
And once he turns against you, none of us will be able to stop him." Upon hearing this,
Shi Feihong calmed down and regained his senses. There was no doubt about the terror of the 8th step of the Divine Palace. And those of them wouldn't be able to put up half a fight. And the Star River Godfather's injuries needed to be treated as soon as possible.
Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable.
Shi Feihong could only hold back his anger and ordered the entire army to retreat and return to the Jiuyao Immortal Dynasty.
Chapter 78, Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty. The one who wants you dead.
The Mid-Heaven Immortal Domain was divided into 9 domains in 18 states, with the Zhongxing Divine State being the most prosperous.
In the entire Zhongxing Divine Prefecture, the 3 forces of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty,
the Violet Palace, and the Heavenly Pivot sect presented a 3-legged situation.
The 3 parties, though often in open and secret rivalry,
have always maintained a balance and have never been in widespread conflict.
However,
such a balance was completely shattered because the old Imperial Lord of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty took the first step into the 5th step of the Divine Palace.
Nowadays, more than half of the Zhongtian Immortal region has fallen under the banner of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty, and its territory is still expanding.
Facing the threat of the 5 steps of the Divine Palace,
the 2 forces,
the Violet Palace and the Heavenly Pivot sect, had to make an exception and join forces to avoid being annexed one by one. The Flowing Clouds Immortal Dynasty was situated in the heart of the Zhongxing Divine Prefecture,
the Flowing Clouds Imperial City,
and its splendor and magnificence were enough to inspire awe in the hearts of any first-time visitors.
The entire Luyun imperial city covered an area of thousands of miles. Like a bright pearl set in the vastness of Zhongxing Divine Prefecture. The Luyun Imperial Palace, moreover, monopolized a tenth of the entire city. Various golden complexes shone brightly in the sunlight. A floating mountain was grand and domineering. And the palace was lofty. The haze-white clouds and mists, lingering between the mountains, reflected the entire palace in a serene and ethereal manner. However, this serenity and splendor was completely shattered with the arrival of an uninvited guest. In the sky, the originally calm clouds suddenly tumbled as if they were stirred by an invisible force. And the wind and clouds over the entire Luyun Imperial Palace changed, signaling the upcoming storm. In a certain secret room deep within the Luyun Immortal Dynasty, an old man with a dragon-patterned imperial robe and white hair was meditating and practicing. In its dantian, there were 5 divine palaces suspended. This person was none other than the old imperial lord of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, known as the 9 Dragons Taoist. The origin of his name was also related to the gong method he cultivated. Rumor has it that the 9 Dragons Taoist had mediocre qualifications when he was young. But he accidentally obtained a mutilated copy of the Dragon Clan's secret method. And from then on he rose all the way to the top, breaking through the divine palace realm in just a few thousand years, thus founding the Flowing Clouds Immortal Dynasty. Over 100,000 years, Taoist 9 dragons successfully stepped into the 4th step of the divine palace, completely establishing the Luyun Immortal Dynasty's hegemonic position in the middle heavenly immortal region, separating itself from the 2 oldest powers, the Violet Palace and the Heavenly Pivot Sect. It could be said that the path of rise of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty was considered to be quite rapid. However, at this moment, Taoist 9 Dragons, who was gazing with his eyes closed, violently opened his eyes. His brows tightly locked as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged through his heart. After seeing the outside world through the secret room with his divine thoughts, the 9 Dragons Taoist's eyes flashed with a flash of gravity, and his body transformed into a stream of light that flickered away. When he reappeared, Taoist 9 Dragons had already appeared above the Luyun Imperial Palace, looking at the rolling black clouds that came under pressure. Taoist 9 Dragons shouted in a deep voice, the rolling Tao sound spreading throughout the entire Flowing Clouds Palace. A great enemy is coming. Follow me to meet the enemy. As soon as Taoist 9 Dragons' voice fell, Immortal Lord Luyun and a bunch of other senior officers rose up in the air, and hundreds of figures erupted with a stern killing aura, converging in the sky above the palace. All of their eyes looked towards the black clouds that came out of the sky. And the senior members of the Luyun Immortal Dynasty looked at each other, all seeing the same shock and uneasiness in each other's eyes. It was because the fury contained in that black cloud made them unconsciously feel trembling. Open the Guardian Array. With Taoist 9 Dragons' command, the Guardian formation of the Luyun Imperial Palace was activated at the first moment. Countless rays of light intertwined into a net, enveloping the entire imperial city to defend against the unknown threat that was about to come. Right at this tense moment, the void suddenly cracked open, and a figure, as if coming out of nothingness, slowly descended on top of the Luyun Imperial Palace. It was the Yun Tian Dust who had changed his face. At the moment he was wearing a black robe. Middle-aged man-like. Killing machines surged on his cold face. A faint chaos divine radiance surrounded him, appearing both mysterious and powerful. Yun Tian Dust merely stood there, as if the entire heaven and earth had changed for the worse. And the overriding killing opportunity swept across the entire Luyun Palace like a tidal wave, causing everyone present to feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Taoist 9 Dragons gazed at Yun Tianwan, and a trace of gravity flashed through those weathered eyes. He was able to sense that the aura emanating from this person was far beyond that of an ordinary divine palace realm powerhouse. In the 9 Dragons Taoist's impression, he didn't recognize such a person, however. The other party was obviously coming again. And a great battle was feared to be inevitable. Strongly suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Daoist 9 Dragons asked in a deep voice. Who are you? What is the reason for coming to my flowing cloud immortal dynasty?
Yun Tiandust's gaze was like a torch as he scanned everyone present. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold and slightly stiff smile as he slowly spoke.
The one who wants your lives.
With these words, the atmosphere over the entire palace instantly dropped to freezing point.
And everyone's heart involuntarily beat faster.
Seeking death, a middle-aged man of the second step of the divine palace in the team of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty shouted angrily. His body exploded out like a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky, fiercely summoning a long blade and slashing a stern blade at Yun Tianyin through the air. The blade was radiant and dazzling,
containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, as if it was going to cleave all existences that stood in its way into two. However, in the face of this attack that was enough to make a divine palace realm powerhouse retreat, Yun Tiandust merely stood in place without even blinking his eyelids. The blade was 10,000 feet long. But when it was still a dozen meters away from Yun Tiandust's head, it was as if it was bound by an invisible force, and it could no longer advance an inch. When the crowd of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty saw this, their expressions became even more grave as they realized that this mysterious person was far more powerful than they had imagined. Right at this moment, Yun Tiandust's figure suddenly disappeared,
as if it had merged into the void without a trace. The crowd was in a state of disbelief when Yun Tiandust's figure reappeared behind the middle-aged man who was at the second step of the divine palace.
At that moment, time seemed to freeze.
Everyone held their breath and there were loud reminders.
However, in the end, it was a step too late. Die.
As Yun Tiandust indifferently spat out these two words, his right hand was already raised, and a terrifying power erupted from his palm,
surging like a mountain torrent.
The middle-aged man with the second step of the divine palace only had time to let out a miserable scream before he exploded on the spot, his blood and flesh flying everywhere, and his divine soul annihilating into nothingness. This scene shook the entire arena. Everyone was shocked by Yun Tiandust's strength, and an unspeakable fear welled up in their hearts.
Old 6.
The people of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty were furious and wanted to strike to avenge their dead companions. But he was stopped by the 9 Dragons Daoist, because he didn't even see how the other party disappeared. It was enough to show that this person's speed was far above his own. Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart,
Daoist 9 Dragons once again inquired. Who exactly are you? What grudge do you have against my flowing cloud immortal dynasty? 9 Dragons Taoist voice cold. He has a strong intuition. The person in front of him is absolutely not their own enemy. Once handled badly, Lu Yun immortal dynasty fear will be destroyed. If you want to know why, then go to hell to seek the answer. Yun Tiandust's voice was as cold as ice.
Each word seemed to carry a piercing chill that penetrated the hearts of everyone present.
His figure did not move,
but the chaotic divine radiance surging around him spread like a tidal wave, coloring the entire sky with a layer of mysterious colors.
As Yun Tiandust's words fell, an indiscriminate attack suddenly erupted. Countless chaotic chi transformed into sharp blades, weaving in and out of the void.
And wherever they passed, space was distorted and air currents surged crazily. The crowd of powerful people from the flowing cloud immortal dynasty had sacrificed their magic treasures in an attempt to ward off this sudden attack. However, those seemingly sturdy defenses were like papier-mâché in front of the chaos blade,
collapsing at the touch of a button. Blood and limbs flew in the air.
Wailing and despair intertwined into one. And in the entire sky above the Lu Yun Imperial Palace, none of the Emperor Realm martial artists survived. Blood rained down on top of the Guardian formation below, tinting it with a layer of scarlet red.
Chapter 79 One Finger Wipes Out. 9 Dragons Daoist's Anger. Inside the Lu Yun Palace,
Countless people saw such a bloody and gruesome scene. All of them were scared to the point of incontinence,
wailing in all directions.
The crowd of the Luyun immortal dynasty below witnessed more than 200 Emperor realm powerhouses being wiped out on the spot like ants,
with no corpses or bones left.
And each and every one of them lost their minds and hearts,
with fear enveloping the entire Luyun imperial palace. Seeing this scene, Yun Tian Dust remained indifferent.
The moment they thought of the tens of thousands of spirit places enshrined in the battle soul hall, all of these people were too dead to be spared. And this Luyun immortal dynasty's heart to exterminate the battle god hall was deep in their bones.
Otherwise,
how could they have sent a powerhouse of the level of Yu Hangjinjin to descend to the heavenly realm?
If he hadn't been strong enough,
the war god palace would have been bloodied to the bone long ago.
At this moment,
in the sky above the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, there were only a dozen or so scattered figures left, all of which looked incomparably wretched. They were all powerful men of the divine palace realm, usually towering above the rest. But at this moment, they were as if they were facing an abyss,
their eyes flickering with endless anger and uneasiness.
The air was thick with blood and despair,
and every gasp seemed unusually heavy. As the second strongest person in the flowing cloud immortal dynasty,
the entire person's eyes were crimson with rage after seeing the dynasty's underpinnings wiped out instantly. His violent voice shook the clouds, and the aura of the fourth step of the divine palace was like a volcano erupting,
surging.
A dragon-head sword was summoned out by him, and it seemed to come alive in his hands,
gulping out a brilliant light, reflecting his figure in a majestic and holy manner.
This lord doesn't care who you are.
You will die today.
As soon as the words fell, immortal Lord Luyun instantly transformed into a stream of light,
carrying an unrivaled blade aura that came straight for Yun Tianwan.
Wherever the blade light passed, space trembled as a golden dragon's silhouette roared out, traversing the sky, and the sound of the dragon's roar was deafening, as if it was going to tear apart this heaven and earth.
Yun Tian Dust stood in the void.
His face did not change, and only at the moment he saw this dragon-head sword did a trace of astonishment flash through his eyes.
From this blade, Yun Tianwan detected a faint dragon chi. After a brief probe,
Yun Tian Dust could not help but narrow his eyes as well. The dragon-head sword gave him the feeling as if he had drunk the blood of a true dragon. True dragons were a forbidden race, long extinct in both the heavenly realm and the immortal realm, and even the records were vague. Yun Tian Dust still read from an ancient book in the mysterious little tower that the dragon race had once dominated the universe and were truly super divine beasts.
From the looks of it,
this flowing cloud immortal dynasty was not as simple as imagined. Yun Tian Dust was ready for a quick battle. In the face of immortal Lord Luyun's overwhelming slash,
he didn't dodge.
He raised his hand and fiercely threw a punch.
This punch seemed to be light, but it destroyed that amazingly powerful golden dragon's virtual shadow and crushed it. As far as the wind of the fist went,
the golden dragon dissipated,
turning into bits of starlight and dissipating into nothingness. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was lost in thought due to this scene, Yun Tian Dust once again utilized the power of space, enveloping the group of divine palace realm powerhouses from the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. Under Yun Tian Dust's spatial confinement,
immortal Lord Luyun only felt that the space around him seemed to be frozen, and no matter how much he struggled, he was unable to break free from this invisible shackle for a while. Just as immortal Lord Luyun erupted his entire body's strength and had just broken free from his bonds, a powerful finger from Yun Tianxian penetrated through space and pierced through his brow with unerring precision. Immortal Lord Luyun didn't even have time to react before he fell down from the void, and his divine soul being instantly annihilated. He didn't even have a chance to close his eyes.
Boer. The Nine Dragons Taoist witnessed the tragic death of his most favored grandson,
and his eyes burst into tears, and the grief and anger in his heart intertwined into a force that was difficult to contain, easily breaking free of the spatial bindings. The pain of losing his closest relative again made him completely lose his usual calm and composure. His entire being was like a raging sea of fury, vowing to tear the murderous thief in front of him into pieces. As Daoist 9 Dragons let out a furious cry, the aura of his entire body surged crazily, as if he was trying to swallow the heavens and earth into it. The light from the palace protector formation converged into a stream, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, surging into his body, causing Daoist 9 Dragons' cultivation to rapidly climb up. Seeing this, the remaining dozen or so Divine Palace realm powerhouses dodged and retreated into the formation, inputting all of their own power into the Palace Guard formation and using it to transmit it to Daoist 9 Dragons. At the same time, in the Lu Yun Imperial Palace, hundreds of thousands of people were on the same page, inputting their full power into the Grand Formation. In this way, Daoist 9 Dragon's aura quickly reached a critical point, his power directly breaking into the realm of the 6th step of the Divine Palace. And it was still rapidly rising, until after the power in his body reached its endurance limit. The 9 Dragons' Daoist's aura was about the same as the 7 steps from the Divine Palace. This power swept through the entire Middle Heavenly Immortal region. Countless forces were startled. And when the senior officers of the Violet Palace and the Heavenly Pivot Sect sensed this power that surpassed everything, all of them were chilled to the core. They could sense that it seemed to be the aura of Daoist 9 Dragons. But hadn't Daoist 9 Dragons just broken through the 5 steps of the Divine Palace? And how could it explode with such astounding power? For a time, the entire Middle Heavenly Immortal region was on edge. All the major powerhouses coincidentally rushed towards the direction of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, wanting to find out what was going on. 9 Dragons' Daoist's breath quickly stabilized. The dragon head sword he held tightly in his hand buzzed, hissing and bellowing, "Give this seat. Death." Before the words fell, Daoist 9 Dragons had already moved. He violently swung the precious sword in his hand. The light of the sword was like electricity, cutting through the void, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, heading straight for Yun Tian dust. In a flash, 9 golden dragons erupted from the tip of the blade, each one lifelike, and the sound of the dragon's roar was deafening. The 9 golden dragons intertwined and circled in the air, forming a dense and impenetrable dragon net, vowing to trap Yun Tian dust within it. Yun Tian dust faced this shocking strike from Daoist 9 Dragons. His eyes exploded with refined light and he did not dare to be careless. Chaotic heaven opening. Yun Tian dust let out a low cry, the chaotic chi surging around him like the undivided chaos at the beginning of the opening of the heavens, as an ancient and powerful force erupted from within him. Only Yun Tian dust slapped out his palm, and wherever the palm wind passed, space seemed to be torn apart. When those 9 golden dragons came into contact with this power, they were actually like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, rapidly melting and turning into nothingness. Daoist 9 Dragons was shaken back by this force, his face as pale as paper, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. He looked at Yun Tianduan incredulously, an unprecedented fear welling up in his heart. He had also never imagined that the attack he had poured everything into would be so unbearable. The 9 Dragons Daoist knew that it was already a time of life and death. He no longer had any reservations and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Daoist 9 Dragons gripped the dragon head sword with both hands, his body's dragon chi boiling as if there were 1,000 giant dragons roaring. He roared, and his entire body seemed to merge into the sword, becoming the soul of the sword and the spirit of the sword. 9 dragons against the sky chop. With a deafening roar, Daoist 9 Dragons actually chopped out the 10th dragon shadow. This dragon shadow was larger and fiercer than any of the previous ones. It seemed to be the cohesion of all the dragon chi in heaven and earth, and it brought with it the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as it came barreling towards Yun Tianduan. Seeing this, Yun Tian Dust's eyes slightly condensed.
This strike was not trivial. He took a deep breath and mobilized the power of his entire body's Dantian divine palace to prepare for this fatal blow. Chaotic storm. Yun Tian Dust let out a low shout and raised his hand to blast out a palm. This palm brought together all of his power and will, as if he wanted to involve the entire world in it. Only to see a force that was powerful to the extreme blasted out from Yun Tian Dust's palm. The entire space seemed to be swept by a strong and overwhelming storm. And in the center of the storm, the chaotic chi surged, as if it wanted to devour all existence. The golden dragon silhouette that traversed hundreds of miles of the sky was like papier-mâché when it came into contact with this chaotic storm, and was instantly torn to shreds. Daoist 9 Dragons was also affected by this force. His body flew out backwards in a sorry state, crashing heavily on top of the palace protector formation, spitting out blood, his breath wilting. Just as Yun Tianduan was about to take advantage of the situation to obliterate Daoist 9 Dragons, the latter suddenly let out a mournful hiss, only to see that the clothes on his body were windless, and dense scales began to emerge under his skin, with the color turning from light to dark, and eventually transforming into a body of pitch-black dragon scales. A moment later, his entire person had completely transformed into a giant black dragon, hovering in the void, his dragon's eyes like torches, and his aura was majestic. When Yun Tian Dust saw this, he couldn't help but freeze as well. Although he knew of thousands of feats in the world, he had never seen anyone who could transform into a dragon so completely. Could it be that this was really a magical ability granted by the Dragon Clan's secret method cultivated by Daoist 9 Dragons? At this moment, Yun Tianduan became intensely interested in Daoist 9 Dragons' technique. And at the same time, he became more vigilant. Chapter 80 Visionary Manifestation. Immortal Realm Tremors. The black dragon transformed by Daoist 9 Dragons let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar, its breath rising wildly as if it might break through to the 7th step of the divine palace at any moment. Each of his black dragon scales was like a black meteorite iron casting, shining with an eerie cold light. The black dragon's eyes were bloodshot, radiating monstrous resentment and killing intent. He opened his huge mouth, revealing his sword-like sharp dragon teeth, and roared towards Yun Tianzuan as if he wanted to swallow him in one gulp. A trace of gravity flashed in Yun Tian Dust's eyes as he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the black dragon that the 9 Dragons Daoist had transformed into. However, he didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, his battle spirit became even stronger. Domain. Open. Yun Tian Dust let out a low gulp as chaotic chi surged crazily around him. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth changed. And the black dragon transformed by Daoist 9 Dragons had just sensed that something was wrong when it found itself in a gray space. Here there is no sky, no earth, no direction, no time. Everything seems to revert to chaos. No beginning, no end, no order. What kind of field is this? The black dragon spat out human words, its mountain-sized pupils bubbling with red light as it looked around in panic. The 9 Dragons Daoist was horrified to discover that in this unknown realm, his perception, speed and strength, and even his thinking, had been drastically weakened. How can this be? Daoist 9 Dragons desperately struggled to break through this bizarre field, but it was always in vain. Yun Tianduan looked at the black dragon struggling in the chaos realm, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had used his domain against the enemy, and the effect was surprisingly good. Chaos Infinity. Yun Tian Dust let out a cold cry and directly erupted with an overwhelming strike, only to see Yun Tian Dust slap out his palm. The violent chaotic chi surged wildly, as if it wanted to incorporate the entire heaven and earth. The 9 Dragons Daoist only felt an irresistible force sweeping over him, and an unprecedented fear welled up in his heart. The black dragon he incarnated struggled madly in the void, its scales flickering with an eerie light. But it was difficult to resist the erosion of that chaotic aura. Every moment, he felt his power being rapidly weakened, as if he was plunged into an endless abyss. Daoist Nine Dragons felt the terror of this strike and was inwardly terrified. He could clearly feel the destructive power contained in that chaotic aura, as if it was going to completely devour his soul. In the chaotic realm, the Nine Dragons Daoist's huge dragon body swung wildly in the void, as if it had gone berserk as it rampaged in one direction. However, no matter how much he struggled, he was never able to break through Yun Tianduan's chaotic domain. This is impossible. How could there be such a terrifying domain under the heavens? Daoist Nine Dragons hissed out, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. Ah! A moment later, the black dragon let out a mournful roar as his dragon body began to crumble under the erosion of the chaotic chi, his scales falling off in droves and blood splattering everywhere. In the end, the black dragon was forcibly knocked back into its original form and transformed back into its human body by Yun Tian Dust's strike of chaotic infinity. The terrified Nine Dragons Daoist was filled with disbelief. How could he not expect that the Dragon Clan's secret technique that he had cultivated for many years would be so unbeatable in front of this mysterious person? Who in the world are you? Why did you do this to my flowing cloud immortal dynasty? Daoist Nine Dragons trembled as he inquired, his eyes flickering with infinite rage. But more than anything else, fear. You, the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, have brought this upon yourselves. This is the evil fruit you deserve to taste. Yun Tian Dust coldly spat out a sentence. And then he no longer paid attention to the Nine Dragons Daoist's roar and directly executed the soul extraction and refining technique. Daoist Nine Dragons felt that his Yuanshan was being pulled by a powerful force, and the extreme pain caused him to hiss out, "No! You can't do this to me!" The Nine Dragons Daoist struggled frantically, trying to get out of Yun Tianduan's control. However, it was all in vain. In the chaotic realm, all his reactions were half a beat slower, and he was simply unable to resist Yun Tian Dust's overbearing tearing. As the Yuanshan was forcibly ripped out, Yun Tian Dust began to forcibly peruse the Nine Dragons Daoist's memories. "Ah! You devil! This seed dies with you!" The Nine Dragons Daoist's Yuanshan body let out a roar to the heavens, going so far as to explode his Yuanshan, attempting to pull Yun Tianduan with him. "Humph! Want to blow yourself up? Not that easy." Yun Tian Dust snorted coldly, only to see a vast celestial river emerge out of thin air, suppressing Nine Dragons Daoist's self-detonation power hard. This was precisely the chaotic body vision, chaotic heavenly river. "No! This can't be? What kind of power is this?" Daoist Nine Dragons' Yuanshan body trembled violently, completely despairing. The various means that Yun Tianduan had unleashed had completely subverted the Nine Dragons Daoist's perception. Without a trace of pity in his eyes, Yun Tian Dust continued to read the Nine Dragons Daoist's memories. But what he didn't know was that the moment the chaotic body vision manifested, the entire immortal region exploded. The heaven and earth anomalies triggered by the chaotic heavenly river had even startled the eternal immortal region. In a cave that was known as the first forbidden place by the eternal divine hall, 13 finely crafted crystal coffins were neatly placed on a high platform. Within each coffin, one person was sleeping. But on top of these coffins, there was the largest bronze ancient coffin, which was pulled by 8 chains and suspended in mid-air. However, at this moment, the sleeping old man in the bronze ancient coffin suddenly opened his eyes, and a breath that was strong to the extreme faintly emanated from him, directly startling the dozen or so people in the rest of the coffins. At the same time, the old monsters of the major forces of the eternal immortal domain broke out. Their gazes were all cast towards the middle heavenly immortal domain, and a trace of gravity flashed in their eyes. The heavenly void sect, the Pyamia immortal palace. and a host of other top-tier powerhouses were all appalled as they sensed an overriding force in the previous instant. What kind of power is this? How could it explode with such might? Countless top-tier bigwigs exchanged divine thoughts. There were also strong people who broke through the air towards the middle heavenly immortal region in an attempt to find out what was going on. The Eternal Divine Hall was the only one that hadn't made a move yet. And the group of senior officers looked in the direction of the Forbidden Land in the back of the mountain, seemingly waiting for orders. In the Forbidden Cave, a dozen or so living fossils who had crawled out from the pile of coffins looked at each other, their eyes narrowing slightly. After the group of old monsters exchanged words in secret for a moment, one of them looked toward the Dao-robed old man standing in the air above the bronze ancient coffin and respectfully inquired, "Dao Ancestor, this power, is it possible that it is the legendary chaotic body?" The old man known as Dao Ancestor didn't speak. Only a pair of vast eyes pierced through endless space, seemingly seeing everything that was happening in the mid-heaven immortal region. He had a white beard and hair and was immortal. However, underneath its transcendent appearance, it faintly exuded an aura of death. This person was none other than the strongest old ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall, titled Haotian. It was rumored that the Haotian Dao ancestor had been a figure from millions of years ago, surviving to this day by relying on supreme secret techniques and various life-renewing supreme treasures, and was the immortal domain's veritable #1 powerhouse. After a long moment of silence, the divine thoughts of Taoist ancestor Haotian suddenly came out. "Go! Bring that person back. At all costs." Chapter 81, Overthrowing the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty. Departure. After saying that, the Haotian Dao father once again lay back in his coffin and fell into a deep sleep. "Yes." A respectful voice echoed in the void. The remaining dozen or so old monsters glanced at each other, their eyes unable to hide their excitement. "It's really the legendary chaotic body." "Great. That's right. As long as we can obtain the chaotic body origin, why would my clan worry about failing to accomplish our great plans?" The divine thoughts of all the old monsters exchanged, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. "No." A red-haired old man spoke in a low tone. "I'm going to come out in person. The chaos body is a matter of great importance, and I will never allow the slightest mistake." After the red-haired old man finished speaking, he arched his hand at the bronze ancient coffin and spoke out respectfully. "Please ask the Dao ancestor for permission. I've decided to go in person, and I will definitely bring that chaotic body back." Yun. In the bronze ancient coffin, a divine thought slowly came out. After receiving permission, the red-haired old man's figure instantly concealed itself in the void and disappeared. The rest of the old monsters saw this and secretly nodded their heads, with Old 13 personally stepping in. "It will be foolproof." One of the great-robed old men slowly spoke, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "As long as those old guys don't personally intervene, no one will be able to stop Old 13. Humph. Measure them wouldn't dare. Unless they want to be exterminated." Another person coldly voiced out, a cold light flickering in his eyes. The visions triggered by the chaotic heavenly river caused all the major top powers in the entire immortal region to send their strong men to rush to the middle heavenly immortal region. Among the martial artists from all sides, the vast majority thought that there was a foreign treasure coming out of the world. There were only a very few top-tier powers that vaguely guessed the origin of that vision. Regarding the great tremor in the immortal region, Yun Tian Dust was unaware of it. At this moment, he had only finished perusing the memories of Taoist 9 dragons. After going through the entire process of extracting the soul and refining the spirit, Taoist 9 dragons Yuanshan still hadn't burst into pieces, but it had reached the brink of collapse. True Dragon's secret art. Dragon transformation technique? Yun Tian Dust murmured in a low voice, glancing at Taoist 9 dragons Yuanshan that was about to collapse if he had any deep meaning. And without hesitation, He slapped it apart. As the chaos domain dispersed, Yun Tianduan's figure emerged. And the 9 dragons Taoist's body fell down with it. In the distant skies, many martial artists from various parties who had followed up and rushed here saw this scene. And all of them were chilled to the bone. The 9 dragons Taoist who had erupted with astounding strength had died just like that. Many people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Thick awe flashed in their gazes as they looked at Yun Tianduan. The Violet Palace and Heavenly Pivot sect powerhouses had mixed feelings in their hearts when they saw the corpse of Taoist 9 dragons. The biggest enemy of both of them was dead, by all rights. They should be happy. But in their hearts, they were all unconsciously uneasy. After the crowd of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty below saw the already dead 9 dragons Taoist, there were cries of grief up and down. Everyone's faces were ashen. And the entire Lu Yun imperial palace was in chaos. Yet there were still most of the martial artists supporting the guardian array with all their might. Although they didn't know why the person in front of them wanted to decimate the Lu Yun immortal dynasty. This person would never let them go. Even the immensely powerful old imperial lord had died in battle. And it would be even more impossible for them to block this terrifying enemy if they didn't concentrate their strength. As a Divine Palace 3-step-old man shouted. More than 90% of the martial practitioners of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty input all of their strength into the large formation. And there were even some who burned their essence, blood and souls, preparing to fight to the death. Under the full force of the hundreds of thousands of martial artists from the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, the light emanating from the Guardian Array reached its peak. In response, Yun Tian Dust was filled with disdain. He indifferently looked down at the Guardian Grand Formation below and raised his hand to fiercely blast out a fist. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the void suddenly changed. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. And a shadow of an annihilating fist descended from the sky, smashing down fiercely against the Guardian Grand Formation below. Only a roar could be heard as cracks began to appear in the Guardian Array, which then spread rapidly and completely dissipated a moment later. Die! Yun Tian Dust coldly spat out a word, and immediately transformed into a Shura. Swooping down, a dozen or so strong men of the Divine Palace realm of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty could not even withstand a single glance, and were obliterated on the spot by Yun Tian Dust. With Yun Tian Dust's killing spree, the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty was destroyed. In the course of the killing spree, Yun Tian Dust purposely erupted with absolute power, instantly destroying that teleportation channel to the immortal realm. After everything was settled, Yun Tian Dust secretly communicated with the mysterious little tower suspended in his dantian, and then probed out his big hand, uprooting the entire treasure pavilion of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty directly into the inner space of the little tower. After doing so, without half a moment's hesitation, he cut through space and stepped inside. The powerful people from all sides of the Middle Heavenly Immortal region looked at the scene of the destruction of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty from afar. And all of them were chilled to the bone. And even though Yun Tian Dust had already left, no one dared to go forward. The whole thing was less than an hour. I think. The large Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty was then forcefully destroyed by a mysterious person. The shock this brought to the crowd could be imagined. It wasn't until they were sure that the mysterious person had moved away that countless martial artists began to swarm in, rushing into the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty to scavenge for resources, creating a chaotic mess. Moments later, the fluctuations of the great battle unfolded in all parts of the Lu Yun Imperial Palace. As time passed, countless top-tier powerhouses gathered here before the great battle gradually subsided. Several hours quickly passed, and the Divine Palace realm powerhouses that had gathered in the Lu Yun Imperial City were already no less than 10 million. Among them, there was no lack of top-tier powerhouses with more than 5 steps in the Divine Palace. All of them were inquiring about what had happened in the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty. And some were inquiring about the details of the fight. After someone had depicted the appearance of that mysterious middle-aged man, Some insightful people directly surmised that it was not the real face. In the end, none of them asked for any valid information.
Quite a number of powerful people who specialized in the art of deduction were deducing in place.
But without exception,
all of them suffered serious backlash.
Among them, there was also a Divine Palace 7th step who was seriously injured on the spot by the backlash. And the crowd was horrified.
The immortal region was affected by the vision of the chaotic heavenly river and the destruction of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty.
An unprecedented uproar has arisen. Yun Tian Dust, however,
had no knowledge of this. And in the sky above a canyon far away from the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, his silhouette quietly emerged from the void, his eyes flickering with excitement. Yun Tian Dust sat cross-legged on top of a huge rock in the valley.
And after casually arranging a hidden formation, he moved his mind and directly entered the inner space of the mysterious little tower. Inside the small tower was an infinite chaotic space. And in the center stood two huge palaces. One large and one small. That slightly smaller palace was none other than the flowing cloud immortal dynasty's treasure pavilion.
When Yun Tian Dust moved his mind, endless light and splendor surged out from the palace.
Treasures, immortal medicines, immortal soldiers, secret books, and countless other things. These,
all of which had been treasured by the Lu Yun immortal dynasty for hundreds of thousands of years, had now all become Yun Tian Dust's possessions. If it was brought back to the War God Temple, it would be enough for the War God Temple to vigorously develop for a while. Especially that dragon transformation skill. It was the most suitable for that guy.
Dragon Breaker.
As Yun Tian Dust was categorizing the various heavenly treasures,
the small tower suddenly shook violently.
Under Yun Tian Dust's confused gaze, a white light flashed by. The various immortal artifact divine soldiers that were piled up into mountains all became a pile of broken brass and iron. And all the divinity was gone. A few moments later, they all turned into ashes.
This.
Yun Tian Dust covered his hand and held his forehead with a pang of remorse.
Chapter 82, the next volume of the 7 Wondrous Books. Great Destiny Technique.
Yun Tian Dust almost forgot that this mysterious little tower specialized in devouring all kinds of divine weapons and superior quality refining materials, and was a true weapon killer. Looking at the immortal artifact divine soldiers that had turned into ashes,
Yun Tian Dust wanted to cry without tears.
These were all the treasures of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty for hundreds of thousands of years.
And they were just gone. Ugh. Forget it. It's all plundered anyway. Yun Tian Dust sighed helplessly and could only accept this reality.
He continued to organize the other treasures, categorizing immortal pills,
secret books,
and immortal crystals in different storage rings. Although a large number of immortal artifact divine soldiers were lost, the harvest this time was still very huge. The different qualities of immortal crystals were all converted into extreme immortal crystals, the total value of which was more than 10 trillion. Together with the various heavenly materials and treasures,
immortal pills, etc.,
the value was even more incalculable.
As for those Gongfu tome, Yun Tian Dust didn't care much about them.
The merit laws cultivated by the disciples of the War God Palace were all taken out by him from the small tower, excluding the dragon transformation skill cultivated by Taoist 9 dragons. The rest of the merit laws canons of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty were all trash in Yun Tian Dust's eyes. As Yun Tian Dust waved his hand, dozens of storage rings hovered in front of him. All of them were the storage rings of the Divine Palace realm powerhouses.
With the exception of very few.
Yun Tianduan had deliberately left his hand behind when he obliterated most of the Divine Palace realm martial artists.
Didn't destroy their storage rings. Keeping in mind the previous lesson,
Yun Tian Dust did not pour out the contents of the storage ring,
but only probed out his divine thoughts to check. At this look, Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but be staggered.
The items in these storage rings added up to be worth more than the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty's treasure pavilion.
This is?
Yun Tian Dust noticed that in the corner of Taoist Nine Dragon's storage ring, there was a blood-stained broken sword standing upright. The broken sword looked rusty,
but it gave him an extremely extraordinary feeling. With a thought, the broken sword was taken out by Yun Tianduan.
Just as Yun Tian Dust reached out to grip it,
the small tower shook violently,
and with a flash of white light, the broken sword in front of him was swallowed by this abominable small tower.
Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but freeze on the spot when he just wanted to start cursing.
This was because after the small tower had swallowed the broken sword, a circular portal suddenly cracked open in the void.
An even stronger aura of chaos overflowed from the portal. Mysterious and solemn. This is the second layer of space opening up?
Yun Tian Dust looked at the glittering circular portal with a face full of disbelief before a burst of ecstasy. A strong curiosity surged in his heart, and he couldn't wait to explore this mysterious second layer of space. He had gotten a hidden scriptured pavilion on the first floor of the small tower. I wonder what surprises would be on this second floor.
Without hesitation, Yun Tianduan flew and stepped into the portal. Just after entering the second level of space,
what met his eyes was a gray and misty scene,
making it difficult to see around. Yun Tian Dust utilized the spacetime divine eyes, but his sight could only see within 10,000 meters. And his probing divine thoughts could only encompass a range of 20,000
meters.
In this mist,
Yun Tian Dust carefully explored forward.
After an unknown amount of time,
a light shot through the layers of mist, and Yun Tian Dust followed the direction the light came from and fiercely accelerated his speed.
Not long after,
7 bronze stone monuments that were 10,000 feet tall stood in front of him, each of them emitting a blazing white light that made it impossible to look directly at them.
Fortunately,
Yun Tian Dust had awakened the spacetime divine eyes,
and despite the blinding light, he was still able to see the stone monument clearly.
7 stone monuments stood in a fan shape, and in the center of the fan was an ancient stone table with 3 items on it:
a book, a brocade box, and a sword case, respectively.
But at this moment,
Yun Tian Dust's attention was on top of those 7 huge stone tablets.
Because on top of those 7 stone tablets, all of them were recorded with densely packed scriptures.
As Yun Tian Dust fixed his eyes on them,
he was pleasantly surprised to find that the content recorded on the first stone tablet on the left was clearly the next volume of the physical art.
The second tablet is the Book of Souls. By analogy,
the contents recorded in the 3rd to 6th stone tablets were clearly the Pill Codex,
Weaponry Book,
Formation Scripture,
Talisman,
and Martial Scripture. And all of them were in the lower volumes. Yun Tian Dust was so excited that he almost jumped up when he read these contents. Ancient books recorded that there were 10 strange books in the world, and the hidden scriptures on the first floor of the small tower contained 7 of them. Yet they were all just the upper volumes. Yun Tian Dust also did not expect that the subsequent part of this 7 great wondrous books would be in this second layer of space and still be obtained by him so easily.
What is this if not pie in the sky?
Strongly suppressing his restless mind, Yun Tian Dust took out a jade slip and topologized the contents on the stone tablet one by one. With all the contents of the 7 wondrous books topologized, the light of the 7 stone tablets dimmed at the same time until the light completely disappeared, revealing the original appearance of the bronze stone tablets.
To Yun Tian Dust's surprise,
the scriptures recorded on the stone tablet also disappeared.
In response, Yun Tian Dust did not care too much about it.
After putting the jade slip into his storage ring, Yun Tian Dust slowly walked over to the stone table,
his gaze fixed on the yellowish book.
And he was suddenly short of breath. The books were ancient and worn, but the script was exceptionally clear. Printed on its surface were 4 large golden letters:
Great Destiny Technique.
Yun Tian Dust reached out and gently turned it over.
only to see this passage written on the title page. Fate is impermanent. The heavenly way is in order, mastering fate. Dominating the sinking and floating, only the great destiny technique. Peeping into the heavens, reversing the yin and yang, and changing the heavens and changing the fate. Yun Tian Dust recited silently in his heart. Each word seemed to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds. Smashing into his heart. Based on these few words alone, this great destiny technique is by no means unusual. And is definitely a taboo secret technique. With an uplifted mind, Yun Tian Dust carefully turned the first page. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The yellowed book suddenly erupted with a dazzling light that pierced Yun Tian Dust's eyes. Immediately afterward, he felt an incomparably powerful suction coming from the book, as if it was going to devour his soul. Yun Tian Dust was shocked and wanted to break free from this suction force, but realized that he was unable to move at all. Just when he thought he was going to be completely devoured by the book, the suction force suddenly disappeared without a trace. He gasped, his heart palpitating as he looked at the books in front of him. At this moment, the great destiny technique has regained its calmness, quietly placed on top of the stone table, as if everything just now was just an illusion. However, Yun Tianduan clearly knew that everything that had just happened was real. He took a deep breath, calmed down a bit, and once again reached out to open the great destiny technique. This time, there was no further mutation in the book. Yun Tian Dust flipped through page after page, the expression on his face becoming more and more grave. The great destiny technique recorded in this book had completely subverted Yun Tian Dust's knowledge of martial arts. Cultivated to the extreme, this secret art could reverse life and death, truly controlling the fate of all spirits. A thought that changes the course of another person's destiny. It can also forcibly reverse life and death and bring the dead back to life. If he hadn't seen this secret art in the small tower, Yun Tianduan would have only thought that it was bull ********. However, being in this already mysterious little tower makes Yun Tian Dust have to believe that this great destiny technique is absolutely real. At this moment, Yun Tianduan was both shocked and surprised inside. How could he not be moved by such a divine art? Especially that heaven-defying means of reversing life and death. Yun Tian Dust swore in his heart that he would practice it no matter what. Chapter 83 Golden Blood. All-round breakthrough. Yun Tian Dust read the great destiny technique hungrily, completely immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, he finally read the book from beginning to end, though he had only skimmed through it and did not fully comprehend its mysteries. But even so, Yun Tianduan could feel that his state of mind was very different from before. It was as if there was a mysterious power that was quietly awakening within him, waiting to be discovered and controlled. Yun Tian Dust slowly closed the book and took a deep breath. He knew that the mysteries of the great destiny technique could not be understood overnight, and that it would take a great deal of time to slowly ponder and realize them. This great destiny technique is of great importance. Yun Tian Dust did not put it into the storage ring. Put it in the small tower is the safest. Anyway, he has memorized the content. However, just as Yun Tianduan was thinking in this manner, he realized that the contents of the great destiny technique in his mind began to gradually blur. In just a few short breaths, all he could remember was the passage on the title page. This. Yun Tian Dust was stunned. With his current strength, he could forget any book. This situation must have something to do with the great destiny technique itself. The great destiny technique. Truly divine. Yun Tian Dust sked and forced down his inner shock as his gaze turned to the remaining two items on the stone table. The first thing that caught Yun Tian Dust's attention was the brocade box. The brocade box was made of an unknown material, warm and moist like jade, with complex patterns embroidered on it. The moment Yun Tian Dust slowly moved and opened the brocade box, dazzling golden light burst out from it, illuminating the space for tens of thousands of miles in a circle. The blinding golden aura caused Yun Tian Dust to close his eyes. Even his spacetime divine eyes couldn't see straight. Only after noticing the light dissipate did Yun Tian Dust open his eyes, only to see a drop of golden blood the size of an eyeball silently suspended inside that brocade box. The drop of blood took on the color of pure gold, emitting a mysterious and vast aura as if it contained some kind of supreme power, possessing the supreme power to suppress everything and dominate the sinking and floating. In front of this drop of blood, Yun Tianduan felt that he was no better than an ant, as small as dust. He couldn't even believe it. Just how terrifyingly strong did it take for blood to have this kind of power? And what made Yun Tian Dust's mind vibrate was that the moment he saw this drop of blood, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged in his heart. That feeling, as if this drop of blood was originally his own, had an inexplicable throbbing and affinity. Before Yun Tian Dust could react, the drop of golden blood suddenly transformed into a golden light and directly entered his brow. Yun Tian Dust only felt a loud bang in his head, as if he had been hit hard by an invisible force. And then he was plunged into endless darkness. The moment before he fell unconscious, he vaguely felt the drop of golden blood roaming around in his body, and every meridian and bone was warmly wrapped by it, as if it was undergoing some kind of mysterious and far-reaching metamorphosis. He did not know how long had passed. Perhaps it was an instant. Perhaps it was 1,000 years. Yun Tian Dust only felt that he was completely in the middle of a chaos, surrounded by a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Suddenly, his mind shook. His consciousness gradually returned, and he slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was still the same as before the coma. The 7 bronze monuments are still standing tall. The Great Destiny technique and the sword box on the stone table are still shining brightly. Only the brocade box in the center has lost its luster. At this moment, Yun Tianduan could clearly feel that he was very different from earlier. Yun Tian Dust suddenly realized that many more unfamiliar yet familiar memory fragments had appeared in his mind. These memory fragments seemed to come from another time and space. Another self, full of mystery and unknown. Yun Tian Dust tried to string these memory fragments together, but realized that they were like scattered pearls that could not be strung together into a complete necklace. Whenever he tried to probe deeper, he felt a strong wave of vertigo hit him and had to stop. However, at this moment, what was even more shocking to Yun Tian Dust was that he realized that his own meridians, bones and yuan shen, and even his physical body had become more than several times stronger. Before he fell unconscious, his divine thoughts could still only encompass 20,000 meters in this second layer of space. But now he could easily cover as much as hundreds of thousands of meters. More than 10 times more powerful. Yun Tian Dust subconsciously looked inward at his dantian, in which there were 3 divine palaces suspended, and all of them were golden in color, emanating a mysterious and vast aura. How is this possible? Yun Tian Dust was dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend the changes that had happened to him. He clearly felt that he had only been unconscious for a while. So how did he wake up as if he had been transformed? Even his cultivation level had broken through 2 consecutive levels. This is the realm of the Divine Palace. How many old monsters in the immortal domain had spent tens of thousands of years struggling to condense a divine palace? Yet he had only squinted for a moment and 2 more divine palaces had appeared out of thin air. Wouldn't others be pissed off if this got out? But Yun Tian Dust also knew that it was all thanks to that drop of golden blood. Thinking of that drop of golden blood, intense curiosity and questions surged in Yun Tian Dust's heart. What exactly is the origin of that drop of blood? How could it give him a sense of familiarity? And why could it bring about such a drastic change in him? And what secrets are hidden in those fragmented memory fragments? Regarding those memory fragments,
Yun Tian Dust spent a long time unable to sort out any useful messages, and had to put them aside for the time being.
He slowly stood up,
his eyes turning to the last item on the stone table, the black sword case. Yun Tian Dust cautiously opened the sword case, only to see that inside the sword box lay an ancient and simple longsword,
with complex patterns engraved on the sword body, emitting a stern and overbearing might, and vaguely overflowing with a devouring all breath.
It was as if this sword possessed life,
quietly waiting for its master's call.
And at the moment Yun Tian Dust looked at it, the sword even trembled slightly. Yun Tian Dust looked like he had thought of something and his body could not stop trembling. This was definitely not an ordinary sword, but a sword tire that could devour other weapons and heavenly materials and could grow on its own. After determining that this was a sword tire, Yun Tian Dust quickly closed the sword case,
fearing that the small tower would swallow it again. However, upon careful consideration, Yun Tian Dust felt that he was overthinking it.
If the little tower really wanted to devour this sword tire,
I'm afraid it would have already disappeared.
After casually putting the sword case into his storage ring,
Yun Tian Dust exited the small tower with excitement. This one was so rewarding. Not only did he obtain the lower volumes of the 7 wondrous books,
he also obtained a forbidden secret art like the Great Destiny technique, even his physical body,
cultivation level,
and Yuanshin had been drastically improved. Plus that sword tire with unlimited potential.
Yun Tian Dust couldn't believe that his luck would be so good. As if it was all destined.
To the point that he thought it was his own hallucination.
Chapter 84, Cultivating Soul Books.
Overbearing Eternal Divine Hall Holy Sun.
As his divine sense probed into the jade slip, Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but secretly marvel when he once again saw what was written in the lower volume of the soul book.
The previous volume is a bit of a stretch to call it a primer compared to that.
The secret techniques of the Soul Tao recorded in the next volume included the Soul Regeneration Technique, Soul Searching Technique, Soul Destruction Seal, and Heart Demon Lead.
Each secret method had heaven-defying power. And just reading the introduction was mesmerizing. Yun Tian Dust was excited. This soul book was truly worthy of being one of the 10 strange books. The various soul path means recorded in it were all superb and heaven-defying, and could be called a taboo existence.
Putting away his agitated mind, Yun Tian Dust sank into physical realization with his whole body and mind. Soul-taking can take a person's mind and soul,
manipulate his or her thinking, and make him or her obedient and a puppet of the caster.
Soul-searching technique is a more advanced existence than soul extraction and refining.
Without the need to strip the other party's yuanshin can be forced to search the soul. Without worrying about the other party will not be able to withstand an yuanshin burst. Even more perverse was that once the soul-searching technique was cultivated to the extreme, it could also silently peruse other people's memories without being detected.
However,
the divine soul realm of the caster had to be far beyond that of the other party,
or else it would easily be detected. Nonetheless, Yun Tianduan was already very satisfied. The Soul Destruction Seal, on the other hand,
was a hegemonic and unparalleled means of soul attack that could easily destroy an opponent's yuanshin and was also impossible to defend against.
The Heart Demon Guide, on the other hand, can induce the heart demons within the enemy's heart, and can cause people to silently enter the devil, thus falling into the realm of eternal damnation. Yun Tian Dust also couldn't help but secretly sigh.
Although there were few soul Tao cultivators,
they were an existence that no one would want to face. Going over the contents of the jade slip once more,
Yun Tian Dust immersed himself in the arcane mysteries of the various secret techniques right on the spot.
With a concealment array guarding him,
Yun Tian Dust was not worried about being disturbed. There were no years in cultivation.
Soon half a year passed,
and Yun Tian Dust also finally mastered these Soul Tao secret techniques initially. He slowly opened his eyes, and a heart-stopping light flickered in his eyes.
Strangely enough,
as long as the Gongfu tome was obtained from this mysterious little tower,
Yun Tian Dust cultivated it very quickly and almost never failed.
Take the refining of weapons in alchemy. He just watched the steps once and got on with it a few times before he knew how to do it. Yun Tian Dust also had many doubts about this.
But in the end,
they could only be attributed to the chaotic body's talent. Through the sparring match with Taoist 9 dragons, Yun Tianwan realized that he had underestimated the chaotic body after all.
In his physique inheritance,
the chaotic body was divided into 9 revolutions.
Every time you break through a turn, you can awaken a divine ability.
And the current Yun Tian Dust was still at the level of the second turn. When he broke through the first turn, he awakened the spacetime divine eyes,
thus possessing the ability to control spacetime.
The effect of the spacetime god's eyes was much more than that, especially in the dynamic visualization of the most prominent effect. Far more than 10 times more than before awakening. Upon breaking through the second turn, Yun Tian Dust obtained the Chaos Domain.
In the Chaos Realm, all of the enemy's abilities would be drastically limited.
While not only would he not be affected, his battle power would be doubled.
Under this contrast,
the perversity of the domain avatar was self-evident. Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but think of what it would be like if he cultivated the chaotic body to perfection one day, when the 9 divine powers were at his side. If you add in the chaotic body's own visions,
who in the same realm could be defeated? He had once seen an ancient book in the tower's hidden scripture cabinet,
in which there were records of various special body types.
According to that ancient book, the chaotic body ranks second among the thousands of body types. As for that top-ranked supreme physique,
it was only a rumor that had never appeared.
However,
because of this, the chaos body has been regarded as the first physique by people in later generations. Regarding the divine marvels of the chaotic body,
Yun Tianduan still needed more time to explore.
The purpose of coming to the immortal region had been achieved,
and it was time to go home.
The resources he had gained this time were enough for the war god's palace to develop for a while.
However, before going back, Yun Tianwan decided to go to the Supreme Immortal region and poke around to find out the reaction of the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty.
If the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty had to seek death,
Yun Tian Dust wouldn't mind going on another killing spree. What's the harm in dying a million deaths for your family and brothers?
Without thinking much about it,
Yun Tian Dust got up and withdrew the formation before immediately taking a deep breath. With his eyes looking around, Yun Tianduan's massive divine thought spread out,
instantly encompassing hundreds of millions of miles.
In response,
a hint of surprise flashed through Yun Tian Dust's eyes. Compared to when he first came to the immortal region, his divine thoughts were more than tens of times more powerful. Such a rate of improvement is not insignificant.
However,
just as Yun Tian Dust withdrew his divine thoughts and prepared to leave, he suddenly detected several powerful auras breaking through the air towards this place. And it gave him the feeling that he seemed to be coming from a bad place. Yun Tian Dust frowned slightly,
not wanting to cause trouble,
and prepared to leave quietly.
"Little friend, please stay." A mellow voice rang out, followed by 6 figures appearing in Yun Tianduan's line of sight.
At the head was a red-haired old man with an unfathomable aura, clearly the leader of the group.
This person looked sickly,
but there was infinite energy hidden within his body, which was enough to destroy the sky and the earth once it erupted. If he had encountered this person before he broke through the realm, Yun Tian Dust would only have the fate of running away and would never be an opponent.
But now, he really doesn't carry fear.
As for the other 5, they were a slightly chubby old man in a gray robe,
2 middle-aged men in extraordinary clothes, a blood-robed youth and a woman in a purple dress. Among these 5 people,
the blood-robed youth and the purple-skirted woman with the weakest cultivation levels had clearly stepped into the 3rd step of the divine palace,
and their talents could not be described as strong. This kind of cultivation was enough to be honored as an ancestor when placed in the lower 5 domains. Based on Luo Sen's memories, Yun Tianduan vaguely guessed the identities of these people. Yun Tian Dust was secretly wary in his heart. He did not want to have any interactions with these people. So he pretended not to hear the voice and turned around to leave. However, right at this moment, a powerful sword light violently attacked, aiming straight for Yun Tianzuan's undershirt. Yun Tian Dust's figure flickered and easily dodged the sword light. He looked back, only to see that the one who had struck was the blood-robed youth. At this moment, the blood-robed youth was holding a blood-colored longsword and pointing it at Yun Tianduan, his eyes revealing his killing intent. To be able to dodge the Saint Sun's strike, you do have some means. But with this amount of strength, how dare you ignore my eternal divine hall? The blood-robed youth's stern gaze gazed at Yun Tian Dust, arrogance evident in his icy tone. Yun Tian Dust's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold light flickered as he looked expressionlessly at the blood-robed youth and calmly said, "I don't know you and the others. So what's the point of ignoring them?" "Humph. Didn't you hear me tell you to stand still?" The blood-robed youth snorted coldly, killing intent in his eyes undisguised. "How dare you disobey orders? Do you want to die?" "Order?" Yun Tian Dust revealed a look of looking at an idiot and snorted. "I'm not acquainted with you and the others. Much less superior and subordinate. So what qualifications do you have to order me? Assholes." When the blood-robed youth heard Yun Tianduan's words, he immediately burst into a rage. And after seeing the way the other party was looking at him, his anger could no longer be suppressed. And he had already moved to kill. But just as the blood-robed youth was about to make his move, the red-haired old man at the head spoke. If he looked at the blood-robed youth with deep meaning, the red-haired old man then looked at Yun Tian Dust. His tone was gentle. "Little friend, don't mind. We have no malice. We just want to inquire from you. Just now from this place came out a very powerful divine thought. Can you see that person?" Chapter 85, The Stupid Asshole Who Wants to Die. Yun Tianduan's heart stirred, instantly understanding the intentions of these people. It turned out that they were attracted by the divine thoughts they emitted. It was naturally impossible for him to admit it. And he immediately shook his head and calmly responded, "Never seen it. Farewell." After Yun Tian Dust finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. However, the blood-robed youth refused to give up, only to hear him violently bellow out, "How dare you? You dare to disrespect the old ancestor? Die!" Before the words fell, the blood-robed youth dashed towards Yun Tianduan with his blood-colored longsword. This sword was powerful and heavy, clearly intended to obliterate Yun Tianduan with a single stroke. The red-haired old man was none other than the 13 ancestors of the Eternal Divine Hall. And none of them had any intention of stopping the blood-robed youth when they saw him strike. Because in their opinion, the person in front of them did not have any respect for their Eternal Divine Hall. So it was not unreasonable to teach him a lesson. "Seek death." Yun Tian Dust coldly spoke out, his eyes flashing with thick killing intent. This Eternal Divine Hall was really overbearing, killing people at the drop of a hat. Did he really think that he was soft? In the face of the blood-robed youth's powerful killing moves, Yun Tian Dust's gaze chilled. And with a casual wave of his hand, the blood-robed youth's attacks all collapsed. And together with himself, he was also shocked into serious injuries and smashed to the ground fiercely. The red-haired old man and his party were all stunned, all of them somewhat unable to believe their eyes. But before they could react, Yun Tian Dust struck again. Just see him a move in the air. The blood-robed youth was taken into his hands without resistance. Yun Tian Dust tightly clutched its neck, coldly inquired out, "Do you want to die very much? How is it possible that you
The blood-robed youth was incoherent. His eyes full of disbelief but more humiliation.
Obviously,
he was shocked by Yun Tianduan's strength.
However,
the blood-robed youth was not afraid.
Instead,
a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he threatened.
"Kid, do you know who I am?
I'm the Holy Son of the Eternal Divine Hall.
If you dare to move a hair on my head,
the Eternal Divine Hall will surely hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Seeing the unabated killing intent in Yun Tiandust's eyes, a trace of panic flashed across the blood-robed youth's face after he struggled to no avail. Because he was being clutched to death by Yun Tiandust, the blood-robed youth wasn't even spitting out his words very clearly. But his words were even sharper.
"Why don't you hurry up and let go of this saint's son?
My 13 ancestors of the Eternal Divine Hall are here.
Do you still dare to commit murder?"
The moment he said this, the blood-robed youth felt his breathing much smoother, and thought that Yun Tianduan was afraid. So he immediately intensified his threats.
"Count on you to be sensible.
And for completely offending my Eternal Divine Hall, you and everyone related to you will die without a burial place."
Behind the red-haired old man,
a middle-aged man in a gorgeous brocade robe stared at Yun Tiandust dead in the face. His icy words straight from the heart.
"Kid, do you know what you are doing?"
"Humph." Yun Tiandust snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "I have no grievances or enmity with this person.
But he wants to kill me. Do I still have to stand and let him kill me?"
When the brocade-robed middle-aged man saw that a junior dared to contradict himself, a murderous streak flashed in his eyes. And his tone was undeniable. "There is no need to say more.
This seat will give you 3 breaths of time to release the person. Otherwise, don't think you can leave alive." In response to these threats, Yun Tiandust's eyes flashed coldly as killing opportunities loomed.
Being carried by Yun Tiandust like a chick, the blood-robed youth felt a strange sense of shame. His face bursting with green energy as he spoke out.
"If you don't let go of me again, this saint's son will exterminate your entire family. Death-seeking fool. Then you will go to hell." After Yun Tiandust finished speaking,
his palms violently exerted force,
effortlessly crushing the blood-robed youth's neck.
The blood-robed youth's pupils were as wide as bronze bells, as if he couldn't believe that the other party actually dared to kill him with their hands. The blood-robed youth at this moment finally knew fear.
As soon as its Yuan Shen left its body,
it fled in terror while shouting,
"Old ancestor, save me! Escape?" As Yun Tiandust's ice-cold voice was passed down, the blood-robed youth's Yuan Shen was slapped into nothingness by his palm,
and was already too dead to die. When the brocade-robed middle-aged man and several other Eternal Divine Hall powerhouses saw this scene, they all froze in place. None of them had expected that an unknown young man would be so decisive as to behead their Eternal Divine Hall's Saint Sun-level figure in front of them. The few people who reacted were furious on the spot.
"Madman! You're looking for death!"
the brocade-robed middle-aged man bellowed out, dodging and slapping his palm at Yun Tiandust.
The aura emanating from his body was clearly that of a divine palace 6 steps. The brocade-robed youth's first strike was a killing move. Yun Tiandust's move was undoubtedly a provocation to the Eternal Divine Hall's majesty.
Not to mention that the dead Sun Qian was still one of their Eternal Divine Hall's 9 holy sons.
Looking at the immortal realm,
no one had dared to provoke the authority of the Eternal Divine Hall. Coldly gazing at the brocade-robed middle-aged man who was furiously killing, Yun Tiandust also completely lost his patience and decided to try his hand with the soul destruction seal that he had just learned. With a punch that crushed the palm energy of the brocade-robed middle-aged man,
a golden mark shot out steeply from Yun Tianduan's brow, heading straight for the other party. The brocade-robed middle-aged man couldn't even react in time,
and the soul destruction seal had already rushed into his soul sea,
violently exploding after approaching his Yuan Shen.
The powerful Yuan Shen of the 6th step of the Divine Palace was as fragile as papier-mâché under the aftermath of the explosion of the soul destruction seal. and was crushed into flying dust on the spot.
The brocade-robed middle-aged man, on the other hand, was already too dead to die. Other than the red-haired old man, no one present could see exactly how the brocade-robed middle-aged man was struck. That kind of bizarre means made their hearts and minds tremble. Especially that purple-skirted woman, who normally thought highly of herself. But at this moment, she felt that the shock in her heart was like a tidal wave coming in. And there was no other way to add to it. Come together and kill this maniac. A few people glanced at each other. And the slightly chubby old man bellowed out. However, their move was stopped by the red-haired old man. Only to see the red-haired old man slowly step out. His aura was like a rainbow. The cultivation aura of the 8th step of the Divine Palace was unreservedly released, shocking the entire mid-heaven immortal region. Stand back. This person is not something you can deal with, the red-haired old man said in a deep voice. His gaze locked onto Yun Tian Dust as if he wanted to see through all the secrets of this young man. Yun Tian Dust was fearless as he locked eyes with the red-haired old man. His body boiling with battle intent. If he had encountered a supreme powerhouse of the 8th step of the Divine Palace before his breakthrough, he would have really had to retreat. But right now, it's a different story. Yun Tian Dust not only raised his cultivation to the 3rd step of the Divine Palace, but he also learned quite a few secret techniques from the next volume of the Soul Book. Compared to before the breakthrough, it could be completely described as a transformation. The great battle was imminent, and the two fought together in the sky above the firmament. Yun Tian Dust was as fast as lightning, and the chaotic aura around his body was dazzling, as if it contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. After a few clashes, a trace of consternation flashed across the red-haired old man's face. As the 13th ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall, he was naturally well informed. And at this moment, he had already recognized the chaotic aura on Yun Tianzuan's body. This is actually a chaotic body? You're actually the one who overthrew the flowing cloud immortal dynasty by yourself 3 years ago? Ha 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 ha. It's really a case of stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, but getting it without making any effort. The red-haired old man burst into ecstasy. The chaotic body that he had been searching for 3 years was right in front of his eyes at this moment. How could he not be excited? What did you say? Yun Tian Dust was equally stunned. But what shocked him was that the other party said that the Lu Yun immortal dynasty had been overthrown for 3 years? Chapter 86, Suppressing Red-Blooded Ancestor. Soul regeneration technique shows its power. A flash of surprise flashed across Yun Tian Dust's eyes as he lost consciousness after the drop of golden blood entered his body. He thought that at most a few hours had passed, but he did not expect that he had been unconscious for more than 2 years, completely exceeding Yun Tian Dust's expectations. Good boy. Truly worthy of being an invincible chaotic body from the ages. The red-haired old man's eyes burned as he marveled out. To be able to burst out with this kind of strength at a cultivation level of 3 steps of the Divine Palace. It's no wonder you were able to destroy the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. Collecting his complicated mind, Yun Tian Dust's sharp eyes gazed at the red-haired old man. His tone low and icy. So, you came here specifically for me? As he said that, the killing chance on Yun Tian Dust's body erupted like a tidal wave, locking onto the 4 people from the Eternal Divine Hall who were present. That's right. The red-haired old man nodded his head decisively and said unapologetically. The chaos body origin in your body. I, the Eternal Divine Hall, aspire to obtain. If you surrender with your hands, the old man can leave you with a whole body. Meh. Yun Tian Dust laughed back in anger. Good Eternal Divine Hall. I've seen today. What is hegemony? It was the first time he had seen one who coveted someone else's things and was still so righteous. Such a shameless person is rare. He's used to covering the sky with one hand in the immortal realm. And he really thinks that everyone is a soft touch?
Yun Tian Dust could not help but squint at the other three and realized that several people were all looking like they were not surprised. The red-haired old man's gaze chilled. Not angry. I am the 13th ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall. Known as the Red-Blooded Venerable One, your kind of soul-attacking means is indeed extraordinary. But it's impossible to threaten the old man. Gazing expressionlessly at Yun Tianduan, Venerable Red Blood once again threatened. Old me will give you another chance. As long as you cooperate obediently and hand over the chaotic body origin, I can promise to spare your family. If not, just based on the fact that you killed my Eternal Divine Hall's provider and Holy Son, you and everyone related to you will be buried with them. Venerable Red Blood looked as if he was certain of Yun Tianduan. One step apart within the Divine Palace was already a world of difference. The 3 steps of the Divine Palace were even worse than ants in the eyes of the Red Blood Venerable. As long as he was slightly wary of Yun Tian Dust's soul secret technique, it was impossible for the other party to injure him. It was also because of this that Venerable Red Blood always had a good plan. On the contrary, the purple-skirted woman who was 3 steps away from the Divine Palace all had a feeling of falling into an ice cave after sensing Yun Tian Dust's murderous intent that was straight from the heart. The bearded middle-aged man and the slightly chubby old man beside the woman couldn't help but feel their hearts and minds trembling as well. Old dog, you've really opened my eyes. Killing energy exploded from Yun Tian Dust's body. His icy cold eyes looking straight at the Red Blood Venerable One as he violently bellowed. Come to death. Chaos Domain. Before Venerable Red Blood could react, he was forcefully pulled into the domain by Yun Tianduan. Yun Tianduan did not give the other party a chance to react and directly struck out. Under the increase of the power of the domain, Yun Tian Dust slammed his fist into the Red Blood Venerable One. And wherever the wind of his fist passed through, space cracked inch by inch, as if time had stood still. As a supreme powerhouse at the 8th step of the Divine Palace, Venerable Red Blood should not have been restrained so easily. However, at this moment, within this chaotic domain, he felt that he could not utilize half of his strength. And a flash of panic instantly flashed across his face. Seeing that the other party had already killed, Venerable Red Blood raised his hand and slapped out a palm, matching Yun Tian Dust with a blow in the air. Bang! The moment the attacks clashed, Venerable Red Blood suddenly felt an overwhelming force acting on his body. And his entire body flew backwards uncontrollably. After flying backwards for hundreds of thousands of meters, the Red Blood Venerable only stabilized his body. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted. And his face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? The Red Blood Venerable One's heart was horrified beyond measure. He just couldn't imagine how a junior at the 3rd step of the Divine Palace could erupt with such power. However, Yun Tianduan did not give him too much time to think, as his figure flickered and once again appeared in front of Venerable Red Blood, blasting his fist into his chest. When Venerable Red Blood saw Yun Tianduan's sudden appearance, his face changed drastically. And in his haste, he made a move to fend off, but was once again blown away. This time, he clearly felt the chaotic aura in his opponent's fist. The kind of power that destroyed the heavens and the earth, sending chills throughout his body. At this moment, Venerable Red Blood's heart was burning with anxiety. He finally realized that the chaotic body was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Take this bizarre domain. It actually managed to suppress even him. The 8th step of the Divine Palace. It was simply appalling. With this thought, the Red Blood Venerable One directly exploded his entire body's strength, wanting to forcefully break through the domain bindings. Spatial confinement. Without waiting for the Red Blood Venerable One to make any moves, Yun Tian Dust bellowed out. And although the spatial confinement couldn't completely immobilize him, it slowed down his movements by more than 100 times. And it was this instantaneous effort that Yun Tian Dust's fist had already imprinted on top of his chest.
only to hear the crunching sound of click, click, click. The red-blooded venerable one's sternum was shattered, and his chest was completely sunken in. Intense pain swept through his entire body. The red blood venerable one's face showed the color of pain. He could clearly feel that his internal organs had been shifted, and even his meridians had been shattered for the most part. Put! Several large mouthfuls of black blood spurted out, and venerable red blood looked horrified and terrified. How do you? You! Red blood venerable one wanted to say something, but Yun Tian Dust didn't give him a chance to speak, once again smashing his fist over, staging a violent aesthetics. Venerable red blood hastily gathered his astral energy to resist. However, the astral shield he had condensed was like papier-mâché in front of Yun Tian Dust, and was instantly shattered. After this strike, the red blood venerable one's internal organs were all broken, and he was already seriously injured. Without half a moment's hesitation, Yun Tian Dust smoothly sealed the red blood venerable's cultivation and clutched his neck before withdrawing the chaos domain. The moment the domain was withdrawn, the purple-skirted woman and the other three only then saw the situation in front of them. Their faces were filled with disbelief. And then they were shocked. Fear spreading throughout their bodies from the bottom of their hearts. The old ancestor was in existence that had stepped into the 8th step. How is this possible? How could old ancestor lose? The purple-skirted woman said in a trembling voice, her eyes filled with fear and despair. As the holy maiden of the eternal divine hall, she respected all of the old ancestors as if they were gods. And now that she saw the old ancestors being lifted up like this, the shock it brought her could be imagined. The bearded middle-aged man and the slightly chubby old man beside him were equally horrified. And this scene caused their livers to go cold. The two subconsciously tried to escape, but they realized that they had been locked by an overpowering aura. So they didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention the fact that the old ancestor was still in the hands of the other party. If they dared to escape privately, they would also surely be severely punished. However, the moment the bearded middle-aged man locked eyes with Yun Tianwan's, an imperceptible flash of ghostly light flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, he violently raised his entire body's strength and slammed his fist into the dantian location of the old man beside him. The slightly chubby old man beside him hadn't reacted yet, and the dantian in his body had already shattered. And the whole person was like a deflated ball of leather, with a rapid loss of cultivation. Why are you? You? The slightly chubby old man's eyes widened as he stared at the bearded middle-aged man dead in the face. He really couldn't understand why his companion would suddenly strike out at him. What have I done? The bearded middle-aged man then came back to his senses. And after realizing what he had done, his entire body was in a state of shock. Chapter 87 Soul Search. A shocking mystery. The purple-skirted woman on the side instantly turned pale and bloodless when she saw such a frightening scene. She defiantly broke into the air toward the distance. The person in front of her was the devil. The real devil. However, how could Yun Tian Dust leave anyone alive? Kill her. Yun Tian Dust glanced at the bearded middle-aged man and ordered coldly. When the bearded middle-aged man heard Yun Tianduan's words, his body shook violently. A ghostly light flashed in his eyes once again, and he actually chased after the woman in the purple dress. The purple-skirted woman felt the killing intent behind her and was terrified in her heart. She desperately urged the power stored within her divine palace, wanting to escape from this canyon that made her feel desperate. The difference in strength was too great after all. And the bearded middle-aged man quickly caught up with her and slapped his palm on her rear undershirt. The purple-skirted woman only had time to let out a miserable scream. And her divine soul didn't even have time to escape before she completely perished. The bearded middle-aged man was a solid 6 steps of the divine palace. And the purple-skirted woman of 3 steps of the divine palace was not 1 star weaker in front of him.
coupled with the fact that the purple-skirted woman had no intention of fighting. Her death was already doomed. And Yun Tiandust would not let the other party off the hook just because she was a woman. The slightly chubby old man whose cultivation had been wasted by his companion was no longer able to stand in the air. And his entire body fell heavily on top of the ground. He was already running out of gas. And his eyes were filled with remorse and unwillingness. The red-blooded venerable one who was clutched by Yun Tiandust's neck took all of this in his eyes. And the fear in his heart continued to spread. He wouldn't have thought in any way that a mere mole at the third step of the Divine Palace realm would be strong to this extent. Even if it was a chaotic body, it couldn't be perverted to this extent. Right? A moment later, the slightly chubby old man's vitality dissipated as well. Only then did Yun Tiandust look at the red-blood venerable one clutched in his hands and calmly spat out a few words. "Now, it's your turn." Yun Tiandust used the flattest of tones to pronounce the death sentence of venerable red blood. The red blood venerable one shuddered at the words as he slowly raised his head. Just in time to meet Yun Tiandust's cold eyes. The fear in his heart surging like a tidal wave. He had wanted to fight back, but he couldn't muster half the strength. After a moment, it was as if venerable red-blooded one was relieved. "I never imagined that I would end up falling into the hands of an ant at the third step of the Divine Palace after millions of years in the immortal realm." A hint of self-deprecation and misery flashed across venerable red-blood's face. "Do it! Kill old me and someone will take your life." After saying that, the red-blood venerable one stopped struggling and just quietly waited for death to come. Seeing this reaction, Yun Tiandust snorted. "Old dog. It's not that easy for you to die so painfully." Hearing this, red blood venerable's face changed slightly. "What do you want to do?" Yun Tiandust did not reply and pressed one hand on top of venerable red blood's forehead, directly utilizing the soul-searching technique. Ah! Venerable red blood only had time to let out a miserable scream before he felt his yuanshan being cut nonstop by countless sharp blades. And his head felt as if it was about to explode. What made the red blood exalt even more terrified was that the other party was going through his memories. And his most private thoughts and emotions were all presented in their entirety at this moment. It was only then that venerable red blood realized that what the other party had used was the long-lost soul-searching technique. Venerable red blood was terrified as he desperately struggled and resisted. But it didn't have any effect at all. The pain of that yuanshan being cut and torn apart caused him to nearly collapse. In response, Yun Tiandust did not have half a bit of compassion. This process can be far more humane than soul extraction and refining. In just a few short breaths of effort, all of venerable red blood's secrets were penetrated by Yun Tianduan. As for the red blood venerable, at this moment, his entire person was already deflated. His eyes were empty and lifeless. And his body had become limp. After Yun Tiandust smoothly removed his storage ring, he ended his life with a slap. There's no half-assing it. Yun Tiandust collected the remaining 5 people's storage rings together and wiped away the traces of the scene before leaving. The first time he performed the soul search technique, Yun Tiandust was still very satisfied. He easily learned everything, including those unseen secrets of the red blood venerable. From venerable red blood's memories, Yun Tianduan knew a shocking secret. It turned out that this eternal divine hall was not originally from the immortal domain. They came from the higher realm of the God realm and were the God realm remnants. All the direct lineages of the eternal divine hall of fame have the surname Tsang, and were once a branch of the Tsang clan in the divine realm. In order to carry out a special mission, a group of powerful people from their lineage took the initiative to cut off their own cultivation and go down to the realm to carry out that mission. Unbeknownst to me, the tragedy is huge. The lower realm has permanently lost contact with the divine realm. And the lower realm back then was not the immortal realm now. It turned out that as early as countless epochs ago, the immortal realm and the heavenly realm had originally belonged to one body, collectively known as the immortal realm.
Because after an earth-shattering battle, the entire immortal world was broken. Today's heavenly realm was nothing more than a corner of the immortal realm that had been shattered back then. At best, a fragment of a world. There were at least dozens of other world fragments like the heavenly realm. However, the heavenly realm was the largest piece of it. And through the evolution of the years, new rules were gradually formed. The new rules are not quite perfect, but they can still be practiced. As for the other shards, they weren't so lucky. A dozen or so blocks are outright derelict and no longer viable. Of course, there were also a dozen or so fragments of the immortal realm that evolved into worlds even lower than the heavenly realm. The Tian continent was one of them. And the group of people from the Tsang clan's lower realm was one of the culprits that caused the collapse of the immortal realm. It seemed like it was because a supreme treasure had been strayed into the immortal realm, causing countless forces in the divine realm to send people down to the realm, which was what caused the entire immortal realm to collapse. But at the most tragic time of the great battle, that treasure even took the initiative to break through the void. And the connection between the divine world and the immortal world was also cut off by a mysterious force. Anyone who descends to the lower realms is unable to return to the divine realm. The immortal dynasty at that time was already in shambles. And if those battered world fragments were not stripped away, the entire immortal world would be dragged down. In order to get a more suitable environment for survival, all parties then reached an agreement to strip away all the remaining fragments. And the remaining core land was officially renamed Immortal Domain. It was only then that Yun Tian Dust realized why the heavenly realm was called the Forsaken Land. And that the truth behind it could be like this. According to Venerable Red Blood's memories, there were originally hundreds of forces in the immortal domain that were remnants of the divine realm. But because dozens of great wars had erupted, the vast majority of them had been exterminated. And there are no more than 20 that still maintain a complete legacy today. The top forces of the immortal realm, like the Heavenly Void Sect, the Pyamia Immortal Palace, the Baidu family, the Confucian sect, and the Buddhist sect, were in fact all divine realm legacies. Originally, in the divine realm, the Tsang clan was somewhat insignificant compared to the other powers of the lower realms. But because of the many great battles, all the strongest people from all sides died in battle. The Tsang clan had always sought to survive in a low profile, slowly growing. It wasn't until 30 million years ago that a supreme figure appeared in the Tsang clan, which led to the establishment of the Eternal Divine Hall, suppressing all of the divine realm's remaining clans, and becoming the immortal realm's supreme hegemon in one fell swoop. Continuing to this day. After learning about these secret stories, Yun Tian Dust also couldn't help but look heavy. So it turned out that between the heavenly realm and the immortal realm, there was actually such a history buried. Chapter 88. All sides set their eyes on the western heavenly immortal region. From Venerable Red Blood's memories, Yun Tianduan also knew why the Eternal Divine Hall had targeted him. That great battle of the ages was called the Battle of the Ancients by later generations. Any power with some substance in the God realm was involved. Because the immortal realm belonged to the lower realms, all of the God realm powerhouses who descended to the realm had a cultivation restriction that could not exceed the true God realm. But the lure of that supreme treasure was enough to drive any martial artist crazy. It is said to be a product of a realm far beyond the realm of the gods. Therefore, in order to be able to seize the supreme treasure, all parties had no qualms about letting supreme powerhouses cut off their own cultivation, just to be the ultimate winner after going down to the realm. But who would have thought that while all parties were fighting, that supreme treasure would automatically fly away? The passageway to the lower realm, which had been opened by the major powers at great cost, was also destroyed by a mysterious force? And the connection between the two realms was also completely lost. Everyone in the lower realms back then was trapped forever in the immortal realm. They had to accept the reality and survive in the immortal realm first, before exploring ways to return to the divine realm. However, until the group of people in the lower realm's lifespan was exhausted,
They had not found their way back. They had passed on from generation to generation in the immortal realm, but had never given up hope of returning to the god realm. With the batch of true gods that descended to the realm back then all fading into the river of years, there were no more gods in the immortal realm. The immortal emperor is then the highest realm. In the immortal realm of the ancient era, there was no such realm as the divine palace. And after a martial artist broke through to the 9 immortal emperors, they could touch a trace of the power of the gods, simply by utilizing the power of God to condense the God grid prototype within the body. The rules of the divine realm would sense it and thus send down the receiving divine tribulation. After successfully crossing the threshold, the fledgling form metamorphosed into a true godhead. The gate of reception will also appear, and anyone with enough talent and accumulation can ascend to the divine realm normally. But since the ancient battle, the rules of the immortal world have shattered. The 9 immortal emperors could no longer invoke a divine tribulation by way of condensing their godheads. And they couldn't even come into contact with the power of God. After trillions of years of evolution, the rules of the immortal realm were gradually perfected. The people of later generations also came into contact with the power of God once again. But they were unable to utilize the power of God to condense the Godhead, and would also die because their bodies could not withstand the power of God and burst their bodies. As time passed, some pioneers followed the way of condensing the Godhead and successfully condensed carriers capable of storing divine power in the Dantian. And the realm of God Palace was born. There were rumors in the immortal region that as long as the 9 divine palaces were perfectly fused, the prototype of a divine grimoire could be formed. And the Godhead fledgling was the only way to invoke the divine tribulation. However, it was much harder to fuse the 9 divine palaces. The eternal divine hall's Haotian Dao ancestor had taken millions of years to finally fuse the 8 divine palaces within it into one. However, this final 9th divine palace was never able to merge. According to ancestor Haotian Dao's projection, it required enough heaven-defying origin things as an aid to perfectly fuse the 9 divine palaces. The invincible chaos body origin of the ancient world was the top choice. Therefore, after the chaotic body vision was rumored, not only was it on the eternal divine hall side, but almost all of the forces inherited from the divine realm had secretly moved out. Yun Tian Dust, who knew all of this, had frost covering his face. After leaving that battlefield, Yun Tian Dust headed to the Taishan immortal realm according to his original plan, deciding to observe for a period of time before finding an opportunity to return to the heavenly realm. After all, the eternal divine hall was far from being comparable to the stream of the 9th flare immortal dynasty. What's more, all the major forces in the immortal region had already set their eyes on his chaotic body origin, so he couldn't act rashly without absolute strength. Once the news is leaked, the heavenly realm will surely be implicated. Once that red blood venerable died, the eternal divine hall would soon make a big move. The 9th step of the divine palace. I'm afraid that I will have to come out in person as well. In today's immortal region, the eternal divine hall's overlord status was well deserved. In addition to Haotian Dao ancestor, the number 1 person in the immortal domain, the eternal divine hall had 5 other existences who had stepped into the 9th step of the divine palace. There are also 10 people in the shrine's 8 steps. Of course, there are only 9 now. According to Venerable Red Blood's memories, there would be no more than 20 people in the entire immortal region with the 9 steps of the divine palace. And the eternal divine hall had 6 of them alone. Such underpinnings are not to be taken lightly. At this moment, Yun Tianduan was also under some pressure. A large part of the reason why he was able to easily subdue Venerable Red Blood was because that old thing despised him too much. With the Chaos Domain's enhancement, the red-blooded Exalt was caught off guard by him. It could also be said that that old thing was always in a state of dumbfoundedness, not even having the chance to fight back before being completely controlled by him. Yun Tian Dust knew deep down that the Chaos Domain would not be as oppressive against the 9th step of the Divine Palace.
unless the chaotic body's visionary suppression was utilized. He wasn't sure of defeating the Divine Palace 9 steps. But the vision can't be used again until it's absolutely necessary. In the face of absolute benefits, all parties besieging each other was also a relatively common trope. Yun Tian Dust didn't think that the current him could deal with the entire immortal region. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yun Tian Dust once again changed his appearance and breath, and traveled all the way to the west. In order to travel to the supreme immortal region, the western heavenly immortal region was a must. It wasn't until half a day later that Yun Tianduan finally arrived at the western sky immortal region. The customs of this immortal region were very different from the other immortal regions. The martial artists of the western heavenly immortal region were amicable, and the people lived in peace and happiness. Peace and tranquility were on everyone's faces. And all of this originated from the most powerful force in the western heavenly immortal region: the Buddhist sect. The existence of the Buddhist sect was like the spiritual pillar of the western heavenly immortal region. Even though the western heavenly immortal domain belonged to the lower 5 domains, no one dared to cause trouble here. All because of the powerful deterrent power of the Buddhist sect. In particular, the strength of the Buddhist sect's presiding officer, Zen Master Hui Yuan, could be ranked in the top 5 in the entire immortal region. There were even speculations that Zen Master Hui Yuan's true strength was enough to be ranked second. It was just that he kept a very low profile and didn't cross paths with people. Zen Master Hui Yuan aside, the Buddhist school is equally deep. The Buddhist sect's tenet of peace and harmony has made the western heavenly realm of immortality a truly pure land. Yun Tian Dust strolled through the streets of the small border town of the western heavenly immortal region, feeling the tranquility and harmony of the place. And a wave of emotions ran through his heart. In the world of man-eating martial arts, for the western heavenly immortal region to be this harmonious was a breath of fresh air. But just as Yun Tian Dust was appreciating the beauty of this place, a sudden clamor came from behind him. Yun Tian Dust turned his head to look, only to see a flamboyant and domineering youth in fancy dress riding a flaming tiger king rampaging through the streets. The dozen or so doglegs behind him were also riding flaming demon tigers, all with their noses turned to the sky. Everyone panicked and got out of the way. The only other person was a little girl sitting paralyzed in the middle of the street, her whole body panicked and crying out in terror. Seeing that the little girl was about to be trampled to death by the flaming tiger king, Yun Tian Dust was just about to step in to save her when a figure appeared ahead of him. It was a young monk wearing a light gray monk's robe. He was in his mid-20s, with a clear face and a transcendent aura revealed between his eyebrows. The pair of bright eyes seemed to be able to see into the hearts of the people. And although they were dressed in simple clothes, they gave people the feeling of a virtuous monk. Chapter 89: Bright Empty Buddha Sun. Phase-less Buddha Body. The little monk stood in front of the little girl, and the golden light emanating from his body formed a shield in the shape of a large bell, covering him and the little girl in it. Before the flaming tiger king under the seat of the Chinese-robed youth could touch the golden bell shield, it was bounced off by a powerful force. The flamboyant youth riding on the flaming tiger king couldn't react in time and was thrown to the ground. The fancy dress youth who got up in a mess was furious. He stared viciously at the little monk. His eyes flashed with thick killing intent. "Deadly bald donkey! How dare you take a shot at this gungzi? Do you know who I am?" The lapdogs by his side hurriedly came forward to assist him, and one of them put on a lofty appearance and threatened with sharp words. "Humph! My son's name is Ouyang Xiaojie. He is the young son of the Ouyang family of the great Luo immortal domain. How dare you make a sneak attack? Do you not want to live?" "What? It's actually that Ouyang family." When the crowd of onlookers heard the name of the Ouyang family, they all revealed a look of awe and avoided it. Everyone in the immortal region knew that the Ouyang family had a close relationship with the Heavenly Void sect. The Heavenly Void sect was an immortal force with a long history of inheritance, possessing a supreme powerhouse of the 9th step of the Divine Palace to sit at the helm. and was one of the overlord of the immortal region. As for Ouyang Xiaojie's brother, Ouyang Qingming, he was the holy son of the Heavenly Void sect, one of the strongest heavenly prides in the immortal region. Such a background was enough to allow Ouyang Xiaojie to walk horizontally in the entire immortal domain. Seeing the awe-inspiring eyes of the crowd, the flamboyantly dressed youth and his group of lapdogs inwardly enjoyed themselves twice as much. And at the same time, they became even more arrogant. What are you waiting for? Break one of his legs to teach him a lesson. The Chinese-suited youth looked at his dog's leg with a sharp gaze and coldly ordered. Yes. The crowd of doglegs responded respectfully. 5 of them directly swooped towards the little monk. And a burly man chided out. Bold and presumptuous dead donkey. You have offended my little son, today. I will unload one of your legs so that you can learn a long lesson. But what they didn't notice was that there wasn't a hint of worry in the gazes of the surrounding crowd as they looked at the little monk. A hint of pity vaguely arose when he looked back at the group of lapdogs. In response, a trace of surprise flashed across Yun Tiandust's eyes, and he was also somewhat curious. In the center of the street, the little monk always looked as normal. He paid no attention to Ouyang Xiaojie's threat, always folding his hands. Seeing the crowd of doglegs with heavy murderous aura, the young monk softly recited, Amitabha Buddha. All the monks are too hostile. Why don't you put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the ground? Saying that, the holy light of the Buddha Tao on the young monk's body became even more radiant and dazzling. And before Ouyang Xiaojie's group of lapdogs could even touch him, they were lifted off by an invisible force. A trace of shock flashed through Yun Tiandust's eyes when he saw this scene. It was only in the moment just now that he could tell that the cultivation level of this young monk was clearly at the 5th step of the divine palace. Moreover, the young monk exuded a subtle aura, as if he was in harmony with the great Tao of heaven and earth. And his Buddhist teachings were the purest of all, the nemesis of all sorts of evil spirits. Yun Tiandust's heart stirred as he simultaneously utilized his spacetime divine eyes and divine thoughts to investigate. And he could not help but be even more shocked. He was shocked to realize that this little monk was actually the legendary phaseless Buddha body, a supreme physique for cultivating the Buddhist way. If such a physique does not fall, he will become a great Buddhist in the future. This phaseless Buddha body was not weaker than the Sun and Tianyin saint bodies of the Lu Xiang siblings. Among the thousands of body types, other than the chaotic body and the reincarnation body, the top 30 body types, the exact rankings were uncertain. In the case of the Sun's sacred body and the undifferentiated Buddha body, it was not really possible to say which one was stronger or weaker. It mainly depended on the individual. However, there was absolutely no doubt about the power of the phaseless Buddha body. Just as Yun Tianduan was checking, the little monk seemed to have noticed and inadvertently looked over. Yun Tiandust hurriedly retracted his divine thoughts as a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This little monk's alertness was actually so high. Glancing at Yun Tiandust, the little monk did not change his expression too much as he withdrew his gaze, slowly squatted down and gently said to the little girl, "Don't be afraid, little sister. It's already fine. You hurry and go home." "Thank you, brother." The little girl cried and nodded her head. And after looking at the little monk gratefully, she looked at the Chinese-robed youth and the others with a face full of fear. And her tiny body couldn't stop trembling. At this time, the little girl's father also rushed over. He took the little girl into his arms and repeatedly kowtowed to the little monk. "Many thanks to Mingkong Buddha Z. Thank you, Mr. Mingkong Buddha." The young monk folded his hands together and spoke leisurely. "There is no need for the monk to be polite. And leave first." As he said that, a soft and divine power was slowly released from him, dragging the father and daughter up. He watched the large and small group leave, always calm. As it turned out, the young monk, whose Dharma name was Mingkong,
was a Buddhist son of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy in the Western Heavenly Immortal region.
Ouyang Xiaojie,
who was burning with rage, looked like he had seen a ghost when he heard the words Mingkong Buddha's son, his face full of horror.
His group of lapdogs were even trembling.
Although Ouyang Xiaojie was arrogant and domineering, he knew that there were some people he could not afford to offend.
And Mingkong Buddha's son was one of them. Even his brother, Ouyang Qingming, had to be polite in front of Mingkong Buddha Z, let alone him. At this moment,
Ouyang Xiaojie only felt that he was an old man hanging himself, and that he was tired of living a long life. How dare you try to break the legs of such a character?
Mingkong Buddha's son,
spare my life.
Ouyang Xiaojie begged for forgiveness. I didn't know it was you who was here. Much offense. Please forgive me.
His crowd of lapdogs also knelt down and kowtowed like garlic.
Once the Mingkong Buddha's son in front of them became angry, all of them would be unable to eat. However, little monk Mingkong did not pay any attention to their pleas for mercy.
Only until the little girl's father and daughter disappeared from sight did he slowly look at Ouyang Xiaojie, his eyes clear and calm.
Seeing that Mingkong Buddha Z looked over,
Ouyang Xiaojie was silenced,
not even daring to take a breath.
Ouyang Xiaojie once again uttered a plea for mercy. He knew that he had really kicked the iron plate this time.
And still the hardest kind. The only way to soften.
Ouyang Xiaojie,
little monk has heard of you. I wonder what you've come to the Western Heavenly Immortal region for.
Little monk Mingkong spoke in a calm tone and inquired out. Although his voice was calm,
it carried an unquestionable majesty.
Ouyang Xiaojie didn't dare to hide it and hurriedly said, I came to the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy to beg the senior monk to save my brother. My brother has contracted a kind of evil severing chi that can only be exorcised by the Buddhist's pure heart mantra.
As he said this,
a trace of worry and respect flashed in his eyes.
Obviously,
he respected his brother. When little monk Mingkong heard this,
he nodded and said, since you are here to seek medical treatment, leave on your own. And remember, don't be feisty anymore,
or else the young monk will personally expel you from the Western Heavenly Immortal region. When Ouyang Xiaojie heard this,
he was like an amnesty and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Buddha. Thank you, Buddha. I will definitely keep your teachings in mind. After saying this,
he left with a group of people in a disciplined manner.
Regarding the rumors about the Mingkong Buddhist son, Ouyang Xiaojie kept it in mind. Rumor has it that Mingkong Buddha's son will not be easily angered, unless he encounters someone he thinks should be killed, and will not give face to anyone.
7 years ago, he had also personally beheaded a holy son of the Eternal Divine Hall. The Eternal Divine Hall, which was unjustified, also ended up not being able to do anything about it because it was not afraid of the strength of the Buddhist sect. And the name of the bright sky Buddha sun completely resounded through the immortal region.
Seeing this,
Yun Tiandus looked deeply at monk Mingkong and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Western Heavenly Immortal region is indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This young monk appeared to be young, but his strength and state of mind far exceeded those of his age.
Its true strength,
compared to that red-blooded venerable, was afraid that it was not much better.
Chapter 90: Strong Enemy Attacks.
9 Steps of the Divine Palace. Yun Tiandust was about to leave when monk Mingkong suddenly appeared beside him. His hands were folded and he wore a gentle smile on his face.
This cultivator looks unfamiliar. It should be the first time he came to the Western Heavenly Immortal region, right? Yun Tiandust froze slightly and then nodded.
He didn't want to have any involvement with these leftover forces of the God realm and was about to turn around and leave when monk Mingkong continued.
Why is the monk in a hurry?
The young monk has been waiting here for a long time. A trace of deep meaning flashed in the eyes of Monk Mingkong. As if he was able to penetrate the hearts of people. Yun Tian Dust frowned slightly and his tone turned cold.
Master is joking. I am new to the Western Heavenly Immortal region.
Much less know a Buddhist monk.
Farewell.
After slightly arching his hand,
Yun Tian Dust turned around and left. However, at this moment,
the wind and clouds in the void suddenly changed. A portal vortex slowly emerged.
Dozens of strong breaths from the strong debut. Surging pressure swept across the scene. The entire small frontier city covered an area of hundreds of miles. And the population of the city was in the millions. However,
under this strong and overwhelming pressure, all the rest of the people at the scene were prostrate and silenced. Except for Yun Tian Dust and a very few Divine Palace realm martial practitioners such as Monk Mingkong, who were still able to stand.
A layer of gloom hung over everyone's head.
As if the end had come. After some people recognized that these were the big shots of the Eternal Divine Hall, they were all horrified and terrified. And each one of them didn't dare to breathe a word for fear of making a single sound and incurring annihilation.
Yun Tian Dust's mood instantly sank to the bottom when he saw the visitor. Yun Tianduan,
who had the memories of the red blood exalted one, was no stranger to these people in front of him. That withered old man at the head was clearly the fourth ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall, Sanya Mo Yuan,
known as Taofather Mo Yuan.
Although this person has a sickly state, it is indeed a supreme existence that has stepped into the 9 steps of the Divine Palace. And his strength is unfathomable. Sensing the pressure of Taofather Mo Yuan from a close distance, Yun Tian Dust could not help but feel the pressure. This kind of aura was not a single star stronger than the Divine Palace 8 steps. For the Eternal Divine Hall to come to this place with such a large number of people meant that he had been exposed. However, what puzzled Yun Tian Dust was that he had clearly erased all traces. And the other party should not have tracked them so quickly. Unless there were people in the Eternal Temple who could time travel back as well. This speculation he quickly disproved. In Venerable Red Blood's memories, the Eternal Divine Hall didn't have such a capable person. Yun Tian Dust thought of a possibility that the other party might have learned that he was here through deduction. However, the art of deduction had its drawbacks. And it was very difficult to launch the exact character without knowing the other person's information. What you end up with is just a vague message. That is to say, the other party can only deduce a bearing at most, and is not certain that the murderer is him. Thinking like this, Yun Tian Dust immediately acted as if nothing had happened, with his cultivation level of 3 steps in the Divine Palace. These people should not suspect him. Seeing Taofather Mo Yuan and the others, Monk Mingkong didn't seem to be surprised as he slowly stepped forward, folded his hands together, and greeted Junior Monk Mingkong. Meet all of you seniors. His tone was calm and powerful, as if he had not been affected by that strong and overwhelming pressure. You're that undisguised Buddha body? Taofather Mo Yuan sized up Monk Mingkong, surprise flashing through his deep and dark pupils. And he did not mince words of praise. Not bad. With your natural talent, you are indeed the best of your peers. No wonder that little guy from my Eternal Divine Hall died at your hands. At this moment, Taofather Mo Yuan's killing intent was born. If this place was not the territory of the Western Sky Immortal region, he would not hesitate to strike to erase this threat. The 5 steps of the Divine Palace that was less than 100 years old was not a great threat to the Eternal Divine Hall. Even his Eternal Divine Hall's Sung Tian hegemony body was a step behind the phaseless Buddha body in terms of talent. Taofather Mo Yuan's gaze swept over Yun Tianduan without paying too much attention and quickly moved away. Yun Tian Dust did not move on the surface. But in his heart there was a flash of realization that he had really guessed right. That killing intent just now was clearly not directed at him. It was clearly aimed at the Mingkong Buddhist son in front of him. Although that killing intent was hidden, it could not escape Mingkong's perception. However,
He was not the least bit impressed, and arched his hand at Daofather Mo Yuan, saying with a calm expression, "All seniors have come to visit. My master has been waiting for a long time, and has sent the young monk to wait here." With that, Monk Mingkong made a gesture of invitation, signaling the crowd to follow him to the Brahma Zen Center. Hearing Monk Mingkong's words, the people of the Eternal Divine Hall glanced at each other, their faces all slightly grave. He also couldn't help but become more fearful of Zen Master Huayuan's strength. To be able to project in advance that they would come here. That old monk's strength was getting more and more terrifying. Looking deeply at Monk Mingkong, Daofather Mo Yuan waved his hand expressionlessly and spoke in a low tone. "You should step back. We are not here today to pay a visit to the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy." With that said, Daofather Mo Yuan no longer paid attention to Mingkong and turned to a blood-clothed old man with tightly closed eyes by his side, coldly inquiring, "Are we sure?" His voice was cold and majestic, making people not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. The blood-clothed old man snapped his eyes open and raised his hand to point at Yun Tian Dust, his tone chilling and filled with endless killing intent. "Old ancestor. This is the man. Xian'er's bloodshed sword is on him." As he spoke, the blood-clothed old man's hands made complex seals as if he was summoning something. Yun Tian Dust's face sank as he suddenly noticed a storage ring vibrating frantically. Before he could make a move to suppress it, a blood-colored longsword flew out from a storage ring on his body. It was none other than the matching sword of that Eternal Divine Hall's Saint's son, Song Qian. This scene caused everyone present to be shocked, especially those from the Eternal Divine Hall, who revealed a look of disbelief. They never expected that their Eternal Divine Hall's holy son would die at the hands of a martial artist of the same realm. Yun Tian Dust's face changed slightly. It turned out that the other party didn't learn of his location because of deduction. It was actually this sword. However, what made Yun Tian Dust unable to figure out was that he had clearly scrutinized all the loot and erased all the marks on it. And how did the other side track through this sword? However, before Yun Tianduan could think more, the blood-clothed old man had already struck out in a rage. "Thief! Killing my grandson? The old man will set your bones to ashes." Right at the moment the blood-colored longsword flew out, the blood-clothed old man had already dodged out, and the longsword flew into his hand as if it recognized its owner. "Death comes." The blood-clothed old man's voice was like thunder, and he chopped at Yun Tianduan with a sword, only to see sword chi streaking across the void, as if he wanted to split the entire heaven and earth apart. When the surrounding crowd heard the blood-clothed old man's furious words, all of them were chilled to the bone. That was the holy son of the Eternal Divine Hall. What an honorable position! Surprisingly, he was killed again? The crowd unconsciously looked towards Yun Tian Dust and Mingkong Buddha Zi, and a strong sense of awe arose within them. The two men in front of you are both ruthless. Monk Mingkong also couldn't help but look at Yun Tianduan, his eyes flickering with refined light. The master only told him to come here to pick up a young man with 3 steps from the divine palace, saying that this man had a great karma with the Buddhist sect and could not be offended. At the first glance, Mingkong could already tell that the middle-aged looking man in front of him was clearly a young man pretending to be a young man. Coupled with the fact that the other party was only at the 3rd step of the divine palace, but gave him a sense of unfathomability. This kind of character must be extraordinary. After a few points were synthesized, Mingkong was finally sure that the person in front of him was the one he was waiting for. Chapter 91 Mingkong Strikes. Seeing the blood-clothed old man suddenly kill Yun Tianduan was just about to make a move when Mingkong took the lead. He clasped his hands together and recited under his breath as a golden bell shroud appeared out of nowhere, enveloping both him and Yun Tian Dust. Bang! After a deafening bang, the blood-clothed old man's attack all blocked. The 7th step of the divine palace. He was shocked back rubbing. Woeful. The blood-clothed old man gazed horrifiedly at Monk Mingkong, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Seeing this scene, Yun Tianduan could not help but be secretly surprised. He was both surprised at how strong Mingkong was, and even more surprised at why the other party had stepped in to save him. Yun Tian-dust didn't believe that Pi would fall from the sky. Without a sufficiently large amount of benefits, how could the Buddhist sect turn against the Eternal Divine Hall because of him? And how could this Buddha know that he would come here? At this moment, Yun Tianduan could not help but feel a little bit afraid of the Buddhist sect. The blood-clothed old man was furious, his eyes exploding with killing intent. Brahma Zen Academy, are you trying to meddle in my Eternal Divine Hall's grudge?
Monk Mingkong smiled faintly and folded his hands together.
His tone calm and firm. Amitabha Buddha, Senior, rest your anger.
The young monk was ordered by his master to come here to greet his honored guest. He turned to look at Yun Tian-dust and said in a flat tone, "This scholar also belongs to the list of honored guests." Yun Tian-dust did not speak, but there were many questions in his mind. He came to the Western Heavenly Immortal region for the first time, and the Brahma Zen garden is even more than a pole. Listening to the meaning of this Mingkong Buddha's son, it is hard to believe that the Buddha sect already knows his identity is not. Thinking like this, Yun Tian-dust was secretly vigilant in his heart. He would not easily trust anyone, especially these forces left behind by the God realm. It was feared that there were quite a few people who harbored the same mindset as the Eternal Divine Hall. Hearing Monk Mingkong's explanation, the cold and icy voice of Tao Father Mo Yuan resounded. "Little monk, this father can give you another chance. You can leave on your own now and your life can be saved." Mingkong was not threatened. He remained calm and said, "Senior, forgive the young monk for not being able to disobey his master's orders. Please raise your hand." Tao Father Mo Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, locking onto Monk Mingkong, his tone chilling to the bone. "This son is bold and presumptuous, and has committed a monstrous crime. I, the Eternal Divine Hall, will kill him. If you Brahma Zen Monastery really wants to intervene, then don't blame my father for being unforgiving." A cold light flickered in Tao Father Mo Yuan's eyes as he coldly spat out, "Take it down, live or die." The blood-clothed old man, who had long been eyeing the situation, directly struck out at this moment, as he slashed his sword at Mingkong, aiming to kill this little bald donkey who had caused him to lose face in a single blow. As for the thief who killed his grandson, he will not be able to escape even if he gets his wings today. In the face of the blood-clothed old man's powerful killing move, Mingkong monk's eyes were slightly closed, and the Buddha's light surrounded his body, just like a golden-bodied Lohan descending to the mortal world. Looking at the blood-clothed old man's overwhelmingly powerful sword dipper, Mingkong Buddha's son used all his strength and violently blasted out a large golden handprint, colliding with it. Boom! With a loud bang, the long sword in the blood-clothed old man's hand was crushed away, and he himself was shaken back dozens of steps. On the contrary, Monk Mingkong only retreated 4 or 5 steps before stabilizing his stance. Who is stronger and who is weaker? The highs and the lows. What? The blood-clothed old man's pupils suddenly shrunk, his face filled with disbelief. This sword of his, even a powerhouse of the same realm wouldn't dare to take it hard, yet it was lightly defeated by a young monk of the 5th step of the Divine Palace. All the people present were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a strong Divine Palace 5-step powerhouse before. Amitabha Buddha, Senior is obliged. Mingkong folded his hands, his tone still calm. The blood-clothed old man's face was a shade of green and a shade of white. It was simply unacceptable to him that he, a powerful man of the 7th step of the Divine Palace, had been so humiliated in front of a junior. However, the strength that Mingkong had displayed had made him fearful, and he didn't dare to make another easy move. Right at this moment, an icy voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. Mingkong Buddha's son. It's true that his name lives up to its reputation, but if you want to act recklessly in front of my Eternal Divine Hall, you're not qualified yet. Before the words fell, a slightly aged figure flashed out, and the terrifying aura of the 8th step of the Divine Palace enveloped the entire area. This person was clearly the High Priest of the Eternal Divine Hall, a top-tier powerhouse at the 8th step of the Divine Palace. The High Priestess herself will be able to take care of it. The crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall showed reverence, blindly worshipping their High Priest. Seeing the person who had struck, Mingkong also couldn't help but frown slightly. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from the High Priest and knew that this was an extremely difficult opponent. After all, he was only at the 5th step of the Divine Palace, and the gap between him and the 8th step of the Divine Palace wasn't normally large. But the master had orders, and he wasn't going to back down. The Buddha's light on Mingkong's body grew even brighter, and he took the initiative to dodge and rise to the challenge, battling with the High Priest. The battle between the two was exceptionally intense, as Buddha light and divine power intertwined and collided, erupting with earth-shattering sounds. The surrounding crowd retreated, fearing that they would be affected. The crowd also had a new perception of the strength of Mingkong Buddha's son. While Mingkong was fighting with the High Priestess, a few Eternal Divine Hall powerhouses at the 6th step of the Divine Palace received a signal from Taofather Mo Yuan. A hint of cunning flashed in their eyes as they directly killed Yun Tianyuan, just as several people's attacks were about to approach. Yun Tianyuan raised his hand and blasted out with a palm. This palm appeared to be plain and ordinary, but it contained a terrifying power. The palm force was mountainous, instantly sending the 3 Divine Palace 6 steps powerhouses flying 10,000 feet away. What? The faces of the 3 changed drastically. They didn't expect that the strength of a Divine Palace Realm 3rd step would be so strong. Yun Tianyuan did not half drag his feet as he disappeared in a flash, directly exerting his spatial aptitude to conceal his figure. He prepared to escape from this place. He knew that Monk Mingkong was powerful and had a deep background, and that the people from the Eternal Divine Hall didn't dare to kill him easily. He who couldn't expose the secret of the chaotic body in public had no choice but to avoid it for the time being. However, just as Yun Tianyuan had just hidden himself in the void, a terrifying aura that shook the void suddenly swept out. Immediately afterward, a huge palm descended from the sky, forcing him hard out of the void. A space-type secret art? If it wasn't for the fact that old me was on guard, I might have really let you escape. Taofather Mo Yuan gazed at Yun Tianyuan, and while his heart was surprised, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. That was a spatial secret art. If he could obtain it, his strength would surely rise to another level. Yun Tianyuan's face sank. This battle was afraid to be unavoidable. From this hand that this Mo Yuan Taofather had just displayed, it was enough to highlight the power of the Divine Palace 9 steps. Even if he exploded with all his might, he wasn't absolutely sure of defeating Taofather Mo Yuan anymore. Mastering the secret art of space and still being able to erupt with such power with the 3 steps of the Divine Palace, it seems that you really aren't simple. In that case, let the old man meet you. As a bellowing voice came out, the old man at the 8th step of the Divine Palace beside Mo Yuan stepped out, his eyes staring grimly at Yun Tianyuan, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. Chapter 92 Soul Regeneration Technique reveals its power. Yun Tianyuan's calculations. This person was none other than the 12th ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall, Song Xianyu, known as Venerable Xianyu, who personally struck out to kill Yun Tianyuan at a speed so fast that it caused the surrounding space to distort. However, just at the moment he was about to touch Yun Tianyuan, a hint of cunning light flashed in Yun Tianyuan's eyes, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Song Xianyu frowned slightly, but was not too surprised. After all, martial artists capable of mastering spatial aptitude, although rare, were not non-existent. Song Xianyu's massive divine idea was released, enveloping the entire void, and once there was even the slightest spatial fluctuation, he would strike with absolute power in a thunderous strike. Even if one knew spatial secret arts, one could not remain hidden in the void for a long time. However, just as Song Xianyu was waiting in tight formation, Yun Tianyuan suddenly appeared. It was just 10 meters in front of him, as if it just appeared out of thin air, without causing half a bit of spatial fluctuation. Taking advantage of the moment when Song Xianyu froze, Yun Tianyuan directly pulled him into the chaos domain. Song Xianyu, who was caught in the chaos domain, felt as if he was in the midst of boundless chaos, and everything about himself was restricted. A heart instantly raced to his throat, a strong uneasiness surging to his heart. Song Xianyu spoke out in horror. This is, die. Before Song Xianyu could finish his sentence, Yun Tianyuan's harsh and violent shout rang out, and at some point, he had already appeared behind him. No good. Song Xianyu subconsciously turned around and punched, only to find nothing. Suddenly realizing there was someone behind him, Song Xianyu quickly turned around, but just in time to meet a heavy punch that sent his entire body flying, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. However, shock was written all over Song Xianyu's face as he looked horrifiedly at Yun Tianyuan and lost his voice. This is the power of chaos. You are that chaos body? So, Old 13 and the others, they all died in your hands? At this moment, Song Xianyu came to a sudden realization. No wonder Song Qian's blood fury sword was in this person's possession. It must be that they all died in this person's hands as well, and there was also a great possibility that they were planted in this weird space. Cloud Heavenly Dust didn't give Song Xianyu a chance to react and had already appeared in front of him, coldly spitting out his sentence. Realize it only now? It's too late. Soul Destruction Seal. Without too much nonsense, Yun Tianyuan violently bellowed as a seal shot out from his brow, instantly disappearing into Song Xianyu's brow. Song Xianyu was still in a daze when Yun Tianyuan heavily damaged his divine soul in one fell swoop, and his entire face turned pale as a mouthful of old blood spurted out. At this moment Song Xianyu, sensing a death crisis, His only thought now was that he had to hurry to get rid of this bizarre space.
Divine skill. Sword shatters the vault. As Song Xianyu bellowed,
he held his longsword and slashed his strongest sword in the direction where Yun Tian Dust was. He did not seek to destroy Yun Tian Dust with a single sword, but only wished to break through this bizarre space. Yun Tian Dust could see the other party's intentions. He did not engage in a hard fight with them and performed a stance to dodge. To be able to burst out with this kind of power after being hit with a soul destruction seal, his strength was even stronger than that of the Red Blood Venerable. Yun Tian Dust also knew that although the soul destruction seal was powerful, it was not too realistic to want to kill a Divine Palace 8-step Yuanshan in one strike.
As Yun Tianduan dodged away,
Song Xianyu's overwhelming sword carried the momentum of tearing the heavens apart as it crazily cut into the Chaos Realm.
The field was a little shaky but eventually held up. This can't be right. Song Xianyu couldn't accept it.
A trace of panic flashed across his face as he tried to contact Dao Father Mo Yuan, but he realized that everything was cut off and he couldn't get in touch at all.
Humph, having entered my domain,
your end is already doomed.
While Yun Tian Dust snorted disdainfully and coldly, the soul regeneration technique had already been executed. Song Xianyu still tried to resist,
but with his Yuanshan already heavily damaged,
he couldn't block Yun Tian Dust's soul regeneration technique at all,
and he only felt that his mind was gradually becoming blurred,
as if he was being manipulated by a powerful external force. After a few moments of effort,
Song Xianyu's eyes flashed with a ghostly light, and he completely lost his self-awareness, becoming a puppet in the hands of Yun Tian Dust. Seeing that the other party was already under his control,
Yun Tian Dust suddenly thought of a damaging move. Instead of beheading this person,
he decided to withdraw the Chaos Domain, allowing this old thing to utilize his last remaining energy before he died.
After all, outside,
there could still be a great expert of the Divine Palace 9 steps,
and Yun Tian Dust didn't want to get into a hard fight with it. However, in order not to be suspected, he also had to disguise himself as seriously injured so that Mo Yuan Daofather would let his guard down. Yun Tian Dust knew that the strength of Daofather Mo Yuan was unfathomable,
and he would not be able to gain much from a hard encounter. But that old thing wouldn't have dreamed that Song Xianyu would backstab him,
would he? As soon as he thought of it, Yun Tianduan directly withdrew his domain.
Put. Also at the moment of withdrawing the domain, Yun Tian Dust suddenly spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his breath became shriveled.
On the contrary,
Song Xianyu looked only slightly pale, as if he hadn't suffered much damage.
12 ancestors.
Someone in the Eternal Divine Hall team exclaimed in shock when they saw Song Xianyu's face turn white, and dashed forward to assist him. Song Xianyu's eyes vaguely flashed with a hint of ghostly light as he waved his hand expressionlessly at the crowd and slowly flew towards Daofather Mo Yuan. This son has been heavily injured by the old man, so you guys quickly go and take him down. Song Xianyu gave orders to the rest of the Eternal Divine Hall under the control of Yun Tian Dust. His voice was a bit hoarse, but it was full of majesty and unquestioning. As the words landed, Song Xianyu had already come to the side of Daozuan Mo Yuan. Still showing a look of excitement, he said to Daozuan Mo Yuan, "Fourth ancestor, it's really not a waste of effort to get here. This son is the chaotic body we're looking for." When Daofather Mo Yuan heard this, thick shock flashed across his face. The deep eyes landed on Yun Tian Dust, and indeed, they detected a trace of chaotic aura, and instantly became agitated. The chaotic body they had searched so hard for was actually right in front of them. This is just heavenly. However, before Daofather Mo Yuan had time to be happy for long, he suddenly sensed an overpowering killing opportunity coming his way. Almost subconsciously, a ball of astral shield was condensed by him, but he was also half a beat slow. Before Daofather Mo Yuan's protective astral aura had fully formed, Song Xianyu's fist had already arrived. Bang! Accompanied by a mellow explosion, the shield that Daofather Mo Yuan had hastily condensed lasted only a moment before it was shattered, and Song Xianyu's fist was already imprinted on the location of his dantian. Song Xianyu was at least at the 8th step of the Divine Palace, and even though 70% of the force of this punch had been removed, it was not something that an ordinary person could withstand, not to mention the most vulnerable dantian. Under this blow, Daofather Mo Yuan was blown hundreds of meters away, and a mouthful of blood was about to be spewed out, but he swallowed it back hard. The entire person of Daoist Mo Yuan, who had sensed the damage to his dantian, was enraged. "Old 12, are you crazy?" Daofather Mo Yuan chided out with an iron face, his eyes instantly scarlet as blood. How could he not expect that old 12 would suddenly strike out at him? It all happened so suddenly that no one reacted. When the few people who were about to go forward to apprehend Yun Tianduan saw this scene, they all froze on the spot, their faces full of disbelief. What the hell is going on here?
How did the 12 ancestors fight with the 4 ancestors? The crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't know what had happened, much less why the 12 ancestors had suddenly struck out at the 4 ancestors. The crowd was still in a daze when Song Xianyu struck again. He didn't say a word as he sent a furious storm of attacks at Doubtfather Mo Yuan. It's a completely life-threatening fight, and it can be described as a life-threatening move. At this moment, Song Xianyu held the stance of dying together. Song Xianyu, whose Yuanshan had been heavily damaged by Yun Tian dust, exploded with extreme power with every strike, and he completely disregarded his own backlash. Indistinguishable from a mad dog, it was as if Doubtfather Mo Yuan was his undying enemy. The two of them fought in the void, and the damaged Dantian of Daozuan Mo Yuan was too fearful to use his full strength to resist. The Dantian is where the foundation of a martial artist lies, and not a single flaw can be tolerated. If Doubtfather Mo Yuan were to strike with all his might despite the spreading of his injuries, it would be possible for the Dantian to shatter and be completely reduced to an invalid by then. Doubtfather Mo Yuan, who had to use the vast majority of his strength to protect his Dantian, was actually being pressed by Song Xianyu. With such a dramatic scene, not only were the Eternal Divine Hall crowd dumbfounded, anyone who was present was stupefied. Chapter 93, Tough Minkong, defeating the 8 steps of the Divine Palace. In the void battlefield, Doubtfather Mo Yuan was furious as he roared while fending off the 12th ancestor's attacks. Old 12th, come to your senses, are you crazy? However, Song Xianyu had completely lost his mind, turning a deaf ear to Doubtfather Mo Yuan's words. His attacks became more and more severe and frantic, as if he wanted to pour all of his power onto the opponent in front of him. Far away from the small town on one side of the void battlefield, the High Priest of the Eternal Divine Hall held a crystal scepter and exuded a harsh and cold aura, beating the Minkong monk to a standstill. The High Priestess inadvertently saw the 2 old ancestors infighting, and couldn't help but freeze on the spot, completely unaware of what was going on. Ice Dragon descending. The High Priest didn't want to tangle with Monk Minkong any longer, and immediately bellowed out a loud cry, directly using a killing move. One could only see a 10,000 feet long frost dragon crossing the sky, spitting out cold ice debris and biting down at Monk Minkong. Amitabha Buddha, Dharma heaven and earth. Monk Minkong clasped his hands together, and a golden Buddha that was 10,000 meters tall instantly appeared behind him, standing at the top of the sky. This is the Dharma body of the immovable king? When Yun Tian Dust saw this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Monk Minkong's strength had skyrocketed by more than a few times, so he might have to suppress his opponent in turn. The moment the High Priest saw the immovable king's body, he also couldn't help but have a heavy face, and felt some scorn for the junior in front of him. The High Priest didn't think his opponent could defeat him, but what about some more time? He couldn't help but think, if this little monk condenses another divine palace, will he still be an opponent? The answer is no. When this little monk was still at the 5th step of the divine palace, he had trouble taking him down, and once he broke through the realm again, wouldn't he be crushing him? Thinking of this, the High Priestess' eyes became even more murderous, maneuvering the frost dragon to swoop down. Intent on killing Minkong is a threat with a single strike. So what if this place is the Western Heavenly Realm? The Buddhist sect clamored for compassion all day long, and it was impossible to go to war with his Eternal Divine Hall over a junior. Although the Buddhist sect was deep, it couldn't make waves in front of the Eternal Divine Hall. What's more, the situation of the 2 old ancestors was already 100,000 times more urgent, so he couldn't continue to tangle with them. Immovable Vajra Seal, facing the frost dragon that was swooping down, Monk Minkong's Buddhist voice resounded through the clouds, and the immovable King Dharma body behind him violently raised his hand, striking out a large golden hand seal at the frost dragon. Bang! The great handprint and the frost dragon collided together, erupting into a deafening explosion that shook the 4 fields. Countless martial artists with low cultivation were shocked by the torrential sound, causing their eardrums to fill with blood and their minds to become dizzy. Looking from afar, one could only see that the huge frost dragon's body was fragile and vulnerable, being crushed step by step by the slowly advancing golden handprint until it completely dissipated. How? The High Priest's face sank. He was completely unable to accept that his killing move would be so easily defeated by a junior. Little bald ass, you've completely angered me. Looking at Minkong with a gloomy gaze, the High Priest angrily said, since you have to seek death, this seat will fulfill you. Domain. Frozen miles, the High Priest bellowed out. The crystal scepter came off his hand, and his hands made complex seals. In a flash, with the High Priestess herself as the center, thousands of miles around became a world of ice, and it was still spreading. Where the field covered, the temperature plummeted. Everything is an ice sculpture. There were even countless living beings who died on the spot. Seeing that the frost was spreading towards this side of the city at an extremely fast speed, the millions of people in the entire small city would then suffer from an unmitigated disaster. The martial artists of the small border towns fled in terror at this scene. There was no way Nangong could watch this scene happen. He was directly enraged. He could not tolerate this move by his opponent. Only the Dharma body behind Nangong was quickly put away by him, and his figure was steeply elevated, emanating an unprecedented divine light. Under the blessing of the holy light, the aura on Nangong's body climbed up. The high priest was horrified at the sight and couldn't believe this. Originally, under the domain's enchantment, he had absolute confidence in decapitating this damned little bald donkey. But now, in a short moment, the aura on Nangong's body had already reached its peak, completely surpassing the high priestess. Buddha's light, great light divine fist. Nangong didn't hesitate for a second, and while shouting up to the sky, he used his entire body's strength to blast out with a fist. One could only see an extremely bright fist aura cut through the sky, and wherever it passed, the void shattered and everything lost its voice. That majestic fist intent, wrapped in endless holy light of the Buddha Tao, crashed into the core of the high priest's domain. Rumble, deafening roars rang out as the fist-ons collided fiercely with the ice-sealed domain, erupting into terrifying energy fluctuations. The high priest's domain, in front of this force, was as fragile as papier-mâché, and was shattered by the fist-ons in a devastating manner. But the domain was broken, and the high priest suffered a severe backlash as a mouthful of blood gushed out, his face instantly as pale as paper. He stared at Nangong with wide eyes full of horror, seemingly unable to believe this fact. His proud divine Tao domain was actually broken by a junior's punch? How is this possible? But with the facts in front of him, there was no room for disbelief. At this moment, Nangong was like a Buddha descending into the world, sacred and inviolable. Nangong's entire body transformed into a golden Buddha and once again slammed his fist against the high priest. This man had no regard for the lives of others. It was time for him to learn a lesson. Because of this, Nangong's punch did not hold back half-heartedly. The already traumatized high priest was faced with this powerful and unparalleled punch from Nangong, and he was simply unable to resist it. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the high priest was viciously struck by Nangong's fist main, and the entire person was like being struck by lightning, instantly flying backwards thousands of miles away. His body traced a long arc in the void, and after crashing and blowing up dozens of mountain peaks, he finally smashed down hard on the ground, raising dust in the sky. Cough cough. After landing on the ground, the high priest spewed out several large mouthfuls of black blood one after another, only feeling that his entire body was going to fall apart. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness, as if he couldn't believe that he would lose in the hands of a junior. This scene shook everyone in the room. However, the facts were in front of him, and he did lose, and so completely. Those who had originally held contempt for Nangong were now dumbstruck and filled with incredulity, especially when the Eternal Divine Hall's crowd saw it. They all had a look of having seen a ghost, their eyes glazed over. Their high priestess had lost to a junior of 5 steps of the Divine Palace. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. For a while, the crowd looked at Nangong with awe and horror. When Yun Tian Dust saw this scene, an essence flashed in his eyes, but he was not too surprised. At the same time, the battlefield on the other side changed. Song Xianyu, who was already suffering from a trauma to his Yuanshan, had run out of gas during the series of fierce battles with Daofather Moyuan. His attacks became weaker and weaker, and he was slapped into the ground by Daofather Moyuan when he seized the opportunity. Chapter 94, The Might of the Sword Tire. Abolishing the 9 steps of the Divine Palace. Only then did Song Xianyu come to his senses, and his gaze towards Yun Tian Dust was filled with fear. He was just about to open his mouth to speak, but he only saw that Yun Tian Dust's eyes were as cold as ice as he formed a seal in his hand, and a destructive aura instantly locked onto him. No! 4th ancestor, save me! Song Xianyu cried out in desperation, yet his voice ended abruptly. Yun Tian Dust's soul destruction seal could not be defended against, and Daofather Moyuan was too far away to save him. Song Xianyu's Yuanshan instantly collapsed under this force, turning into nothingness. His body collapsed powerlessly, raising a cloud of dust. No! The 12 ancestors! The crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall screamed in horror, their eyes red. They watched as their own 12 ancestors were easily exterminated by Yun Tian Dust, and the anger and fear in their hearts surged like a tidal wave. Old 12! When Daofather Moyuan saw this, his eyes instantly turned crimson with rage. How could he not expect that this person would actually dare to kill? Could it be that he didn't know how powerful the Eternal Divine Hall was? Noticing the High Priestess lying powerlessly on the ground not far away again, Dao Father Moyuan's entire being hated the idea of having a seizure. For millions of years, he, the eternal divine Hall, had never suffered such a loss. This moment's Dao Father Moyuan also completely held a grudge against the Brahma Zen Academy. He was tempted to step in and take down the chaotic body in front of him, but it was no longer realistic. With just that godly spatial secret technique, it would require his full strength to force it out of the void. Dao Father Moyuan was aware of his own injuries, not to mention exploding into full strength, and if he didn't go back to repair his dantian, it would eventually develop into a permanent Dao injury. Retreat! Dao Father Moyuan ordered through gritted teeth, his voice filled with resignation and anger. The crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall was seething with rage. They wanted to avenge the 12 ancestors, but the power and strangeness of the person in front of them shook them deeply. Together with the unfathomable monk Mingkong on the side, they knew that the tide had turned. It was certain that after today, the name of the bright sky Buddhist sun would completely shock the 13 immortal realms. But what scares them the most is this black-robed middle-aged man. Even the 12 ancestors of the Divine Palace's 8 steps were silently controlled. Such tactics are simply appalling. No matter who it is, it's impossible to be always on guard against those around you, right? The mysterious spatial secret technique, the defensible soul secret technique, plus the bizarre means of being able to manipulate others. Who wouldn't be scared when they meet someone like that? Even the 4 ancestors of the 9 steps of the Divine Palace had already been seriously injured, and what awaited them if they continued to linger would only be death. Fearfully looking towards Yun Tianduan, all of the hearts felt the urge to retreat and were about to lean towards Dao Father Moyuan when a strange change regenerated. Yun Tianduan took advantage of the moment when Dao Father Moyuan was distracted. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he decisively took out the sword tire he had just obtained. He took a deep breath, and time prohibition and space imprisonment were cast simultaneously, forcibly locking onto Dao Father Moyuan. Without any half-hearted procrastination, Yun Tian Dust violently stabbed out with his sword, the sword light slicing through the sky like a pike, stabbing violently at Dao Father Moyuan. Although Dao Father Moyuan was at the 9th step of the Divine Palace, his reaction was blunted for that instant under the dual influence of time and space. However, it was this short moment that Yun Tian Dust's long sword had already stabbed in front of him. Sensing the crisis of death, the Moyuan Daozuan, who had forcibly broken free from his bonds despite his own injuries, panicked and offered an ancient shield in front of his body. This shield was crafted from a fragment of a true divine artifact left over from the ancient times, and it contained a true divine substance that was indestructible and sufficient to defend against a Divine Palace 9 steps powerhouse without injury. However, in the next instant, Dao Father Moyuan was completely dumbfounded. The shield that he regarded as an absolute defense actually seemed fragile when it met the opponent's long sword. Ka-ching! A crunching sound came from the shield, which was easily pierced through like soft tofu the moment it came into contact with the sword tire in Yun Tian Dust's hand. Dao Father Moyuan's eyes widened with disbelief, and what made Daozuan Moyuan even more horrified was that the other party's plain and unassuming-looking long sword didn't stop after piercing through the shield, but continued to stab forward, instantly breaking through his protective astral aura and penetrating his chest. A coolness swept through his entire body, and Dao Father Moyuan could feel that the destructive power of the laws was ravaging more than just his body, and he clearly sensed that his life force was rapidly draining away. However, at this time, Dao Father Moyuan's pupils suddenly shrunk as he saw that his Xian armor shield, which was comparable to a true divine artifact, had been reduced to a piece of scrap metal, with all of its divine luster disappearing. Seemingly thinking of something, Dao Father Moyuan was just about to open his mouth, but he suddenly vomited out several large mouthfuls of black blood, which was mixed with internal organs and looked extremely creepy. He looked at Yun Tian Dust with a face full of horror, his expression horrified and terrified, but more than anything else, he was remorseful. If he did not despise the person in front of him, he would definitely not have caused the great disaster at this moment. It was only at this moment that Dao Father Moyuan had truly seen the fearsome nature of the chaos body, and that title of being invincible throughout the ages was not for nothing. But it's too late for regrets. Yun Tenjuan wouldn't give him any chance. 3 soul destruction seals flew out from Yun Tian Dust's brow, and at an extremely bizarre speed, they did not enter Dao Father Moyuan's soul sea. Almost simultaneously, Yun Tian Dust kicked at the location of Dao Father Moyuan's dantian. Put! Spewing out a large mouthful of black blood once again, Dao Father Moyuan was struck by lightning and his entire body flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang! A loud sound came from the Moyuan Dao Father's body as it was directly embedded into the floor after crashing and blowing up a lofty palace, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lying like a dead dog in the middle of the ruins, Dao Father Moyuan was filled with despair. He could clearly feel that the 9 divine palaces in his dantian had all been broken.
and his own realm had fallen from the 9th step of the divine palaces directly to the 9th level of the immortal emperor, and his cultivation was still being lost at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but his divine soul and internal organs had also suffered unprecedentedly heavy damage. Without cultivation to support him, his life came to an end. At this moment, Dao Father Mo Yuan was completely shrouded in the gloom of despair. Even though their eternal divine hall had the life renewal divine pill, it could only temporarily save their lives. With his roots destroyed, there was no possibility for him to recover. It wasn't until after the smoke and dust cleared that the miserable figure of Dao Father Mo Yuan was revealed. When the crowd looked at this scene, all of them had chills in their hearts. That was the 4th ancestor of the eternal divine hall, a supreme powerhouse of the 9 steps of the divine palace, but he would also end up in such a miserable state. Anyone could see that Dao Father Mo Yuan had run out of gas. The crowd was horrified, as if they had seen something frightening, their mouths so wide open that they could fit an egg. This all happened in a flash of lightning, so much so that the multitude of powerhouses from the eternal divine hall didn't even react. When they came back to their senses, all they saw was the dying old ancestor in Yun Tian Dust's cold and merciless figure. No, this is impossible. Someone lost his voice and shouted, his voice filled with despair and fear. They couldn't accept the facts in front of them. The 9 steps of the divine palace, old ancestor Mo Yuan, was a god in their hearts, an invincible existence in the immortal domain. How could he be wasted by a junior? Chapter 95, Destroy all of them and leave in the air. The faces of the eternal divine hall's multitude of powerhouses were pale and bloodless, and each one of them stared at Yun Tian Dust with reddened eyes, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Kill him. Avenge the old ancestors. One of the divine palace 6 steps powerhouses hissed harshly and took the lead in charging at Yun Tian Dust. The rest of the crowd seemed to be inspired, and they all offered their strongest killing moves, covering Yun Tian Duan with attacks like the sky and the earth. They had been completely overwhelmed by anger and hatred at the moment, only wanting to break Yun Tian Dust into pieces to vent their hatred. The void kept on trembling, the breaking sounds of swords and spears spread out, the haze filled the sky, and the fury of the 24 divine palace realm powerhouses was not yet something that ordinary people could withstand. However, Yun Tian Dust was no ordinary person. Facing the siege of more than 20 divine palace realm powerhouses, he appeared unusually calm. Just as the group coalesced their attacks together and prepared to unleash an annihilating strike, a ghostly light flickered in Yun Tian Dust's eyes as the soul regeneration technique was once again cast. There was one drawback to the Dementor technique. It required the opponent to meet his eyes before he could be hit. Nonetheless, it is defensible. Of the 24 or so people who had gathered their strength at full strength, 5 of them had their minds controlled if they weren't careful. A ghostly light flashed in all 5 of their pupils, instantly becoming hollow and fierce again. Humph! Eternal Divine Hall, this is your own way of seeking death. Looking at the Eternal Divine Hall's crowd of hateful people, Yun Tian Dust coldly snorted and expressionlessly spat out the word explosion. Strong uneasiness surged through their hearts, and as if someone had thought of something, they wanted to break away from the group, but it was too late. Under Yun Tian Dust's control, the 5 people who had been controlled by the soul regeneration technique suddenly blew themselves up in the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions came one after another, and the terrifying power of the explosions instantly swept across hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius. More than a dozen people in the Eternal Divine Hall team were blown up on the spot. Not even dregs were left. The few who were alive were also dying of serious injuries. The city below, which covered an area of hundreds of miles, was also completely reduced to rubble under the aftermath of this terrifying energy. When the High Priest of the Eternal Divine Hall cast the Ice Seal domain, the people of the entire city fled far away from here. If not, the entire small town would have been the result of bloodshed. Luckily, those people were all blowing themselves up tens of thousands of meters in the air, and they all had Divine Palace Realm powerhouses as meat shields, blocking most of the power of the explosions. If not, the destruction will not be limited to this small border town. Even a first-step Divine Palace martial artist blowing himself up was enough to level thousands of miles in a radius, let alone the 5 major Divine Palace Realm high ranks. As Monk Mingkong's figure retreated violently, his face completely sank. He could naturally tell that the reason why those people had exploded themselves was all Yun Tian Dust's handiwork. To be honest, Mingkong was quite displeased with this kind of reckless fighting style. The city, which was previously bustling and lively, was turned into ruins in an instant. It has not harmed the innocent, but it has destroyed the hearts and minds of countless people. At this moment, Mingkong was shocked at the strength of Yun Tianwan, but at the same time, he was also disgruntled with him. However, the master's order could not be disobeyed, so Mingkong could not say anything.
Noticing the change in Mingkong's demeanor, Yun Tianduan ignored it. He appeared in front of the high priest who was preparing to flee in a flash, his killing intent in his eyes undisguised. When the high priest saw Yun Tianduan appear, his body trembled violently. Filled with fear, his speech became incoherent. You devil, what else do you want? Seeing such a bizarre scene with his own eyes, the eternal divine hall high priest of the hall's divine palace of 8 steps had already been chilled to the core. The heavily injured high priestess did not have the slightest bit of resistance in front of Yun Tian Dust. Watching the 12 ancestors, who were more powerful than himself, and old ancestor Mo Yuan, who was at the 9th step of the divine palace, being inexplicably killed, the shock brought to the high priestess could be imagined. There was also that means of controlling others to self-detonate, which they had never heard of as divine realm remnants. As if he had already guessed his fate, the high priest's body couldn't stop trembling, and his identity as the high priest of the eternal divine hall was completely useless at this moment. What? Indifferently looking down at the high priest, Yun Tian Dust's face showed mockery and was full of disdain as he said, "You guys who are so high and mighty, and who regard other people's lives as grass, are also afraid of death? What the hell are you?" The high priestess pointed at Yun Tianduan and summoned up the courage to chide out. "My eternal divine hall has no grievances or enmity with you. I just want to seek justice for my hall's holy son. How dare you inflict such poisonous acts? Do you really think that my eternal divine hall can be deceived?" The words almost hissed. It was always their eternal divine hall that dominated other people's lives, and today the roles were switched over, making him really unable to accept it. "What am I?" Yun Tian Dust snorted as a divine thought was transmitted into the high priestess's mind, saying, "Weren't you guys looking for me everywhere? Now that you've found me, are you satisfied?" You are. The high priestess received Yun Tian Dust's divine thought transmission, and his pupils instantly widened with a look of having seen a ghost. "Die." Before the high priestess could finish her sentence, Yun Tian Dust's ice-cold voice rang out, "In your next life, don't covet things that don't belong to you." Yun Tian Dust's words were like a death sentence. The eternal divine hall high priest of the divine palace's 8 steps, in infinite fear, was pierced through the center of his eyebrows by a single finger of Yun Tian Dust, completely scattering his soul. Yun Tian Dust cleanly removed his storage ring, and under the complicated gazes of Mingkong and the distant crowd, he did not hesitate to strike out and obliterate the people of the eternal divine hall who were still alive. As for Daoist Mo Yuan, he had already run out of gas and died. After doing so, Yun Tianduan put away the storage rings of Dao Father Mo Yuan and Song Xianyu again. There were still 7 storage rings at the scene that had not been damaged, all of which were at the high level of the divine palace realm, and Yun Tian Dust did not take them for himself. He poured out all the contents of these 7 storage rings, signaling the crowd in the distance to come forward and distribute them among themselves as compensation for the destruction of the city. Hearing Yun Tian Dust's words, although the indigenous residents of the small city were greatly moved, they did not dare to go forward, because in their eyes, the person in front of them is the devil, and these were the storage rings of the eternal divine hall's powerhouses. If they took them, they would surely incur disaster for themselves. Seeing the hesitation of the crowd, Yun Tian Dust put away all the rest of the things, leaving only the immortal crystals. He also took out a portion from his body until he had gathered 10 trillion extreme immortal crystals. Yun Tian Dust looked meaningfully at Mingkong, and directly cast a spatial secret technique to vanish into the void and leave. The giver stays. Mingkong shut up halfway through his sentence. Since the other party was unwilling to travel with him to the Brahma Zen Academy, he couldn't force himself. He had also seen Yun Tian Dust's methods, and the old monk told him to just let nature take its course and not to force anything. It was as if the old monk knew all this in advance. The kind of look that Yun Tian Dust left behind at the end, Mingkong could naturally read the meaning of it. He was clearly asking for his help in distributing these immortal crystals. Chapter 96, Upheaval and Retreat. Just as Yun Tian Dust expected, with the shock of the Mingkong Buddhist sun, the crowd divided the immortal crystals in an orderly manner and decided to change their identities and go to other regions to rebuild their homes. With the style of the Eternal Divine Hall, it wouldn't reason with them. If any of them dared to stay here, they would only be relentlessly relieved of their anger, and they wouldn't even have a chance to defend themselves. Among them were civilians who did not know martial arts, and they were all compensated with gold coins, until everyone left with the appropriate compensation. Mingkong, with mixed feelings, prepared to return to the Brahma Zen Academy. Although Mingkong didn't know why the Eternal Divine Hall was after that person, he unconditionally trusted his master. The old monk had asked him to come and make a good karma, and he had done it in disguise. In Mingkong's opinion, the Eternal Divine Hall suffering this great calamity today was also just an evil consequence of their rampage. Amitabha Buddha. Goodness gracious. Looking at the large ruins in front of him, Nangong clasped his hands together, bowed deeply and then broke into the air. As the news of Dao Father Mo Yuan and the others being killed spread, the entire immortal realm was in an uproar. Upon learning of the deaths of Dao Father Mo Yuan and a bunch of other high-ranking people, the Eternal Divine Hall's Dao Father Haotian personally came out of the gate and was extremely enraged. Damn it! Who on earth did this? How dare you kill people from my Eternal Divine Hall one after another? Ancestor Haotian Dao's voice echoed in the Eternal God Hall, filled with anger and killing intent. Inside the Great Hall of the Eternal Divine Hall, hundreds of high-level executives sat opposite each other, all of them with heavy and icy faces. No one at the scene dared to strike up a conversation in the face of Taoist ancestor Haotian's shocking anger. Throughout the Eternal Divine Hall, everyone was in danger. That's the 9 steps of the Divine Palace. Elder Mo Yuan, who in the immortal domain could kill him? Even if old ancestor Mo Yuan was no better, it wouldn't be so bad that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape, right? What made the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall even more terrified was that none of the dozens of Divine Palace realm powerhouses survived. What kind of terrifying strength was needed to ensure that all of them were left behind? In the end, it was the second ancestor, Venerable Chang Su, who stepped forward, his tone cold and stern. Dao ancestor, please give me half a month's time. I will definitely track down the murderer and mutilate his body. At all costs, we must find that person. This seat will make him pay a painful price. A stern light flickered in Taoist ancestor Haotian's eyes, and an aura that was above all things emanated from him, directly triggering the heaven and earth's anomalies. The entire sky over the eternal God's temple was cloudy, and lightning flashed and thundered. It was as if the heavens had sensed the anger of the Haotian Dao Father. Yes, Venerable Green Void politely answered yes and turned to the 2 people beside him, saying in a deep voice, Old 3, Old 5, I'm going to head to the lower 5 regions myself. You guys head to the middle 4 regions and the upper 3 regions respectively, and never let any of the suspicious people go. This time, my Eternal Divine Hall has suffered a great calamity, and everyone involved in this matter and related to the murderer will have to accompany Old 4 and the others to the grave. The entire hall echoed with Venerable Chang Su's ice-cold, bone-chilling voice, and everyone's anger was like a tidal wave, with harsh killing chances going straight to the clouds. From this moment onwards, the 3 great Divine Palace 9 steps of the Eternal Divine Hall personally led their elites and mobilized all their affiliated forces, itching to turn the entire immortal region upside down. Although the various forces in the immortal region were dissatisfied, they did not dare to say anything. They were well aware of the Eternal Divine Hall's style, and whoever dared to venture out at this time would truly be looking for death. So on and so forth. 10 days passed quickly. It was as if the murderer had evaporated and completely disappeared. During this period, anyone who attempted to deduce the murderer suffered severe backlash. The deeper the Tao, the stronger the backlash. In particular, the news that the 8th ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall had nearly died and had his soul destroyed due to the backlash spread, shaking everyone in the immortal region. All parties have speculated that the mysterious person must have a heavenly origin, and his identity may have touched some kind of taboo. Otherwise this phenomenon would never occur. The Eternal Divine Hall's crowd of executives also realized this, but they, who had dominated the immortal region for countless years, would not give up. If such a loss was chosen to be held back, the majesty that the Eternal Divine Hall had established for countless years would be gone, because they always firmly believed that as long as the other party was an immortal domain martial artist, and their cultivation would not be higher than the 9th step of the Divine Palace at the highest, he, the Eternal Divine Hall, would not carry fear. After many fruitless attempts to track down the Eternal Divine Hall, the entire Eternal Divine Hall was furious. It wasn't until later that the great ancestor, Hong Yuzhenjin, even showed up in person. The Eternal Immortal Region, all checked out. Months passed and the killer was never found. The only useful information they had found out was that the Mingkong Buddhist son of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy was not involved in this matter. After some deliberation, realist Hong Yu personally led the Eternal Divine Hall's army and marched off to the Western Heavenly Immortal Region. Regarding the uproar that had been set off in the Immortal Region, Yun Tian Dust, the originator, was oblivious to it. In order to guard the heavenly realm, Yun Tian Dust had found a secret method to cultivate an out-of-body incarnation in the small tower. He had spent more than half a month to finally condense dozens of avatars to walk the world, but his main body had quietly returned to the eastern heavenly immortal domain bordering the heavenly realm, choosing to retreat in a deep mountain. In the meantime, he reopened a cross-border teleportation channel and had his out-of-body incarnation send the resources back. As for his original body, it was bound to stay in the immortal realm. It's the only way to keep track of all the movements and make sure that nothing goes wrong.
Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but be staggered even after learning through his out-of-body incarnation that those who had attempted to deduce him had all suffered severe backlash. In the end, he attributed it all to the chaotic body's anticlimax. It was precisely because of this that he was able to close the door in peace. At the same time that Yun Tian Dust sank into seclusion, the Eternal Divine Hall's army was like a vast river of stars that stretched across the edge of the western heavenly immortal region,
heading towards the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy. Soon after,
the Eternal Divine Hall army arrived at the Brahma Zen Garden in great numbers. Their arrival caused this Buddhist Pure Land to be shrouded in an aura of solemnity. Realist Hong Yu was sitting on top of a huge divine carriage, his expression cold and his gaze like a torch. Followed by his side were clearly living fossils that had crawled out of their coffins, such as Venerable Green Void,
the top pillars of the Eternal God Temple. The aura emanating from each person could cause heaven and earth to quake and the void to tremble. Brahma Zen Academy. Hand over Mingkong. If you dare to harbor him, I will definitely make sure that no chickens or dogs are left in your Buddhist sect.
Realist Hong Yu's voice was like heavenly thunder rolling through the clouds. Inside the Brahma Heavenly Zen courtyard, Buddha's light shone brightly, and a group of senior monks looked at the wolf-like Eternal Divine Hall army in the outside world with grave expressions.
As one of the two pillars of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy, Zen Master Huiwu, clad in a robe, slowly stepped out into the air, folded his hands together and said, Amitabha Buddha.
So it's Scholar Hong Yu, the old monk deeply regrets the tragedy in the Eternal God's temple, but Mingkong has no direct relation to this matter, so you all had better please go back.
Humph, old bald donkey, is your Buddhist sect so bold as to not dare to act? Qing Suzhenren sneered.
His figure appeared tens of meters across from Zen Master Huiwu in a flash, and the pressure of the 9 steps of the Divine Palace poured out like a mountain or a sea. Zen Master Huiwu's face remained unchanged as Buddhist light flowed around him.
Resisting the pressure of realist Qingshu, he calmly said, Senior Master Qing Su,
I'm sure you and the others have already found out the truth, so why should you be aggressive?
Aggressive?
Venerable Green Void laughed back in anger.
If I hadn't been assassinated by your Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy's Mingkong Jr., how would my Eternal Divine Hall High Priest not even have the chance to escape? This seat is considered to see clearly. You Buddhist sect is full of benevolence and righteousness, but it's just a group of moralistic villains who dare to do but dare not recognize. Since you, Brahma Heavenly Zen Monastery,
insist on harboring the murderer, I will not blame my Eternal Divine Hall for going on a killing spree.
Saying that,
Venerable Qing Su waved his large hand, and a stern palm print carrying a heaven-destroying power blasted towards Zen Master Huiwu.
Chapter 97, The Fetus of the Buddha and the Devil, Never to be Retained.
A trace of gravity flashed in Zen Master Huiwu's eyes, and his figure advanced instead of retreating, meeting him with the same palm.
Boom!
The two strong forces collided fiercely in the air,
triggering an earth-shattering explosion.
The trial duel of the 9 steps of the Divine Palace caused the heavens and earth to lose their colors.
Everything trembled,
and the martial practitioners of the greater half of the western heavenly immortal region all felt an unprecedented pressure of the laws.
Above the clouds in the 9 heavens,
Venerable Green Void and Zen Master Huiwu each retreated tens of thousands of meters,
and they were actually evenly matched.
The martial artists from all sides who came from afar just happened to see this scene, and they were all shocked beyond words. It had been tens of thousands of years since there had been a matchup between 9-step powerhouses of the Divine Palace.
Old bald ass. Again.
Venerable Green Void's eyes flashed with cold light, his body's breath climbed up.
Just one strike against each other.
He had already struck the real fire.
Amitabha Buddha.
The old monk will accompany you. The Buddhist light on Zen Master Huiwu's body grew even brighter, and his calm tone carried a sense of unyieldingness.
Just as the two sides were gathering momentum again, a calm voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Amitabha Buddha, all the monks have come a long way. Why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea before we talk?
As the voice fell, an old figure slowly walked out from the depths of the Brahma Zen courtyard.
That person was clad in a golden robe, surrounded by Buddhist light. Just like a living Buddha descending to the world, it was clearly the Brahma Zen Academy's sea-fixer, Zen Master Hui Yuan. The appearance of Zen Master Hui Yuan caused the several Divine Palace 9-step ancestors of the Eternal Divine Hall to feel a great deal of pressure. They knew that the strength of this senior monk was unfathomable, and unless a few of them joined forces, they would definitely not be able to curry any favor. However, at that moment, a mighty heaven and earth figure emerged out of thin air, more powerful than Zen Master Hui Yuan ever was. The person who came was dressed in a simple Taoist robe, with an immortal appearance, and was none other than Hao Tian Dao Ancestor, who was known as the first person in the immortal domain, and the true spokesperson of the Eternal Divine Hall. As soon as Dao Ancestor Hao Tian appeared, he gazed icily at Zen Master Hui Yuan and the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy crowd. and said in an eerie tone, "Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy, you need to give this seat an explanation. Otherwise today, when blood stains the Buddha hall." As the words of Taoist ancestor Haotian fell, an even more severe pressure from his body enveloped half of the western heavenly immortal region. Everyone felt a sense of palpitations and suffocation come over them, as if they were being pressed down by an invisible mountain of ancient gods, unable to catch their breath. In the face of the threat and persecution of Tao Lord Haotian, the senior monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy did not retreat by half a step, and Zen Master Hui Yuan folded his hands together and calmly said, "Master Haotian, the reason why Mingkong will go to Wan'an City is because he was entrusted by my old lineage. Let the old lineage alone bear all this sin." Zen Master Hui Yuan's words landed on the ground, and he directly sat down on his knees. At his disposal, Amitabha. The monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy bowed their heads heavily and chanted Buddhist scriptures in unison. The Buddha light around them became even more brilliant and dazzling, forming an impenetrable wall of Buddha Tao light. "In that case, then you can cut yourself. This seat will no longer take the anger out on the rest of your Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy." Ancestor Haotian Dao's eyes were as sharp as knives, and his indifferent tone did not contain a trace of emotion. "Amitabha Buddha, I believe in Master Haotian." Zen Master Hui Yuan nodded at Taoist Master Haotian and was about to self-immolate on the spot when an explosive voice rang out. "Master, wait!" Mingkong flashed from the depths of the Buddha hall, Buddhist light surging from his body, setting off his entire person as holy and extraordinary. Having just arrived in front of Zen Master Hui Yuan, Mingkong's tone was resolute. "Old monk, I, Mingkong, will do things alone, and will never involve all my brothers and sisters. Please also give up the idea of burning yourself here. Without your Brahma Zen Academy, everyone can be deceived." Looking at Mingkong, Zen Master Hui Yuan revealed a rare stern look. "Stand down. Have you forgotten the teachings of your master? Master's teachings, Mingkong will always remember." Mingkong clasped his hands together and bowed to Zen Master Hui Yuan, and then turned his words around and said, "The cause and effect of all of this is due to me, and the High Priest of the Eternal Divine Hall was also injured by me. So if I let you take the blame for all of this, Mingkong will be living in the shadows for the rest of his life." Seeing that the old monk was unmoved, Mingkong directly spoke out to threaten, his low words full of unquestioning. "If you, Master, must burn yourself here today, then my disciple will swear by the heart of the Buddha, even if I fall into the devil's path, I will still cut down the temple of the eternal God, to the bone, kill them all." When he uttered the words "kill all," Mingkong's body steeply exuded a heavenly fury, and then returned to normal a moment later. "Is this fury?" The crowd was dumbfounded. How could the renowned Mingkong Buddha's son emit such a fierce aura? Even the monks of the Brahma Zen monastery couldn't help but look stupefied. In their hearts, Mingkong Buddha Z was the pride of heaven that the Buddhist sect rarely encountered in billions of years, and was the existence most likely to become a Buddha. How could something like a fury appear on a Buddhist son? Although Mingkong Buddha Z was small in age, as the presiding proctor, he was a second-generation Buddhist monk, enjoying a high status in the entire Buddhist sect. All the monks who saw the scene were somewhat unable to accept it. As soon as Mingkong's words came out, electricity flashed and thundered in the void. The distant crowd was similarly startled, not expecting the bright sky Buddhist son to say such a thing, especially the Eternal Divine Hall crowd. Their faces were instantly as gloomy as water, and their stern killing machines completely locked Mingkong in place, as if they were about to make a move at the drop of a hat. "This is the Buddha and Devil Tao fetal body," Venerable Haotian Tao murmured in his heart, his dark and deep pupils gazing at the bright sky as a stern killing chance flickered out. The phaseless Buddha body was already heaven-defying enough, but it was also a Buddha Devil Tao fetal body. The Buddha and the Devil's Way fetus are both good and evil, never bound by the rules and regulations of Buddhism. Although practicing Buddhism, he can also transform into a devil at any time. When he is a Buddha, he helps the world and the people. When he is a devil, he also slaughters the world. Letting such a person grow up would be a fatal threat to his eternal divine hall. This son must never be retained. Glancing at each other with Hong Yuzhenren beside him, Taoist ancestor Haotian secretly transmitted his voice, his tone cold and resolute. When Hong Yuzhenren heard this, his cold gaze looked at Mingkong and violently shouted, "Junior, what a big mouth. This seat has not been present for tens of thousands of years. I didn't think that the Buddhist sect would have produced such a figure as you. In that case, I can't keep you today." Realist Hong Yu's words caused the scene to be shrouded in an aura of solemnity. With barely a moment's delay, he went straight for it. However, he saw the purple light surging out of realist Hong Yu's body, and the strong aura of the ninth step of the divine palace swept out, manifesting a large hand that covered the sky and grasped at the bright sky in front of the Zen Garden's mountain gate. However, just as the sky-obscuring hand was about to fall, Zen Master Hui Yuan slowly stood up, and sacred Buddhist light burst out from him, dispersing the sky-obscuring hand that realist Han Yu had manifested in a matter of moments. The crowd was shocked to see the scene of Zen Master Hui Yuan easily defusing realist Han Yu's attack. He couldn't help but be more scornful of his strength. The Hongyu manservant in front of him was the second strongest person in the Eternal Divine Hall. Taking the strike just now, an ordinary Divine Palace 9-step powerhouse would be afraid to go all out against it. The old monk, however, was so glib that his attainments in Buddhism had reached the peak. No wonder some people said that Zen Master Huiyuan's strength was second only to Taoist ancestor Haoqian. Seeing that his attack was easily neutralized, Han Yuzhenren's face sank, a cold light flashed in his gaze, and he nonchalantly said, "Old bald donkey, are you really going to take sides with this son?" This son collaborated with others to slaughter the people of my Eternal Divine Hall, and even dared to say those treacherous words in public. He has already fallen into the devil's path. This kind of devilish demon, the Eternal Divine Hall, will kill it. If you don't want the Buddhist sect to bleed to death, I advise you not to be obsessed with it. Zen Master Hongyu coldly gazed at Zen Master Hui Yuan with a naked threat. Chapter 98, Swords at War, Arrival of the Confucian Sect. Upon hearing realist Hongyu's threat, Zen Master Hui Yuan did not get angry. Turning to look at Mingkong, Zen Master Hui Yuan completely did not expect that Mingkong, who had always been steady and regarded by him as the hope of the Buddhist sect, would be so irrational today. With this move, Mingkong undoubtedly pushed the millions of monks of the Buddhist sect and the billions of living beings in the Western Heavenly Immortal region into the limelight. Zen Master Hui Yuan was well aware of the style of the Eternal Divine Hall, and once they really fought, the entire Western Heavenly Immortal region would be reduced to a Shura hell. The sins of the Buddhist sect will never be washed away. Originally, he had sent Mingkong forward to Wan'an City because he had projected that a supreme figure would appear there. In the near future, the entire immortal realm will be subverted by a mystery, but one person will come out of nowhere to turn the tide. He also just wanted Mingkong to go ahead and make good karma, but I didn't realize that this would end up happening. Looking deeply at Mingkong, a hint of disappointment arose in Zen Master Huiyuan's heart, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Master Huiwu, escort Mingkong into the precepts hall and dispose of him according to the rules." This, senior brother, please think twice. Huiwu made a bow. His eyes swept over the Eternal Divine Hall crowd, then looked at Mingkong, and said in a condensed voice, "Although my Buddhist sect doesn't stir up trouble, it's not afraid of it either. If we really bow our heads today, where is the majesty of the Buddhist sect? Master Ancestor, we are not afraid to die." That's right. So what if the Eternal Divine Hall? What does my Brahma Zen Academy have to fear? Please think twice. My Buddhist sect's holy land. And how can I allow others to act recklessly? The old monk is willing to live and die with the Buddhist sect, living and dying with the Buddhists. For a time, the Buddhist sect was full of people. When Taoist ancestor Haoqian saw this scene, his overriding killing intent rose up to the sky, completely locking down all the monks in the field. It finally settled on Mingkong, his killing intent undisguised. Taoist ancestor Haoqian had also already known about Mingkong's feat of powerfully defeating his Eternal Divine Hall High Priest with his Divine Palace 5-step cultivation. It could be said that this person's threat to the Eternal Divine Hall was far greater than that of the entire Buddhist sect. It was precisely for this reason that Hao Tian Dao ancestor had no intention of letting Mingkong go from the start, and after seeing that he was a Buddha devil Dao fetus, it strengthened his killing intent. At the risk of starting a great war, he wanted to put an end to it forever. If that stupid old monk really cut himself, it would have saved him a lot of trouble instead. Nonsense. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, Zen Master Hui Yuan loudly rebuked that he could never let the Western heavenly realm of immortality turn into a hell on earth, which was why he decided on the sacrifice of self, because he had already notified the major powers in advance. He believed that Haotian Daozu would not risk universal condemnation and break the agreement in front of the world. The monks shut their mouths when they saw the abbot's anger, yet each one of them blushed. Obviously in their hearts, both the abbot and the bright sky Buddhist sun were indispensable existences in the Buddhist sect. Though they have gone into hiding, they still maintain a fervent heart. If they were to let them watch the most admired existence in their hearts go to their deaths, this matter would become a nightmare for the rest of their lives, and they wouldn't have peace of mind even if they lived. Seeing this, Taoist Hao Tian sneered and mocked. Hui Yuan, it seems that your prestige in the Buddhist sect is still not quite enough. In that case, let's fight. Speaking here, substantial killing chances erupted from the Haotian Daofather as his face turned cold and he directly ordered, at the command of the Eternal Divine Hall's army, kill without amnesty. Deep within the Brahma Heavenly Zen courtyard, Dozens of powerful figures emanating the holy light of the Buddha Tao broke through the air, each as powerful as a rainbow. The aura emanating from everyone's body clearly exceeded the 6th step of the Divine Palace. Among them, there were 7 who were the 8 steps of the Divine Palace. Excluding the 9 steps of the Divine Palace, the middle and high-end battle power of the Brahma Zen Garden was no less than that of the Eternal Divine Hall. Ba. When the group of Buddhist monks arrived outside the mountain gate, they all saluted Zen Master Hui Yuan. Zen Master Hui Yuan was just about to speak, when one of the middle-aged monks with a fiery temper turned his head violently, his deep gaze sweeping over the Eternal Divine Hall crowd, and he spoke out aloud. The holy land of the Buddhist sect, and how can it be tolerated to be desecrated by others? Everyone from the Eternal Divine Hall, if you and others must start a great war, I, the Buddhist sect, will accompany you. Saying that, the aura emanating from the middle-aged monk's body was clearly the 8 steps of the Divine Palace, and his Buddhist teachings shone through the heavens and earth. There seems to be a kind of debauchery underneath its virtuous exterior. This man's legal name is No Rings. Although he is a Buddhist, he is a militant. He had fought with a Divine Palace 9-step powerhouse for several days without being defeated, and his strength was unfathomable. Although Zen Master Wujing was a late starter, he was the veritable third master of the Buddhist sect. Hearing Zen Master Ringless overbearing words, in the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall, the 6th ancestor, Venerable Cold Knight, let out a bellowing cry. Don't be rampant, ringless bald ass, this ancestor has come to meet you. As he said that, Venerable Cold Knight had already flashed out. The two of them faced each other across the air. Their auras were not on par with each other. However, just as the two sides were about to break out into a great battle, the sky dome of wind and clouds suddenly changed, and a spatial portal emerged out of thin air, and a dozen powerful figures walked out of the portal. The visitors were clear of ink robes, both old and young. On each of them, a vast and righteous aura emanated, causing the heavens and earth to roar, especially that withered old man at the head. His cultivation was unfathomable. Compared to Zen Master Hui Yuan, he was afraid that he was no better. Seeing the appearance of this group of people, Venerable Chang Su took a step forward, his gaze fixed on the withered old man, and he inquired with a sullen face, Kong Mingfeng, what do you, the Confucian sect, intend to do here? Fellow Taoist Qingshu, calm down. Kong Mingfeng warmly pacified, and then arched his hand at the Eternal Divine Hall's senior management and the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy's senior monks, and said in a serious tone, all of you, please listen to the words of the old man. We have come here specifically in the hope that both of you can stop and make peace. Strike and make peace? When Venerable Ching Su heard this, he couldn't help but snort. Joke, just based on your Kong Mingfeng's words, I don't have to avenge the revenge of so many powerful people from my Eternal Divine Hall? And what are you? If you, the Confucian sect, want to meddle in this, I, the Eternal Divine Hall, will kill them all together. While saying that, the mighty pressure on Venerable Ching Su's body grew even more, and he was about to start a fight at the drop of a hat. A trace of displeasure flashed across Kong Mingfeng's face, and just as he was about to speak, the void shook once again, and a spatial portal surfaced one after another. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoists, goodbye. As a cheerful voice came, an old man in a sky-blue robe stepped out from the portal, followed by 7 or 8 figures, all of them old and young as well. Beidou Long Hate, your Beidou family is also coming to join in the fun? Seeing the visitor, realist Hong Yu's face sank as he coldly inquired. Upon hearing this, Beidou Long Hate wasn't angry and still looked like he was smiling. Taoist friend Hong Yu, I haven't seen you in tens of thousands of years. You're still as fiery as ever. The misunderstanding that exists between your two sides. Why don't you sit down and have a good talk? Humph. Realist Hong Yu snorted coldly, his cold gaze landing on the spatial portals that surfaced one after another, his face so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water. Chapter 99 All Parties Gather. Kong Mingfeng's Proposal. Seeing this scene, a trace of gravity flashed through the eyes of the Eternal Divine Hall's top brass. They had vaguely guessed that today, they, the Eternal Divine Hall, were afraid that they would return without any success. As expected, with the arrival of the Heavenly Void Sect, the Misty Immortal Palace, the Puyang family, the 10,000 Demons Alliance, and other major top forces, even the face of Taoist ancestor Haotian couldn't help but sink completely. The strongest group of people in the Immortal region were all gathered here. It seemed like it wouldn't be that easy to take that Mingkong's life. Originally, he had thought that as long as he brought that Mingkong Jr. back, he would have a way to obtain its Buddha Tao origin, the dual possessor of the phaseless Buddha body and the Buddha Devil Tao fetal body, whose power of the Buddha Tao origin was absolutely powerful, also had a certain possibility of helping him take that final step. Sharp gazes swept over the various powerhouses, and with a mighty pressure sweeping over his body, Taoist ancestor Haotian coldly spoke, "In that case, you guys are determined to be enemies with my eternal divine hall?"
When the crowd felt the pressure of the Haotian Dao father, all of their faces were grave.
The same divine palace 9 steps also had a big difference.
The Haotian Dao ancestor who had fused the 8 divine palaces was of unfathomable strength,
an existence that no one would want to face.
It was hard to say whether an ordinary divine palace 9 steps could keep his life in front of him.
Seeing this scene, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Void sect, Daoist Spirit Void, took a step forward and politely arched his hand. "Fellow Daoist Hao Tian, calm your anger.
We are in no way trying to oppose the eternal divine hall. It's just that because of the frequent visions of the necrotic spirit abyss lately, I'm afraid that the seals won't be able to hold out for much longer. If both of you have a great battle at this time, it's likely that the seal will be loosened early. Once the mystery behind the seal crosses the border,
the entire immortal region will be bloodied and no one will be spared." Daoist Spirit Void spoke in a serious tone,
a hint of worry flashing in his eyes.
As early as 20 million years ago,
a mysterious being crossed the border and came to the immortal region,
setting off a bloody storm. In the end,
it was only when the major forces of the immortal region joined forces with the same enemy, with hundreds of Divine Palace 9 steps joining forces at the cost of sacrificing more than a dozen 9 steps powerhouses, that they completely annihilated that great evil. And now that the seals were moving again, they had to defend themselves. After all, the current immortal realm was really not even a fraction of a star weaker than it was 20 million years ago. In the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall, any old monsters with some seniority knew what the necromantic abyss's strange movements represented, and their faces were all heavy.
"Is that true?" Hao Tian Dao ancestor spoke in a low tone,
his face unable to hide his gravity.
"This is true." In the crowd of the misty immortal palace,
the old crone at the head opened her mouth openly, her hoarse tone revealing determination.
"If you and others don't believe me, you can always send someone forward to investigate. And that's the purpose of all of us coming here together." "That's right. At a time like this,
both of you must not set off an immortal battle because of this little misunderstanding."
Kong Mingfeng interjected from the side, suddenly as if he thought of something.
His profound gaze fell on a white-clothed youth in the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall,
and then glanced at Mingkong and slowly said, "According to the old man, it would be better to let the Buddhist son of Mingkong fight with the divine son of your hall to determine the winner. If Mingkong Buddha's son loses, he will be at your disposal. If your hall's divine son loses, then the grudge between the two sides will end. What do you both think?" After hearing the suggestion made by Kong Mingfeng, both the Brahma Zen Academy and the Eternal Divine Hall fell into deep thought.
Strong people from all sides also nodded their heads in succession.
While this is a good proposal, it requires the consent of both parties. After all,
Mingkong Buddha Z was only at the 5th step of the Divine Palace, while Eternal Divine Hall Divine Son Song Lingchen had already broken through to the 6th step of the Divine Palace. Both were the topmost heavenly prides of the world, and even a slight cultivation gap was difficult to make up for. The crowd also agreed that the chances of Mingkong winning were slim to none. Kong Mingfeng had also thought deeply about this. Mingkong was able to defeat the High Priest of the Eternal Divine Hall head-on. His strength was already pushing the Divine Palace to the 9th step.
Although Tsong Lingchen, who carried the Tsong Heavenly Hegemony body,
was known as the Immortal Region's #1 heavenly pride,
Mingkong might not be without the power to fight.
On the side of the Eternal Divine Hall,
Taoist ancestor Haotian was outwardly very dissatisfied, but in his heart, he was thanking Kong Mingfeng, because his intention, too,
was not to go to war with the Buddhist sect. If they were to completely overthrow the Buddhist sect, their Eternal Divine Hall would also surely suffer heavy losses, and once the rest of the forces took advantage of the situation, it would be extremely unfavorable for the Eternal Divine Hall. And Hao Tian Dao ancestor firmly believed that Tsong Lingchen would never lose. In order to overcome the Tsong Tian hegemony body by crossing the ranks, it would be possible for that ancient invincible chaos body to do so. Although the phaseless Buddha body was strong, it was impossible to defeat the Tsong Tian hegemony body over the levels. Unless it used the power of the Buddha Devil Dao Tire, it might still have a slight chance of winning, but in that case, things would be better. I'm sure it will be interesting to see a demon emerge from the Buddhist sect. Without moving, he looked at Kong Mingfeng, and Dao Father Haotian slightly nodded his head. "Good, as you say," Hao Tian Dao ancestor said in a cold voice, "but this seat's requirement is that the two opposing sides are not allowed to use any external objects." Kong Mingfeng nodded solemnly before casting an inquiring look at Zen Master Hui Yuan.
Amit Ba.
Zen Master Hui Yuan was just about to speak when Mingkong took the lead and stood out.
He clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. "Junior Monk Mingkong,
I have met all of you seniors. The cause and effect of all of this is due to Junior Monk.
so for this battle, junior monk shall accept, the son of Buddha must not.
Many of the monks were worried.
Song Lingchen's reputation as the immortal regions know.
One heavenly pride wasn't blown out of proportion.
That was truly undefeated and unrivaled in his generation. Mingkong didn't say too much as he stepped high into the sky in a flash, his firm gaze landing on a white-robed youth behind Taoist ancestor Hao Tian. At this moment,
the eyes of the entire audience converged on Mingkong, only to see a flash of his figure.
He came above the dome of the sky, his hands clasped together, his precious face solemn. "Scholar Song Lingchen, please." As Mingkong's words fell, a powerful battle intent burst out from within his body and shot up into the clouds. Sensing Mingkong's battle intent,
a figure slowly stepped out from the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall.
It was a young man dressed in a white robe, with sword brows and starry eyes, and exuding an innate noble aura.
It was none other than the divine son of the Eternal Divine Hall, Song Lingchen.
"Mingkong, looking at the immortal realm, you are the only person I see as a rival.
This battle has been long awaited by this divine son as well, so I hope you won't let me down."
Song Lingchen's voice was like a bell, causing the laws to roar,
and a powerful confidence and dominance was revealed between the lines.
Seeing Song Lingchen appear,
the gathered spectators were all in awe.
Is this the divine son of the Eternal Divine Hall? What a strong aura!
Worthy of being known as the Immortal Region's #1 heavenly pride.
It really lives up to its name. Although Mingkong Buddha's son is strong, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to defeat Song Lingchen. Discussions rose and fell, and countless celestial pride felt the pressure coming from Song Lingchen's body,
and all of them were sweating. The Immortal Region has countless powers of all sizes,
and all kinds of heavenly prides are even more numerous.
Anyone who could reach the Divine Palace realm within 500 years of age could be called a heavenly pride. They usually regarded themselves highly, but at this moment, in front of a strong person like Song Lingchen, they all developed a feeling of being ashamed of themselves.
This is the latest chapter. Add my WeChat, MMY66618 more hot long novels recommended. Gee hoo. Today's headlines, tomatoes and other kinds of short story package month generation under the generation of find.